If you like what you hear, subscribe. There's more of the fracture cosmology on the channel. Chapter 1. The Useful Jobs. The run above the second landing had been dry for 11 years and had a bend in it that nobody had drawn, and Cray had her shoulders inside the void and both arms up past the elbow before Renko had finished telling her not to. Come out of it. I'm at the Union. You're at the Union with your face in a live stretch and my name on the sheet. It isn't live. You bled it at the 6th bell and I watched you do it. Her thumb found the collar and went round it, and the collar moved, which it had not done for the two hands who had been at it before her. And she came out backwards, with her hair full of the gray dust that lives above a ceiling and nowhere else. It's a quarter turn out of true. Whoever put it up short and heated the bend to make the difference. Renko took the collar off her without looking at it and turned it in the light. That's a good read. So sign it off. No. The gang worked 4 hands on the Ring 6 stretches and had done since before Cray was born, and 3 of the 4 were signed and 1 was not, and the one who was not could do the Union above the second landing in less time than the 2 who could. Everybody in the passage understood the arithmetic of that. Nobody had ever seen it change anything. Bring the ladder round, Renko said. We've the door furniture on 6B, and the notice says the hour. They brought the ladder round. The stretch ran the whole inboard length of the ring walk, and had been narrowed by about the width of a person 12 years ago, and had never got it back. And the plating along the narrow part was different plating, 4 courses of it, laid the year everything got laid. Cray had walked it every day of her life. She knew where the courses changed by her feet and had never once looked down to check. At the second landing, the light was on. Somebody had got a counter to say whose it was, eventually, and the counter had said it, and then the plant side had come and done it in an afternoon, and the whole stretch had been unbearable about it for a month. Cray. Ganger. What's the reason? Renko had the collar still and turned it once more, and put it in his coat. Not the arithmetic. You've got the arithmetic. The reason. Because you don't want to write my name against a live stretch. That's the arithmetic said backwards. He went up the ladder. A sign-off says somebody looked, not that somebody could have. If your name's on that sheet and nobody looked, she gets what she gets and my name's on the paper. I did put my eyes on it. You did. He had the plate off the doorhead and his hand inside it. And I didn't see you do it. You were 4 feet away. I was 4 feet away with my back to you doing the other one. The plate came down and he passed it to her without turning. Hold that. When I've watched you do 9 of them, I'll sign you. And it won't be because you got better. You're not going to get better. You're already better than Toisan, and Toisan's been signed 6 years. Then nothing. Hold the plate. Cray held the plate. Down the walk, somebody's door was propped with a folded mat, and there was a child in the gap of it with a dish, watching them the way children watch a ladder. 2 women came past with the week's dry stores between them on a pole, and went round the ladder without being asked and without breaking whatever it was they were saying to each other. The narrow part took them single file, and they did that without breaking it either. A woman came out of the door under the ladder with a basin and stopped because the ladder was in it. Is it the closer? It's the closer, Renko said. It's been dragging on you. It's been dragging on me since the winter, and I've stopped saying so. You should have gone on saying so. I said so 4 times. She put the basin down on the deck rather than carry it round. Then I worked out the ones who say so get seen last. Renko did not argue with that, which Cray had not expected. It'll shut tonight, he said. The closer was an old pattern and had been fitted the wrong way up, which the whole stretch had, because the whole stretch had gone in during the year everything went in. Cray had the arm off and the spring out on the deck in the time it took Renko to get the second ladder foot to sit, and she had the wear on the pin under her thumb before he was up. "Pin's gone oval." "Show me." Cray showed him. Renko put his thumb where hers had been and left it there a moment longer than was needed, and then took a pin out of the roll in his coat because he carried 4 of them and had carried 4 of them for as long as anybody on the gang could remember. "You'd have got a year out of that," Cray said. "I'd have got a year out of it." He seated the new one, "and then it goes in the middle of a night and she's got a door standing open on a passage in her night clothes at the 3rd bell. The door shut. It shut properly, with the small dead sound a door makes when the closer is doing the work instead of the frame, and the woman picked up her basin and went off down the walk without saying anything about it, which, on this stretch, was the thanks. Renko came down and stood looking at the door the way he looked at everything, which was for slightly too long. "That'll do till the quarter," he said. "Write it up." "It'll do past the quarter." "Write up that it'll do till the quarter." Cray wrote up that it would do till the quarter. The apprentice bay was 2 rooms off the works passage, with a bench down the middle of each and a wall of shallow drawers that had come out of something else. And at the end of a shift, it filled with people who were 16 and had nowhere in particular to be for an hour. Tell had the far end of the bench with a lamp pulled over on its arm and a spool of solder wire and somebody's bad joint in a clamp. "Whose is that?" "Bell's." "Bell doesn't do joints." "Bell did that one." Tell had the iron in her right hand and the wire in her left and did not look up. "He did it on a feed for the fish tank in the school bay, and it's held 4 months, and it's about to stop holding, and he wanted me to tell him it was fine." "Is it fine?" "It's the worst joint I have ever seen, and I have seen my father's." Cray got her coat off and got up on the bench with her boots on the rail. The thing Tell did with the wire took 4 seconds. It had taken 4 seconds when they were 12, in the school bay, with Cray watching the thumbnail and getting about half of what the thumb was doing and none of what the other hand was doing. Cray had spent a year working out the thumb. She had got the thumb in the end, and then she had spent 2 more years on the other hand, and now she could do it in 5. 5 was not 4. There was no way of getting from 5 to 4 that anybody had ever been able to describe, and Cray had asked, and Tell had tried to say. And what Tell said was, "You just stop waiting," which was not a thing a person could do on purpose. The joint came apart and went back together, and Tell put the iron in the stand and turned the clamp round. There, now it's a joint. 4. Was it 4? It's always 4. It's sometimes 5, Tell said. You've never been here for a 5. Somebody at the other bench had a tray of instrument heads out and was going through them against a list, and had been at it since before Cray came in and would be there after she left. That was Sarif's boy, 17, put on stores because he was quick, and since discovering that quick was the wrong thing to be about stores. "How many's wrong?" 9, he said, without turning round. 9 out of 104, all wrong the same way, and the list's been signed off twice. "Tell your ganger." "I told my ganger. My ganger told the plant side. The plant side sent back a note saying the list was signed." He put another head in the tray. "So I do the 104, I find the 9, I put them right. Nobody writes anything down. Next quarter, it'll be 9 again." Bell came in for the joint and looked at it, and said it looked the same, and Tell said that was because it looked like a joint now and had looked like a joint before, and the difference was the 4 months. Bell took that away with him to think about, and would be back with it in a fortnight, worse. Vesh came through with her sleeves still rolled and a tally of something in her hand and sat down on the drawers, which everybody did and nobody was supposed to. "They've had us on the second growth hall all week," she said. "It's the same 3 trays. Somebody up the line writes down that the trays are turned and nobody turns the trays. And then it's us at the far end telling the schedule the yield's off. And the schedule says it can't be off because the trays are turned. So turn the trays." "We do turn the trays. That's the whole—" Vesh stopped and looked at Cray and started again more slowly, which was how she got when the system was the point. "We turn the trays now, because we're the ones who found out. So the yield comes right, and the sheet upstream says the trays were turned all along, and when we stop being the ones who do it, the sheet will still say it. Write it down." "Where?" Nobody had an answer for where. Bell said the sector office, and Vesh said the sector office would put it on the plant side, and Bell said then the plant side, and Vesh said the plant side was the ones writing it down wrong, and then it was 1/4 and the argument stopped being interesting. "My aunt's on tonight," Tell said, at the point where it had stopped. She was winding the wire back onto the spool with her thumb inside the coil. "She's got the relay from the second bell. She's going to want to know whether I'm signed." "You're signed." "I'm signed for bench work. She won't know that's different. She'll say signed and mean the whole thing, and I'll say yes." "Tell her about the joint," Cray said. "I'm not telling her about Bell's joint. She'll want to know who Bell is, and then I've spent the relay on Bell." Tell got the spool in her pocket and pulled the lamp arm back where it lived. "I'll ask her about the delivery. She's been on about a delivery for a month, and there's about 4 minutes of it, and then she gets to the part where she's cross, and that's the good bit." The quarters were 4 doors up from the narrow part, and Lot had the door propped with the mat, because the mat had been propping the door since 2032, and had outlived 2 ring refits and the entire question of whether it was allowed. The lease was still 41. It said so on the sheet in the press with the rest of the paper, and it had said so on the sheet in Ring 3 before that, and Lot had never once in her life referred to it by number. "You're gray." "It's above the second landing." "There's dust above the second landing," Lot said, "and there is dust in this room, and one of them is going to be the same dust in about a minute." Cray got her coat off outside the door and shook it in the passage, and came back in, and Lot let that stand as having been dealt with, which was the arrangement. They had come to the arrangement over about a year without saying any part of it out loud. There had been a bad stretch when Cray was 12 and 13, and the bad stretch had gone on long enough to become a shape rather than a fight. And then somewhere in the middle of Cray being 14, it had stopped being a shape too. Neither of them had said anything then either. Lot had started leaving the second cup out, and Cray had started coming back for it, and that had turned out to be all of it. Lot worked the long side of the week and cooked on the short side, and the 2 days she did not cook, Cray did, badly. And they both preferred the badly to the alternative, which had been 3 years of Cray not being asked. "Renko wouldn't sign me." "No." "He said I'm better than Toisan." "He'd be right." Lot put the pot down on the board and sat. "Toisan's on the doors. Toisan's been on the doors since the doors went in, and Toisan could do them in the dark, and could not tell you what any of them are for." "Do you know Toisan?" "Everybody on this stretch knows Toisan. Toisan holds the block door on the 7C side and has done for 6 years, and knows every household from the landing down to the plant face by which side they come home on. Lot pulled the dish over, and has never once put a hand on anything I'd want a hand on." "Renko said the sign-off means somebody looked." "That's right." "He was 4 feet away when I looked." "Then he'd tell you he had his back to you." Lot 8, "and he'd be telling the truth, and you'd think he was being awkward." Cray ate the length of a mouthful on that. It was not an answer, and she did not say so. Tell's on the relay tonight. Is she? Lote said it in the way she said things about Tell, which was slightly warmer than she said things about anybody else, and had been since the fortnight. It was 4 years since the fortnight. Nobody in the household referred to it as the fortnight except in the household. Her aunts got it from the second bell. Then she'll be an hour and come out of it cross, Lote said, because it's 4 minutes of her aunt and 50 of the basin dropping out, and it has been like that since the winter, and Sel's been telling that relay office the same thing about the same equipment for 2 years, and they write it down. Vesh says the plant side writes everything down. They do, Lote agreed. Lote got the press open and took the paper out and put the lease sheet on the board, which she did about twice a year and had never explained. Read me the top of it. You know the top of it. Read me the top of it. Cray read her the top of it. The reference, the ring, the term, the date, the 2 names and the hand that had written them, and the number, which she said without stopping on it, because the number was only a number and had been a number her whole life. Right, Lote said, and put it back. Why do you do that? Because the way a thing gets taken off you is you stop being able to say what's on it. Lote pushed the press door with her hip until the catch went. There was a year when I couldn't have told you what was on that sheet. I could have told you it was in the press. That's not the same, and it took me a while to work out it wasn't. Cray put the dish in the wash and stood with her hands in it. Renko said in 11 years I'll be somebody's ganger and I'll say no to them. He's out. It'll be 6 or 7. Lote came and took the dish off her and did it properly, which was the other half of the arrangement. You've got his hands, and you haven't got his patience, and you'll be given the gang before you've got it, because there's more stretch than there are hands. That's how I got the room I got. You never say about that. I never say about a lot of things. You'd be no better off. Lote put the dish up. Ask me when you've got the gang, and I'll tell you the useful half. Lote got up and put the second cup out, and did not make anything of it. And Cray came and got it, and did not make anything of it either. And they stood at the board for a while, with the door propped, and the passage going past outside. 2 women, 1 dish, an ordinary evening on the ring, and the light on the second landing was on, and would still be on in the morning. Down the walk somebody was moving something heavy in short stages and stopping between them, and stopping for longer each time. And after the 4th stop, 2 other people went out and did it with them, and after that it went in one go. Chapter 2. The Letting Book, which is a question for the apron and not for me. Take it to the stall clerk, because he keeps the book and I don't, and if he tells you no, I'll want his reason before I want yours. He'll tell me no. Then come back and tell me he told you no. Cade had the slip turned round and pushed back across the table before the man had got his hand out for it. Bring the slip, not the account of the slip. The man went out past the bench with his cap still in his other hand and stopped on the landing to read what she had written on the back, which they all did, and none of them had ever once done it out of her sight. The room was 2 doors along from the long room, and had been a store for the counters in the years before the sectors had members. A table, a bench, a rack of pigeonholes with sector numbers painted above them and painted over again. A window into the stairwell that did not open. 4 years ago there had been a printer in here, and a clerk of her own, and a shut door at the back. Mylek had come up out of the voids in her work coat, and had not sat down. This is Dabiri. Sit down, the pair of you. I've the Growth Hall people at the 4th bell, and they're never late. Mylek sat on the end of the bench in the manner of a woman intending to be up again shortly. The other woman sat properly, with a folder flat on her knees and her coat buttoned in a room that was warm. In order, Cade said, where you were, what happened, where you are now. We had the 2 rooms at the top of the second gallery, my father and me and the 2 girls. Dabiri had her hands on the folder and did not open it. The plant side condemned it in the 3rd week of last quarter. Wet wall behind the stack. They gave us a fortnight and said a fortnight. And it wasn't a fortnight. It's 6 weeks. Dabiri said it the way people say a thing they have said at 4 counters. My father and me are on cots in the reclamation hall. The girls are with a woman I know in 10B, an hour there and an hour back, twice. And the little one's been sick on the ramp 3 mornings running because she's up at the first bell for it. What's the housing office said? 4 things. The last one said the gallery would be back at the quarter. It won't be. Milek had her boots crossed at the ankle and was looking at the painted-over numbers. They've got the stack out and the stack's the whole job. It'll be the quarter after, and then there'll be a reason it isn't that one either. Cade got the day's list out from under the ink block and turned it face down. 2 questions and then a 3rd one you won't like. How many rooms do you need? 2. How many will you take? Dabiri looked up. 1. Right. Cade had the pen already. What can you pay a month? Dabiri said what she could pay, and it was not nothing. And she said it without the flinch people put in front of a figure when they have decided in advance that it is too small. And the 3rd. Will you go to the trade side? I'd go to the throat if it had a door on it. It has several, and you wouldn't like any of them. Cade wrote 2 words and stood up, and the standing took a moment longer than it used to. Stay where you are, both of you. Milek, if the growth hall people come up before I'm back, put them on the landing and do not let them start. They'll start. Then let them start at you. The letting office was down the core stair and along the whole length of the trade upper concourse, past the post and the vault, in a room with a counter across it and a ledger on the counter in a cloth cover, because Idowu had been asked twice to take a slate instead and had not. Cade had known which afternoons Idowu was on that counter for 12 years and had never once come to it with nothing to say. 2 rooms, Cade said, on the trade side, tonight if there's a key, and the quarter at the latest. There's nothing on the trade side. There's nothing on the book. Idowu put her thumb in the ledger to keep the page, and looked at her for a moment, and then took the thumb out and let the page go. Over the fitter's shop on the 2nd stair, she said. 2 rooms and a landing with a tap on it. The wash house is down the stair, and it's the one that works. Who holds it? A rigger. He's out on a hull to the reach and not back before the quarter. And he pays the standing charge out of his articles every month, so nobody can shift him. And I take his letters, and his sister has the key. Idowu had her elbows on the counter now. And that's why it doesn't show. A room with the charge paid on it isn't empty on this counter, it's held. How long does that last if the housing office reads your book? About as long as it takes them to read it. Idowu let out a breath through her nose. They come through it twice a year now, looking for exactly that, and I don't blame them, because there are people on cots, and here's me keeping 2 rooms warm for a man in another sky. And the day they take it, he loses it, after paying every month so he wouldn't, and it'll have been my book that showed them. Then it isn't your letting. Cade put both hands flat on the counter. It's the sister's. She meets a woman, she likes her, she lets her the rooms and takes her money, and it never comes near this counter, and neither do I. It never comes near this counter. And if anybody asks you, I've never heard of it. Idowu already had the slate over and was writing on it. Her name's on here, and the stair's on here. She's at the shop till the 6th bell, and after that she's at her own place, and I'm not putting that on a slate for you or anybody. How much will she want?" Idowu named it, and it was a shade under what Dabiri had said she could pay, and Cade did not remark on it, because Idowu had done that sum on the way to the slate and would have denied doing it. "There's a shop under the floor," Idowu said. "It goes at the 2nd bell and goes till the 6th, and it isn't quiet, and I'm not having anybody back here in a fortnight telling me nobody said." "I'll tell her." "Tell her twice." The concourse had filled in the time it took, the way it did between the bells, and Cade went up the core stair on the rail side at the pace it took, and the woman with the folder was still on the bench when she came through the door. Malek had the growth hall people out on the landing, and had not let them start. 2nd stair, trade side, over a fitter's shop. Cade put the slate down on the table where Dabiri could reach it, and did not hand it to her. 2 rooms and a tap on the landing. Go before the 6th bell and take the money you've got on you. There's a shop under the floor, and it isn't quiet, and you're being told that now and not in a fortnight. Dabiri read the slate and did not pick it up. "What is it I'm signing?" "Nothing. It's a private letting." Cade sat and got the day's list back up the right way. "It isn't a placement. You stay on the housing list and you don't come off it. And if the office ever asks how you came by the rooms, you say a woman let you 2 rooms and you paid her, which is true, and you stop the sentence there." "And the girls can come?" "The girls can come tonight." Dabiri put the slate in the folder and the folder under her arm and stood, and did not say the thing she was standing up to say, because Cade had already turned the list over and started reading it. Malek stayed in the doorway after the other one had gone. "Do I tell the housing office?" "No. They've had it 6 weeks. They'll have it 6 more. Cade did not look up. "Put it in front of them tonight, and they have to decide whether it's a placement. It can't be. And to write down why not, they write down where the rooms are. Then the rooms are on the book, a rigger comes home at the 1:45, and your Dabiri's back on a cot by the summer with a bad reference on her. Leave it alone." Malek stood a moment longer with one hand on the frame. 6 weeks, she said. "I heard you the first time. I'm not saying it to you." Malek went out and told the growth hall people they could go in now, and went down the stair without waiting to be thanked for that either. Corrigan came up at the 5th bell and spent 4 minutes of it on the landing with the man in the cap, who had come back with the slip and no reason. And by the time the civil executive got as far as the doorway, he had the man's whole grievance, and the man's brother's birth, and the state of the apron in the mornings, and had given him nothing, and the man went off down the stair pleased. "You'll take his hour, and he'll thank you for it," Cade said. "He gave it to me. There's a difference, and it's mine." Corrigan came in and sat on the bench and not on the chair, which he had done since the first week she had the room. 2 rooms over a fitter's shop. "Who told you?" "The wash-house man told my runner. His brother's on that stair." Corrigan had his hands together between his knees. "Before the 4th bell, I'm told. My office has had that household since the 2nd week of the quarter, and I've 3 sheets on it in 3 hands. Then you've a paperwork problem, and I haven't. I've a housing problem, and so have you. You've just had a good afternoon. I want it made regular. Say what you mean by regular. A referral. The housing office sends the ones it can't move to a standing panel. The panel sits weekly. You're on it. Chair it if you want it. I'd rather you didn't, because then it's yours and not mine, and we'd both be pretending otherwise. Minuted. The office stands behind the placements. Corrigan looked up. And then the next Dabiri gets the rooms, whether or not you're in the building. It'll take 6 weeks to constitute and another 6 to sit. It'll take what it takes. And in the second week, somebody asks whether the panel can direct the housing office or only recommend to it. And the answer's recommend. And the week after that, somebody asks what a panel does when there's no volume. Cade put the pen down. You'd have a body that meets on Thursdays to be sorry. That's a good argument, and it isn't the one you're making. Corrigan put his elbows on his knees. Here's mine. That woman got 2 rooms today because you know a clerk. The woman on the cot next to hers doesn't know a clerk, and never will. And she can't be told why she's still on it because there's nothing to tell her. No rule got applied to her, and no rule got applied to DeBeery. And I can't answer for any of it because I don't know about it. And I don't know about it because it isn't written down. And you'd stop doing it if it were. Cade let him have the end of it. That's all true, she said. It is. And I'm not going to do it your way. No. Corrigan's mouth moved slightly. You're not. You want it minuted. The minute has names in it. The woman at the letting office, the man who keeps the birth order, a good few others. About half of them don't like me, and not one of them does it for a panel. Cade sat back. So no. And send me the list. Which list? The one you've got 3 sheets of in 3 hands and everything under it. All of it. Not to my office because I haven't got one, and not with your head on the top of the page. Corrigan looked at the painted-over numbers on the pigeonholes for a while. If I send you that, he said, I'm handing the hard end of a public office to a member of the opposition, off the books, with no way of asking her afterwards what she did with it. And in a year, somebody asks me in the chamber how many households the executive placed, and I give them a number, and it's wrong in the direction that flatters me. It is. I'm going to send it anyway. I know. Then I'll owe you one, Corrigan said, and I'd like to know what for, because I don't enjoy the other way of doing it. Not today. Say a class of thing. Say it's a vote, and I'll sleep. It might be a vote, it might be a birth. Cade squared the list with the edge of the table. You'll know when I ask. Corrigan got up off the bench and stood a second with his hand on the frame, and then went out and down and stopped on the half-landing to talk to 2 women off the counters who had not asked him for anything. The concessions rooms sat over the long apron with a window the whole width of them, and Morrow kept proper chairs in there because she had worked out early that a chair which was uncomfortable got you the short version of everything. The wash-house, she said, before Cade had got to the chair. Core South. The section's man wouldn't pass the boiler 3 weeks ago, and he was right not to. Half my sector is carrying water across 2 galleries to the other one, and the queue at that one starts at the first bell. And the replacements on a hull with a berth on the 21st, which you know because you wouldn't be up here otherwise. Morrow had the berth order out already and flat, and had a finger halfway down it before Cade sat. You want her up the order. I want the boiler on the apron inside the week. Those are different asks, and the second's cheaper. Morrow wan the finger back up. I can land her cargo off a tender on the 14th and not move her berth at all. That's a tender crew at short notice, which is overtime, and apron storage until you've somewhere to put a boiler, which you haven't. And storage is by the day, and the day starts at midnight, and not when you get there. And if I want her up the order? Then a grain factor out of 10A loses his morning, and he's been waiting since before the turn of the year, and he'll be told by me and not by a clerk, and it'll cost you more than the tender because I'll be paying him. Morrow wrote 3 figures down the side of a sheet without hurrying over any of them, and turned it round. That's the tender, that's the storage, a day, that's the other way. And I haven't put the factor in it because I don't know yet what he'll take. Cade read it twice. The tender. The tender. Morrow drew a line under 2 of the 3 figures and left the third where it was, unstruck. You'll want that one in a fortnight when the section's man tells you the boiler wants a bed poured. You're a comfort. I'm accurate. Comfort's the executive's line, and they pay at 90 days. Morrow quit the pen down. You pay inside the fortnight, and always have, and that's most of why you're in that chair and not on the concourse with a docket. Out on the apron, a lift crew got a pallet up and swung it, and somebody down there shouted the same 2 syllables 3 times, and the pallet stopped. There's the other thing, Cade said. Say it out loud, Esther. We're neither of us young. It's pressure gear. It wants a plate on it before it goes anywhere near a wall, and the section's man will take a fortnight to look at it because he's got the whole of ring 10 in front of him, and my sector is queuing at the first bell. And you want to know whether I can put a name on the plate? I want to know what you do. No, you don't. Morrow said it without any edge on it at all. You know what I can't, and you asked anyway, which tells me how much you want the boiler. My name came off the certification of anything on this station in 22, permanently. If I signed that plate tomorrow, the paper would be worth nothing, and the first person to find that out would be a woman in your sector standing next to it. Morrow turned the birth order round and squared it. Sewell's name is good on pressure. She's a fortnight of her own in front of her, and she'll do yours inside 4 days if you go down there yourself and don't send a slip, because Sewell reads slips on Fridays. 4 days. 4 days, and the sections man will still want to look at it after, and he's entitled to. And you won't get that one shortened by me or by anybody. Morrow got the chit book over and started the entry for the tender. Do you want the tender, or do you want to think about it in the corridor for an hour and come back and want the tender? The tender. Then it's the 14th. Morrow tore the chit and held it out at arm's length without looking up from the book. And bring the coffee next time, and don't tell me it's a gift. I'll price that as well. The clerk at the registry counter on the trade upper landing took the washhouse order and gave it straight back. It wants the certificate reference on it, or a note saying when there'll be one. Put the note on. If it comes to me blank, I've to send it up, and it sits. Cade wrote plate to follow, sold along the foot of it, and gave it back, and the clerk stamped it and put it face down in the second tray. Across the landing, the bench's outer room had a board on the wall with Independent Civil Review painted across the head of it, and the day's matters chalked underneath, and a long bench beneath the board. And Cade sat down on the end of that, because the stare from the apron had been the 4th one that afternoon, and she had stopped pretending about stairs 2 years ago. Tully had the board, and a stamp, and a queue of nobody. They're on the second one, he said. You're not down for anything. I'm not here for anything. I've been up and down this concourse 3 times, and I'm having 10 minutes. Have them at that end, then. It's warmer. A woman in a good coat sat at the other end with a folder on her knees, and a man beside her who turned out, from the way she said his name, to be a neighbor and not a husband. Through the door, somebody was reading a schedule of allocations out loud, slowly, with the years in it. Tully put his head round the frame when it stopped and came back, and chalked a line through the second matter and chalked up the third. That's out of 14/9, he said. Which is? The joint security file, omissions. Tully had the stamp going on a pile of receipts, one to a sheet, without looking at any of them. Housing clerk moved a household up an allocation, years back. Sick child, wanted them off a gallery, did it and didn't write it. They went into the rooms and the register still had the old date on them. Everybody's dead or off the station, and the clerk's initials are on nothing. And now? And now the daughter's grown and wants a lease in her own name, and the date on the register is years short of the life she's actually lived, and the leasing side goes by the register. The stamp came down twice, so she's here. Through the door, a member of the bench asked a question, and the neighbor got the woman up off the bench, and the two of them went in. "They'll take it," Tully said. "They'll direct the registry to produce the allocation book for the year, which the registry will say it hasn't got, and then they'll direct it to produce whatever it has got, and it'll be listed again in the quarter. It'll take her a year." "Is it the first one out of that file?" "It's not the first out of that reference, and I haven't had this board long." Tully squared the receipts. "They've been sitting since the year they were made. It's mostly this." Through the open door, the presiding member told the daughter, in the flat way of a person who has said it before and will say it again, that the omission was not hers and that she would still have to prove the date. A boy came up the landing from the core stair with a folder under his arm and asked Tully for the member for Core South. And Tully pointed the stamp at the end of the bench without saying anything, and the boy brought it over and went. There was no covering note on it. Inside, half sheets, a good many of them, in 3 or 4 hands, each one a household and an address and what had been tried. Somebody in the executive's office had gone down the pile and cut the office's head off the top of every sheet and had done it with scissors, and had not done it neatly, so that the corner of the office's mark was still on 1 or 2 where the hand had wandered. "Have you a sheet of paper?" Cade said. Tully gave her one off the pile under the board, and a pen after it when she put her hand out again without asking. Cade went down the half-sheets one at a time, and wrote a name in the margin against 4 of them, and against the next she wrote a name, and struck it through, and wrote another one under it, and by the time the neighbor brought the woman back out of the room and along the bench for her coat, there were 6 names down the side of her sheet. The letting office shut at the 7th bell. Cade got the folder under her arm and took the concourse stair on the rail side. Chapter 3. The Second Path. The deck plate along Ring 11's inboard walk had no wear on it anywhere in its length, and the walk light was up the whole way round, and the air came off the returns at the temperature it would have come off them with 2,400 people in there breathing it, because a sector held below that loses its seals and its growth hall inside a season and then has to be paid for twice. Corrigan had come in at the plant end before the first bell, and was most of the way round it when Sold caught him up. "You've walked it." "I've walked it." "Then you walked it with the bay lights off, because the fitters don't come on till the 2nd and nobody else is in here." Sold had her coat over her arm and a folder under the coat, and did not offer him either. "What do you want off me that isn't already on a counter?" "I want to see the thing I'm going to be asked about at the 3rd bell." "You've seen it. It's a ring. It's got doors." It had doors. They were hung and numbered, and the numbers were cut into the frame rather than stuck on, which was new, and which somebody in the works office had argued for on the grounds that a stuck number comes off and a cut number is there when the lights are down. Every handle on the walk had a fitter's tag through it, orange, with a date and a pair of initials, and the dates ran back 3 quarters. 2 of the quarters at the 3rd bay were propped open with a rolled mat and a length of batten, and there was a bench in one of them with a tea kit on it and a stack of lining board against the wall, and 2 apprentices sitting on the board with their boots out in front of them. They got up when Corrigan came into the doorway. "Sit down." They did not sit down. The one on the left had a burn through the forearm of her sleeve that had been there long enough to have been picked at. "You're the executive." "I am." When does it open? Corrigan stood in the doorway a moment with his hand on the frame where the number was cut, and then asked her whether the tea was theirs or the gang's, and she said it belonged to the gang and there was a cup in it if he wanted one, and he said he'd had one and went back out onto the walk. Sold was at the notice frame at the head of the bay, with her folder open on the shelf under it. The frame was empty. All of them were, the whole length of the walk, glass and a clip, and nothing behind the glass. You'll want the margin. I've read the margin. You've read the first one. There's two. Sewell turned the folder round on the shelf so it faced him and put a finger on the second sheet without looking at it. I did it against the design number when the drawing came out of the works office. Then Nassar's 3 words got read to me by a clerk at Deck 12, and I did it again against the projected, which is what a residential sector actually fills to in its 3rd year and not what a draftsman put on a title block. So there's 2 sheets, and the second one governs, and it's been published since the quarter, and you can go and read it on a wall like anybody else. And the record on the first path? Published the same day. Sewell shut the folder. Walked by the plant side with 2 names on it, both ends, torches, the whole run, and there's a page of it about a stillage somebody left in the plenum, which is in the record because the record says what's in it. So it's the second. It's the second. Corrigan went along to where the lining stopped, at the boundary between the 3rd bay and the 4th, and put his hand flat on the wall. The lining ran the whole inboard length of the walk. It had gone on after the run behind it was built, and before anybody had walked the run under the standard. And it had gone on because the drawing said it went on at that stage. And the fitters had built to the drawing, and the drawing was the works office's, and the works office had issued the one that was current. 2 cuts, Corrigan said. 1 at either end. A man goes in at this end with a torch and comes out at the plant face and writes down what he's seen, and we publish it, and I've got 2,400 places by the quarter. No. Why no? Because you've just made a hole in a pressure boundary at every block line between here and the plant face and left it there overnight while your man crawls. Sewell came along the wall and put 2 fingers on it about a pace short of his hand. The run turns at every block. It has to. If it went straight down the inboard, it'd be in the same volume as the first one for 1/3 of its length, and it wouldn't be a second path. It'd be a drawing. So it turns out, and it comes back in, and every time it crosses a block line, it goes through a boundary. And I am not signing a sector where somebody has cut a boundary and made it good with a shift's work, and nobody has proved it after. Then he proves it after. He proves each one after, before he opens the next, and each proof is a pressure hold, and a pressure hold takes what a pressure hold takes, and you cannot run one in a volume where hot work is going on in the next block along. Sewell took her fingers off the wall. It isn't 2 cuts and a man, it's a program. It's a gang on it for a run of shifts and a plant down at the far end, and at the end of it, you've the boundary test again on the whole sector because the envelope's been opened. How long? Ask the works office. They'll tell you what they told me, which is that they'll price it when they've got a gang to price it with. Corrigan turned round with his back against the lining. Down at the 4th bay, somebody had left a barrow with a coil of line in it, and a broom stood up in the corner rather than left lying. You could have put this to me in the winter. I put it to you in the winter. Sold got her coat properly onto her arm. I put it to your clerk before the quarter and to you in a passage after the plant sitting, and you said you had it, and you did have it, and nobody has cut anything since, and now it's the 8th, and you're in here at the first bell walking a ring you've walked before. I've a delivery at Deck 12. That's not what It's what happened, Sold said, and went off down the walk towards the plant end. Corrigan stayed at the wall a while. There was nothing behind the glass in any of the notice frames, from the first bay to the last. Back at the third bay, the apprentice with the burnt sleeve had got the tea kit going, and the smell of it came out of the propped door and down the walk further than it had any business going, because there was nothing in that ring for it to have to get past. There were 29 chairs in the hall, and no room to speak of round them, and the 3 cards at the far end still had nobody under them. The public ran down the long side behind the rail, thinner on a work sitting than on anything else, 20 or so, mostly plant side, one of them with a child asleep against her. The clerk read the quarterly plant and works allocation from the head, at the pace she read everything, slower than anybody wanted. It ran to 4 sheets. Fitters and plant gangs against sectors, against quarters, and Corrigan had the tabled copy in front of him with 2 lines marked in the margin of it in his own hand. 6C's plant face carries the boundary test and the trunk side works through the quarter and into the next. The clerk turned a leaf. Ring 4's washdown main, half a gang. 7B, doors. The voids, the reclamation sump, 1 gang, deferred from the last quarter. Deferred to when? Milek said, off the void's chair, without her hand up and without getting up. It's on the sheet as deferred, member. There's no date against it. Then that's the second quarter it's been on a sheet without a date on it. Milek got the copy up off the deck by her boot. Chair, I'll not make a speech about a sump. I've a different one, and it's short. Then have it short. Ring 11's been standing since before the winter with the light on in it and the air up in it and nothing in it. Milek stayed sitting, the same as she always stayed sitting. There's 97.3 across the 23. That's 39,900 people in 41,000 places. And the people who aren't in a place are on my levels, in the service spaces, in among the plant, 4 and 5 to a room that was never a room. There's 2,400 places up there behind doors with tags through the handles. And there's nothing in the act about it. I've been through the act twice this week, and there's nothing in it, and there's nothing in the standing orders, and there's nothing in the instrument. It's a sheet a man pinned on a board at a hustings 4 years ago in his own handwriting, with his own name under it, and I'd like that said out loud in this room at least once, because everybody in here talks about it as though the clerk reads it on a Thursday. That's accurate, Barack said. Is it going anywhere? I'm asking the executive what's being done. That's all it is. It's on the sheet in front of us, and it isn't on the sheet, and I'd like to know which. Barack went down the allocation with his stylus and came back up it. There's no item for ring 11 in the schedule as tabled, so there's nothing before this sitting on it. A member may have the question minuted, and I'll have it minuted. If a member wants it in the schedule, it comes as an amendment, moved and seconded, in a form, and the clerk will put it in words for whoever moves it. He put the stylus down. Anybody moving? Achterberg had her hand up out of the 6C chair before he finished it, buttoned to the throat as she came up, with the copy in her left hand and the second sheet folded into it. Not moving. Answering her, and then the chair can have his amendment or not. 6C. I'll read the thing itself because we're 4 years into people talking about it, and I've been in 3 rooms this quarter where somebody has told me what it says and been wrong. Achterberg got the folded sheet out and opened it and read it flat at the speed of somebody reading a meter, which was how it had been read to a hall on the 85th of 2330. No new residential environmental sector may be occupied until both independent paths have been physically witnessed, the inspection record published, and the reserve margin entered against its projected population. And the member for the voids is right that it isn't law, Achterberg said, and folded it again. It isn't. Nobody moved it, nobody drafted it, nobody read it in this chamber, and there is not a line in the act that would stop the executive putting a family through a door up there tonight. Anybody in here who has been telling their sector otherwise ought to stop. Now the reason I want it held anyway, and it isn't the 11, and I'd be obliged if nobody says the 11 to me this afternoon. The certificate on the 4 rings was a good document. Properly made, properly signed, nobody has ever found a fault in the paper, and 19 of 22 runs went in single path underneath it. That's my argument, and I've nothing to add to it. Witnessed, and not certified. A certificate is somebody saying a thing was done to a drawing. A walk is somebody with a torch and a name going down the run and coming back and saying what's in it. And the two of them are not the same, and were not the same in 2322, and will not be the same in this or any other ring. So I'm not against opening it, and I want that clear in the book, because it'll be said in my sector by tomorrow that I stood up and kept 2,400 people out of doors. I'm against opening it unwalked. Walk it, and I'll be the first hand up. Then that's an amendment, Barack said, if somebody moves it. It's the executive schedule, and it wants his hand on it, and I'd second it in a heartbeat. Achterberg put the copy down flat on her knee. And I'll say what it costs so nobody has to find it out afterwards and be clever about it. The gang that can do that work is the gang on my plant face. There's no other. Take them off 6C, put them on 11, and my boundary test slides a quarter, and my trunk side works slide with it. And I'll go and stand on the walk in 6C, 20 paces off where the trunk was cut, and say why to whoever comes out. I've done worse things on that walk. The hall did nothing much with it. Somebody at the rail shifted the sleeping child onto the other shoulder. Down the near side, a member turned a leaf of the allocation over and turned it back. Corrigan sat with the schedule in front of him and his 2 lines marked in the margin of it. Hedda Nassar had her page going on her knee, off the 9B chair, and had not lifted the stylus since the clerk started reading, and did not lift it now, and did not put her hand up. Barack took his time about the next question. Down the near side, a man got his bag up off the deck and put it back down again. Anybody moving? Nobody moved. Then it's minuted. Clerk, the member for the voids asked what is being done about ring 11, and the member for 6C answered her, and take that one in her own words, from witnessed through to unwalked, because it'll be quoted at her, and I'd sooner it was quoted right. Barack marked his sheet. Allocation stands as tabled. Next head. The next head was doors on 7B, and after it the sump came back round, and Milik got a date put against it on the voices with nobody speaking against her, and the sitting broke at the 5th. Achterberg came up the near side against the traffic with her bag on her shoulder, and caught Corrigan at the end of the row. Your clerk's got my fitter's hours wrong on the 3rd sheet. Wrong how? They've got the plant down as a morning, and it's a morning and a forenoon, and it's been a morning and a forenoon every year since we've had the face, and every year somebody in that office writes a morning. Achterberg had the sheet out and folded to the line and put it into his hand, rather than showing it to him. Get it right this time, and my shift can read it on a board on Thursday instead of finding out at the door. I'll have it corrected. Achterberg said, and went out by the members' door with the rest of them. The passage outside the hall still had the store's hooks in the deckhead, and the paint on the 2 member stores was 4 years old and kicked at the bottom of both by people coming through with their hands full. Nassar was against the wall between the doors with her bag at her boot and her page still on top of it. Sold says you were in 11 before the bay lights went up. I was. Nassar squared the page on the top of the bag. You didn't answer her. Barack answered her. There was nothing before the sitting. There was nothing before the sitting because you didn't put anything before it. Nassar picked the bag up by the strap and did not put it on her shoulder. You've got a schedule with your hand on it and an amendment somebody offered to second before you'd have had to ask, and you sat there with your copy in front of you. I'll tell you what I don't like, and then I'll go, because I've the member for 10A waiting on me, and he'll talk for an hour. 4 years ago, you'd have stood up and given her a bad answer. You'd have given her about 6 sentences, and 3 of them would have been wrong, and I'd have been up on my feet inside a minute taking them apart. Now you don't give her one. That's not better, it looks better. Corrigan had the folded sheet with Octoberg's fitter's hours on it in his hand and put it into his coat. I want the clause moved. No. I want it moved, and I want it read, and I want it in the act, in your hand, with your name on it, so that it's a thing this station has done, and not a thing I said at a hustings. Corrigan stood out of the way of 2 people coming through with a table between them, and came back. You wrote it. It's yours. Move it. No. Give me the reason then, because I've asked you 3 times, and I've had the word 3 times. You've had the word 3 times because you keep asking for the same thing, and I keep counting the same room. Nassar put the page into the top of the bag. Count it with me, and then don't ask again. 9B's mine, that's 1. 6C's hers, and she'd carry it up a ladder, that's 2. And the pair of us are inside the 15 that put you in that chair, which is the part you keep stepping over. The rest of your 15 are the crowded ones. 94 and 96, people in sublets, people on somebody's floor. You are going to stand in front of them and ask them to vote a rule that keeps 2,400 doors shut until a gang that doesn't exist has walked a run behind a wall. They won't vote it, not because they're bad and not because they're stupid. Because they'd be going home to a woman on their stretch who is 4 to a room with her mother and her children and would like to know what her member did this afternoon. And when it's beaten, and it would be beaten, it stops being a standard and starts being a thing that was put to this chamber and thrown out. And the next executive but one opens the ring on the grounds that the assembly considered it and declined. And he'll be right too. Unmoved, it's a sheet on a board with your name under it. Beaten, it's a license with all our names on it. Corrigan stood with that. That's the arithmetic. That's the arithmetic, and it hasn't changed since the poll, and it won't change while the ring's full. Nassar got the bag onto her shoulder. And the other half, which I haven't said to you before, and I'll say once, you don't want it in the act, so this station's done something. You want it in the act, so it stops being yours to break. You'd sleep better, and it cost you nothing, and it isn't why a thing goes into a statute. Somebody came out of the near member's door behind them, with a chair under each arm, and got both of them through the gap without stopping. You've the member for 10A waiting, Corrigan said. I have. Nassar went off up the passage towards the short end, and the member for 10A came off the wall to meet her before she was halfway, talking already. The clerk came the other way with the case under her arm, and the engrossed allocation in it, and got it out on the flat of her forearm, and turned it to the last sheet, and held the pen out with the barrel towards him. 4 sheets, and the hour goes against it. I need it before the 6th, so the sector offices have it on their boards tonight and not tomorrow. Corrigan read the 4 sheets through, both sides, standing, and got to the fitter's line on the 3rd one and stopped on it. 6C's plant down is a morning and a forenoon. It's been a morning and a forenoon since they've had the face. Have that corrected on every copy before they go out. I'll do it in ink on all 4 and initial it, and I'll write to the works office tonight so it comes out right in the print. Do that. Corrigan signed it where she put her finger, and she got the blotter across it and put it back in the case, and went off down the passage towards the ramp stair with it. Then he went the other way, up the long side, towards his own office and whatever had come onto the slate while the sitting was on. Chapter 4. The Second Round. The dressing on 2's fair lead had gone bright along one side and stayed dull along the other, and Sel had his glove off and 2 fingers in the groove of it before Ish got the sheet down off the desk. It's the pin. The gauge on 2 is where it's been all quarter. The gauge is where it's been all quarter. Sel turned his hand over and put the pad of his thumb along the bright side and then along the dull side. And the dressing is polishing on one face and not the other, which it does when the pin is going over. Come and put your hand on it. Ish came and put her hand on it, gray knuckles down in the groove beside his, and did not agree with him, and said so for about 4 minutes. The plant was 12 meters of walk, with 4 doors off the outboard side of it, one to a chain, a desk at the far end with the round sheet clipped to it, and the pin store opposite the desk. In each bay there was a cradle, and a take-up, and a brake, and a set of load pins, and 2 telltales, and a port in the outboard face with nothing to look at through it. Nobody looked through it. The walk had a stair at one end that came down off the boundary dock, with a door at the head of it that took a code every hand on the throat side knew. And at the other end it gave on to the works passage, which was how the trolleys came in. 3 rounds a day, and the hours of them on the board at the stairhead. A copy of the hours went to the work side because the work side booked its own jobs against them, and a copy went to the checkers because the trolleys came through, and that was how it had been done since the plant went in. Between rounds, nobody stood the plant. There was nothing in there for a person to stand at. Then take it off load, Ishk said. A day. I'll have the pin out and the new one in and the cradle scaled while it's cold, and you'll get a proper job instead of a job done round the load. You won't get the notice. I'll ask for the notice. You'll ask the warden's office for a day off, too, on a pin that's going over and hasn't gone, and the warden's office will write back that the runs are booked against 2 this quarter, which they are, and that you can have the quarter shut down. Sel got his glove back on. Halden signed the last one herself. It came back in a day and a half, and it said the same thing the one before it said. Because you wrote the one before it. I did. Ish went along to 3 with the sheet and stopped at the door of 3 because the door of 3 had to be stopped at. The actuator on 3 had gone in the winter, and the part for it was on a list that a person could go and read at the work side if a person wanted to be made unhappy. Until the part came, 3 was on local operation. The key hung on the frame, and you turned it by hand, and the panel at the stairhead showed 3 shut whatever 3 actually was. Everybody on the round knew it. It was written on the round sheet in 3 places, because the man who kept the sheet before Ishk had believed in writing a thing down until it stopped being true. Somebody's going to walk past this and read that panel one day, Ishk said, turning the key. They'll walk past it and read the door. 3 was fine. 3 was always fine. The pin work on 3 had been done in the spring, and the cradle was dry, and the telltales sat where they sat. Sel put his initials against it and went along to 4, while Ishk started the descent list. And 4 was fine too, and 1 was fine. And the sheet came out of the round the way it came out of most rounds, which was with 2 lines on it. You can't have the day, he said at the desk. You can have the light day. The shallow line has no run booked on the light day, and 2 stands idle from the middle of it. Do the pin hot with the load where it is, and I'll come down and hold the cradle for you. Doing it hot is a worse job. It is a worse job. And you'll write it up as a worse job. I'll write it up as the job that was done. Sel signed the sheet and clipped it back. Last quarter they put the shallow run back 11 days for a scale out on 1. 11 days. There were 4 households out there waiting on a water plant that came apart in a crate at the transfer. And the run went back and back, and the office had a form for that as well. Ishk let out a breath through her nose and took the sheet down again and wrote light day against 2 in her own hand in the column that was not for that, because she wanted it to sit wrong on the page. "You owe me a night round," she said. "I know what I owe you. I'm not saying it to collect it. I'm saying it so it's in the room. It's in the room." Sel got his coat off the hook by the desk. "I've got the relay at the middle of the day." "Your sister." "My sister." "Then you'll come back cross," Ishk said, "and you'll be no use to me till the second bell, and I'll have done the descent list on my own." And she was already doing the descent list on her own before he had the door of the stair open. The relay office ran a counter and 4 desks behind a rail, and Sel had used the 3rd desk for 11 years for the reason that people use one desk for 11 years, which is that they used it once. The clerk on the counter gave him the window and the desk number and turned the sheet round for his mark. The window was 20 minutes. It had been half an hour when he first started booking them, and it had been 25 through most of last year. And the office gave what the board gave it and did not argue with anybody about the difference. Run came up 8 minutes into it, in the middle of a sentence, the way she always did, as though the 8 minutes had been her talking and the equipment had only just got round to carrying it. "So that's the second time, and don't tell me it's the crate, because I've had the crate here and I've had the lid off it, and I'll tell you what was in the crate." "Tell me what was in the crate." "Gasket stock, all of it gasket stock, right down to the bottom, and the stock's the wrong section anyway, and where are the cartridges?" "The cartridges went in with the stock." "The cartridges did not go in with the stock. The cartridges went on out past the shallows with somebody's roof glass, and I have that on the word of a man who was standing at the transfer when they broke the load down. And the sheet at this end says the delivery is complete and signed for." "Who signed it?" "That is the question I have been asking for 9 days, Rune said, with enormous satisfaction. "Nobody knows who signed it. There is a name on it. The name is not a person. I have had 2 people tell me it is probably a shift mark, and one tell me it is probably a man who died. And I said, then he has been busy." Sel put his elbow on the desk. "I'll send the cartridges again." "Don't send the cartridges again." "They need the cartridges." "They need the cartridges, and they are not getting them out of you twice, because the second lot will go the same road as the first lot, and then there'll be 4 sets of cartridges sitting on somebody's floor at the far end and none here. Send the man. Send me a man with a sheet who will stand at that transfer and watch them break the load down and put his own name on it, an actual name, a name with a face at the back of it. That's a checker. Then send a checker. I'll ask one. Ask one who counts. A noise at her end that was somebody else's business, and then not. Is she signed? Benchwork. She said the whole thing when I had her. She'd say the whole thing to you. Good, Run said. She should. I told her when she was 6 she'd be signed before her father learned to sit down, and she has held up her half of it. Now listen, because this is the part you'll forget. When you do send the cartridges, and you will, because you're you, put the small ones separate. Separate crate, separate sheet, separate everything. The green ones are... The desk went quiet in the middle of it. Sel said her name, and then said it again with the set pressed, and got back the flat carrier tone the third desk gave everybody. 4 minutes short of the 20. The board behind the counter had the basins column in the same gray it had been in twice that month, and the clerk was already reaching for the pad before he got to the rail, because they had done this often enough that the reaching came first and the asking came after. 2 days, she said. Earliest. There's a queue on that side. 2 days. Do you want the form? I want the form. The form asked what had failed and when and what the applicant believed the cause to be, and Sel wrote what he had written on it for 2 years, that the equipment at the far end of the shallow line had been past its service life since before Tel could walk, that it had been on the route office's own list for 2 years over the name of a man who had since been promoted, and that a window which came up 8 minutes late and dropped 4 minutes early was a window with a fault in it and not a window with bad luck in it. He did not shorten it because he had written it before. The clerk read it while he was still capping the pen, which he liked her for. "They'll write back that the service list is a route matter," she said. "They will." "It isn't a route matter." "No." Sel took his copy and folded it into his coat. 2 days. Den had a load half broken down on the throat side apron and a tally board on his knee, and the whole thing in the wrong order, which was not Den's doing, but was going to be Den's afternoon. 26 on the manifest, and there's 26 on the deck, he said, before Sel had properly stopped. That's the trouble. There's 26, so it clears, and I sign it, and the 26 on the deck are not the 26 on the paper. They're 26 of something, and 2 of them are somebody's tank fittings that have been going round this station since the spring like a bad coin. And if I open my mouth about it, I've got 4 hours of my life gone, and a man in an office telling me the Count agrees. Does the Count agree? The Count agrees beautifully. Den turned the board round so it could be admired. That's what I hate about it. Sel put the slip on the corner of the tally board with a thumb on it so the wind off the apron doors would not take it. Den looked at it the way he always looked at it. You didn't have to put that through. It was 3 weeks. It was a fee I'd have paid anyway to get the crate off my deck, and I've a family who eat, and so have you, and you've had a bad quarter with that relay. Den stopped and folded the slip once and put it in the flap pocket where he put things he was not going to argue about. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Did it get there? Half of it got there. The stock got there. The cartridges went on to another line with somebody's roof glass, and the sheet at the far end says the delivery is complete, and there is a name on the sheet that nobody at the far end can put a face to. Den set the board down on the crate. Say that again? There is a name on the sheet. No, I got it. Den had both hands up now, the left one with the ring finger sitting a little out of the line of the others. A name that isn't a person, on a delivery sheet, at a transfer. Somebody's got a stamp or a shift mark or an old man's name they use when the crate's already gone and the trolley's waiting, and they've used it so long the whole line stopped seeing it, and the sheet still clears, and every quarter somebody out there short a set of cartridges, and nobody can name the hand it went through. My sister wants a checker sent. Your sister's right. She said one who counts. Your sister's very right. Den picked the board back up. I can't go and stand at a transfer 2 roads out over a set of cartridges. They'd have my berth. But there's a man on the long runner rota who owes me a look at something, and I'll ask him what the sheet at that end even is. If it's a shift mark, it'll be a shift mark on every sheet they've written this year, and it'll take him 1 afternoon to prove it. Ask him. I'll ask him. Den was already writing it on the corner of the board, badly, with the board on his knee. Selena had a thing about your girl, by the way. Den had a load half broken down on the throat side apron and a tally board on his knee, and the whole thing in the wrong order, which was not Den's doing, but was going to be Den's afternoon. 26 on the manifest, and there's 26 on the deck, he said, before Sel had properly stopped. That's the trouble. There's 26, so it clears, and I sign it, and the 26 on the deck are not the 26 on the paper. They're 26 of something, and 2 of them are somebody's tank fittings that have been going round this station since the spring like a bad coin. And if I open my mouth about it, I've got 4 hours of my life gone, and a man in an office telling me the Count agrees. Does the Count agree? The Count agrees beautifully. Den turned the board round so it could be admired. That's what I hate about it. Sel put the slip on the corner of the tally board with a therm on it so the wind off the apron doors would not take it. Den looked at it the way he always looked at it. You didn't have to put that through. It was 3 weeks. It was a fee I'd have paid anyway to get the crate off my deck, and I've a family who eat, and so have you, and you've had a bad quarter with that relay. Den stopped and folded the slip once and put it in the flap pocket where he put things he was not going to argue about. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Did it get there? Half of it got there. The stock got there. The cartridges went on to another line with somebody's roof glass, and the sheet at the far end says the delivery is complete, and there is a name on the sheet that nobody at the far end can put a face to. Den set the board down on the crate. Say that again. There is a name on the sheet. No, I got it. Den had both hands up now, the left one with the ring finger sitting a little out of the line of the others. A name that isn't a person, on a delivery sheet, at a transfer. Somebody's got a stamp or a shift mark or an old man's name they use when the crate's already gone and the trolley's waiting, and they've used it so long the whole line stopped seeing it, and the sheet still clears, and every quarter somebody out there short a set of cartridges, and nobody can name the hand it went through. My sister wants a checker sent. Your sister's right. She said one who counts. Your sister's very right. Den picked the board back up. I can't go and stand at a transfer 2 roads out over a set of cartridges. They'd have my berth. But there's a man on the long runner rota who owes me a look at something, and I'll ask him what the sheet at that end even is. If it's a shift mark, it'll be a shift mark on every sheet they've written this year, and it'll take him 1 afternoon to prove it. Ask him. I'll ask him. Den was already writing it on the corner of the board, badly, with the board on his knee. Selena had a thing about your girl, by the way. What thing? She wants to know how long a person has to be at a bench before they let them do the thing with the wire. I said years. She said tell 16, and Tell does it in 4 seconds. And I said Tell's been doing it since she was small. And Sina said then she'd better start. And now there is a soldering iron in my quarters, and it is mine, and I did not buy it. Den scratched under his jaw with the pen. I've been carrying that all week, waiting for somebody to tell it to. Tell her 4 seconds is tell. That'll go down very well, Den said, and turned the tally board back over, and went along the line of 26 things to start on the 2 he already knew about. The stair up off the works passage had a shallow tread and a long run, and Sel went up it at the pace he went up it every day of the year. Tell was in before him, with her coat still on and the coat still buttoned, sitting on the arm of the chair. They turned the whole line back, she said, half past, everybody in the room. There was a man in there who'd come across from 9, and he'd been sat down 4 hours, and they gave him a card for tomorrow. Did you take a card? I took a card. The card came out of her pocket and went onto the board by the pot, face down. Did you get her? I got her. How long? 8 minutes. That's the good one then. That's a good one. She got the coat off at last and put it on the hook. Was she cross? She was extremely cross. About the delivery? About the delivery. Say it properly. So Sel said it properly, standing at the board with the pot going, and gave her the crate and the lid coming off it and the gasket stock all the way down and the wrong section and the cartridges gone off out past the shallows with a load of roof glass and the sheet that said complete and the name on the sheet that nobody could put a face to and the man who had probably died and had been busy since. Tell put her head back and laughed at the ceiling, once, loud, the way she did about twice a year. She's had that one saved, she said. She's been sitting out there for 9 days waiting for somebody to say who signed it so she could do the dead man. She has. Was that the end of it, or did it go? It went, 4 minutes early. On the equipment again. On the equipment again. Sel got the copy of the form out of his coat and put it in the press with the others, which made a stack now that had to be squared with 2 hands. I've a window in 2 days. You can have it. I don't want your window. I'll get my own. Mine's the 19th. Tell came and took the pot off before it caught because he had walked away from it, which he did. She'll only ask me if I'm signed. Then tell her you're signed. I'm signed for bench work. Tell her you're signed for bench work and let her make it into the whole thing herself. She'll do it in one move and she'll be pleased with herself for the rest of the window. They ate, and after they had eaten, Sel got the lamp down off the wall bracket and put it on the board on its side, because the arm had been dropping for a month and he had walked under it every one of those mornings. Tell held the head of it while he backed the pivot bolt out. It's the washer, she said. It's the washer. There's a stack of them in the bench drawer at Lotte's. I could have brought one up any night this month if you'd said. I'm saying now. You're not saying now, you're doing it now with a washer out of the tin, which is a different thing. She turned the head so the pivot came round to him. That's the wrong tin. It's the tin I have. It'll go again. Then I'll do it again, Sel said, and set the washer, and ran the bolt down until the arm would stand where it was put. And Tell let go of the head, and it stayed where she left it, and she moved it twice more to be sure, and left it standing out over the board where she would want it in the morning. Chapter 5. Told by a Person. And I have the letter. I'm not disputing the letter. A letter comes off a machine at the post, and I've come up the corridor to be told it by a person. Then you'll be told it by a person, and it'll be the same. Halden had the file open on the counter with one hand flat on the sheets beside it. Ravin, bring her the stool from under the reader, and sit or stand as you like, but don't stand because you think standing hurries me. It has never once. Vandra took the stool and did not sit on it for a while, and then sat on it. The middle room ran cold from the second bulkhead in because nothing on this side of the station was heated past what the work wanted. At the far wall, Tuma had the smaller press going with the guard up and was calling a figure across the room every few minutes to somebody behind the racks and getting it back and writing it down. The long counter had the morning's post on it in 2 heaps and the file open flat in the middle. Start at the top and go in your own order, Halden said. I'll tell you as you go which of it is a matter for this office, or you'll spend an hour on the part I can't help you with. Evo is 14. I have the age. Then you have the rest of it, and you've had it since the 8th. Vandra had her hands in her coat pockets and took them out. There was a determination made on him 3 years ago at the registrar's counter, because he came ashore with nothing on paper, and his mother did not. Material went in as evidence. Some of it is yours. Plates, the interval off his wrist, 2 statements taken up here. Some of it is a page out of a hall book at the far end with his mother's hand on it, and that's what I want, and I don't want it for a reason anybody would put on a form. He's started asking. I've been answering him out of my head for a year, and I'm running out of it. Halden turned the top sheet of the file over and left it turned. Ravin, read her the section. Ravin had the counter book at her elbow and the act stock in the tray under it, and did not have to go looking for the page. Where a determination has been made under this act, the person determined, or a guardian on behalf of a person under age, may apply for restriction of derivative copies of material published in evidence and of civil use material held on the determination. Again from derivative. derivative copies of material published in evidence and of civil use material held on the determination. That's 3 classes, and everything you've asked me for is inside them, Halden said. The page is material published in evidence. The plates and the interval are civil use material held on the determination, because they went to the counter and the counter kept a set. Any run either of us has taken off any of it since is a derivative copy. Nothing in your ask sits outside those 3 lines. I went through it again at the first bell in case there was. And it shut. It was shut on application in the year after the determination by the man who answered for the boy then. He was entitled to make it, and he made it, and the office granted it in the form he asked for. He is dead. I know he's dead. That's why you're at this counter and not him. Halden put 2 fingers on the foot of the sheet and left them there. Now the part a letter won't carry. His application didn't put that material in my keeping to do as I like with. It made a right, and the right is the boy's, and I hold the material as the person who keeps it, not the person who owns it. I could take it off the holding this morning and nobody in this building would stop me. And the first person with a lawyer takes it back off me inside a fortnight, and then it comes off everything under it. I'm his guardian. It says guardian in the section. You just had it read to me. It says a guardian may apply for restriction. It does not say a guardian may apply for anything else. Halden did not move her hand. You're not the first person to put that to me, and you're putting it better than most. The drafters gave a guardian the power to shut it, and they gave nobody at all the power to open it except the person it's about. Whether they meant that, I can't tell you. It's what the section does. Vondra sat with that. Then he asks in his own name at 17 from wherever he's standing that day, and this office answers him, and does not ask you first, and does not tell you he asked. Halden said all of it without hurrying any part of it. That's not a form of words. If he's on a hull that morning, he sends it off the hull, and it's good. 3 years. 3 years. He's 14 and he's asking now, and in 3 years he'll have made something up that fits, and be living in it, and then the page comes out and it's a page. Vondra had gone red along the jaw and did not do anything else about it. You know that. You have children through here every week of the year. I have. And it doesn't change the section, Halden said. If you want the section changed, the chamber wrote it, and the chamber can write it again. And there's a review bench 4 years old that's had a paper about this office every quarter since it sat. Put it in with the boy's age at the head of it and no name under it. It's a real road, and it's slow, and I'm not offering it to get you off my counter. At the far wall the smaller press stopped, and Tuma put the guard up and went along to the other one, and the room got quieter by that much. Rav came round the end of the counter with a slip in her hand. The node call is up. They've had it booked since the 9th. Then they can have it. Halden went down to the desk end of the counter and stood at it rather than sitting, and the call came through at the hour it had been booked for. It always did. Warden, Delisle, Liaison Section. Thank you for the time. I know the hour's awkward at your end. It is the hour you booked. It is. A small pause with nothing in it. There was no distance in the sound at all. 2 things, and neither is a problem. The first is a courtesy. We're compiling a planning annex on the throat approaches, and it would help us to have your route material on the outer positions. The passes themselves, not the findings. Whatever form is easiest for your office. No. I'm sorry? No. You may have the findings and the cost records, which are published, and Ron will send you the references this afternoon, and you will have them before the end of your day, which is more than I can say for anything you send me. Halden had her knuckles on the desk. The passes stay in this building. May I ask the ground? You may. It is mine. I hold root material because somebody has to hold it, and the parties agreed it would be this office. And I do not put positions out of this building to anybody who is compiling anything. Not to you, not to the concession, not to a woman standing at that counter this morning with a better reason than yours. Warden, with respect, we're not proposing to use it. You are proposing to have it. Having it is the part I am refusing. Another pause, and this one had something in it. I'll refer it, Delisle said pleasantly. I should say it may come back to you at a level above me. It may. It will take 4 months to come back at a level above you, and the answer will be the same, and I will still be here. Halden straightened up off her knuckles. You said 2 things. The second was a certification date for an Earth-flagged hull's departure window, and it was a real question with a real answer, and it took under a minute. Delisle thanked her twice and went off the node. Tuma called a figure across the room and got it back. Halden went up the counter to the file. That was a government. I gathered. Then you know I can hand root material out and choose not to, and you can work out from that what I'm about to do to you. Halden turned the file round so it faced Vandra and put her finger on the second sheet of it. This one. You wrote it on a form, and the form flattened it. Say it to me the way you'd say it at your own table. Vandra took a breath through her nose. A man on the throat post told me the office keeps the passes, the surveys off the runs, the positions, and what the instruments got at them. The hull Ivo came in on was working a line out past the far side, and his mother was on it, and she is somewhere out there. Not a grave, I know there's no grave, a position. I want to be able to put my hand somewhere on a chart and tell him that's where, and have it be true, because at the moment I say out there and I wave, and he's 14 and he's stopped taking the wave. That's the second thing. Then I'll tell you the difference between the two of them, and I'd take it in. Halden had both hands flat on the counter now. The first one's shut, and I'm shut out of it with you. I'm standing on your side of that door, and I can't open it either. This second one's mine. There's no application over it, no subject with a right in it, no instrument, nothing. I could put the pass under the reader and let you look at the position, and I wouldn't be breaking one line of anything, and nobody in this building or that chamber could ask me a question about it afterwards. Then do it. No. Vandra was off the stool. Why? Because positions travel further than the people who take them. Somebody's instrument got it on one day, and the day's gone, and it reads on the sheet exactly like a place a hull could go to, and that is what people do with them. Halden had not taken her hands off the counter. 2 years ago, a position went out of this office inside the annex of a published cost record. It was clerical, and it was mine, because the annex went out over my hand. A man read it, hired a lighter off the throat, and went. Joint Security had a hull out for 2 days, and I had the 2 days. He was somebody's brother, and he had a better reason than either of us has this morning. I'm not going anywhere. I don't have a hull. I work the second growth hull, and I have a boy in a bench school. I know. I'm not refusing you because of you. Halden let that stand where it was. I do not put positions out of this building. That's mine. And I keep it against a government at the top of the hour and against you at 1/4 past. And if I made an exception for the person in front of me who deserved it, I'd have made it for the man with the lighter, because he deserved it too. And then I'd have a rule I only apply to people I've taken against. You could be wrong. I could be wrong. I've been wrong at this counter. Halden took her hands off the counter. You may be right, and I'm not moved. And there's nobody standing over me who can take this one off me. And that's the part you should be angriest about. If you are, you can have it in writing. Raven will give you the reference, the date, and the hour, what was asked, what I refused, and that I refused it on my own judgment. And who do I take that to? The same review bench, different paper. Vondra stood at the counter for a while with her hands on the edge of it. He's 17 in the spring after next, she said. Then that's when he asks. Rav had the access book turned round already and was going back through it for the last entry of the same class, and she went back a long way, past the quarter's certifications, past a run of clean pages, past a survey party's fortnight, before she found one to rule her line under. The entry went down at her own pace, the date, the hour, the two things asked for, the section on the first, and on the second the words refused on the warden's own judgment, no instrument engaged, and Halden read it over her shoulder and said yes to all of it and no to one word, and Rav changed the word. The slip went across the counter with the reference on it and the hour under the reference. Vondra put it in the inside of her coat, flat, without folding it, and got her collar up and stopped at the end of the counter. The page is still there, she said. Nothing has come off it, nothing has been written over, and nothing has been destroyed, and nobody on this station can do either of those to it, including me. It is upstairs in this building, and it will be upstairs in this building in 3 years. Right, Vondra said, and went out, and the outer door came to behind her, and Tuma called a figure across the room and got it back. Sesk came up the corridor about a quarter of an hour later with the docket case under his arm and had to stoop at the outer door the way he had stooped at it for 16 years. 2 continuity findings, both of them dock intake, neither of them contested, and I want a date I can put on a board where people can read it. Rav. The 29th, Rav said without looking up from the book. That is a fortnight. That is a fortnight. Last year it was 9 days. Last year the warden wasn't doing the quarters certifications in the same fortnight, and this year she is. Rav blotted the entry with the side of her thumb. Sesk took the 29th and put both applications on the counter squared to each other, and signed the receipts with the stylus between the lower thumb and the first 2 fingers, and Halden entered the numbers against his name in her own book while he did it. Neither of them mentioned the morning. The Q, Halden said at the end of it. There is one counter. There has been one counter for 4 years, and there is a paper in the chamber about it that has been in the chamber for 2 of them. Sesk got the case shut. I do not raise it any more. I raise the fortnight. Sesk went, and the outer door came to, and Rav brought the list over from the reader bench and stood inside the gangway with it. 6 on the unclosed. I'll take them in order. Take them. 1. Tuma's press part came in on the trolley this morning, and it's the wrong part, and the work side have written to say it's the right part. Raven blotted the entry with the side of her thumb. Sesk took the 29th and put both applications on the counter squared to each other, and signed the receipts with the stylus between the lower thumb and the first 2 fingers, and Halden entered the numbers against his name in her own book while he did it. Neither of them mentioned the morning. The Q, Halden said at the end of it. There is one counter. There has been one counter for 4 years, and there is a paper in the chamber about it that has been in the chamber for 2 of them. Sesk got the case shut. I do not raise it any more. I raise the fortnight. Sesk went, and the outer door came to, and Raven brought the list over from the reader bench and stood inside the gangway with it. 6 on the unclosed. I'll take them in order. Take them. 1. Tuma's press part came in on the trolley this morning, and it's the wrong part, and the work side have written to say it's the right part. Chapter 6. Last Year's Marks. The marker had been out 14 months, and its strobe was still going, one white flash every 4 seconds in a field that did not blink at all. And Wells had the optics on it from 100 kilometers out and kept them there the whole way in. 14 months. A printed drum with a battery in it, and a face the works office costed at nothing, sitting exactly where she had put it off the stern of this boat, doing the one thing it was for. "Grapple in 9, Cajola said from the ranging board. "Do you want it aboard, or read where it is?" "Aboard." "You always wanted aboard." "I always wanted aboard." Wells came off the optics and got her coat sleeves pushed back. "Read where it is gives me a number off an instrument that's been arguing with itself since the 6th hour. Aboard gives me a drum." They took it on the port side with the lamp up, and the winch hand had it in the bay, and the bay repressed inside the quarter hour. And Wells went down and pulled a glove before the frost was properly off it. Bright when it went out. Chalk now, all across the printed face, and the numbering worn to a gray ghost on the sunward third, and the whole drum pitted fine enough that a bare palm read it as cloth. Wells left her hand flat on the top of it while the counter came up. The clock had come home 11 hours proud of the boats. 11, Cajola said, writing. "Last year's off this mark was under 2. Under 2, I've got it as 1.5 in the book." 1.5. Cajola wrote that as well in the second column, where they wrote the thing they were comparing against so that nobody downstream had to go and find it. "Do you want the model run on it?" "No. The model wants 20 passes, and we've got 5. Wells gloved up and put the drum in the rack beside the fresh ones, and the fresh one stood up bright and stupid next to it. "Write the 2 numbers and let them sit next to each other. They'll want a cause on the sheet. They'll want a cause, and they'll get not established, the same as they got last year and the same as the year before that." Wells got the bay light off with the flat of her hand because the switch had never worked with a finger. Last year's report went in on the 9th and came back on the 11th, with one line on it saying received. 2 days. I've had longer arguments about a store's requisition. The shallow line came off the basin's edge in 9 marks, and Wells had cut it herself and had recut 2 of the 9 on last year's pass, and been annoyed about it for a fortnight. Today it was 5. The outer pair leaned 1.1 this time last year, on a good day, and had been steady enough to fly. The sweeps this morning ran 2.4, then 2.6, then 3.1, and the fourth came in at 2.9, which was the only mildly interesting thing in the whole set, because a figure that goes up and up and up is a figure somebody can put a line through, and a figure that goes up and then down is not. Wells laid the 4 out on the plot and drew nothing between them. Wells did the ranging on 3 of the marks with the graticule and a pencil, on the back of a stowage card, because the boards were going to be argued with and the pencil was not. Silva had made her learn it on a survey boat with 3 working boards 20-odd years ago, on the grounds that a board could lie and a hull's beam could not. And she had been faintly insulted by it at the time and had used it in every hard hour of her working life since. The pencil put Mark III 800 kilometers off the road. The boards put it at 600 and at 1100, and one of them offered her error bars a hauler could have berthed in. 3's off, 5's off, 6 is a long way off, 7 and 8 want moving together or not at all, she said. That's 5. We've a crate for 4. We've a crate for 4. Cajola had the return file open on the slate with the day's blocks half-keyed. And Rootside sent the reconciliation back again. Same list? Same list. The 29 pass still carries 4 closed moments open, and they want them discharged or carried. And there's nobody at that desk who is going to discharge anything, so we carry them. It's the 5th year. Cajola keyed the 4 across without reading them, at the speed of somebody keying a thing they have keyed 40 times. It makes the file look like we can't count. Carry them, same as last year, and put the crate short on the sheet while you've got it open, 4 markers down on what the work side thinks we're holding, and I want that in writing before somebody asks me why the line's got a hole in it. They'll write back that markers are a stores matter. They will. Vale had the short count washers out on the lid of the chart locker with the 2 hands off the deck watch, and had taken 11 brass off them since the forenoon, and was not being gracious about it. Declare. Short 2. You are short 4. Vale did not turn the man's hand over. He waited, with his own hands flat on the locker lid either side of the pile, until the man turned it over himself. And there were 4. Every time you are cold, you declare 2. Be cold at some other number. That's not the game. That is the entire game. Vale swept the 4 across and stacked them, and squared the stack, which he did between every hand, and which the deck watch had stopped remarking on in the first week. Wells, your locker lid is not level. It's been not level for 6 years. Then, in 6 years, nobody has put a washer on it and watched what the washer did. Wells put the 2 sheets down in the clear space beside the pile, last year's cut, and this morning's, and got out of the way of her own light. Which do I do first? Vale read them the way he read anything, which was fast, and once, 5, then 3, then 7 and 8 in the one pass, and do not stop between them. 6 last. 6 is the worst of them. 6 is the worst of them, and it will be the worst of them at the end of the day as well. He put a washer on the sheet corner to hold it flat. Do the cheap ones while the boat is fresh. Do the dear one while the boat is tired, and you will do it badly. Do the dear one first, and you will do the other 4 badly, and there are 4 of them. How did you know 6? You told me. I did not tell you. I gave you 2 sheets with 9 marks on them, and neither of them says which is worst. Then I read very well, Vale said, and dealt. Wells stood there a second longer with her hand on the corner of the locker, on the strength of about the 400th time she had lost that particular exchange, and went off up the ladder grinning. They cut 5 and 3 before the second bell, and Wells flew both of them herself, and dropped the new drums off the stern with the crate rattling down to its last 2, and the strobes came up behind the boat one at a time, and stayed up. At the 4th mark, Wells stood at the forward pane, with the boat quiet under her, and out through it the basin was what it had been every hour of every pass she had ever flown, at its edge, ordinary dark, ordinary stars, nothing to point at, no edge anywhere. Somewhere down the length of that line was a settlement with a water plant in it, and a pump that had wanted a seal for a year, and she had been down there once, a long time ago now, on a road that took 4 days and a booking. There had been a floor with a woven mat over the plate, and a chair too low for her knees, and a hot drink she could not identify and drank all of and was given more of, and an old woman who had made her say the word for pump 11 times and had not once let it go. Second bell, Cajola said. Do we take 7 and 8, or do we go home? How's the light day looking? Booked out. The relay office has the basin side down to 20 minutes now, so everything anybody wants to say is stacked into the mornings, and they'll have us waiting on a slot behind 40 people saying good morning to their sisters. It was half an hour. It was half an hour when I came on. It'll be a quarter of 1 by the time I'm off. Cajola shut the slate. 7 and 8 then, or the crate goes back with 2 drums in it, and I have to explain that as well. They took 7 and 8 in the one pass and did not stop between them. Tyrrell came up on the boat's link at the hour they had agreed. Wells had been waiting on it since the meal and had spent the wait eating cold fish out of the tin with the paper open beside her, because the paper was 7 months old and she knew every line of it and had nothing left to do to it. You've read it. Twice. The second time with the works office's rates beside it, which you didn't have. Terrell had it in front of him. The sound of a page going over came down the link ahead of him. Your fitting out figure is low. It's their figure. It's their figure for a plate on a hull that stays inside the rings. Yours goes past the boundary, so it's a wound rating, and a wound rating is a different sheet. Take your number and add half and you're closer. And I'd rather you got that from me than from the first person you take it to who wants to say no to you and doesn't want to say why. Wells put the tin down. So it's more than I said? It's more than you said, and it doesn't matter what it is, and I'll tell you that part straight as well. There's no line, not a small line, not a contingency, not a thing anybody's holding back for a rainy quarter. The whole capital side is committed to the quarter after next, and it went to the chamber on the 8th, and it's on a board at the works office and at both sector offices. And you can go and read it the way anybody reads it. Then let me have the argument once, and you can put it in your own words afterwards, because the way I've written it is 7 months old, and I've stopped being able to say it. Wells got the paper round the right way and did not look at it. The office is a building. It is a very good building, and Halden runs it better than anybody has ever run it, and it does not move. Everything it is supposed to authenticate is out past the boundary. So something out there goes wrong and it stops answering. And we find out because a woman in the relay office has an empty column on a board, and then we book a chain and cut a road and go and look. And by then the thing we went to look at is 4 months older than the last thing anybody knew about it. Put the office on a boat and it is where the thing is when the thing happens. That's all it is. I know. It's a good paper, and that's what it says, and I agree with it. A pause with a page in it. You know what's on the allocation. 6C's boundary test. Ring 4's washdown main. 7B's doors. Wells had the list off by heart and did not enjoy having it. And the sump in the voids that's been deferred twice and has just got a date against it. That's 4 of them, and there are 9. Nothing sharp in it anywhere. If you want a hull inside the year, that's the conversation. You tell me which one comes off, and I'll take it up the same afternoon, and I'll take it up properly, because your paper deserves better than a clerk sitting on it. Name one. Wells sat with the fish going cold in front of her. The lines off the basin's edge sat in her head the way the shallow lines 9 marks did, the ones her survey had cut, the ones nobody had cut since the founding years, the 2 she had put up for a pass 3 quarters running and had taken off her own schedule twice because the boat could not be in 2 places. There was a woman on the second window of the relay office who had been putting the same fault form through for 2 years. There were 4 figures off this morning that had not settled. None of it was a name on a sheet with a gang against it. I can't. No. That's not me being noble about it. I've been at this 7 months, and I've had 4 goes at working out what I'd cut, and every time I get to the end of it, I'm taking a washdown main off a ring with children on it. Wells pushed the tin an inch away from her. I want the boat. The link carried that for a second. That's not an argument, she said. I know it isn't. I've said it now. You have. Terrell let it go by without doing anything to it. And I'll tell you the part that isn't money, because you'll get it off the works office in a month anyway, and you may as well have it tonight. There's one gang on this station that can plate a hull to a wound rating. One. It's on 6C's face till the quarter after next, and it's the same gang for everything anybody's ever going to ask for. And when the money turns up, and it will turn up, they always find it in the end for something that's been asked for 4 years. You will still be behind 6C. Then I'll take a hull with a worse plate on it. No, you won't. No, Wells said. I won't. Right. A pen going down. I'll keep it live and retable it at the quarter, and I'll mean it, and it will come back the same, and I'd rather say that to you than have you wait on it and find out in the spring. Say the reason once more so I've got it in your words. I have to write this up for the warden's office, and I'd rather not put my own gloss on it. There's no budget for it this year, and there's no gang for it next year, and nobody has decided anything against you. Terrell said it at dictation speed. Is it bad out there? Nobody in this office has been past the boundary. The outer pair's leaning 3 where it leaned 1 this time last year, and the drum I lifted this morning came home 11 hours proud of my boat, and last year's off the same mark came home under 2. Is that bad? It's worse than last year. Then put it in the file, Terrell said, and put the 2 numbers next to each other so the next person doesn't have to go looking for the old one, and I'll have your paper on the quarter schedule with a reference on it. Is there anything on this call I can actually do for you? 4 printed markers. 4 printed markers I can do. Wells wrote the day up standing at the small board with the sheets under her elbow. 5 marks cut of 9, 7 and 8 in the one pass, the outer pair at 2.4, 2.6, 3.1, and 2.9, and not settling. The recovered drum at 11 hours against last year's 1.5. Both figures in the second column where the old one sat beside the new one, and keyed the lodgment to the route desk with the day's blocks under it, and the 4 carried forward at the head where they had been for 5 years, and closed the board. Then she went down to the bay and racked the recovered drum with the others, and got the crate open, and counted what was left in it with her hand, twice, because the light in the bay was bad, and had been bad for 6 years, and was on a list. Chapter 7. The Quarters Furniture. That's 9. That's 9 closers. That's 9. You said 9, and it's 9, and I've had them written down since the 3rd. Cray had the book open on the walk rail with her thumb in the page, and the 9 on it in her own hand with the dates and the stretches against them, because she had started keeping them the week after he said it and had not told him. Renko took the book off her and read it standing up, at the pace he read everything. You've put 6A down twice. That was 2 closers. That was 2 closers on the one door, and it's one door. He turned the leaf back and looked at the other side of it, which had nothing on it. 8. Then this morning's 9. Then this morning's 9. Renko shut the book on his finger. Down at the far end of the walk, the other 2 hands had the second ladder half on the trolley and were arguing about which way round the trolley went, which they did every day. So sign it. I'm going to sign it. Cray had the rest of her argument behind her teeth with nowhere to put it, and stood with her mouth shut on it while Renko got the gang sheet out of his coat and flat on the rail with the book under it for a board. What he wrote took longer than it should have, and he read it back to himself before he lifted the pen. Then he turned it round. Closers, door furniture, frames, ring walks. That's the furniture. That's the furniture. I did the union above the second landing, in 11 minutes. You've got the collar in your coat still. It's been in your coat since the 1st. It has. Renko put the pen away. And when I've watched you do 9 unions, I'll put unions on it. You've watched me do a live stretch. I've watched you do a live stretch with me 4 feet off and my name on the paper. He blotted it with the heel of his hand and folded it. This one's yours. There'll be a sheet in the works office with your name against a closer, and if it comes down on somebody in the night, it comes down with your name under it and not mine. Tell's signed for bench work. Then you're both signed, Renko said, and got the sheet into his coat and the book back into her hands and went off down the walk towards the trolley without waiting to see whether she came. Cray came. What's the afternoon? 7B, doors. Renko took the near end of the trolley off the hand who had it and turned it the way it went. Came off the allocation on the 8th, the office sat on it 3 weeks, told us Thursday. Quarters furniture on the block line. Notices, brackets, lamps, seal wires. The work I've just put your name against. So put your face straight before we get there. My face is straight. Your face is doing the thing your mother's does. The 7B inboard walk was wider than Ring 6's and had never been narrowed, and it ran flat and unbroken from the landing to the turn at the plant face, with the sector's own notice frames along it at intervals, and something behind the glass in every one of them. The block door stood where it always stood, back in its pocket, with a fire notice on the frame gone pale at the top corner, and a lamp bracket over it, and somebody's line of washing on the bracket. Tuazin was at the frame with his coat open and a card in his hand, and had been there since before the gang came round the turn. "You're the furniture." "We're the furniture," Renko said. "Then you'll want the hour, and you've got it. Booked from now to the 6th. It's been on the board since the quarter, and there's a copy at the sector office and one at the plant face. Anybody tells you he wasn't told, he was told." Tuazin put the card back on the frame in its clip. There were 2 cards in the clip, and the top one had the hours on it, and the bottom one had 2 names, one under the other, in different hands. "Who's on the wire?" "She is." Tuazin looked at Cray, and then at her hands. "Right," he said. "Come and I'll open you the pocket." The pocket cover was a plain plate down the 7C face of the frame with a cranked handle behind it, and a lock through the crank. And Cray had her fingers on the edge of it before she was properly through the doorway, and it did not move, and it did not move the second time either. "It's locked." "It's locked." "Why's it locked?" "Because it's mine," Tuazin said, without any particular weight on it, and came through and got the key off the ring on his belt, and put it in and turned it, and took the cover off, and stood it against the frame. "Grease is in the tin. Don't put it on the rack, put it on the pinion. The rack's meant to be dry, and don't wind it." "I wasn't going to wind it." "Everybody's going to wind it." The gear behind the cover was a rack and a pinion and a crank a bit longer than her forearm, and it was clean, and it had been greased at the quarter before and the quarter before that. Cray got the tin open and did the pinion with 2 fingers, while Tuazin stood at the frame with his hands in his coat and did not go away. Renko had gone up the ladder to the lamp bracket with the washing over his shoulder. "Whose is this?" "Mine." "It's on the bracket." "It's been on the bracket 6 years." "It'll be on the bracket at the quarter as well then," Renko said, and hung it back where it had been when he had done the cell, and came down. Cray put the lid on the tin and came back out through the doorway onto the 7B side, and Tuazin put the cover back on and locked it, and put the key back on the ring, and did all of that before he did anything else. "The gear's that side," Cray said. "The gear's that side. So it opens from that side?" "It opens from my side." Tuazin got the card out of the clip again and turned it over and had a look at the back of it for no reason Cray could work out. "It shuts from either. There's a trip on both faces, and any fool can hit a trip. Shutting's the easy half. Opening it is me at the frame with the key by hand." "And if you're not here?" "Then it's Adisa, and Adisa's on the card under my name. And if you come down here one day and there's a name on that card that's neither of us, then somebody at the sector office hasn't done the board, and you go and tell them so, and they'll be very grateful." Tuazin put the card back. "The landing door's Adisa's own, and it's handed the other way. Opens off the 7A side. Kiwa's got the 2 at the plant face, and they're both handed in. There's a board at the sector office with all 4 drawn on it, and it draws them all the same way round, and it has done since the doors went in, and I have stopped saying anything about it. The jack plate was on the 7B face, down at knee height, a cover the size of a hand with a wire through 2 lugs and a lead tag on the wire with the quarters stamped in it. Cray got down on her heels in front of it with the cutters. Why's this side? Because the gear's the other side. So if it's shut and I'm this side of it, then you take that cover off and you put a bar in the point behind it and you wind the leaf back by hand, and it takes what it takes. There's a mark cut in the bar. When the mark comes level with the frame, the leaf's clear and a person can get through. Toison watched her cut the wire and did not offer to do any of it. And then you haven't got a door anymore. You've got a leaf lying off its seat in a pocket it doesn't fit, and the boundary's gone, and it stays gone until a gang's been at it with a hold on both sides and somebody's put their name to it. How long's that? Ask him. He's the gang. There isn't a gang, Renko said, from the notice frame, with the old fire notice off and the new one in his hand, and the two of them up together to see which way round the print went. That's the answer to it. There's a gang for the 4 rings, and there's a gang for the faces, and both are booked through the quarter and into the next, so if that door goes off its seat on a Tuesday, it's off its seat on the Thursday and the Thursday after. And 7B has a block line with a hole in it, and the office has a form. Cray had the point open. It was a socket, square, cut into the frame casting, dry and clean and with nothing in it, and she put her thumb in it because it was there. Has it been used? Not on mine. Toison leaned in and had his look at the point, which was the reason he had come and stood there. Every quarter, your lot cut that wire, and I look in the hole, and you wire it back up and tag it. Cray wired it back up and tagged it, and put the tag the right way out, and Toison looked at that too. Now the cycle, Renko said. Now the cycle. Toison took his hands out of his coat. You'll want to be this side or that side, and not in the middle of it, and you'll want to make your mind up now. Cray took the 7B side because the indicator was on the 7B side and somebody had to stand at it, and Toison went back through to his own face and got the cover off and the crank out. Right, out. The leaf came out of the pocket at the speed a hand can turn a crank, which was not fast, and it came out with a sound like a barrow being pushed on plate, and the walk got narrower and then narrow, and then it was a wall. And the indicator by Cray's shoulder went over to the color it went to when the two sides did not agree. Renko had his hand flat on the leaf at the seat going along it. Seat's good. Seat's always good, Toison said from the other side of it, with the leaf taking the edge off him. Seat's good this quarter. Cray stood at the indicator with the book open on her arm and wrote what she was there to write, and the walk on her side had people standing on it who had been walking a minute before. One lot with a barrow, all of them stopped where they were, and none of them saying anything about it. Back. The leaf went back into the pocket, and the walk was a walk again, and the indicator went out, and the barrow came through the doorway without anybody looking at any of it, and went off towards the landing. 2 minutes and a bit, Renko said. Write it as under the 3. Cray wrote it as under the 3. And that's why it's an hour, Renko said, coming to the frame with the old notice folded in half, and why it's this hour, and you can have this once. 7B's returns run through the face. They were cut in when the face was on the near side of them, and they've never been anything else. Shut this line, and 7B is breathing what's in 7B, and what's in 7B is short, and it's short before the shift's out. Then it starts asking 8A, and 8A's a ring boundary, and a ring boundary is not a door. A ring boundary is an afternoon. So you wouldn't shut it. Not for a thing you could do at the 6th. Toison came back round through the doorway with the crank in his hand and the cover under his arm, and put the cover on and locked it before he said anything, again in the same order. And there's the other half, he said, which nobody at that office has put on a sheet. I don't do it at the 4th. At the 4th, I've the 8A shift coming down this walk to get home, and better than half of them are 7C on the roll and sleep the far side of this frame. And I've the plant face turning out the other way at the same hour with a good number of 8A's own in it. So at the 4th, there's 2 lots of people crossing this line in opposite directions to get to their own beds, and if they come round that turn and the indicator's up, they'll stop. Every time. They stop where they are and wait, and they're right to, and then I've got them standing in a walk instead of in their doors. You'd tell them. I'd tell the ones in front of me. Somebody came up through the service hatch at the turn, which took a while, and got the cover down flat with her boot and stood on the walk knocking her gloves out against her leg. Gray to the elbow and gray down one side of her face. Tuazon. Milek. Is that hole of yours going to be shut at the 6th? Because I've got 2 of mine on the far side of it doing the sump, and if it's shut, they come out at the landing and walk the long way round, and they're on somebody else's roll for the hour, and I get told about it. It's not shut. It's had its 2 minutes. Good. Milek got the gloves back on. Because they're on my count, and they're under your walk, and they're on nobody's air. And every quarter I say that to a man with a sheet, and it's the same sheet. I wouldn't know about the sheet, Tuazon said. No, Milek said, not unkindly, and went off up the walk towards the landing at the pace of somebody who had been on shift a long time already. Cray got the book squared under her arm. That's the member for the voids. That's the member for the voids, Renko said. She's on shift. She's on the 4 to 12. Bring the trolley. There's 3 more of these before the 6th, and Kiwa's are down at the face. And Kiwa wants his hand on his own frame the same as this one, and he'll want it at the exact minute he said, and not a minute either way. The apprentice bay had the far bench full for once because somebody's gang had knocked off early and come in to be somewhere, and there was an argument at the drawer end that had got away from whatever started it. They do them from the sector office, Bell said. There's a board. It's got all the doors on it, and they press it and the doors go. The board's a picture of the doors. Vesh had her boots on the drawers and did not get up. It's a picture, Bell. It's a man drawing you a picture of your own door, and you telling me the picture shuts it. Then what's it for? It's for the office to look at. That's stupid. It is stupid, Vesh said. It's still what it is. Cray got her coat off and up on the bench with her boots on the rail and put her hand up flat when Bell turned round to get her on his side. It's a crank and a key and a man standing at the frame. How would you know? Because I did the furniture on 4 of them this afternoon, and the man stood at the frame the whole time and wouldn't let me wind it. Bell took it away down the bench, unconvinced, and would be back with it. Vesh put her head against the drawers and shut her eyes. Tell had the far end of the bench, with the lamp pulled over on its arm, and nothing under it. The iron was in the stand, and the stand was cold, and the spool was on the bench beside her elbow, and had been on the bench beside her elbow when Cray came in. And Tell had one thumb inside the coil of it, and was not winding it. 4 days, that had been. 4 days of the far end of the bench, and Tell answering when she was asked something, and not otherwise. And Cray had let all 4 go past without saying anything, because the first day it was nothing, and the second day asking would have made it a thing. Cray came down the bench and sat on the drawers next to the lamp. Bell thinks there's a board. I know. He's had it off his cousin. He hasn't, Tell said. His cousin's on Earth. There's no doors on Earth. That was about the length of it, and then it stopped, and Tell turned the spool over once in her fingers. The relay's been out 11 days, she said. I can't get her. The bay carried on down at the drawer end, and somebody dropped a tray of something and said what people say. 11 days is nothing on that line, Cray said. Your dad's had a foreman on that equipment for 2 years. My mum says it. It's the equipment. It's been the equipment since the winter. It's not. Tell did not say anything. And I'm signed now, for furniture. There's a relay office, and it's got desks and a counter, and the counter's got furniture on it, and somebody does that furniture on a round. And I could ask Renko whose round it is. He knows every gang on this side. I could ask him tomorrow, and then at least you'd have a name to go at instead of a form. Tell wound the wire back onto the spool with her thumb inside the coil, 3 turns, 4, and got the end of it tucked. Right, she said. I'm saying I could look at it. I know what you're saying. Tell put the spool in her pocket and pushed the lamp arm back where it lived and got her coat off the hook by the drawers. I've a window at the second, she said. Mine, not his. I've had it a week. Do you want— No, Tell said, and went out past the drawer end, and Belle said something to her on the way that she answered without stopping, and then the door. Cray sat on the drawers with her boot against the bench leg. Down at the other end, Vesh had the good iron out and a tray of instrument heads in front of her, and was going through them against a list, because Saraf's boy had gone on to days and left the list, and the list had 9 wrong on it, the same 9 ways it had had 9 wrong on it in the winter. 9, Vesh said, to nobody. It's the same 9. Cray got the cold iron out of the stand and put it on, and did the thing with the wire while the tip was still coming up, which does not work, and did it again when the tip was up, and it was 5. Then she took the second half of the tray off Vesh and started at the 104th and worked back. Chapter 8. The Hour It Takes. And a bed's a fortnight. 14 days from the day there's a gang on it, and there isn't a gang, so it's 14 days from a day I can't write down for you. Then write down the day you'd guess at, and I'll hold you to the one after it. I'd guess at the quarter. Everybody guesses the quarter. Cade had Morrow's sheet out from under the ink block, with the third figure on it still unstruck, 3 weeks old and creased across the middle from living in a coat. The boiler's on the apron. It's been on the apron since the 14th, and it's charged by the day, and the day starts at midnight and not when your man gets there with his rule. What does the bed actually want? The sections man got his rule out and opened it on the table, because he was the kind who would rather show a thing than say it. It wants a pad, and the pad wants to sit on the frames and not on the plate, because the plate under that washhouse is the original plate, and it's been wet at one end since before either of us was here. So it's 4 holes through into the frames, and the holes are hot work, and hot work in a washhouse is a permit, and the permit's the fortnight. Who signs the permit? Plant side. Which man on the plant side? Ah, he said, and shut the rule. Now that's a different question. It's the only question. You've been answering the other one at me for a quarter of an hour. Somebody came along the landing at a pace nobody used on that landing, and stopped in the doorway without coming in, which was a woman off the growth hall counters who had been down twice that month about a shift she was owed, and had never once been in a hurry about it. They've shut the throat side landing. Shut it how? There's 2 of them on the ramp head turning people back, and they won't say. I've got a delivery down there, and a man at the far end of it who'll go home if I'm not there by the bell. The woman had her hand on the frame and was looking back the way she had come while she said it. They're not saying anything. That's the part. The sections man got up and put his rule in his coat and went to look, and Cade let him go and did not get up, and turned the day's list over and got through 4 lines of it before he came back and stood in the doorway with his coat still open. They're saying a chain's parted. Which chain? They're saying a chain. That's not a thing that's happened then. Cade put the pen down. A chain doesn't part on the throat side without the whole boundary dock knowing which one before anybody gets up a ramp. If a man on a ramp is telling you a chain and not a number, he's telling you what he was told by somebody who was told. Then what is it? I don't know. That's why I'm not going to stand on a ramp and be told. The runner came up after that, one of Corrigan's, a boy of about 19 with a fold of paper he had already opened once and read on the stair. The executive wants members in the building. He's got members in the building. He's got a chair and a clerk and everybody who was down for the works sitting. He wants them in the building and not going home, the runner said, and then, because Cade held her hand out and kept it out, gave her the fold of paper, which had 4 lines on it in a clerk's hand and the hour written under them twice, once wrong and once corrected. Charges set on the shores of 2 anchor chains at the throat-side plant. A 3rd chain damaged. The plant unmanned at the hour. No party claiming, no demand made, and joint security on the ground. Cade read it twice and gave it back. Who's had this? The chair, the colonel, 6C, because she was in the passage. The runner had his hand out for it and put it away. And you, and I've 4 more. Go on then. The sections man was still in the doorway with his coat open when she got her own coat off the hook, and he said something about the permit, and Cade said the permit would be there when the wash house was, and went past him down the stair on the rail side without hearing what he said after that. The executive's office had 4 people in it and a clerk and no chair for anybody who came 5th, and the sitting hall crowd had not found it yet. Corrigan was standing behind his own desk rather than at it, with the slate face down on the blotter and both hands on the back of the chair, and he did not sit down at any point in the next hour. Say it in the form, and I'll take it in the form. I have said it. Commander Scalby had come up from the throat post with the dust of it on his boots, and had not been offered anything and had not looked for anything. You want it again with the times in it. First telltale to last telltale, 4 minutes. 2 shores cut, 1 and 2, both of them off the bay side, which is where a man stands if he wants a wall between himself and the work. 3 took the second one across the bay wall, and 3 will not go on load again this year. 4 is on the pins it was on this morning. The plant was empty, and there was nothing off the boundary dock, which means they went the other way, up the works passage, into the station, and they went before my first pair got to the stairhead. How many of them? Ask me tomorrow, and I still won't tell you. Scalby took his cap off and put it under his arm. I've got a bay door that's been on local operation since the winter, and shows shut on the panel whatever it is. It's written on the round sheet in 3 places. Every hand on that side knows it, and has known it for months, and I won't have a man in here in a fortnight saying it was a secret. Corrigan looked at the clerk. Have that last part in the minute as he said it. The clerk had it already. Cade had got as far as the corner of the desk and read what had been written off it upside down, which took her longer than it used to. I'm declaring, Corrigan said, station emergency, from the hour on that sheet, on the throat side and the boundary dock in the first instance. The commander has the defense under the declaration, and I'm not going to say a word about how he runs it, in here or anywhere else. And if anybody tells you I have, they're wrong, and you may say so. Noted and accepted. Scalby put his cap back under the other arm. Then the first thing I want from you, and it's a civil act, the throat side dock sealed and movement off it controlled. I can't do that on my own hand. Nor can I. No, Scalby said. So we'll do the pair of us, and the chair's clerk will write it, and it'll take the 10 minutes it takes. 10 minutes, then. Barak had come in behind Cade and had a form out of the case on the corner of the desk before either of them finished. Colonel Espinosa had been at the wall by the door since before Cade came in, and had not put anything on the desk and had not sat. Espinosa had been on the station since before the turn of the year, and this was the first time Cade had been in a room with her. Before that goes on paper. Colonel, when you seal that dock, what are you doing with the people standing on it? Moving them inboard, Corrigan said, through the works passage and up into the ring. It's a dock next to a plant that's had charges on it, and I'm not leaving several hundred people standing on it while we constitute a view. How many is several hundred? Nobody in the room said anything. That is my objection. Espinosa had her shoulders against the wall and her hands where they had been since she came in, and did not take them out of her coat for any part of it. You cannot tell me. There is no list. It's casual dock labor at the turn of a shift, it's transient, it's booked by the gang and not by the name, and that is not a criticism of anybody in this room, because it has been the arrangement here since the first berth was let. But you are proposing to move a crowd nobody can count through your own line into your inhabited rings at the 1 hour when nobody can say who any of them are. And your commander has just told us they went inward. They went inward before there was a line. Yes, and once your crowd is inside the rings, you will not sort them out afterwards, and you'll spend the next month doing it door to door, in people's quarters, with my people or with his. Espinosa stopped there, and nobody filled it. I am not proposing to command anything of yours. I'm telling you what mine will do at that passage, because you're entitled to know it before you write your form. Nobody goes inboard past that line unless a person with a name takes them through it and puts the name on a sheet. Scalbe had his cap under his arm and had not moved. That's sound, he said. I know it's sound. I'd rather it weren't. Corrigan came round the desk to the end of it and stood there. How long to build that? To build it properly? An hour. You need a form of words, his concurrence, the chair's clerk to minute it, and it on the boards on that side so a man at the bottom of a ramp can be shown a thing when he asks. Espinosa took a fold of paper out of her coat and put it on the desk without pushing it at anybody. And you should have this while we're being exact with each other. Geneva has the declaration and has answered it. The signatory interest is engaged, every measure is supported, and they will say so again at the top of the hour and every hour after that, and I can have it read out in this room if it would help anybody. There is nothing behind it that arrives while any of this is still going on. I am standing here at less than half my establishment, and every one of the people I have got is already somewhere a person would be missed from. That hour, Corrigan said, is people standing on a dock beside a plant that has been blown up. Yes. And you'll not move? No. Corrigan stood with that for a moment and then went back round the desk. Write it, he said to the clerk. Both instruments, one after the other, and put the hour on each of them separately, and not 1 hour across the pair, because in a year somebody will want to know which came first. One more, and it isn't yours either. Scalbe had his cap under his arm still. 4 is standing on a break that took a shock it wasn't built for, and 3 is hanging off a bay wall. And I have asked the warden's office for a party to go in and put eyes on both of them. Until that comes back, nobody touches a chain. Not mine, not yours, not the plant's own hands. You could put that to me as a request. I could. It'd be a waste of the form and of the clerk. Scalbe put the cap on. That side of the house doesn't fall into you or to me because there's an emergency on. I'll wait on Rav writing back the same as I'd wait on a Tuesday. Corrigan did not argue with any of that, and the clerk wrote none of it, because there was nothing in it to write. Achterberg had come in during the last of it, and had gone along the wall to the window end rather than through the middle, and had the work's allocation still under her arm from the work sitting. 2 things, and they're both small. 6C. The gang on my plant face is the nearest gang to that passage, and the only one on this side that isn't booked into next quarter. You may have them from the morning. I'll square it with my own people, and I'm not asking for anything back, and I'd like that said now rather than found out later. Achterberg put the allocation down flat on the windowsill. The second one. Are the boards being changed? Which boards? The sector boards. The works board at the stairhead, the counters, the 2 on the throat landing. Because whatever the clerk writes on that form, my shift reads a board, and the boards on that side get changed on a Thursday by a man who does 4 of them in an afternoon, and this is not Thursday. Barak looked up from the form. The notice goes out with the instrument. The notice goes to the offices, Achterberg said. The offices put it on the boards. On a Thursday, Cade said. Achterberg did not turn round from the sill. On a Thursday. Corrigan put his hand flat on the desk beside the clerk's paper and looked at the top sheet of it for a while, at the 4 lines and the hour written twice. "It'll be on the boards when the instrument's made," he said, "however long that takes." Cade was out of the door before the clerk had got to the 2nd line. The throat-side landing had a ramp down to the works passage, and a ramp up to the trade concourse, and one turn between them. And at the turn there was a rail, and a notice frame, and a board with the plant's round hours on it, under glass with a clip. Cade stood at the turn for as long as it took to read the board, which was not long, because the board had the 3 rounds on it and their hours, and a line at the foot in a different hand about the trolleys, and had had all of that on it since before the winter. The bell for the shift change was not far off, and at the bell the works passage would fill from both ends. Corrigan came up the ramp behind her with his own clerk and 2 of Scalbay's, and stopped at the turn. "There'll be an hour with it." "There'll be an hour with it." Cade had the board's clip up and the round sheet out from under the glass, and was reading the foot of it. "Where's your runner?" "Which one?" "The 19-year-old who reads his messages on the stair." Corrigan turned his head, and the boy came out from behind the clerks. "Go down to the trade end of the concourse and stand at the top of the ramp and turn back anybody coming down who isn't Doc. Not the Doc. The Doc can come up. Anybody going down, turn them, and if they want a reason, tell them the throat side is shut and you don't know why either, because you don't." Cade put the round sheet back under the glass with the foot of it showing. "Don't leave it. Somebody will come and take it off you inside the hour, and until they do it, it's you." The boy looked at Corrigan. Corrigan was looking down the works passage at nothing in particular. "Go on," he said. Cade went down the ramp at the pace the ramp allowed, which was not the pace she wanted, and along the works passage to the checkers rail, where Den had a load half broken down and a tally board on his knee, and had already stopped, with nothing coming either way along the rail to stop for. "Is it 2? "It's 1 and 2. 3's damaged. 4's good." Cade put her hand on the rail. "Nothing's coming down here at the bell, and nothing's going up. Can you hold your own line and the trolleys?" "I can hold the trolleys. The trolleys are mine, and they're booked, and I've got the book." Den had the board off his knee and under his arm. "My line's not mine. My line's 4 gangs, and 3 of them aren't mine." "Whose are they?" 2 are the work sides, out of the booking against the round, and 1's a shift that just goes. "Then hold the 2 you can name, and I'll get the round." "Who's getting the round?" "Ishk." Den was already going up the rail towards the trolley bays. "Then it's got," he said, over his shoulder, and did not ask her anything else. Ishk was at the stairhead with 3 of Scalbay's people, and had been arguing with them for some time in a way that had clearly been going nowhere pleasant, and stopped when Cade came up. "They won't let me down there." "They're right not to." "I know they're right not to. I've said they're right not to. I'd like it in somebody's hand that I said it." Ishk had the round sheet from the plant desk rolled in one fist, which meant she had been in there when it happened, or immediately after, and Cade did not ask which. 4's on the pins it was on this morning, and the brake on 4 took a shock it wasn't built for, and there's nobody standing it. "There's nobody standing anything for an hour, Ishk. The afternoon round's booked against." "The afternoon round's booked against by the work side, and there's 2 gangs on it, and one of them's coming from the far end of the trade side and won't have been told a thing." "Can you turn them at the stairhead?" "I can turn them at the stairhead." "Then turn them, and stand at the board while you do it, and send anybody who argues to me at the counter." Cade was 3 paces past her already. "And if a man asks whose word it is—" "I'll tell him whose word it is," Ishk said. The relay counter was along the works passage on the inboard side, and the clerk on it had the pad out before Cade got to the rail, in the way she had of reaching first and asking after. "I'm not booking anybody." "You're not booking anybody? I want the ones already booked. Every window between now and the morning, and anybody sitting waiting on one. There's a man at the third desk now. Then he can finish it and go up the trade ramp and not the landing." The clerk had the book round and open and her finger going down the column while she said it. "And I've 7 on for the evening, and all but 2 are throat side. And the 2 aren't, and they'll come down that landing at the bell. Names. I've got names for all 7, because you can't have a window without a name on the sheet, which is more than anybody's got for the dock." The clerk tore a leaf out of the pad and wrote the 7 on it and turned it round. "Who's taking that?" "You are. You've got a counter, and they'll come to it." "I've got a counter and no notice for it." "You'll have a notice in an hour." "And in the hour?" "In the hour you've got me standing here saying it," Cade said. "And a woman with a book, and that's what there is." The clerk looked at the leaf and then put it in the clip on the counter where the day's windows went, face up at the top. 10 minutes, near enough, from the turn at the landing to the counter. The bell went while Cade was still at the rail, and nothing came down the works passage, and the passage stayed the way an empty passage looks, which is longer than it is. Up at the stairhead, Ishk had somebody by the sleeve and was pointing at the board. Down at the trolley bays, Den had 2 men off a trolley and was talking to them with the tally board flat against his chest. One of Scalby's officers came up the passage 20 minutes after that with the cordon party behind her and stopped at the checkers rail and looked both ways along it, and then at Den, and then up at the stairhead. "Who turned this?" "She did," Den said. The officer looked where he was looking and got her people past the rail and did not write anything down. Corrigan was still at the turn when Cade came back up. 2 of his clerks had gone. The other one had the first instrument in her hand, made and signed, and an hour old by then, and was reading it through for the 3rd time before she took it to the offices. "Is the boy still down there?" "He's still down there." "Somebody should take it off him." "Somebody will," Corrigan said, and went down the ramp past her to the works passage without saying anything else about it at all. The first list was made at the throat counter on the flat of the counter itself, in 3 hands, because 3 people were writing and none of them would give it up. Nobody had died. That was the top line, and the clerk wrote it at the top and then struck it out and wrote instead that nobody was known to have died, because Ishk stood over her shoulder and made her do it. Under that, the hurt. A man off a trolley in the works passage with his leg gone at the knee joint the wrong way. A pair off the boundary dock with the blast in their ears. A woman who had gone down the bay stair afterwards to look and had come back up with her hands opened along the palms. 8 went onto the sheet in the first pass. Half of them were walking about the passage while it was being written, and 2 of those had to be argued onto it. Under that, the unaccounted, and the unaccounted was the sheet's whole trouble. "Nobody's got a list," the clerk said for the 4th time. "You can't take names off a list that doesn't exist. All I've got is who stood in front of me and said a name, and who somebody else has said a name for." "Then write that at the head of it," Cade said. "Write what?" "Write that it's vouched and not counted, and write who vouched, and write it in the same hand as the names so nobody can pull one off the other." Cade had the second sheet and was going down it. "You've got O'Dara twice." "That's 2 men." "That's 1 man spelled 2 ways by 2 people who'd both swear to him." Cade struck one and put a line out to the margin and wrote the 2 spellings on it, one above the other, and left them both there. "Leave them both showing. Somebody will know." Ishk had the plant's round sheet flat on the counter beside all of it, still creased from her fist, and had squared it twice and was not writing on it. "They went between rounds," she said. The clerk was 2 names further on. "What?" "Between the second and the third. There's an hour and a half in there, and there's nobody in the plant in it, and there hasn't been since the plant went in." Ishk put one finger on the board hours where they were written down the side of the sheet in the old hand of the man who had kept it before her. "That's all I'm saying. They went in the hour and a half." "Well, they'd hardly go when you were stood in it." "No," Ishk said, "they'd hardly." Nobody at the counter did anything with it. The clerk went on to the next name and asked how it was spelled, and got 2 answers and wrote both. Den came up the passage with the tally board and a dozen more names on the back of it in his own writing, and put them at the clerk's elbow rather than into the middle of the sheet. "They're mine. They're the 2 gangs I can name, and they're all stood at the rail, and none of them's hurt. Somebody should have them so they can go home." "They can't go home," the clerk said. "There's a line at the passage." "Then somebody should have them anyway." Cade took the board off him and copied them onto the foot of the second sheet herself, and put Den's name at the head of them with the hour beside it, which took a while, and Den stood at the counter until she had finished it and did not ask what it was for. "There's the other thing," Ishk said when it was quiet again, "the runs." "What runs?" "The runs booked against 1 and 2, the shallow line and 2 others, booked out to the quarter against chains that aren't there." Ishk had the round sheet up now with the descent list showing. "Who do I take that to?" "The route office." "The route office is a counter on this passage, and there's a line across this passage." "Then it's tomorrow," Cade said. "It's tomorrow." Ishk rolled the sheet again, the same way, and put it in her coat, and somebody's name goes on that too, when it's tomorrow. The woman off the growth hall counters came down the trade ramp at the top of the hour despite everything, and got as far as the turn, and stood at the rail arguing with the runner about a delivery, and a man at the far end of it who would have gone home by now, and lost, and went back up. At the counter, the clerk started the fare copy, and got 4 names into it before somebody came along the rail to say that a man on the second sheet was on it under a name that was his brother's, and put the pen down and went back to the top. Cade got a sheet of her own off the pad and started a second list of who had vouched for whom, in her own hand, which nobody had asked her for. When it was done, she folded it once and put it inside her coat, and the clerk went on with the fare copy and did not ask what it was. Chapter 9. 2 Hands on It. The executive's office had a second table in it before the second bell, carried up the stair on its side by 2 of the works office's people, and put across the corner where the case of forms had been standing on the floor all night. After that, there was no crossing the room without going round somebody. The door stood propped with the case lid because the door opened inward, and nobody had been free to shut since the middle of the night. Corrigan had the same coat on he had come in wearing. The slate was still face down on the blotter with 3 sheets on top of it, and nobody had moved it to look. The chair's clerk had the night's sheet pinned to the wall by the window, which was the instruments in the order they were made, the hour against each, and a second column for where the notice had got to. Read me the second column. Boundary dock on the boards. Throatside landing on the boards. Works passage on the boards at the stairhead and not at the counters. The clerk went down it with the flat of her thumb. Relay counter, gone out with a runner, not up. Trade ramp head, made at the 4th bell this morning, not gone out at all. That's 6. It's 5. The first 2 went on the one instrument with the hour on each of them separately, which is what you asked for, and the throat post has read it as 2 and written to the chair about it, and I'd rather you settled that today than in a fortnight. Settle it as 2. Then I need it initialed twice. The clerk had the sheet off the pin and turned round with it, and the boards on that side get changed by one man who does 4 in an afternoon. I know about the man. Scalbe came up the stair at the back of that with the round of the night in his coat and the cap already off, and stood inside the door because there was nowhere else, and gave it in items the way he gave everything. Nothing off the boundary dock. Nothing off the outboard face. 2 parties working inward from the works passage and a third going through the trolley bays a second time because the first time had been done at speed in the dark by people who had come off a stair. And I want the works passage carried down past the checkers rail to the trolley bays and the bay stairhead and the outboard face of the boundary dock with it. That's what I've come up for. Then we'll do it. The chair's clerk had the form out of the case before Corrigan finished, and wrote it standing at the second table, and read it back once to the room, and once more to Scalbe on his own. And Scalbe put his hand to it, and then Corrigan did. And the hour went on it in the clerk's writing, and all of it took less than the time Scalbe had taken to give the round. "That's 10 minutes," Scalbe said. "I won't complain about 10 minutes. Nor will I." "Then you'll be the only one in the building." Scalbe put his cap under his arm and did not go. "Now, the other thing, and it's yours and not mine. My people are standing on 9 frames this morning that they've no business standing on, because a frame is a block line, and a block line is a civil act, and there's nothing on paper behind any of them. That was fine yesterday. It won't be fine at the 4th bell today when somebody's asked for a reason at one of them and hasn't got one. Then we make them. Make them how?" Corrigan turned to the clerk, and the clerk had the sheet up already. 6 through 9 is 10 sectors, 6A, 6B, 6C, 7A, 7B, 7C, 8A, and 8B. 9A and 9B. She said them at the pace she said everything. That's 10 acts and 10 forms and 2 hands on each of them. And the commander's hand is on the throat side and mine is here. And the last one we did across that distance took an hour and 10 because the runner had to go down a ramp and come back up it. And then the boards. And then the boards, Scalbe said. And there's movement across the frames on top of the seals, which is its own act, and that's 10 again if you do it the same way, or 1 if somebody will tell me what a card is to say. Do the cards first. The cards can't come first. A card lets a person past a line, and there's no line. The clerk had her thumb on the sheet still. I'm not being awkward. I'll write anything you give me. I'm telling you what's underneath it. Espinosa was at the wall where she had stood the day before, and had not put anything on either table, and had a folded sheet in her coat she had not taken out. "May I have one thing on that, and it is not an objection, Colonel. Whatever you write the same words on all 10 of them." Espinosa did not come off the wall. "My people will be standing at 4 of those frames by this afternoon at the commander's asking. A sergeant at a frame holds 1 form of words in her head and holds it well. She will not hold 4. And if you give her 4, she will pick the one she remembers, and it will be the wrong one. And the person she says it to will be right to be angry about it. And you will hear about that one and not about the other 90. "That's fair," Scalbe said. Corrigan came round to the end of the second table where the forms were and put 2 fingers on the top one and left them there. Then it's 1 form of words 10 times and the hour on each separately. Before that, Scalbe had not moved off the door. "I've got a question, and I'd rather have it now than at the frame, because when you and I put our hands on that paper, that's it done, and I'll be holding it up in front of people for a week. When the line goes on between 6 and 7, how many people does it put on the wrong side of their own door? The roll's by domicile. There's a count on every sector, and it's exact." "I know what the roll is. I've read the roll. That's not the question I asked you." Corrigan stood with his fingers on the form. Down at the window end, one of the works office's people came in with a chair and stopped, and worked out there was nowhere to put it and went back out with it. "There's no sheet for it," Barack said, from the corner where he had the case open on his knee. "There has never been one. A man lives in 7C and works the 8A face and comes home across a block line twice a day and has done for 6 years, and that is not written down anywhere in this building. It is written down in a sector office in a warden's head. Multiply it by the growth halls and the second shifts and the people who mind other people's children on the far side of a frame. So nobody's got it. The offices have got it in pieces, and the pieces have never been put together because nobody has ever wanted them put together, and I wouldn't want to be the man who asked for it this week." "And I wouldn't want to be the man standing at the frame," Scalby said. "Which is the one I am." Corrigan took his fingers off the form. "I'll put my hand to any of the 10 when you ask me for it," Scalby said. "I'm not holding anything up. I'm telling you that I'd like the answer to exist somewhere before the 10th one, and it won't, and we'll do them anyway. Have I got the works passage 1? You've got it. Then I'm away." Scalby put the cap on at the door. "Somebody get that man onto the boards." Corrigan went with him as far as the head of the stair and came back, and the room had filled in the meantime with 2 more of the works office's people and a man off the trade side who had been waiting since the first bell about a berth and would go on waiting. "Have the hall at the 5th, Corrigan said. Barack shut the case. "For what?" "I'll have it by the 5th. "You'll have it by the 4th, or the clerk can't put it in words, and if it isn't in words, it isn't a schedule. It's you talking." Barack got up with the case under his arm. "I'll have the hall. Send me something to put on it." The node was in the small room off the office, which had been a stores press before it was anything, and had a bench, a stool nobody used, and the frame bolted to the wall at the height of a standing man. Ravin came on first, and then Halden, and there was no distance at all in the sound. Scalbe had come back up for it. Espinosa stood at the end of the bench with the folded sheet out of her coat now and flat under her hand. "Warden, there's 3 runs booked and authenticated against chains 1 and 2. Scalbe gave it in items. "The shallow line, and the 2 behind it. 1 and 2 are gone. 4 is standing on the pins it was on. I want those 3 runs rehung on 4, and I want it this week, because the plan I am running on the assumption of it has the colonel's rotation coming in on the 2nd of them, booked since before the winter, and people going out on the 3rd. And if I cannot have it, I want to know today and not on the day. You cannot have it. Say the reason, and I'll take it. The reason is 2 reasons, and you should have both." Halden had her hands out of shot and did not move for any of it. "The first is that I have a party in on 3 and 4 since yesterday afternoon, and they have not written. Until they write, I have nothing about 4 except a report from your own post, and your post is not my party, and I will not put my hand under somebody else's eyes. The second one you will like less. An authentication is against what was walked. It is not a general opinion about chains. Those 3 runs were authenticated against 1 and 2 on the positions 1 and 2 were on, at the hours they were on them, by people who went and looked. 4 is a different chain, in a different bay, with a break that took a shock. You authenticated again, on 4, from the start, all of it, and it does not get shorter because you need it sooner. How long is the work? I will tell you when the party writes. If I tell you now, I am guessing, and you will put the guess in a plan, and I have watched that happen." Espinosa came a half pace in and put 2 fingers on the edge of the bench. "Warden, may I?" Colonel, there is a provision for 2 branches to set aside an administrative hold. Espinosa said it the way she said everything, unhurried and without any weight on it at all. I have read it twice this morning to be sure I had it right. I am not proposing to use it. I am asking whether it reaches this, because I would rather be told no by you than find out at the wrong hour. It reaches a hold. A hold is me keeping a thing back that exists. Halden did not take any longer over it than she had taken over the rest. There is nothing back here. If the 3 of you set my hold aside this morning, I would hand you what I have, and what I have is a report from a post and no party's writing. And you would be exactly where you are now with a piece of paper saying you had overridden me for it. There's no form for it, either, the chair's clerk said, from behind the frame with the book on her arm. I looked because he'd have asked me. There isn't one, and it isn't an oversight. It was argued about at the time, Halden said. It went in like that on purpose. Espinosa folded the sheet in half again and put it back in her coat. Then the rotation goes on the log as not coming, and what I have stays what I have. It goes on my log as not authenticated, Halden said. You may put on yours whatever your service puts on its own paper. And there is a thing I can do this morning, and I am going to do it before you ask me for anything else, because it is going to come at you from the throat counter by the afternoon, whatever any of us says. The runs booked against 1 and 2 are closed, not held, not deferred. Closed, over my hand, today, with the date and the hour on it, because they are booked against chains that are not there, and every day they stay open is a day somebody stands at a counter being told to come back. Rav will have the references out before the 4th bell, and I will send the throat counter a paper it can put under the glass, and my name will be on that and not the clerk's. Scalbay put his cap under the other arm. There's a woman on the throat side who asked yesterday who she took that to. She'll want the name. Then she has it. How many were booked on the 3rd one? Corrigan said. Rav has the list. It is not a large number, and every one of them has been waiting since before the winter. Halden let that stand where it was. You may have it, and you may have it today, and I am not going to soften it for you on the way past. Was there anything else for this office? No, Corrigan said. Send the throat counter's paper through my office, and I'll have a runner take it down myself. Rav will have the references. The node went down. Rav was still writing when it did. Espinosa got her collar up and stopped at the door with her hand on the frame. She's right, Corrigan said. I know she's right. Espinosa did not turn round. I would rather she were not, and I have had 3 officers in my life who would have found me a way through that by the afternoon, and 2 of them are why I am careful. I'll want a copy of whatever you put to your chamber this evening, at the top of the hour, for Geneva. They will support it before they have read it. They will, Espinosa said, and went. Corrigan stayed at the bench in the stores press for a while with his hand on the frame bolt. Nothing off the station and nothing onto it. Everything that had to go from one end of the cairn to the other while the declaration stood would go inside the rings and on foot, across the block lines, 10 sectors of them, 2 hands on each and the hour on each and the boards after. Corrigan went back out into the office and told the chair's clerk to send to Barak that there would be something for the hall. The public rail was 3 deep and still filling at the 5th, which had not happened for a work sitting or a plant sitting or anything else in 4 years. The 3 cards at the far end still had nobody under them. Barak read the item himself rather than giving it to the clerk, which he did about twice a year. 1 head, and it comes from the executive, and I'll say what it is before he does, because I'd sooner the room had it plain from the chair. The proposal is that for the duration of the declared emergency, the executive may seal a sector and may control movement between blocks without coming back for a fresh authorization on each occasion. It does not change how a sector gets sealed. One authorization instead of 20, made this afternoon in the way any single one of them would be made, by this chamber and by one other. Nothing in it touches the 2 of 3, and nothing in it could. That isn't ours to touch, and never was. Barack put the sheet down. Executive. Corrigan got up. Since the hour on the sheet yesterday, we've made 5 instruments, and the notice on 2 of them hasn't gone out. There are 10 sectors between 6 and 9, and every seal on them is its own act. And the last act we made across the station took an hour and 10 minutes because a runner had to go down a ramp. He'll be an hour on this, and it's 4 lines. Mylek did not put her hand up and did not get up off the void's chair. Chair, I'll do it in 4, and he can have the rest of his hour back. My hands cross 4 block lines a shift. That's not a complaint, that's the job. The sump's under 3 sectors, and somebody has to be at both ends of it. Since yesterday afternoon, they've been turned at every frame by a man who is right to turn them, because he's got nothing in his hand, and neither have they. 2 of mine sat at a frame on 7B the whole night shift, because the man on it wanted to let them through and couldn't find anybody who could tell him he was allowed to. So I'm for it, and I'd like to say why in the way I mean it, and not in the way it'll get written up. I'm not for it because I'm frightened. I'm for it because a card that works on 4 rings is 1 piece of paper, and a card that works on 1 ring is 4, and my people are the ones who get sent back for the other 3. That's the case, Corrigan said, and sat down. Ochterberg came up out of the 6C chair with the copy in her left hand buttoned to the throat. I'll vote for it, and I'll say so first so nobody has to wonder while I'm talking. One thing wanted in it, and it isn't a condition, it's a line the clerk can write in a minute. Put the notice in the instrument. Not the notice goes out with the instrument, which is what yesterday's said, and which means the offices put it on the boards, and the boards on my side get changed by 1 man on a Thursday. So, what the notice says, where it goes, and by when. And by when is not forthwith, because forthwith is a word for a room like this one. Put an hour on it. Achterberg had the sheet flat on her knee. My shift comes off the plant face at the 4th. If a frame goes on at the 3rd, and the board says nothing at the 4th, then I have 300 people standing at a block line reading a board that is 4 days old, and every one of them will believe the thing they'd believe. The clerk can write that, Barack said. Then that's all I want. The member for 10A got up and asked whether the executive proposed to speak to a sector's own member before sealing that sector, and sat down again. Corrigan did not answer it. Barack waited about the length of a breath and then went down his sheet. Minuted as asked. Anybody else? Nassar got up off the 9B chair with her page on her knee and did not pick it up. There's no term on it. There's no term on it. Then put one on it, and I'd rather do it here than have it done to us. Nassar had her hand flat on the page. There's a reclamation sump that sat on a sheet 2 quarters running with the word deferred against it and no date. And the only reason it has a date now is that the member for the voids got up about it twice. A thing with no date on it doesn't come back. Nobody brings it back. It isn't wickedness, it's an agenda with 40 heads on it and a clerk with 1 afternoon. So put a date on this one, and when it runs out, it comes back and gets voted again the same way it's being voted now. And if it's still wanted, it'll pass in 4 minutes and nobody will lose anything by it. What term? Make it a fortnight. Nassar picked the page up at last. Every other thing on this station is a fortnight. A permit's a fortnight, a bed's a fortnight, a continuity finding's a fortnight. Nobody has to be told what a fortnight is here, and nobody will forget when it falls. 14 days, Barak said to the clerk who was already writing it. 14 days, Corrigan said. Barak put it. It carried on the voices, and it was not close. And a member down the near side asked for the names to be taken, and the clerk went along the rows with the book on her forearm and took them, which took longer than the head had. The other hand came in while she was doing it. One of the executive's clerks brought it up from the office and gave it to Barak at the table, and Barak read it out as it came, which was the joint security concurrence in Skull's writing and consisted of the word concurred, the hour, and his name. The warden's office had written separately that an instrument of this kind was not theirs, and that the warden would not be putting a hand to it either way. And Barak had that read out as it came too. That's 2 branches, and it's made. Barak marked his sheet. Clerk, the term runs to midnight on the 14th day, and not to the hour it was made at, and I want that on the face of it, and not in the minute, because in a fortnight there will be an argument about a day. Corrigan signed it at the table with the hall emptying behind him. The clerk got the blotter across it and turned it and had the notice sheet under it already, with the hour and the words and where it went and by when. Milik was at the member's door when he came up the near side, with her bag on her shoulder and a delivery sheet folded in her hand, waiting on the clerk, and not on him. "Cards," she said, when the clerk got there. "Mine, all of them, and the ones on the night, and I'll spell the 2 you'll get wrong." The clerk got the book out against the doorframe and started at the top of the sheet, and Milik spelled the first of them for her, letter by letter, and then the second. Chapter 10. The Fourth Bell. Yas came down off the landing at a run and got about 30 paces of the 7B inboard walk before the walk stopped being anything a person could run in. The fourth bell had gone. The 8A shift was coming down to get home, and the plant face was turning out the other way at the same hour, the way both of them did every working day of the year. And then the front of it had come round the turn and found the indicator up at the block frame and stopped where it stood. They were right to stop. It was on Yas's own card in the sector office's words, where an indicator is up, hold and wait for the warden. And it was a good rule written by somebody who had never once stood in a walk while a whole shift obeyed it at the same minute. Yas went up the wall side with her elbow out, past the notice frames, saying the same 4 words over and over, and people got out of her road and closed in behind her. And by the time she was halfway down the walk, it was as full behind her as it had been in front. The card had been issued on the 26th, with the executive's office at the head of it, and her name written in by a clerk who had spelled it wrong, crossed it out, and initialed the correction. Movement between blocks. Ring walks and landings, 6 through 9, 4 sectors, 1 card, and it did not say anywhere on either side of it what a person was to do with a walk that had already stopped by itself. Since the 26th, she had done the same job on the 9A concourse, on the 6B landing, and twice at the trade side ramp head, and it was a job she could do. She had done it for 12 years on 4 people in a corridor and a name she wanted. There were 23 sectors. She had the card, a node, and 3 hands off her own office, 2 of whom had come in post in the spring. The node went off in her coat twice on the way down, and she did not get it out. The air at the frame end was warm, and had something in it that had not been in it at the landing, and it was not smoke, and it was not far off smoke, and the people nearest the leaf had their faces turned away from it without any of them having decided to. Tuazan was at the frame with his back to the leaf and his coat off on the 7B side, which was where he stood at the 4th, because at the 4th he told the ones in front of him, "Joint security. Whose door? Mine. Then get it up. It's not going up." Tuazan had his hand flat on the leaf at about the height of his own chest and took it off and looked at his palm and put it back. "The gear's the other side of it. I'm this side of it. That's the answer, and I've had it 4 times in 10 minutes. Jos got the card out and held it where he could read it, and he did not read it. "It's not a card that opens it either," he said. "It's a crank on the far face, and there's one. And there's a key on my belt for the cover over it, and there's one of those as well. And both of them are here, and the crank isn't. Who dropped it? Somebody hit a trip. There's a trip both faces, and there's one at the turn." Tuazan turned round and put 2 fingers on the seat where the leaf met the jam. "It'll have been the face. It went at the face, and then it came round, and then everything on this line shut in about the time it takes to say so. And if you want the name of the hand that hit it, you won't get it off me, and I wouldn't give it to you if I had it. I'm not after a name. You'll be the first. What's shut at the face? Kiwas too, and Kiwas stood at them, and they'll stay shut." Tuazan said it the way he would have said the hour off the board. "They're handed in, and he's inside them, and he shut them himself, and he was right to, and that's the only reason there's anybody down there still standing up. You can put that on your card if your card takes it. Who's down there? The barrow end." Tuazan said the name, and then said it again the other way, because she was not off this line. "This frame down to the turn, both sides of the walk and the ward store, and whoever stood in it at the 4th, which at the 4th is everybody." There was a woman on the deck against the wall with a bag still on her shoulder and her legs out in front of her, and a plant hand crouched over her doing nothing very much. And the plant hand looked up at Jos and said one word, which was "face," and went back to it. Jos got the note out and wrote the hour on it first, which was her habit and had been for 12 years, and then she wrote the words. "Face has gone. Coming round on the returns. Block line shut both ends." Then she asked the plant hand what he meant by gone, because gone was a word that had come out of a great many people that week and had meant 6 different things. And he told her, in the flat way of somebody repeating what he had already said to 2 other people who did not work plant, that the face had been carrying above its rating since the throat went on the 25th and had stopped. Since the 25th? Since the 25th. It's on a sheet. There's one at the works office and one at the sector office, and the 2 of them don't say the same thing. And I wouldn't have it either way, because what it wanted was a gang, and there isn't one. Jos wrote that down with the hour against it and the words he used, and not what she took them to mean. The clearing took the rest of the light in her and most of the walk. It went up towards the landing because the landing was where Adisa's door was, and the Adisa's door was handed the other way and opened off the 7A side, and Adisa was over there working it with 2 hands from the sector office, and it stood open and went on standing open, and nothing about that part of it went wrong. The rest of it was people. Jos put them up the walk in the order they were standing in, because sorting them into any other order would have taken longer than moving them. And she said the same thing to each lot, and they moved off, and the lot behind them came up into the space, and it went at the pace of the slowest person in it. Better than half of them could not go home. They were 7C on the roll and slept the far side of the frame, and the frame was shut. And the card in her coat let her move a person by their roll, and their roll was the wrong half of their life. A man told her that twice. He was not angry about it. He wanted it understood that he had a room, and it was 40 paces away, and there was a wall. "You'll go up to the landing." "I've got a room." You'll go up to the landing and put your name on the sheet at 7A, and they'll find you a floor. I've got a room, he said again, and went up to the landing. Then there was a woman who would not go, with 2 children, and her own mother sat on a bag, because the fourth of them was on the 4 to 12 at the plant face, and she was not going up a walk away from him. Yas put it to her 3 ways, and none of them worked, and then said she would take the name and the door number herself, and it would go on a sheet at 7A tonight, and not in the morning. And the woman went and looked back twice, and the second time Yas was already turning the lot behind her. The 8A shift went up the same way, and had less to say about it, because 8A was through the landing and along, and they had somewhere to be. About a third of them stopped anyway and stood against the wall until somebody moved them. The gang came down against the traffic with a trolley they could not get past the second notice frame, so they carried it. And Renko had the near end of it and put it down where the walk widened and started getting the bar stock off it. You're the doors. We were the doors on the 8th. Renko had a coil of seal wire over his shoulder and a bag of tags and did not put either down. We've been on the 4 rings since the 26th, and we came off 6A an hour ago, because somebody at the sector office worked out we'd had our hands on these frames 3 days back and nobody else had. That's the whole reason we're here. It isn't a plan. Can you open it? No. Say why and say it once. Because the gear's the far face, and there's no reaching a crank through a leaf. Renko got the bars out and stood them against the wall, 4 of them, all with the mark cut. And when it does come off its seat, it doesn't go back on it. You want to hold on both sides, and a gang stood there for a run of shifts, and both gangs are booked into next quarter. So it isn't a door you open and shut, it's a door you open. Down the walk, one of Renko's 4 was squatted at a frame with the tin out and the cover off, greasing a pinion on a leaf standing wide that was going to go on standing wide, because the next thing anybody asked of that frame would be to shut, and a frame dry a quarter will not. A girl of 16 or so, gray to the elbow. She had the book open on her arm and was writing in it while she worked, which nobody does. Yas got the note out. The duty officer came back inside a minute, which that week was fast, and asked her 3 questions. What was on the far side? How long the walk would take to clear? Who was at the frame? Yas gave him the first 2, and then she gave him the third, because it was on the card clipped to the frame in front of her, in 2 hands, one name under the other. Tuazon, stand-in, Adisa. Tuazon, she said, Tuazon. Warden, 7B line. Adisa's the stand-in, and Adisa's on the landing door. Then she wrote down that she had said it, and the hour. Then the node went again, and it was Sahi, off the trade side, because the trade side had it that the ring walks were shut, and had it in about 4 versions, and he wanted to know whether she was on them. I'm on 7B. Right. A dock behind him, and a crane, and somebody shouting a number. Are you? I've got a walk, Yas said, and put it in her coat, and got a shift's worth of people past a notice frame that was 4 feet wide. Tuazon had the wire cut before anybody said anything to him about it. Down on his heels at the jack point on the 7B face at knee height, with a pair of cutters off the gang's trolley, he got the lead tag off with the quarter stamped in it and put it in his coat pocket. That's the wire, Renko said. That's the wire. You'll want it said out loud that I haven't touched it. You haven't touched it. Yas came down the wall side with the node in her hand. I've put it up. Right. Tuazon had the cover off and the point open, and got up and took one of the marked bars off the wall and came back down with it. How long's up? I don't know. I've asked what I'm allowed to ask, and it's gone to a desk. Right, he said again, and put the bar in the point and leaned on it. The leaf moved about the width of a hand. Then it stopped, and he shifted his feet, and it moved again. And there was a sound off the seat like a barrow being dragged sideways. And the mark cut in the bar was still a long way off the frame. "That's most of a walk still to shift," Renko said, to Yas, not to him. "I know what's still to shift." "Then shift it, because when that's off its seat, this side of it is the same side as that side. And I'd rather what's on it was a man with a bar and not the 8A shift." Yas went back up the walk. It went in lots, and she counted the lots, because counting was the only part of it she could keep in her head at the same time as the rest. And they went through Adisa's door and went on going through it. And behind her at the frame, the sound off the seat carried on and did not get any faster, because a leaf comes back at the speed a hand can turn, and there is no other speed available. Tuazan had given her the barrow end in his own words, and she had written it down that way, and not the way it would go on a sheet. He knew which households were in it and which side each of them came home on, and he did not say any of that to anybody, because nobody had asked him, and it would not have moved a person up a walk. 4 came up out of the sump at the hatch by the turn while she was working, one at a time and slow, and then a 5th who took a long while about it, and then a hand from reclamation put her head up and said it was no good, and got out and put the cover down flat with her boot. Yas wrote the hour on that too. The desk came back while she was at the 3rd frame, and it was not an answer. It was 2 questions. Could the line be remade, and by whom? And had the warden been told what remaking it would take? Yas gave it Renko's words, with Renko's name against them, and the hour she had them, and put the node in her coat. Nothing came after that. She did not stand there working out whether anything was going to. The plant hand came back up the walk twice with what the face was doing, which was the same thing it had been doing and more of it, and the second time he did not stop, and went on up towards the landing with his coat over the woman with the bag. Tuazan asked her one thing in all of it, over his shoulder, without coming off the bar. "Second frame clear?" "Not yet." "Right." When the walk behind her was empty as far as the second frame, she turned round, and the leaf was 2/3 back into the pocket and not going any further into it, standing out of its own frame at an angle nothing on that wall had been cut for, and Tuazan was still down at the point with the bar, and the mark was not level. The last of them went through the landing door. Then the mark came level with the frame, and the gap at the jamb was a gap a person could get through, and the barrow end came through it. They came through fast at first and then not fast, because the ones at the back were bringing the ones who had stopped being able to walk, and what was in 7C came through with them, and it came out along the walk at about the height of a person's chest and did not stop at the frame or anywhere else. Yas took them by the arm, one and one and one, and turned them up the walk, and said landing about 90 times, and 2 of the sector office's hands came back down against the flow, and took the far end of a woman off a man who could not carry her any further, and got both of them going. There was a stage in the middle of it where the number of people coming through was greater than the number of people she could turn, and she stood in the walk and let them come round her. They were still coming when the walk in front of the frame stopped being a walk anybody ought to have been standing in. By the time it was quiet, the leaf was off its seat with a bar left in the point under it and nobody on the bar. They got 7B cleared to the landing by the second bell of the night, because with the block line open there was no line, and Adisa's door came shut behind the last of them on the 7A side and was going to stay shut. Renko's gang went up ahead of the last of it with the trolley and the bars on it and 1 bar short, and the seal wire still over his shoulder and the bag of tags unopened, because there was nothing left on that line to wire up. Yas walked 7A twice that night, end to end and back the other side, which she did when there was nothing left to do with herself, and at the end of the second circuit she came into the sector office at the landing because it had a light on. There were 4 people in it, and 3 of them were writing. The sheet came out flat on the counter, hand-copied off the roll and the ward slips together, and the clerk turned it round for her without being asked and put her finger where the count was, because that was what people came in for. 23. It ran down the page by door and not by name, because the roll was kept by door, and the clerk was copying the roll, and it had the number of the frame and then whatever the ward or the walk had given her. About a third of it was households. 2 of them were the same household twice. Tawazon, Wen. Block door warden, 7B line. 7C on the roll. The line above it was a woman off the plant face. The line under it was a household of 2 at a door number 4 along from his, and neither of them had anything else against them either. Is that a finished sheet? It's the sheet I've got tonight. The clerk had another one under it and did not look up. There's people at 7A on floors who haven't come and said who they are, and there's people on this sheet twice under 2 names, and I'll have it right by the morning, and it still won't be right. Put the hour on the top of it. There's an hour on the top of it. Put the hour you finished it on the bottom as well, Yas said, and your name under that. It'll be read by people who want to know which sheet they've got. The clerk did it, and did not ask why, and went back to the copying. Out on the landing, the 7C people were on the deck along both walls with the sector office's blankets and their own bags, in the arrangement people make when they have been told it is one night, and somebody had got a kettle going at the far end of it off a plant socket which was not a socket for a kettle. Somebody along the far wall had it that this was the same lot that had done the throat, come inboard to finish it, and had it at a volume that took in most of the landing, and 2 people agreed with him. A woman off the plant face who had been sat with her back to the wall for an hour and had not said one word to anybody told him it was the face. That the face had been carrying over its rating since the 25th, and everyone on the face knew it. That there was a sheet in about it at the works office, and another at the sector office, and the 2 of them did not say the same thing. And if he wanted somebody at fault, he could go and find the gang that was supposed to have come and looked at it. The man said that was the same thing. The woman said it was not the same thing. Neither of them came off the wall, and after a while it stopped, and somebody at the kettle end asked whether anybody had a cup. Further along, a man got up off the deck and asked Yas whether she was the one who had been down at the frame, and she said she had been on the walk, and he said the same thing again with the same words in a different order, and she said she had moved a walk and had not been at the door at all, and he said right, and went and sat back down. The node came out on the landing stair. There was Sahi's mark on it from the 4th bell and nothing after it. He had not tried again. Yas put the node back in her coat and went up the stair to write the day up while she still had the hours in the right order. Chapter 11. The Load on 4. The telltales in 4 sat where they had not sat since the plant went in, and Sel had the glass wiped with his thumb and his face down at them at the 2nd bell, which was not one of the 3 rounds. There was no sound off 1 and no sound off 2. The work side had been down twice with a hold-up bar and a light and gone away again both times. And what they had done in the end was cut the outboard face square and put a plate over it, 1 plate to a bay. And the plates were the only new metal in the plant, and would be until somebody with a berth and a budget came and took the whole shore out. Grit had gone all down the walk and into everything. Sel had swept it 3 times and it came back, because it was in the pin store and in the rack under the desk and in the tread of everybody's boots, and there was no getting the last of it while people kept walking through. The stair door at the head took a man with a board now instead of a code, and the man read every name off the board every time, including Sel's, and did it in the same order each morning, which was the only thing about him Sel had any use for. Ish came down at the 3rd bell with the sheet. "You were here at the 2nd. "I was." "You were here at the 2nd yesterday." "I was here at the 2nd yesterday." Ish let that go where she put it and came along to 4 with the sheet against her hip. The sheet had been redrawn. Ish had done it the day the plates went on, 4 lines down to 2, and done it in pen, and had not asked him. 4's up. 4's up a division and a half. Sel moved out of the way so she could get her own look at it, and Ish got down and had it, gray knuckles on the sill of the bay and her nose about a hand off the glass, the way she read everything. It was where it had sat all quarter on the 25th. It's been coming up since. "It'll settle." "It won't settle. It's got its own quarter on it, and it's got what was booked against 1 and 2. And the board at the stairhead still says the quarter because nobody at the work side has been up to change a board." Sel took the sheet off her and put his initials in the 2 lines that were left. 4 does one thing at a time. "Then they'll book what they can book." "They will." "And 3. 3's a bay with a bed moved in it," Sel said. "Nobody's had it apart. Until somebody's had it apart, it isn't a chain, it's a bay with a chain lying in it. And you can put that on your sheet in your own hand." They did the round. It was 12 meters of walk when there were 4 bays, and it was 12 meters of walk now, with the stair at one end of it and the works passage at the other. Ish had the plate on one under her hand on the way past, and left it there a moment, checking a weld that was not hers to check and was not going to move. And Sel went on to the desk and got the round hours off the board and read them for the 4th time that week. "Say it in a way I can put on a sheet," Ishk said, coming up behind him. 2 carried the shallow line. "I know what 2 carried." "Then that's the sheet." Sel turned the board round on its nail so the hours faced her. 2 carried the shallow line, and 2 is a plate. The quarters runs that were booked against 1 and 2 are booked against 4 now, and 4 is 1 chain, and 1 chain does one thing at a time, and the quarter was already on 4 before any of this. There is nothing booked to the shallows, there's nothing to book it against. Ishk read the board. "That's this end," she said. "That's this end." "Say the other end then, because you're going to." Sel got his glove off and put it in his coat pocket and did not say anything for long enough that the man at the stairhead looked down at them and then looked away again. "I've had a form in on the far end for 2 years. Everybody knows about your form. The window was half an hour when I started booking them. It was 25 through most of last year. It's been 20 this year when it's been anything." Sel had his hand flat on the desk with the fingers apart. "And the last one I got came up 8 minutes late and dropped 4 minutes early. And I've written that down every time it's done it, and written every time that the equipment at that end is past its service life, because it is. Then it's the equipment." "It isn't the equipment." Sel took the glove back out and did not put it on. "Equipment gives you the same fault every time. That's what equipment is. You get it in the same place and you can go and stand at it. A window that comes up late at one end and drops short at the other isn't a fault, and it's been getting worse the whole 2 years I've been calling it one. And I called it one because the form has a box for equipment and no box for anything else." Ishk stood with the sheet under her arm. "Then what is it?" "I don't know what it is," Sel said. "I know what it isn't." The trolleys came through the works passage end at the quarter hour with 2 hands and an escort, which was new, and the escort stood in the doorway and did not come in, which was also new. And the hands went along the rack and took what they had come for and were slower about it than they had been in the spring. "A road's two ends," Sel said, when they had gone. "This end's got one chain with a whole quarter on it and a bay nobody's had apart. That end's been going since before you came onto the plant, and nothing I do at this end changes what that end does. Nothing goes out to the shallows, and nothing comes off them. How long have you had that?" "Since I put the gauge on 4. "How long?" 4 days. 4 days, Ishk said, "and the first person you've set it to keeps the round sheet." Sel went down the walk to 4 and got the tin out from under the cradle. The dressing on 4's fair lead had gone bright along one side and stayed dull along the other. It had not been doing that at the quarter, and he had had his hand on it on the 26th, and it had not been doing it then, and now it was, and there was only one thing a dressing did that for. "That's 2's fault." "That's 4's fault now." "Then take it off load," Ishk said, and stopped there, and put the sheet under her arm. "I'm not asking for the notice." "You'll do it hot." "I'll do it hot." "With the load where it is." "With the load where it is," Sel said. "There's no day coming off 4, not this quarter and not the one after it. The first person who writes to that office about a day off 4 gets a letter back, and it'll be a good letter, and it'll say no, and it'll be right." Ishk put the sheet down on the desk and squared it, and came back along the walk and got both arms round the cradle and put her weight where the weight went. "That's a worse job." "It's a worse job. And you'll write it up as—" "I'll write it up." It took the rest of the bell and most of the next one. The pin came out a quarter turn, and a weight, and a quarter turn, and Sel had it on the second knuckle twice, and took the skin off the back of his hand on the take-up guard once. And Ishk held the cradle the whole time and did not say anything for any of it. And when the new pin was down and seated, she let go and stood back and put her hands under her arms and looked at the job. "Write it up as the job that was done," she said. The long room behind the throat-side stores had a rotaboard down one wall and 40 chairs in it that belonged to the checkers, and a card in a clip by the door with the hour on it, because the room was booked from the 4th to the 5th, and the checkers wanted it at the 5th. There were not 40 people. The seals had gone on at the 28th and stayed on, and anybody coming from the far side came the long way round through 2 clearances or did not come, and the ones who did not come were most of the workside households, which was most of the households. Osk had the count at the door on the back of a delivery sheet because Osk had put himself at the door, and the count came to 31, and he said the number out loud twice, to nobody in particular, and got nothing back either time. Tell was on the window ledge at the back with her coat on and the coat still buttoned. Sel came in at the stair end and stood at the stair end. "Right," Osk said from the door. "The runs. When do the runs come back on the shallow line? Because I've had nothing off my brother since the winter that wasn't a sheet with somebody else's mark on it, and there's a house of them, and there's the 2 little ones." "There are no runs." "There's a quarter's runs booked." "They were booked against 2, Sel said, and 1 and 2 were cut on the 25th, and 3 took the blast and hasn't been apart. And there is 1 chain in that plant that turns, and it has the whole quarter on it already. Nothing can be booked to the shallows because there is nothing at this end to book it against." Nobody went quiet. 4 or 5 of them started at once, and Osk had his hand up and was saying something about the board at the works side, and a man near the front wanted to know who had signed off on any of that, and somebody 2 rows back said the 25th twice, with different weight on it each time. "Who says?" the man near the front said. "Who says it? Has the office said it?" "The office hasn't said anything." "Then it isn't said." I'm a plant hand and I walk that plant 3 times a day, Sel said. I'm telling you what's in it. Halden was on a stool at the side of the room that somebody had brought in from the stores, with her coat over her knees and Rav beside her with the access book open on a chair. And she had been there since before the 4th bell and had not said anything to anybody except her own clerk. Marn was 2 chairs along from the stool with her stick against her knee and turned her head about a hand's width and did not soften any of it. Then you say it, Warden. I have a report that says 2 of those chains are destroyed, 1 is damaged, and 1 is serviceable, Halden said. That is what I have. I have nothing in my building that tells me what it means for the shallow line, and I am not going to stand in a borrowed room and tell you a thing I have not got. You have the register. I have a settlement register that is years old, and I have read it this week, and it is worth less than what is in this room. Halden had both hands on her knees. I will not act on it, and you should not let anybody else act on it either. And there will be no list of households out of my building. If a list gets written, it will not be written by me, and I will not certify one that is put in front of me, because I would be certifying that it is complete, and it will not. Then who does? Osk said. That is not mine, and it is not Geneva's. Halden looked at Rav, who had not stopped writing. You may have all of that in writing before the end of the day. Rav will do the references. Ish got up off the front of the rota board and came out into the middle of the floor with a rota sheet turned blank side up. Then we write it, she said, tonight, in here, before they want the chairs. Every house on this station that's got somebody out there, the name, the line, the settlement, when you last had them, who's in the house with them, in our hand, in one book. Because the day anything goes anywhere near that side, somebody is going to be standing there holding a piece of paper with names on it, and it will either be ours or it will be that register out of that drawer. No paper, Marn said. Marn, I have been on a list. It was for my own good as well. Marn had not got up and did not. That's what I've got to say, and I'm not saying it twice. Put my brother down, Osk said. Put him down, and I'll say the line and the house and the 2 little ones, and I'll say it slow enough for you to get it. No, Sel said. Osk came off the door 2 steps with the count sheet still in his hand. Say that again. No book. Sel had not come off the stair end. You write a book like that, and the book is what gets used, and it won't be you using it. And a book says who's on it, which is the same as saying who isn't. And there are houses out past the transfer with nobody on this station to write them down at all. The day that paper's on a desk, they're not on it. Not because anybody left them off, because nobody in this room knows their names. And if we write nothing, Ishk said, the register is what's on the desk. Sel did not answer that. The register is what's on the desk, Ishk said again, to the rest of them this time, and turned the rota sheet over in her hands and back. It has the 4th line going the wrong side of the transfer. It has Osk's brother's house down under a name that house hasn't used since the merge. It's the only paper anybody's got. It's wrong in about 9 places I could tell you standing here, and not one of the 9 is wrong in our favor. I'm not saying write it because it's a good thing to write. I'm saying write it because somebody is going to, and it won't be us. Ishk. You've no answer to it. I know I've no answer to it, Sel said. Osk got the count sheet down off the door frame and folded it in half, and did not put it anywhere. Then put your sister down, he said. Put her down, and I'll put my brother under her. What line is he on? The 4th off the shallows, past the transfer. Then he isn't where the register has him, Sel said, because the register has the 4th going the far side of the transfer, and it hasn't gone that side since before Tell could walk. And if you give that line number to anybody, they'll look at the wrong end of it. Say the settlement, not the line. The settlement and the two houses either side of it. Osk said the settlement, and the two houses either side of it, and a woman at the front said no, that was the other one. That one had gone in with theirs the year of the water plant. And then there were 4 people saying it, and Ishk had the sheet flat on the rotaboard with a pen off Rav. The card by the door came round at the 5th, and the checkers came for the chairs, which they were entitled to do, and did without any particular grace. And the room went out into the walk in 3s and 4s, and went on with it out there in the doorways. And Ish came out last with the rota sheet folded once and 11 names on the back of it. Sells was not one of them. Tell was at the head of the stair with her coat still buttoned. 17 days, she said. 17 days. Tell waited. Down at the turn, a trolley came up onto the walk, one wheel at a time, and the man behind it stopped to get his grip right and then took it on past them, and the noise of it went away towards the landing. Tell got a folded sheet out of the inside of her coat. "I've done a form," she said. "I did it at the counter the day of my own window, when it didn't come up. I've been carrying it since, and I haven't put it in. Let me have it." Sel read it, standing at the rail, holding it by the 2 corners against the draft off the stair. It was in her own hand, and it was short, and it said the equipment at the far end of the shallow line had been out of service life for years, and that the office had had a form on it before, and that the applicant wished to know what had been done about the previous form. Tell had put his reference in the top corner in a square she had drawn for it. "Take that off." "It's your reference." "It's my reference, and mine is a file now," Sel said. "A file goes to a file. It comes back in a day and a half saying what it said the last time, because the man answering it doesn't read it. He reads the last answer and copies it. Yours is a new matter. A new matter gets read by a person once at the start before it's anything, and that's the only time anybody reads anything. And then it's a file. And then it's a file." Tell gave him the pen. Sel put the sheet on the rail with his hand flat under it, and struck the reference out with one line, so the number could still be read under it, because a struck number that could be read was a number, and a scribbled one was a mess, and wrote the date across the corner where the square had been, and blew on it and gave it back. "Second counter," he said, "not the 3rd desk. The 3rd desk is mine, and they know the file." "Right," Tell said, and put it inside her coat flat without folding it again, and went off down the walk towards the landing. Sal stood at the head of the stair until the man with the board had read his name off it, and went down and went along to 4, and got the glass wiped with his thumb, and read it and wrote it down. Chapter 12. The Third Shutter. The hatch cover at pitch 9 had been wired back by somebody who had put the tag the wrong way out, and Cray cut the wire off and did it again with the tag reading, because a man was going to come down that row with a list and put his eyes on every one of them. 9's done. 11 and 12. Renko was 4 pitches up with the cutters in his teeth and the bag of tags open on the deck. Then the 2 at the shrine end, then the counterfronts, and the counterfronts are the long part. The stall rows had been stripped on the 31st by the people who owned them, in about 40 minutes, and what was left of them was trestles stacked against the rail and the pitch numbers painted on the deck with nothing standing on any of them. The floor of the Heart had not been that wide since before Cray was born. It was wide now all the way from the ramp foot to the counters at the trade upper end, and it was empty, and standing in the middle of it and looking down the length of it made the back of her neck go. The core stood where it had always stood, plated to about the height of 2 men and bare above that, where nobody had ever got round to it, with the civic floor grown up against it on 3 sides and the store's stair going up the 4th to the gallery. The face that looked down the floor towards the ramp was the ledger face, a chalkboard 3 men wide with the 31st's run still on it, a clip with the request sheet on it, and under the board a recess with 3 shutters up in their heads and the room behind them. Nobody had been able to get near that recess since the 31st. "Wire's short," Cray said. "Wire's short, and that's what there is." The line at the ramp head was 2 of Skullbase people and a rail. The line at Trade Upper was more of them, and it ran across the floor past the vault door and the counters, and between the 2 of them was the core. And the gang worked the floor in between and did not go past the pitch numbers on the ramp side of the shrine end, which was where the duty officer had put a chalk mark and told them there was nothing else to say about it. The route clerk had her trestle up against the rail with 4 books on it and a pen, and had been at it since the morning, and had 2 of the traffic counters people copying off her. "Are you the doors?" Cray said. "We're the furniture," Cray said. "Then you'll know how a plate door goes?" "Depends whose." "Mine." The clerk did not look up from the book. "There's one on that room, and it's the best door on this floor, and it's the only reason there's anything in there this morning." The counters had been going since the seal went on the throat side. The route office was a counter on the works passage, and the works passage was behind a line. So the office had come up here, and had been working out of the heart for a week, at the ledger, because the ledger was where the ledger was. "What's in it?" "Every chain." The clerk turned a leaf over. "Every chain this station has ever had, and who certified it, and when, and the endorsements, and what came off each of them, and who signed for it. And the counter copies of everything lodged at this floor. And the new matters since the seal, because those go in the back with the books until a desk takes them, and there's been a fortnight of them." "Can't you write it again?" "Not so anybody can certify it." The clerk shut the book on her finger and looked at Cray for the first time, and looked at her hands, the way everybody on that floor had been looking at everybody's hands for 2 days. 4 is the only thing on this station that turns, and nothing goes on 4 till somebody can put a hand on the paper that says 4 is what it says it is. That paper's in there. That's why they're stood in front of it. They can't get out with it. They're not going out with anything. They haven't got a hull." The clerk opened the book again. "They came in on the trade side, the way everybody comes in on the trade side, and they haven't got a berth between them, and every road off this station is a road that goes through that room. That's why they're not in a hurry either." Down at the shrine end, a floor hatch came up on its hinge, and my Lek came out of it with her gloves under her arm and 2 of her hands after her, gray to the shoulder. "Who's got this row?" "He has," Cray said. My Lek came along the pitch numbers and stood over the wire on 9 and looked at it and did not say anything about it. "They'll be wanting the ways down walked," Renko said. "They're being walked. They've been walked since last night, and they'll be walked tonight, and there's 4 of us doing it, and there's a dozen ways down off this floor alone, and one of them comes up in the gallery." My Lek got the gloves back on. "Tell your officer I said a dozen and not 9, because he's got 9 on a drawing, and the drawing's from before the vault door went in. Tell him yourself. I'm telling you. You'll see him sooner." My Lek went off up the floor towards the ramp head at the pace of somebody who had been on shift a long time already, and put her hand flat on the stacked trestles on the way past without stopping, the way a person does. The duty officer came down the row after that and wanted the point on the roller front at the counter end opened, and it was a square socket at knee height behind a cover the size of a hand, and the cover took a bar. "Who's small enough to get in behind that?" "I am," Cray said. Renko was still 4 pitches up. It went in her hands the first time, which it had not done since she was 13, and she put the cutters down on the deck and picked them up again, and did it. And it came, and the second cover after that one came first time. "Whose name goes on these?" the officer said, with his board out. Mine, Renko said. Ring 6, gang. I'm the ganger and they're my 4. Cray did the 3rd cover and the 4th and got the tags on both and did not say anything and wanted the officer to ask again. The ramp head at the top had a rail across it, and the landing behind the rail full of people, which was fewer than there had been at the 2nd bell and more than there had been at noon. And a woman had a trestle going at the head of it, doing something hot out of a pan, and getting what the day would stand for it. Cray came up for bar stock and got the bar stock and did not get back down for 10 minutes because Lote was at the rail. You're gray. There's a floor. There's a floor, Lote said. Vesh was sat on the deck against the wall with her boots out and her sleeves still rolled from a shift that had been stood down at the 3rd bell, and Bell was standing over her with his hands going. They could shut the whole thing off the sector office. There's a board. It's got every door on this floor drawn on it. It's a picture, Bell. It's not a picture. It's got the doors on it. It's a picture of the doors. Vesh did not open her eyes. It's a man drawing your door for you. There's a crank and a key, and somebody stood at the frame. And if you'd ever once been down there, you'd know that. And you've never once been down there. Cray's been down there. Cray's down there now, Vesh said, and she's not going to tell you about a board. Cray put the bar stock against the wall and stood with it, and Bell took the whole thing off down the rail to somebody else, and would be back with it in a fortnight. Worse. Tell was further along the rail with her coat buttoned. You're on the floor. I'm on the furniture. Right, Tell said. The rail went along the head of the ramp, and people stood 2 and 3 deep at it, and mostly did not talk. And further down, a man was asking one of Skalbe's people the same question he had asked before, and getting the same answer, and getting it in the same words. I came about my form, Tell said. It went in on the 30th at the 2nd counter, and there's been nothing. And my father says a new matter gets read once at the start, and that's the only time anybody reads anything. And I had it that if I came down and stood at the counter. The counter shut. I know the counter shut. I can see the counter shut. I've been stood here since the 1st bell looking at it. The form's lodged since the seal went in the back with the books. Cray had that off the clerk an hour ago, in those words, and had not done anything with it, and did not do anything with it now. They'll have it, she said. It'll be in with the rest of it. Right, Tell said. Lote had come along the rail while that was going on, and stood at Cray's shoulder, and did not join any of it. Then she put her hand out and took the gray off the shoulder of Cray's coat with 2 fingers, once, and looked at what came off, and put her hand down. Have you eaten? There's the woman with the pan. There's the woman with the pan. Lote got a coin out and gave it to her, and did not make anything of it. Eat it at the top, and not on the ramp. You won't taste it on the ramp. Cray ate it at the top. Lote stood at the rail the whole time with both hands on it, looking down the ramp at the floor, which, from the head of the ramp, was the shrine end, and the stacked trestles, and about 1/3 of the pitch numbers, and no further. Then Cray put the paper in the bin at the rail, and picked the bar stock up off the wall. And Lote moved along the rail to let her past it, and did not say anything, and Cray went down. Tell was still at the rail when she went past it. The counter fronts took the rest of the afternoon, and they were good work. They were an old pattern, and they had been fitted the year everything went in, and there was nothing on that floor that had been touched since. And Cray went down the row of them with the tin and the cutters and the roller pins and put 4 of them right that nobody had asked her to put right, and did it quickly, and knew she was doing it quickly. Renko came along behind her at the 3rd one and had his thumb on the pin she had just changed, and said nothing about it, and went on. Down the floor the 2 lines stood where they had stood since the morning. A man off the traffic counter brought water along the row twice. The smoke came out over the top of the shutters before anybody on that floor had been told there was a fire. It came out gray and went up the bare part of the core and along the ceiling towards the ramp end, and it went fast. And the first anybody on that floor did about it was one of Scalby's people at the chalk mark putting his arm out flat and walking the gang backwards 4 paces without turning round. Then the operators came out. They came out of the recess and along the near side of the core towards Trade Upper, and there were more of them than Cray had ever put a number to, and they came out fast and low, and they came out shooting, and the line across the floor by the vault door held where it was and answered. Cray got down behind the claims desk counter with the bar stock across her knees. There was a woman down at pitch 4 on the deck between 2 stacked trestles who had been at her own pitch getting the last of her stock off it since the morning, and had been told twice to leave it. The woman did not get up. Further along, past the counters, one of Scalby's people went over at the desk end, and 2 more came past him going the other way and did not stop for him. The noise of it in a room that size was not a noise a person could hold anything under. Cray. Renko had the other 2 hands at the rail behind the trestles and was going along on his knees. Here. Stay there. Stay behind that and don't come out of it for anybody but me. Cray stayed behind it. The operators went at Trade Upper and did not get through it. Then they came back down the near side of the core the way they had gone up it, along the pitch numbers towards the shrine end and the ramp. And the ramp had a landing full of people at the head of it and Scalby's people on the ramp itself in front of them, 4 deep, coming down. So they turned again at pitch 9 into the stall rows, which was the only ground left on that floor, and the fighting went into the stacked trestles and brought them down and went on through them along the rail to the counters at the shrine end. It went past the claims desk on the far side of it with the counter between. A trestle came over the top, and the end of it came down on the counter a hand from Cray's head and stayed there. And one of the traffic counters people came over after it and landed on her legs, and did not get up off them, and the 2 of them lay there under the trestle end with their faces about a foot apart, and did not say one word to each other for any of it. 2 of them went down the shrine end hatch. It had been wired that morning by Renko's own hand, and the wire came off it the way seal wire comes off anything, because seal wire is a tag and not a fastening, and never has been. And the 2 of them were through the floor before anybody at the counters had come round to it. The smoke was down to head height by then and coming down. Somebody at the shrine end got the shutter catches. All 3 came out of their heads at once, the way they were built to, and 2 of them ran down their guides and hit the sill and seated, and the 3rd came down cocked and stopped a hand's width off the sill and stood there, with the smoke coming out under it in a flat sheet along the deck. Renko was at the recess before the fighting was off the floor. Arms gone. Cray came out from behind the counter with the bar and got down at the head of the 3rd shutter where the arm bracket was, at knee height, and put her thumb where the pin went through. Pin's oval. Show me. Cray showed him. Renko put his thumb where hers had been and left it there, and took it off. It won't lift out of that, not with the arm hanging on it. Take the arm off and drive it. Then it comes down on your hands. Then bar it, Cray said. Renko got the roll out of his coat and put it in her hand, and went to talk to the officer about the 2nd shutter and the guides, because the 2nd shutter was going to be the same pattern in about a year, and there was nobody else to say so. It took what it took. The arm came off at the bracket with the cutters and the flat of the bar. The old pin was oval one way and only one way, and it went out sideways and not down, and it went out on the 4th try with the bar's heel on it and Cray's other hand flat on the bracket to keep the bracket from turning with it. Somebody came in behind her with a wet coat and put it over her head and shoulders and knelt on the tail of it and stayed there, and did not say anything to her for any of it, and she did not turn round to see whose it was. The new pin went in dry and would not go, and came back out, and went in the second time with the arm lifted a finger's width, and seated. Then it was the bar and the sill. The shutter came down its guides at the speed a bar can move it, which is not fast, and it came down out of true, and had to be brought square before it would take the sill. And Cray got it square with the bar's heel against the guide, and her shoulder into the bar, and her boots against the deck plate. And it came, and it went down onto the sill along its whole length, with the small dead sound a thing makes when it is doing the work instead of the frame. The smoke along the deck stopped coming. Cray sat back on her heels with the wet coat still over her and the bar across her knees and both hands shaking, and got the roll out of her coat pocket and counted what was in it, because she had gone into it under a coat in the dark and could not have said what she had taken. 3 in it. The room was opened at the middle of the next day, when what was in it had gone out and the plate had come off the shutter, and a man from the plant side had put a light in through the gap for 20 minutes before anybody was let past him. By then the cordon at the ramp head was down to 1 rail and 1 man, and the counters were open, and the woman with the pan had moved her trestle to the shrine end where the trade was. 3 of theirs are dead, the officer said, at the trestle, with his board out and the hours on it. 4 are taken, and they're taken here. The rest of them are somewhere on this station, and if you ask me where, I'll tell you the same as I've told the chair, which is that I don't know, and I'm not going to guess it in front of a clerk. The route clerk had her trestle up on the floor in front of the recess, and 4 of the traffic counters people working off her, and what had come out of the room came out on boards, 2 at a time, and went on to the deck in the order it had come off the racks, and she went through it page by page with her sleeve over her mouth. The plate door had been cut at the hinge side, and not at the lock, in 4 places, low, by somebody who had done it before, and had taken 2 days over it, because 2 days was what the cutting gear left to them would do. It stood against the inside wall of the recess where they had put it down, and the route clerk had it moved out of her light and did not look at it again. The racks nearest the face had gone. The 2 behind them had gone along their top edges and were black a third of the way down and readable under that. And the presses at the back of the room had been shut, and what was in the presses had come out wet and whole. 4, she said, about the 4th hour, without any particular weight on it, and put 1 finger on a page and kept it there. Certification, endorsements, and the last 3 dissents against it. It's scorched to the fold, and the fold's the binding, and I can read every line of it. And the rest? The rest I'll make. There's countercopies at 4 sector offices, and there's the warden's own, and there's the work side, and every one is a copy of a copy, and none of them agree, and I will sit at this trestle and make it out of them by hand, and it will take me the rest of the year, and it will not be the same book. The clerk turned the leaf. And it will hold for 4. It'll hold well enough for a man to certify 4 and mean it, which this morning I would not have given you a coin for. The new matters? The new matters were in the back with the books, the clerk said, and the back with the books is what's on the deck at your feet, and there's nothing in it that was paper. Cray stood at the end of the trestle with the bar under her arm. The officer had the board open at a fresh page and was writing the shutters down, 3 of them, with the hour against each. Whose name goes against the 3rd one? Mine, Cray said. Cray. Ring 6 gang. It came out before Renko had got his head up out of the guide he was in, and it came out too loud for the distance, and nobody at the trestle stopped what they were doing. Renko came out of the guide and looked at the officer and did not say anything at all. The officer wrote it. Cray got the cutters off the deck and went along the recess to the second shutter and got down at the bracket and put her thumb on the pin, and behind her at the trestle the clerk started the next board. Chapter 13. One Gang. Then put a name to it, because I'm not clearing an escape by pointing at people. The works offices man had the landing drawing under his arm, rolled, and had not opened it, because there was nowhere on that landing to open it. The clerk had her sheet folded back on itself to the third page, and a pen through her fingers she had not used since Corrigan came up the ramp. It's on the drawing as an escape, because that's what it is. It's the way off this landing that isn't the ramp, and if the ramp's the thing that's gone wrong, then it's the only one. There's people the length of it, and some of them don't get up quickly. The clerk had not moved off the counter. So say which of them. You've got the drawing under your arm. Put a ring round who goes. That's not mine to say, and you know it. I'll write it up, and it'll go where those go. Write it up, the clerk said, and turned the sheet over. The works offices man wrote it up standing, against the wall by the store, and it took him about a minute, and he put it in his coat and did not go, because he had come up for a different thing and had not got to it yet. The 7A landing was 30 paces by about 12, with the sector office at the ramp end and the ward store at the other, and the inboard walk running off it towards 7B behind a door that had been shut since the second bell of the 28th. There were people along both walls of the landing and both walls of the first 40 paces of the walk. The blankets were sector office issue, with the numbers stenciled on the corners, and about half the numbers were on blankets that had gone somewhere else. Where a household had a stretch of wall, they had put their bags along the open side of it, and their boots outside that, and everybody stepped round the boots. Somebody had hung a sheet across the corner by the store off a run of seal wire, and behind the sheet was a woman who had been ill since the 30th, and 2 people taking it in turns. The kettle was at the store end on a plant socket, and the sector office had written to the works office about the socket twice, and had the second letter pinned up beside it. There was a rhoda chalked on the deck under the socket, in fitter's chalk, in one hand, and the top third of it had been walked off by boots and rewritten twice. Along the wall by the store, from about the height of a person's hand to about the height of a person's head, there were door numbers. 7C's numbering, the frame first and then the door, and names against maybe a third of them in as many hands as there were names. Some of the names had a second word after them, and the second word was mostly a landing or a ring. In the corner nearest to the store, in a hand that had pressed hard enough to break the chalk, somebody had written Ring 11, and it had been rubbed at and written again over the rubbing. Corrigan read the wall from the store end to the ramp end, both courses. Somebody puts that up most nights, the clerk said, behind him. Somebody else takes it off. I've stopped doing either. Who does the wall? They do. It's not mine, and it's not going to be. The day I start writing on that wall is the day it's a record, and then somebody will come and ask me to certify it. The clerk had the sheet open again. There's 3 lists on this landing. Mine's by door, off the roll because the roll's by door. The ward's is by name, and it's only the ones who've been in the ward. How far out is yours? How would I know? That's what out means. The clerk turned the sheet round on the counter without being asked, the way she had turned it round for everybody for 6 days. I've got households on here twice under 2 names because 2 people came to the counter about the same room. I've got a whole frame's worth that came up through the landing door on the night and haven't been to any counter at all, and I know they're here because I can see them from where I'm stood. I'm not going to make it right by writing harder. Then start a second one by name. With what hands? I'll send 2. Send them by Thursday or don't send them, because after Thursday I'll have built the thing round a sheet I've got and I'm not unbuilding it. Adisa was at the walk door with the card in a clip on the frame and both names on it, the top one in a different hand from the bottom one, and had been there since the fourth bell. A man came along the wall side with a docket and put a question to Adisa that he said he had put on the 32nd and again on the 33rd. Who held the key to a sealed sector, and whether a person could get a docket against what was behind the door, and Adisa gave him the name of the sector office and the name of the counter, and did not shorten either. The man came back down the landing past Corrigan and stopped. "You're the executive." "I am." "There's a press in my room with my mother's papers in it, and the room's 30 paces the far side of that door." The man had the docket still in his hand and had not put it away. "I'm not asking you to open the door. I'd like to know what the paper is that gets me the press when the door does open, and whether I want it now or then, and nobody on this landing knows." Corrigan got his own book out and took the man's name and the frame and the door number, and read it back, and got the frame number wrong the first time and had it corrected. "That's it in my hand," he said, "not in an office. I'll have somebody find out what the paper is, and they'll come and find you here." "Right," the man said, and looked at the book a moment, and went and sat back down against the wall where his bag was. The works office's man was still by the store, and came along when the counter was clear. "The other thing," he said, "it's the returns." "Say it." "Not here." The works office's man went 4 paces up the landing towards the ramp and stopped where the noise off the kettle end covered him, and Corrigan went with him. "This landing's got returns cut for a landing. It's a place people walk over. There's been better than a sector's worth of people living on it for 6 days, and it's tolled in the air by the 3rd bell every day, and by the 2nd on the days they cook." "What does it want?" "The ducting off, a bigger fan, and a run taken up through the deckhead into the ring main, and the ring main's got no headroom in it either, so it wants that as well. A plant down on this ring for a shift and a half, a gang for a run of shifts, and a boundary test after, and the boundary test's the long part." "And a gang." "And a gang, and I'll say it before you do. There's one, and it's on frames, and it's got a ganger who's been on a floor at the Heart for 2 days and hasn't been home." The works office's man got the drawing out from under his arm at last and did not unroll it. "I've written up 4 things on this landing since the 29th, and I'll write a 5th on Thursday. I'm going to keep writing them." "Keep writing them." "I wasn't asking." Down at the store end, somebody got the kettle going again, and 4 of the people nearest it stood into a queue, and one of them cleared the chalk under her boot to read the rota before she took her place in it. The hall filled slow at the 4th, the way it did on a day with one head that mattered on it, and the clerk was still laying the copies along the chairs when Milek came in and sat down in the Void's chair with her coat on. "I'll take it off you." Corrigan had the schedule under his arm and had not got to his place. "Take what?" "The sheet." Milek had her gloves in her lap and did not look up from them. "You pinned it on a board at a hustings in your own writing 4 years ago, and it's yours and nobody else's, and there's nothing in this station's paper that would stop you taking it down tonight. So take it down, and I'll get up at the 5th and say I asked you to, and it'll go in the book that the member for the Voids asked, and the executive did it because she asked. It'll be my name. You can have mine." The member for 7A had come along the front with the copy folded the wrong way and stood at the end of the row. "And I'll second whatever it is she's doing." "There's nothing to second," Milek said. "That's the point of it. There's nothing to move, nothing to vote, nothing for the clerk to put in words. It's a man and a board. Then hear the landing first." The member for 7A got the copy the right way round and did not read from it. "I've got the works office writing me a paper this week that says people are sleeping on my escape, and my own warden is going to have to put a name to which of them gets moved, and there is nowhere to move them to. I've got a woman behind a sheet at the store end, and there are 2,400 places sat up that ring doing nothing, a ramp and 2 walks away from her. I've had 19 of 22 off 4 separate people this fortnight, and I can say it in my sleep. The works office prices the walk this week, Corrigan said. Prices it with what? Milek said. With a gang and a program. There's one gang, and their ganger's been at the Heart 2 days. Milek got the gloves squared and put them on the chair beside her. You'll have a price in the quarter and a gang after the price, and that's the winter. Barak had the case open on the table and was going down his sheet with the stylus and did not stop. There's no item on it for either of you, he said. There couldn't be. There's no instrument to bring, and there never was one, and I've had this at me twice this week from members who think there's a clause somewhere that I'm sitting on. There isn't. A member may have a question minuted, and I'll minute it. Then what's that landing at day 90? Milek said. Corrigan went along the front of the chairs and put the schedule down at his place and squared it against the edge of the arm. Nassar came in by the members' door with her page on top of her bag and stopped at the end of the near row and did not sit. I've counted it again this week. And? It hasn't moved. If you put it, you lose it by 4, and it's the same 4 it's been since the poll. Nassar had the page flat under her hand. That isn't why you're not putting it, and you know it isn't. And I'd think better of you if you'd say so in a room. I've got the member for 10A on at me about a berth, and I'll be 10 minutes. Nassar went out the way she had come in. Milek did not ask it again, and the clerk came along the row with the copies and put one on the chair beside her, and Milek picked it up and started reading it from the top. The concessions rooms took the stair off the long apron and had the window the width of them, and the apron under it had 2 hulls alongside that had been alongside since the 25th, and a third out at the far cleats with nothing being done to it. Morrow had a chair pulled out before Corrigan was through the door and went back round to her own side. You've come up yourself. I have. Then it's berths, and you'll be wanting them by the week and not by the quarter. Morrow sat. Sit down. I haven't got a figure yet, and I'm not making one up while you're standing. What have you got? 2 hulls and a shed row. Morrow had the berth order out and turned it face down, because it was not what this was, and got a clean sheet under her hand instead. The 2 on the apron have crew accommodation, and both crews are still living in it, because nothing's gone off this station since the 25th, and they've nowhere else. Take the crews out, and what's left isn't hundreds. It isn't 100 either. They're berths, 2 high, no partition, a head at the end of the alleyway, and you'd be putting families in a space that was drawn for a watch. And the sheds. Bonded sheds on the dock rows, dry, lit, plated deck, and the boundary on them is a dock boundary and not a domestic one, which means if the apron goes down, they're on the apron side of it and not on yours. Morrow wrote 2 words at the head of the sheet. And there's no returns in a shed. There's an extract over the doors for fumes off a lift truck. I'm not selling you that as air, and you'd know inside a day if I tried. What would it take to make one right? A plate. Morrow went on writing while she said it. Somebody has to put a name on a shed and say a person can sleep in it. It isn't going to be mine. My name's no good on a certificate on this station, and it hasn't been since 2322. The sections man. The sections man has got ring 10 in front of him, and he had ring 10 in front of him before any of this. You'd move him, and you'd be entitled to, and then whatever he was doing waits. Morrow ran a line down the sheet and started putting figures beside it. That's the crew's overtime. That's water carted to a berth, and there's a rate for that on a board downstairs, and it hasn't moved in years. That's the tender crew, to shift the 2 hulls in against the wall so a person can walk off them without a boat. And that's the biggest of them, and it isn't close. That's indemnity. and I want that one in writing before anybody sleeps anywhere, and I want to know whose office is carrying it. And the ring. I was coming to the ring. Morrow turned the sheet a quarter round and left the pen on it. I'll pay for the walk, all of it. The gang, the plant down at the far end, the holds at every boundary, the boundary test on the sector after, and I'll pay for the second test that the engineer will want. My houses will find it inside a week, and I'll not put a condition on it, and I'll not take a line of credit against it, and I'd be glad to have it minuted that I offered, and you can have that as plainly as you like. It's a good week's work for us if that ring opens. There's one gang. There's one gang. Morrow picked the pen back up. I asked the works office on the 9th, not about your ring, about a boiler and a bed to stand it on, which is a smaller thing and still a gang. They told me the same. I can find the money for anything on this station inside a day, and I have never once been able to find a fitter. Down on the apron, a lift crew took a pallet off the near hull's rail and put it down twice before they had it where they wanted it. Morrow wrote 2 figures at the foot of the sheet and turned it round. That's a fortnight. That's the quarter. The quarter's figure was the upper of the 2, and she left it that way. And you pay at 90 days, and I've allowed for the 90 days in both of them rather than have a conversation about it in the spring. Corrigan read it twice. The fortnight one on a chit, with an hour on it. You'll have it before you're down the stair. Morrow got the chit book out of the drawer and squared it against the edge of the desk. And the other thing, and it's mine and not yours. If that ring opens, every sublet on 4 rings comes loose inside a fortnight. People paying twice for a floor who'll stop paying twice the day there's a door. That's my week's work and not yours, and I'd like the week. Whichever way you go, tell me on the day you decide and not on the day it's read out. I haven't said what I'll do. No, Morrow said, and wrote the fortnight figure into the book with the hour beside it, and tore the chit off along the perforation with 2 fingers on the stub. The public rail at the 5th ran 3 deep down the long side, and there were 7 sea people at the near end of it who had come up the ramp from the landing with their cards, and one of them had a bag on her shoulder because she was not leaving it where it was. Barack took the accommodation head forth, after 2 short ones, which was where it had sat on the sheet since the morning. Corrigan gave the report standing, and it took 4 minutes. The counters that were opened, and the hours they were open, the blankets issued, and where the next lot were coming from. 2 clerks to the 7A office by Thursday for a second list by name. The ward at 7A, and what the ward's people had asked for. What the works office had written about the returns, in the works office's own words, read out as it was written. And the sectors with space in them. There's no space in the sectors. The 2 rings that had it at the pole took the growth, and they're full, and there's a queue on both of them. Then say what's being done about the ring, the member for 7A said, without getting up. The works office is pricing the program this week. That's not what I asked you. That's what I've got, Corrigan said, and sat down. The rock went on down his sheet, and the member for 7A did not put it again. I asked on the 8th, Milik said from her chair. It's in the book. I'm asking on the 34th. I'll ask again in a fortnight, and I'd like all 3 of them written the same way so somebody can lay them alongside one another one day. They're in it, Barack said. Anybody else? The 6C chair went back on the deck plate, and Achterberg stood up out of it with 1 sheet in her hand and nothing else, and held the sheet down against her leg and did not read from it. I'll answer her, and I'll say at the start that I can't. Nobody in this room is going to answer the member for the voids, and I'd rather not watch 4 people try. I went down to that landing on the 31st with a delivery for the store, and I stayed an hour and a half. There is a woman behind a sheet at the far end of it. There is a rota chalked on a deck for a kettle. That's people making a place work, and they're good at it, and they should not have to be. So this is what I've got, and it's one sheet, and it's not mine. It's the engineer's. It's been up on a wall since the quarter, and anybody in this chamber could have gone and read it on any day since, and I don't suppose 4 of us did. Achterberg put the sheet flat on the arm of the chair beside her. There are 3 things in that standard. 2 of them are done. The record on the first path is published. 2 names, both ends, torches, and a page of it about a stillage somebody left in a plenum. And the margin is entered against the projected and not against the drawing. 2,400, and she signed it. The third is the second run walked, and it hasn't been. And the reason isn't that anybody in this station thinks it's a bad idea. It's that there is one gang. Now, the part I actually came up to say, and it's not about 2322, and I'm not going to use the 11 in here or anywhere. 6 days ago, a block line on 7B went on with the gear on the far face and the warden standing on the near one. What got that walk out was that there was a second door on the line, and it was handed the other way, and there was somebody stood at it who knew which way it was handed because they'd worked it. That's it. That's the reason there is anybody at all on the landing we've been discussing. I'm not going to put a number on what that line cost because the sector office's sheet still isn't right, and the clerk making it right has said herself it won't be. And I won't stand up in this chamber and be more certain than the woman doing the work. Ring 11's second path goes behind the lining, and it turns out at every block line and comes back in, and nobody has been along it. So nobody can tell you which face the gear is on at any one of those crossings, and you cannot write a warden's card for a run nobody has walked. You'd be handing a door to a man and asking him to stand at it on a drawing. And I won't put a better face on what that means. I am asking this chamber to leave people where they are on a landing. So here's what I'll put against it. 6C's got the gallery over the growth hall at the plant face and the works rooms behind it. It's shift noise, and it's the wrong side of a plant boundary, and the air in it comes off the face. I'll have it cleared by the end of the week, and I'll take households into it, and I'm not calling it housing, and I'm not having anybody else call it housing either. And it takes households in double figures. It doesn't take them in hundreds, and I want that said in the same breath so nobody quotes the first half of it back at me in a sector office. Achterberg picked the sheet up off the chair arm. I haven't moved anything, and I'm not going to. There's nothing to move. I've answered the member for the voids as far as I can answer her, which is not far, and I'd like that in the book, in those words. The hall did not do much with it. 2 members down the far side had their heads together over one copy. At the rail, the woman with the bag put it down on the deck between her boots and left it there. Minuted, Barak said. Clerk, from there are 3 things through to nobody has walked, in her own words, and the last part about the gallery separately, so it doesn't get read as a condition on the first. Anybody moving? Nobody moved. Then the head's discharged, and it comes back when there's something to put on it. Next. The next head was the sump again, and after it a berth allocation, and the sitting broke at the 6th. The clerk came up the near side with the case on her hip, and laid the 2 clerk authority out on the table Barak had got up from, Thursday in it, the 7A office named, and the second list described as a list by name and not as a record, which was the wording Corrigan had asked for at the 4th and which she had put in without being asked twice. It wants the hour on it as well as the date. Put the hour on it. Corrigan wrote his name across the foot of it, standing, with the hall going out behind him, and the clerk took it up before the ink was off and stood it against the case to dry, rather than put a blotter to it, because a blotter on that one would have taken the hour with it. At the far end of the hall, the 7C people came out from behind the rail in the order they had been standing in and went down the passage towards the ramp. And the woman with the bag went last, and the member for 7A went down with them. Chapter 14. Carried Forward. Then I'll put it another way, and you can refuse that one as well. Put them all out this morning if you've got them. I'd rather have the lot now than have you back at this counter at the end of the week with the last one. Halden had the form turned round where she had turned it a quarter of an hour ago and had not moved it since. Go on. You've published off that pass already. The findings went out, the cost record went out with an annex on it, and the annex has been in the Works Office Press 5 years, and I've read it, and there's nothing in it I could use. Cade had her hands on the edge of the counter. So the line isn't the pass. The line's somewhere inside it, and you drew it. I want to hear where. Positions. Say the rest of it. There's no rest of it. The line is positions, and it's been positions since the office was a room with 2 chairs in it. Halden put one finger on the form and left it. You can have findings, cost records, hours worked, chain time. You can't have a position off a pass, and it doesn't matter what's at it or who's asking. At the far wall, Tuma had the smaller press going. Siren had the daybook open on the bench beside the reader and was working the morning's trays into the rack in the order they had come off. 4 items, Cade said, not the pass. 4 items carried on it. Geometry and hours and nothing else. And the geometry is approximate, because the boat's own boards were arguing with each other on the day, and your office is the one that wrote back asking her to reconcile them. Ravna wrote back asking her to reconcile them. 5 years running, and every year there's nobody at any desk on this station who's going to discharge 4 items off a pass nobody has flown since. And that's not custody. That's a drawer. It's a drawer I answer for. Then answer for it this morning, not in 5 years. Halden took her finger off the form. You haven't asked me the question you came up here to ask. You've asked me 4 smaller ones round the outside of it, and I'll save you the 5th. Yes, it's mine. There's no application over that material, and no subject with a write in it, and no instrument anywhere near it. I could put it under that reader and let you copy it out with a pen, and nobody on this station or off it could ask me a question about it afterwards, including the chamber you sit in. And nobody could take it off you. Nobody could take it off me. Then say no in your own name and not in the office's. I've been saying it in my own name since you came up the corridor. Halden had both hands flat on the counter now. You know what a position off a pass is, and I'm not going to stand here teaching it to you, so you can have the half of the reason that belongs to this year. There's one chain in that plant that turns. There's a corridor going onto it as soon as I can authenticate one, and the hours on it are the hours there are. If a hull goes somewhere nobody has walked and doesn't come back, the thing that goes out after it is a hull off the same apron and hours off the same chain, and I'll be the woman who put the position in the hand that took it. That's a good argument, and you'd make it about anybody. I would make it about anybody. I'm making it about you because you're the one at the counter. Cade let a moment go past and came at it from underneath. There is a closed roll on this station at an hour that appears on that file. 1 roll, not 4, not 2, 1, and it's been closed 12 years, and nobody in 12 years has had to look at those items. Halden did not move. Whose? Cade did not answer that. Down the room the press ran out its run and stopped, and Tuma went along to the racks with the sheets in his hand. There's a road, and you won't want it, Halden said. Put it to the review bench, with the file reference at the head and the 5 years under it, and they'll direct me to produce what I've got, and I'll produce it, because that's what the bench is for. It'll take a year. I haven't got a year. No. You could be wrong. I could be wrong. The wrong ones have a book of their own behind me, and my hand is in all of it, and you can go through it, because it's a public book, and that's the reason it exists." Haldon turned the form back round. "Raven will write it out for you, with my name on the foot of it, and not hers." Raven had the access book turned round already, and put the line down at her own pace, and read the words off her own pen without being asked to. "Refused on the warden's own judgment. No instrument engaged." That's it. Raven tore the slip with the reference on it and the hour under the reference and put it across the counter, and went along to the reader with a fold of the throat counter's paper for the afternoon. Cade took the slip and did not look at it. "Is there anything else this office can do for you?" "No." Cade went down the middle room past the racks and stopped at the end of them, where Siren had the last of the trays squared and was getting the strap round them. Siren, member. The 29 survey pass, the raw run, the 4 carried items, the geometry and the hours, and what the clocks came home with, and nothing else off it. Cade said it at the speed of a woman reading out an order for stores. It is on that reader. It comes off it in the time anything comes off it. Siren got the strap through the buckle and pulled it and did not pull it tight. It counts. It counts. I know it counts. It counts, and the count goes in that book at the end of the day, and Rav reads that book at the first bell and has never once missed a morning of it in the 4 years I have been in that room. Siren had her hand on the strap. So the warden has it by the middle of tomorrow, and what she has is my name. I know what she has. Do you want the reconciliation with it, or only the 4? Only the 4. Siren pulled the strap tight and put the buckle over. You can say no to me, and I will not come back at it, Cade said. I know that as well, Siren said. What hour and where? The long room behind the throat-side stores had the rotaboard down one wall and 40 chairs in it that belonged to the checkers, and a card in the clip by the door with the booking on it, and after the 5th the card was blank until the morning. Cade had the table at the stair end with 2 lamps on it off the stores rack and her coat still on, because nothing on that side was heated past what the work wanted, and the work in that room had gone home. Siren came in at the hour she had said and put it on the table in a store's envelope with a delivery mark on the outside, and did not sit down. 4 sheets, 1 item to a sheet, as it came off, and I have not read them and I have not tidied them. Good. There is no index with it, and I want that said before you open it. Siren had her hands in her coat pockets and took them out. It is not on that reader, and it is not loose in that building. It went in as evidence at a determination 4 years ago, and it came back under the restriction on the counter side. The warden keeps it and cannot open it, and nobody in that office can, and I would rather you had that from somebody who works there than found it out at the bottom of the 4th sheet. I had it. I have it better now. Right, Siren said, and went out, and the outer door of the stores came to behind her, and after a while somebody moved a trolley along the walk outside, and the noise of it went away towards the landing. Cade got the envelope open with her thumb. 4 sheets, 1 item to a sheet, printed off the reader with the office's ordinary head on them. On each one the boat's own working reference, a letter and a number that meant nothing to anybody who had not been aboard. The interval, opened and closed, what the clocks came home with, and the geometry, which was 3 positions and not 1, because the boards had disagreed on the day, and the survey had carried all 3 rather than choose, with the pencil ranging written across the foot in a hand that was not the reader's. Cade laid the 4 along the table in the order they had come off, and got her own leaf out of her coat. 4 days ago, on the floor of the Heart, standing up, she had copied it off a scorched reconciliation the route clerk had put on the deck with the rest of what came out of the room, and had put nothing else on it since. 4 hours, in her own hand, one under the other, and against 3 of them, nothing. The first ran to an hour in a year when there had been no station here to keep a roll of anything, and no roll existed, and none ever would. The second ran to an hour the cairn had been standing for, and had nothing against. An ordinary shift, an ordinary night, the register clean across it either side. The fourth was the same. The check could have come out on any of the 4. It came out on one. The third one ran to 20 to 4 in the morning on the 51st day of the year 22. Cade wrote the 2 lines out on one clean sheet, one under the other, in the survey's own habit of setting the old figure beside the new one and leaving whoever came after to do nothing but read. The item off the 3rd sheet, the working reference, the interval, and the clock relation as it came off the reader. Under it, off the civil register, which was public, and which she had gone and read at a counter 4 days ago and had made the clerk find twice. Ring 6, trunk gallery, frame 19, 0340, roll closed, rel. Then she squared the 3 other sheets and put them face down at the end of the table and started on the geometry. It took the rest of that bell and most of the next one. The 3 positions on the 3rd sheet ran wide of each other, and the widest pair had error on them a hauler could have berthed inside, and the pencil ranging at the foot was worth more than either 2 of them, because the pencil had been done by hand off the boat's own beam by somebody who had stopped believing her boards by the middle of that morning. Cade pulled the item onto the shallow line's own marks, off last year's cut against this year's, and off the drum recoveries in the published findings, and got it onto the ground between 5 and 6 and outboard of both, with a range on it she was not going to close from a table, which was a place to put a hull. The rest of it did not come, and was never going to, because the rest of it was the index. Nothing on the 4 sheets said what the instruments had got at that hour. Nothing on them said whether anybody had ever gone and looked, or what they had written if they had. The sheets gave an interval, a clock relation, and a volume of ordinary dark with a range on it. Cade sat with that for a while with both hands flat on the table either side of the sheet. Then she copied her working out again in ink, because the pencil would not live in a coat, and put the date and the hour at the head of it, the way a survey return has the date and the hour at the head of it, and folded it once and put the 4 printed sheets inside the folded return and got the lamps off the table and back on the stores rack where they belonged. The frame at the head of the 4th stair had one of Scalby's people on it, who read every card, and read Cade's the same as he read the 2 ahead of her, and asked her where she was going, and wrote the sector down, and gave the card back. Den had the door open before she got to it, because the landing outside it was a plate landing, and a plate landing on the trade side tells a room everything. There's tea, and there's not much else. Sina, get the other chair. It's under the... I've got it, Sina said from the second room. It's not under anything. It's where it is. It's under the coats. It's where it is, and the coats are on it. Sina came through with it upended over her head, and put it down at the table, and went back at speed for the coat she had knocked onto the floor. 2 rooms, a table under the window with the stove ring on the sill end of it, and a board propped behind the ring where the wall had been wet once. A shelf with the tally books on it in a row, and the current one lying open on its face. And the second room behind a door that stood a hand off the frame, however hard anybody put it to, because the frame was out of true, and had been since they came. And everyone on that landing had a form in about theirs. Sit at that end, the other end's got the leg. Cade sat at that end. I heard about the heart, Den said, getting the pot off the ring. Your name's been round the apron twice this week, and nobody's once been able to say what you were supposed to have done. And then a man told me you'd stood on the floor while the shutters came down, which you never, so I stopped listening to any of it. I wasn't on the floor. That's what I said. Den poured two and put hers down and did not sit. Right. You've come up a stair at this hour, and you've got your coat on, in a warm room. Say it. Sina, Cade said, have you got homework, or have you finished it? I've finished it. Then you can be finished with it in there for 20 minutes, Den said, and I'll come in and you can tell me about the words. Sina took the tin of something off the shelf on the way through, and did not shut the door, because the door did not shut. Cade put the folded return on the table and did not open it. There's a survey pass, 5 years old, with 4 items carried on it. I've got the raw, and it's no use on its own, because what makes it any use is 1 page. A working reference against an annotation against a checked position. That page went in as evidence at your determination in 30, and it's under the restriction you asked for. Den put the pot back on the ring. I never had route data. I know. I'm saying it out loud anyway. People have got it wrong at me twice this year. Den had the crooked hand round the back of the chair and was not sitting on it. I couldn't give you a position if you held me over the rail. I never held one. What went in at that counter was what was needed to prove a man and a child, and when it had proved them, I asked for it shut, and the warden shut it. I know all of it. I'm not asking you for route material, and I'm not asking you to hand me anything. Cade put 1 finger on the folded return. You're the only person alive who can apply to vary that holding. Not open it, vary it, in respect of 1 page, named, with the rest untouched, and a line in the application saying so. It goes to that counter, and it's heard, and it's yours to make, and nobody else's. And they'd have to go into the bundle to answer it. Somebody would have to look at the page, yes. Somebody would have to look at all of it to find the page, Den said. That's not me being awkward at you. That's how a bundle is answered. It comes off a shelf, and it goes on a desk, and a person goes through it with a finger to find out what the 1 page is and what it touches, and while it's on that desk, it's read. And it's read by whoever is at that desk that week, and not by whoever I'd have picked. And in a fortnight, it goes back on the shelf. It goes back on the shelf, and it has been off it. Den came round and put his hand flat on the table and took it off again. You know what's in it. You issued the writ that got it opened the first time, and I have never said a word against that, and I never will. Race's in it. The years are in it. There's a page in there that's a physician's opinion about my daughter's back with her name at the head and my mark at the foot. And there's the testimony. And the testimony is people saying what we were like out there, and some of them are dead. That's not a file to me. I've read it once, all through, in a room with a clerk sitting outside the door, and I'm not going to be the one who puts it back on a desk. Then the narrow form. 1 page, and the application says the rest is not disturbed. It says it. It doesn't do it. Cade put the flat of her hand on the table and left it there. That bundle is on a shelf because I put my name on the paper that opened it. Every line in it you don't want on a desk is a line that got her a berth on a service that does not move for anybody, and you can afford to keep it shut because it already worked once. Den stood with that. That's fair, he said, and it isn't the same, and I'll tell you why it isn't, and then I'd like you to stop. What I asked for in 30, I asked for myself, and I paid for it in front of everybody. This one isn't mine to spend. That holding is held for the 2 of us, and at 17 she applies in her own name from wherever she's standing, and that office answers her and doesn't ask me first and doesn't tell me she asked. And the warden said that to my face in that form of words, and I have not forgotten one word of it in 4 years. So if I go and vary it now, at 11, without her, then she is 17 one day, and she reads the file, and there is a line in it in my hand that says what I did with a thing that was half hers on a Thursday, because somebody I owe came up a stair. Den got the pot off the ring again with nothing in it and put it back. I held a rail for you inside a minute on the 25th, he said, quieter. I didn't ask what for, and I do it tomorrow, and you know that, and I think you came up here partly on the back of it. This one's a no. Say it as a no and not as a speech. It's a no. Cade got the folded return off the table and put it inside her coat. Right, she said, and stood. Esther. No. You're finished, and so am I, and I'd rather neither of us started it up again on a landing. Cade got the chair back under the table with her foot. The tea was good. It was not good. It was not good. Sina was in the doorway of the second room, with the tin still in her hand and the lid half off it. Are you going? I'm going. There's a man on our stair who whistles the same 4 notes all the way up it, Sina said. The same 4, every night. My father says he's been doing it since before we came. Then he'll be doing it after. That's what he says. Sina put the lid back on the tin. Good night. Good night, Cade said, and got the door, and went down the 4th stair on the rail side and past the frame where the man wrote the sector down again on the way out. Corrigan caught her on the trade upper concourse at the top of the 6th with 2 clerks behind him and a corridor's worth of paper under his arm, and got 4 minutes she had not offered him. 9B's second gallery. They've put a block's worth of the cascade into it, and there's 1 washhouse, and the washhouse is the one that doesn't work. And my office has been at it since the morning, and it's going to be at it in a fortnight. Who's on the counter down there? I don't know who's on the counter down there. That's the entire. I'll have it by the morning. Then I won't ask how. Corrigan shifted the paper to the other arm. You've been on the throat side twice this week, and there's a line across it. Paper. Paper, Corrigan said, and stood there half a second longer than he needed to, and then went off down the concourse, and stopped at the vault end to talk to 2 women off the counters who had not asked him for anything. The concessions rooms over the long apron had the lamps on, and Morrow at the window end with the berth order flat and a finger already halfway down it. You've brought the coffee. I've brought the coffee. Then it's on the ledger at what I'd have paid for it, and don't tell me it's a gift. Morrow put it to one side without opening it. Say it out loud, Esther. A hull off the apron with a boundary rating on it. A pilot who has flown that side, and a berth I can go from without 4 days of somebody's schedule moving. Inside a day. Days? 1 out and 1 back, and hours in the middle. Morrow ran the finger back up the order and stopped it. Is it going past the boundary? Yes. Then it's a wound rating, and a wound rating is a different sheet and a different figure. And I'm telling you that before I write anything down, because in a fortnight you'll be at this window saying I never said. Morrow got the sheet round and set 3 figures under one another with a rule against the column, and turned it. That's the hull. That's the pilot, and he takes half in front, and he's mine, and he answers to nobody in this building. That's the berth, and it's the cheap one, and it's cheap because it's at an hour nobody wants, and you'll be standing on an empty apron at it. Cade read it twice. All 3. All 3. Morrow got the chit book over and started the entry, and did not look up from it. I can move a hull, a berth, and a man. I can't put my name on a plate, and I couldn't put it on that one if you had a knife out. Whatever's on that hull's paper now is what's on it when you get on it. and if you want it looked at, you go to the sections man like everybody else, and he'll take a fortnight. There isn't a fortnight. There isn't a fortnight. Morrow tore the chit and held it out at arm's length. It goes on the ledger against you in the morning. Nothing of yours has ever gone past the quarter on it. Cade took the chit. You haven't asked me what it's for. No, Morrow said, and got the book squared and started the next entry. The Joint Security Movement Desk was 3 tables in the outer room off the throat side landing with the boards behind them, and a queue at the middle one that went back to the door, and Ray on the end table with a stack of forms squared under his elbow, and a second stack face down beside it at twice the height. Purpose: survey observation, concession hull, 1 member aboard, out to the boundary marker line and back. Member 4. Core South. Card. Ray took it, read it, wrote the sector, and gave it back without looking up. Hull's name, berth, and the hours you want, and give me the hours wide, because if you give me them narrow, you are back at this desk tomorrow, standing behind everybody who is standing behind you now. Cade gave him the hull, the berth, and the hours wide. Anything past the boundary? No. Ray wrote no in the box that had no in it all the way down the page, and turned the form round and put his finger where it went. Then that's what you've got, and I'll say it out loud so there's no argument at a rail. Out to the last marker on that line and back inside those hours, not past it. Past it is the warden's paper and not mine, and I could not give it to you if I liked you. This desk logs everything. The clearance, the hours, the hull, and what movement control has off the boundary post when you go and when you come, and the log is read, and it is not read by me. Understood. Sign, at the foot, and take the counterfoil. If you lose the counterfoil, you have not got a clearance, whatever's in my book. Cade signed at the foot and took the counterfoil. Behind her, the next one was at the desk before she was properly off it. A man off the growth halls with a fold of paper he had already opened twice, and Ray had the top form off the stack and squared it, and asked him the purpose in the same words. Chapter 15. In Her Own Name. The card in the shutter had been printed the week the act came in and had not been altered since. Senior Civil Registrar across the head of it, and under that, in smaller stock, Civil Status Officer, by virtue of that office and not by appointment, which was the Chamber's wording and had gone on to the card because the Chamber's clerk sent it down with the seal already on it. Under both, on a slip, Bekele had pinned to the frame in her own hand a year ago and repinned twice since. 1 counter. Bring what you have got. If you have not got it, come up anyway, and we will write down what is missing. The queue started at the shutter and went along the bench and past the vault door and turned the corner, and by the second bell it had turned it twice. Sesk took them in the order they stood in. The stool had come up from the trade side the week he took the counter off Anand, and was the only thing in the room that had been altered for him, and he worked off it with the day's list squared at his left hand and the pending shelf behind his shoulder. And the pending shelf had been 2 hands deep since the 26th, and was deeper this forenoon than it had been at the first bell. A dock intake first, uncontested. A man off an independent who had come ashore in 29 with a discharge book and no entry behind it, and had let it lie 5 years because nobody had made him do anything about it, and now the movement frames wanted a sector against his name. Sesk took it at the pace he took them at. The 5 parts of the section, one at a time, out loud. The evidence, and which of it came off the man himself and which did not. The testimony, and who had taken it and on what day. And at the end, what the determination would and would not do to the discharge book, which was the part the man had come up the stair worried about, and the part he had not asked. It took the better part of an hour. Behind him, the queue moved by one. "That is the finding, and it goes to the warden for a date," Sesk said. "The date will be a fortnight." "A fortnight?" "A fortnight, and I raise it with her office every time I go up there, and it was 9 days last year, and it is a fortnight this year, and the reason is that she is doing the quarter's certifications inside the same fortnight, and I would rather have her doing those." Sesk marked the schedule. "The copy of the determination comes to you without a fee when it is made. That is in the Act. You do not have to come up and ask for it, and you do not have to send anybody." Bekele worked the line rather than the counter. She went down it from the corner with the day's list on a board and asked people what they had come for before they got anywhere near the shutter, and told them what the counter would want off them, and sent 2 of them away to get it, and kept their place in the line with a chalked number on the bench, which was a thing she had started doing in the winter and had never asked permission for. Bekele came back up with a woman off 7C who had been standing since before the first bell. "Nyack, domicile, and she has been to the allocation desk twice, and they sent her here, and I have told her they will send her here again. Then sit down and take your time over it, because I am going to go slowly, and you will get tired standing." Sesk brought the entry up and turned the screen a quarter to the public side. "Where are you living?" 9B, the second gallery. Nyack did not sit. "Which is not a place," the allocation man said, in a nicer way than that, and it came out the same. He was right, and he was not being unkind to you. The register enters a domicile against a certified occupied place, and a gallery is not one. And if I key that gallery this morning, I have made a domicile out of a passage, and there is nothing on this station that can unmake it afterwards, except an instrument nobody has written. Sesk put his hand flat beside the screen. "So I am not going to key it. Now hear the rest of it before you go away angry, because there is a rest of it, and it is the part you came for. Go on. Go on. Your entry stands where it stands. 7C, address of record, and nothing goes over it. Under it, I open a displacement line from the 28th, and against that line I put where you actually are, in the counter's own hand, as a fact this office has recorded, and not as an address. The school takes it. The allocation desk takes it." Sesk keyed the head of it. "It does not house you. I want that said before I go on, because you will hear a clerk say it is done, and it is not done, and I am not the man who does that part. Nobody is. No." Nyack sat down after all, on the front third of the chair, and gave him the names and the frame and the door number, and Sesk read every field back as he put it in, and stopped twice to let her correct the spelling of her daughter's given name, which she did once and then again. "The second wash-house went on," Nyack said at the end of it while the press ran, "on the morning of the 37th. Nobody came, and nobody put a card up, and nobody wrote anything down, and it was going when we got up, and there's a man on that gallery who's been telling everybody since that he did it himself." "Did he?" "He did not." Sesk put the copy across without a fee, and did not ask her who had. The day fell the wrong way against him. His own reckoning ran a little long of the stations, and always had, and there were mornings in the month when the 2 of them came up level, and this was not one of them. So that the 4th bell arrived while his hands were still telling him it was the middle of the forenoon, and his hands by then had gone ash to the 2nd joint. Bekele came down at the 4th bell with the board. 11's still on it, and 2 of those will not take 5 minutes, and the throat side have sent a runner up twice about the intake list. Do you want the shutter down at the bell? No. I didn't think so. I've told the last 4 they'll be seen, and I'd rather not have told them that if it wasn't true. It is true. The line off the corner had come down to the bench by the interval, and Bekele put the board on the counter and stood inside the flap instead of going back to it. There's a child on the end, and she's been there since before the interval. I've asked her 3 times. She won't have it off me, and she won't have it off the queue clerk. And she's not lost, because I asked her that first, and she told me the sector and the stair, and she was right about both. Whose is she? She wouldn't have that off me either. Then bring her down. Bekele brought her down the counter's length, past the racks, to the end by the pending shelf where 2 people could stand and not be business, and put the clerk's chair round without being asked, and went back up to the line. Sesk knew her before she got to the end of the counter. 4 years, and a head of height, and a back that had been done properly somewhere, and she came along the counter front on her own feet, at her own speed, with her coat still buttoned to the throat. "You are Sina," Sesk said. "I keyed your entry at a counter on the trade side on the 110th day of the year 30, and your father is above it, and you read the top line of yours back to me before I closed it. I know, I remember you. What do you remember? You're tall, and you wouldn't put a birthday in." Sina got up onto the kick rail out of habit, and then got down off it again, because the counter came at her chest now, and she did not need it. "I want to ask for something." "Then ask for it. I am going to write down what you say as you say it, because that is what I do at this counter with everybody, and I will read it back to you before it goes anywhere." Sina got a folded piece out of her coat pocket. It had been folded more times than it needed and had a printer's head on the back of it, so it had come off a stall or off the floor of one, and she opened it out on the counter and put her hand flat across it to hold it down. "There's a file about me and my dad, from when we came. It's short, and half of it's mine." Sina read the next part off the paper rather than out of her head, and got most of it. "I want to apply in my own name to vary it, in respect of 1 page, and the rest is not disturbed." Sesk let that stand where it was for a moment. "Say the rest of it." "There isn't a rest of it. There's a page with a road on it, a position." Sina looked at the paper again. "I've got it written down wrong. He said it faster than I could get it." "Who is applying with you?" "Nobody." "Who is applying for you?" "A guardian may put an application in on behalf of a person under age, and I am asking you whether one has." "No." "Does your father know you are on this deck?" "He's on the apron till the evening bell." Sina folded the corner of the paper over and put it back flat. "He doesn't know." Sesk brought the file's face up on the counter's own screen and turned it a quarter so that the head of it read from the public side, which was as far as it went and was not going any further, and read the 4 lines under the head twice, and then went along the shelf behind him and got the counter's copy of the Act out of the press and read the section, and read it a second time from derivative. There was 1 step in it. "Now the answer. And I am going to give it to you first and the working after, because you have been standing on that deck since before the interval, and you should not have to wait through me to get it." Sesk put the Act down open. "You may apply in your own name at 17. You are 11. I cannot take this application, and I cannot hear it, and there is nothing in that section under the age, and nothing beside it, and I have read it twice this minute looking for something, and there is not anything." Senna stood with that. "When am I 17? You have no birth date. You have an authenticated age at entry, which is 7, and a date of record, which is the 110th day of the year 30, and this counter counts off the record." Sesk did the arithmetic on the counter in front of her, 1 figure under the other, the way it would be done in the book. "The register has you at 17 on the 110th day of the year 40. "That's not my birthday." "No. It's just a day." "It is the day the register has you at 17. It is not anything else, and I am not going to make it into anything else." Senna put her finger on the two figures and left it there. Can you do it anyway? No. You did the other one, in 30. You did all of it, and my dad said there wasn't anything, and you did it anyway. I keyed an instrument somebody else made, under a section somebody else wrote, and I have the office I have because I hold this post, and not because anyone chose me for it. And the same section that let me key yours is the one that stops me this afternoon. Sesk did not go round it a second time. I did not write it, and I cannot write a piece of it this afternoon to fit you. If I could, then the next person at this counter is somebody I do not like, and I could do it to them as well. Down the counter, Bekele took a bond renewal off a man who wanted to argue about the hour and did not let him. There is a second part, and you are entitled to have it, and you are not going to like it any better. Sesk put two fingers on the closed face of the file. I am not going to tell you what is inside that holding. I will tell you what class of thing it is, because that is on the schedule, and the schedule is not restricted. It holds copies taken off the determination, the material that went in as evidence at it, and the civil use material this counter kept. That is the 3, and there is not a fourth. And the page. There is no road in it. There never was. Root material is not kept at this counter, and never has been, and no application made here by you or by anybody, at any age, on any day, takes a position out of that holding, because there is not one in it to take. Sesk left his fingers where they were. You would have got exactly this answer at 17. Sena did not say anything for a while. Along the bench, somebody's folder went over onto the deck and got picked up. There's a woman on our stair who has a bird, Sena said. Not a real one. It's a wind-up one, and it doesn't go. And she puts it out on the sill anyway, every morning. And my dad says she's had it since before we came. Then she will have it after. That's what he says about everybody. Sena got her paper off the counter and folded it back down along the folds it already had. Are you going to tell him I came? Sesk brought the file's face up again and turned it so that she could see where he was reading from, and read it off the face and not out of his head. The subject keeps access. The child keeps hers. At age, she applies in her own name, from wherever she is standing, and the office answers her, and does not ask her father first, and does not tell him she asked. Sesk let the screen stand where it was. That is on the face of the restriction, in the words it was granted in. It binds this counter. I do not tell him you came, and Bekele does not, and the queue clerk does not, and the entry I am about to make does not sit anywhere he can read it. So nobody tells him. Nobody in this office tells him. Then I'll tell him. Sesk turned the screen back round and opened the entry. Sesk put it in as it happened. The hour. That an application to vary was made at the counter by the person the determination is about. That the applicant is 11, and the section puts an age of 17 on it. That the application was not received, and could not be, and that the officer had gone to the section before he said so. That nothing on the holding was opened, moved, or read, and that the face was the only part turned round. That the applicant attended alone, and that no guardian applied and none was asked. Then he read the entry back to her from the head to the foot, every field, at the speed he read a manifest, and stopped after each one. Is any part of it wrong? Sena went along it, the part she could read and the part she could not. No. Sesk marked it for the press, and ran a copy, and put the copy across the counter to her. That is yours, and there is no fee on it. It says what you asked for, and that you asked for it, and what I did with it, and my name is at the foot, and not anybody else's. The office's copy goes where the rest of your holding goes, which is behind this counter and shut. Can I keep this one? It is yours. You may do what you like with it, and this office is not going to have a view about that." Senna folded it in three, the long way, and put it inside her coat rather than in the pocket, and got the buttons done back up to the throat. "How did you come up?" Sesk said. "Through the frame at the head of our stair, and then the one at the top of the sixth. They wrote the sector down both times. They will want to write it down going back, and if the second one has changed over there, there will be a new man on it, and he will ask you the same things the first one did, and that is him doing it right and not him being difficult with you." "I know. It's the same at the school." Senna went back up the counter's length, past the racks, and past the bench where the last four were sitting, and along the deck to the vault door, and turned at it the way she had come. Sesk closed the entry and put the files face down. Bekele came in through the flap with the board and put it on the counter and did not pick her stylus up. Was that a matter? That was a matter, and it is entered, and it is the applicant's, and it does not go off this counter to anybody. "Right," Bekele said, and picked the stylus up and turned the board round to him with the last four on it. Then the throat side's intake list, and the man on the end has been here since the interval, and he's got everything, which I've checked, and he's the only one today who has. Bring him down. Chapter 16. What was walked? From authenticated, and slowly, because it is going on a board where people will read one line of it and stop. The road from the head of the shallow line to Mark 8, over the marks as cut and recut this year, is authenticated for passage on chain 4. Raven read it off her own pen without being asked to. This office finds what was walked and the day it was walked. It does not find that the road will hold. Put and no further after Mark 8. Then it says it twice. Then it says it twice. Raven put it in. There were 3 more chairs in the room than there had been a fortnight ago, and nowhere sensible for any of them. And Tuma had the larger press going instead of the smaller, with a runner off it every few minutes to the racks. The settlement register was flat on the counter under the corner of the post, with a strip of paper laid down its length where somebody had stopped reading it. The node had been opened since before the first bell, and there was no distance at all in the sound. "Say the marks again and give me the days on them," Halden said. "Not the pass, the days. 3, 5, 7, and 8 cut on the 18th, and I flew all 4 of them myself." Wells had a page going over at her end. "Then, on the 36th, I put the boat back on the line and walked the head to Mark 8 with 2 hands on the beam and the drums read at every one of them, and I've got that written up with last year's figure beside this year's, all the way down. And you've had it since the 38th. 1, 2, and 4 never came off station in the first place. They've been where I put them for 4 years, and I'd fly a hull at any of them in the dark. And 6. 6 is not cut. Say why, in the form it goes in the finding. 6 is not cut because there is no drum to cut it with." Wells said it flat and fast. "The crate came out on the 18th with 4 in it and went home empty. There are 4 printed markers on this station, and there in the workside stores on the far side of a line I can't get a trolley through. And I've had a paper in for them since the 27th, and I've stopped writing to that office about it because the man who answers is answering all of it and isn't the reason." Raven wrote that. "Now the part you've been holding," Halden fed. A pause at the other end with something in it. "I ranged 6 by hand off the boat's own beam on the 36th. Gratitude and pencil on the back of a stowage card twice, an hour apart, and the 2 came within a length of each other. The boards put 6 in 2 places with a long way between them, and one of the two offered me error a hauler could berth in. I'm telling you the pencil's right and the boards aren't, and I'd put my own boat on the pencil this afternoon. I don't doubt you. Then take it. No. Halden had the finding turned round where she could read it upside down and left it there. A mark is a thing a party went out and put in the ground and came back to and read. Your pencil is a number on the back of a stowage card. If I take 6 off arranging because it is yours and it is good, then the next one I am handed is off somebody else's beam on somebody else's morning, and I will not have this office's line drawn by which surveyor I happen to think well of. You think well of me. I think very well of you. It is not a qualification. Wells laughed once with nothing much in it and went quiet and came back. Then I'll go and cut it. 2 hands, 1 drum out of that stores rack, and I want the hours. Then it's a window. Say that again. It's a window. It's a hull on that chain for the hours a hull takes, and there's no other kind of hour on 4. Halden had both hands flat on the counter. I'm not going to weigh that for you. There are people coming up that corridor at the 4th who are going to sit in this room and say where the hulls go, and you'll put it to them yourself in your own words, and they'll say what they say. And if they say no, then 6 is not cut. Right, Wells said. Then, after a moment, I'd rather have it off you than off a letter. You've had it off me. The node stayed open at the other end while Cajola read back the day's blocks and the 2 figures for the drums with last year's beside this year's, and Rav took the references down, and somebody on the boat dropped something metal a long way from the frame and said so. Rav turned the access book round for the entry and went back through it for the last one of the class, and did not have to go anywhere at all. There was one on the 35th, one on the 36th, and one on the 39th. The 35th has gone to the bench, and the bench has written in for the papers before this office offered them, Rav said. The 39th has gone round to Delisle, who'll book an hour and put it to me again in the same words. And the 36th? Nothing off the 36th. No. Do you want the papers sent to the bench, or do you want them asked for? Send them, all 3, whole, and the office's own note under each of them, what was asked, what I refused, that I refused it on my own judgment and not on any instrument, and my name at the foot and not yours. Halden did not look up from the finding. They'll come to it in their own time, and when they do, I want everything in front of them and no covering letter from somebody who thinks he's helping me. There's a letter in from the works office wanting to know whether this office would be minded, in principle, to look at a thing before they put it in. Write back that this office does not answer questions nobody has asked it, and that they should put the thing in, and that it will be read the day it comes. Ravin wrote that too, and blotted it with the side of her thumb, and turned back to the finding. Then take the schedule down under it, because it travels on the same paper, and I want it in the same words at every counter it reaches. Slowly. Ravin had the pen ready. 240 hours are scheduled on chain 4 against this corridor. A passage window is 12 of those hours. That is 20 windows. A hull carries 120 places. Ravin read it back, and Halden had her put a rule under it. Now this in my own words, and don't tidy them. A window takes the chain from its first hour to its last with nothing across it. Between windows, 4 may be booked to whatever the counter books it to, and it will be because there is one chain on this station that turns, and everything else is standing behind it. Every hour that goes on 4 for anything else comes out of the 240. 12 of them is a window that is not flown, and a window that is not flown is not made up afterwards. At the far wall the press ran out, and Tuma started it again. Read the last line again. And and a window that is not flown is not made up afterwards. That stays as it is. Halden squared the sheet against the edge of the counter and turned it face down. It goes to the throat counter under the glass, to joint security, to the executive's office, and to the room at the fourth. The same words on all four. If anybody wants it explained, they can have my hour and not a summary. Ravin ruled the line and started the day's unclosed list at the top of the page. 6 today, and I'll take them in the order they came. 1 is Tuma's press, which is now 2 presses. 2 is the sector offices wanting the certification dates, and I've sent them the dates. 3 is the run off my reader. Say it. The 36th. 4 sheets, 1 item to a sheet, off a 5-year-old pass, and it is in the day book with the hour on it and a name against it. And there is no matter open in this office that it belongs to. Ravin said it the way she said all 6 of them, in order, without ranking them. It stood 4 days. Then it stands. It stands. It stands with everything under it, the count, the day book, the reader, the hour, and the name. Nothing comes off it, and nothing gets written over. Halden put 2 fingers on the foot of the page and took them off again. Has anybody written to me about it? No. Then leave it where it is. 4. Down the room, somebody had put a 4th chair against the racks where the gangway wanted to be, and Surin took it out again on her way past. They came up the corridor at the 4th in 2s and 3s, most of them the long way round, through 2 clearances with the cards out and read at both. And there were not enough chairs, and the ones there were went to Marn and to a man off the growth halls with a bad leg, and everybody else stood. Osk had the count at the door on the back of a delivery sheet because Osk had put himself at the door. Halden had the register out flat on the counter and turned round so it faced the room before anybody was through it. That is the last verified settlement register, and you may have it open on this counter for as long as you want it. I am going to say what it is once, and then you may read it and tell me where it is wrong. 29 lines are named on it. There is a count against some of them, and every one of those counts is from the last return, and the last return is older than the time my clerk has been posted here. It has 2 houses on it that are 1 house. It has the 4th going the wrong side of the transfer. There are settlements past the transfer that have never been on it in any edition, because nobody ever put them on it. It will tell you what lines were there, it will not tell you who is on them. And if a thing comes off this counter with my hand on it, saying that it is complete, then I have told you a lie in writing. Then it's no use, Osk said from the door. It is the only paper in this building, and it is wrong. Both of those are true at once, and you are going to have to work with both of them. Halden had the pen out of the tray already and put it down on the register's open page and left it there. Corrections go in your hand, not mine. What you write on that page goes out over the names of the people who wrote it and this office's reference under it so it can be argued with afterwards. And I will not put a word into it, and I will not take one out. Ishk came up the middle with the sheets under her arm and put them on the counter beside the register, and turned them the right way round for the room and not for Halden. Sel came as far as the end of the racks and stopped there, and did not come further in, and Ishk went and got him with 2 fingers on the back of his arm, and he came. The register took the rest of the bell and most of the next one. Sel did the lines, and Ishk did the houses, and the 2 of them worked past each other most of the time and across each other twice, and neither of them said anything about the 30th or about a borrowed room. Osk gave the 4th line's number first out of habit and got the correction off Sel without any ceremony either way, and then said the settlement, and the 2 houses either side of it, slowly. And Ishk had it down and read it back, and Osk made her change 1 syllable of it. How many are out there? It came from the back, and Halden did not look round for who. "I don't know." "You've got the register." "I've just told you what the register is." Halden had not moved off the counter. "Nobody in this building knows, and nobody in this room knows either. And the first person who gives you a number will have made it up. And it will be on a board inside a day, and in a letter to Geneva inside 3, and after that it will be the number. What comes off a hull gets counted at the apron by name as it comes down the plate. That's the only count this office is ever going to have, and you're hearing it today and not in a fortnight." Osk said from the door, "There's a house of them, and there's the 2 little ones," and did not say it to anybody in particular, and got the delivery sheet folded in half in his hand and did not put it anywhere. Wells came up on the node at the half and put 6 to them herself, in about 40 words, and answered 3 questions. The road stops at 8 because 8 is the last thing anybody has been out and put a hand on. 6 cut opens what stands off the far end, and what stands off the far end takes in the lines past the transfer. Cutting it is a hull on the chain for the hours a hull takes, and that is a window, and it comes off the corridor and off nothing else. "Then that's my brother's line," Osk said, "and that's every house past the transfer, and you're telling this room it costs 1. "I'm telling you what it costs. I'm not telling you to spend it. Somebody has to. "Then it'll be somebody in that room," Wells said, "and it won't be me, and I'd rather have said that badly than had it come to you off a form." Ishk had the pen in her fist and did not write anything with it for a while. "Put it on as an item," she said at last, "not decided, with the cost written against it in the words she used and not in mine, and the date, and it comes up first at the next sitting and not last." "Who's sitting?" the man with the bad leg said. "Ours. Tomorrow. This room if we can have it, and the stores room if we can't." Nobody said anything against it, and nobody said anything for it, and the item went on the 4th sheet with the date and the cost written under it in Wells's words, and the argument moved on to the near lines and stayed there for the rest of the bell. A runner came up from the chamber while they were on the 3rd line, and Raven took the papers at the gangway and went through them standing. The renewal of the sector seal and movement instrument had carried at the 3rd bell on the same words as the original and for another fortnight. The office's copy came for information, and nobody in the building had to put a hand to it. Raven entered it under the day, put it on the spike, signed a runner's receipt against the frame of the door, and gave him back his pen. Osk had not stopped talking through any of it. Marn had not said anything since she came in, and said it now, without getting up and without turning round any further than a hand's width. "That paper, when it leaves this room, who has it after?" "This office keeps what it is given, and the reference goes in the access book, which is public," Halden said. "Copies go where the sheet says they go, in words and not in the relevant offices. And I'll write that list on the foot myself before it leaves this counter and read it out to this room first. If anybody asks me for it afterwards who is not on that list, they get a no, and you get told they asked, by name and on the day. And if it's taken and not asked for, then it's on the access book that it was taken, and whose reader it came off, and the name of the person who ran it." Halden said that at the same pace she had said the rest of it. "And it stays on the book." Marn put her stick over from one knee to the other and did not ask anything else. At the end of it, Ishk turned the sheets round on the counter and pushed them a hand's width across, which was as near as anybody was going to come to asking. "You put the order on it." "No. You've got the road, and you've got the hours." "I've got the road, and I've got the hours, and you've got both of them off me, in writing, in the same words I gave them to the executive and to joint security. Halden picked the pen up off the register and gave it back to Ishk, handle first. Which line a hull goes to is yours. I'm not going to take the third thing, and if you make me take it, you'll have handed the only thing in this that's yours to a building on the other side of a block line. Write the order yourselves and put every name that wrote it at the foot of it, and bring it to this counter, and I'll put the reference on it inside the hour it comes in. And if we get it wrong, then you'll have got it wrong, and it'll be argued about for 20 years, and the argument will be with people who were in this room and not with a clerk who's dead. Halden turned the register round to face her own side of the counter. They went out in 3s and 4s and went on with it in the walk outside, and the checkers wanted the room at the 5th and were not gracious about it. And Ishk came out last with the 4 sheets folded once and the pen still in her fist. Sel stopped at the end of the counter on the way past. The finding. Mark 8 and no further. Mark 8 and no further. Then that's what I'll say at the plant, and I'll say it in your words, because if I say it in mine, somebody will write it down as mine. Sel had his glove off and put it back on. And 4's dressing is bright on one side and dull on the other, and it's been since the 30th. That's on your desk and not mine. I've written it 3 times. I've read all 3. Right, Sel said, and went. Raven brought the day's list back over from the reader bench and stood inside the gangway with it, and the outer door came to at the end of the walk, and Tuma started the smaller press. Do you want the register back up in the press? It stays on the counter, Halden said. It's going to be argued with all week, and I want it where a person can put a finger on it. Chapter 17. The First Window. Mark III came up off the port bow at the 11th minute. 1 white flash every 4 seconds in a field that did not blink at all, and Wells put the hull a length off it and sat there while Cajola read the beam across. 3's where the pencil put it. Log it on the pencil. Logged on the pencil. Cajola had the run sheet clipped to the ranging board with the marks down the left in the order they came and the hours down the right. Second bell and 40 were 9 minutes up on the sheet. Then the 9 go to the plate. Below the flying position, the freight deck ran out under work lights, with the racking gone out of it and 120 places chalked onto the plating, 4 ranks of 30, every place a number and 2 web straps through a floor eye. The winch hand had walked all of them before the first bell with the chalk, putting the numbers back where Boots had taken them off, and had done the deck twice because he started at the wrong end the first time and would not leave it half in one hand and half in the other. 4 had come up at the first bell. 12 hours from the hour the chain came up to the hour it stood down, and nothing across it anywhere in between. No works booking, no light day run, nothing off the counter at all, and a fortnight of other people's work standing behind that on the throat side and going on standing behind it until the hull was back on the apron and 4 could be let go. Sel came up the ladder at the 3rd bell with 2 sheets under the 1 clip and stood at the back of the position where the marks passed. Their order or ours, Wells said. Theirs. They'll have it done at the head of the track before we're down. Then I don't want to see it. You won't, Sel said. It isn't for you. 5 went by bright and new and stayed astern. And after 5, there was a long piece of road with no light in it at all. Do you want 6 on the sheet? Cajola said. 6 isn't on the road. It's on my sheet in pencil. Then rub it out. I've rubbed it out twice. There was a printed drum for 6 in a stores rack on the work side, and 3 more with it, 40 minutes walk from the throat counter on the far side of a block line Wells could not get a trolley through. The ranging she had done on 6 by hand off her own boat's beam on the 36th had gone across the node to the warden's office on the 40th and come back at her in about 9 words. The 9 words had been right. Nobody had been out and put a hand on 6, and a stowage card is not a hand. Wells had had a day of not enjoying how right they were. Estimate side asked for your paper again, Cajola said, twice this week. Once off a man who has never asked me for anything in 4 years and had to be told twice which paper. They can have it. That's all? There's a drum in a rack 40 minutes from the counter and I can't get a trolley to it, Wells said. Give me 7 when you have it. 7 came up at the 4th bell, and then 8, and Wells took the hull round 8 the way she had walked round it on the 36th, with 2 hands on the beam and the drum read at every mark down the line before it. 8 was the last thing anybody had been out and put a hand on. Past 8, the road stopped being a road and went back to being ordinary dark, ordinary stars, nothing to point at, no edge anywhere. And every line that hung off out there hung off nothing that had been walked. The second line off the shallows came away below 8 and ran down and in, and the settlement at the head of it was dark on the optics when Wells put the hull's nose into the line and had 2 rows of lamps up on poles before she was a third of the way down it. Nobody had told them a hull was coming. Nobody had been able to tell them anything since the chains went. They had put the lamps up because something was coming down their own line and nothing had come down it. They set down at the 5th. Lamps on poles round 3 sides of a plate, a rail, a track going up off the 4th side with a shed at the head of it, and the plate filling from the track down while the dust was still going, and 2 men and a woman working the head of the queue off a list somebody had written in the time it took the hull to come in a hand nobody aboard could read. Sell went down first with his sheet. Wells came down after him and stood at the foot of the plate with the tally board and counted places, which was her half of it, and put nothing at all in the other column. They came up in households, and the households came up in their own order, and every name went down at the foot in their own hand, because the woman with the list took Sell's pen off him inside the first minute and wrote it herself. And Sell let her have the pen and stood where he was and read the sheet upside down. Wells said the sentence she had been practicing for 2 days. A man halfway up the plate with a bag on each shoulder said it back to her with the middle of it changed, without breaking stride, the way a man corrects a child who is doing well. Again, said somebody behind him. Wells said it again with the middle changed. No, the man said, from the top of the plate now, not turning round. Now you've done the end of it. There was laughing at that, all down the queue and into the shed, and it went on long enough that the woman with the list had to say something twice to get her own people moving, and said it once more with a hand out flat, and got them moving, and was laughing herself by the time she had. Wells got the end of it wrong twice more before the deck was half full. A girl of about 9 fixed her on a different word entirely on the way past, which had not been in the sentence at all, and which Wells had not asked about, and then stopped at her place and looked back to see whether it had taken. It's taken, Wells said. The chair came up at the 3rd rank. A man had it under one arm, low-backed, woven across the seat, and worn pale at the front edge where 100 years of knees had gone over it, and had it down between his own knees at his place with the straps over before anybody could say anything to him about it, and nobody said anything to him about it. A woman came up 2 places behind him with a wrapped part held against her chest in both arms, forearm long, the paper on it printed on the outside in a work's hand and gone soft at the corners with handling. Sell asked her what it was. She told him. Sell wrote it on his own sheet in the margin and not in a column, and did not ask her anything else, and she took it up to her place and sat with it across her lap the same way she had carried it. At the hour and 10, Wells had 120 places and Cajola had 119. Say them out. They said them out rank by rank off the two boards, and it came apart at the second rank at place 41, which had a woman in it and a baby on her, and which the far end's list had down as 1, because the far end had counted people going up the track and Cajola had counted straps going over. It's her place and the baby's on it, Wells said. She's 41 and the baby's not a number today, and I want that said out loud at the apron before anybody starts writing. Then we're 120, Cajola said, and I'm putting the baby in my margin because in a fortnight somebody at a desk is going to come back at me about 119 straps. Put the baby in your margin. The woman with the list had more standing at the head of the track and stopped them there herself before Wells could get to it, and turned round to the plate with her hand up. Sell went up and gave her the next window's hours and the day, and she took them and had it back up the track inside a minute, and a man near the front argued with her about the day, and she gave him the hours again with 2 fingers up, and he wrote them on the back of his hand. Wells stood at the rail while the plate came up. The far end had it as the 22nd day since the last delivery run. The Cairns book had it at 34. Sell wrote both down, one under the other, with the hour against each, and did nothing else about it, and neither did anybody else, because there was a window running and both of them had been counted by somebody. They came off the plate at the 6th and were on the road inside the quarter hour. Wells stood at the forward pane on the way in with the hull quiet under her, measured, intelligent, understated. Keep this exact same voice and energy from the first word to the last. Never shift accent, pitch, or persona. Do not perform character voices. Read all dialogue in the same calm narrator voice, set apart only by a slight pause, never by acting it out theatrically. In long descriptive sentences, take natural pauses at the dashes and commas and let each clause breathe. Never rush or stumble. Do not over-dramatize. Keep breathing subtle and natural. Avoid heavy inhales. Read at a natural, steady pace. Read only the passage text, nothing else. Pronunciation guide, pronounce ensign as ensign, Mia as Mia. Wells stood at the forward pane on the way in with the hull quiet under her, and the marks coming up one at a time in reverse. 8, 7, the long dark, 5. That deck was empty at the first bell, she said. Cajola went on writing. It was. I'm going to say that at the counter, and it's going to sound stupid there as well. It is. Right, Wells said, and got her hand back on the beam. The throat-side apron took them at the 10th hour, with 2 rows of lamps up and the barrow desk out at the foot of the plate and a clerk behind it with the counter sheet. And behind the clerk, about 40 people standing where joint security had put them, and not one of them standing still. The line joint security had put them behind came apart at the 4th name and did not get put back. An officer at the rail said something about it twice, and stopped saying it, and stood where he was with his hands behind him while it came apart the rest of the way. They came down by name. The clerk read each one back off the far end's sheet and got it right about 2 times in 3 and got corrected the other time, and wrote it the way it was corrected, and took 9 minutes longer over 120 names than the officer wanted him to. Osk was on the apron and was not counting anything. Osk took a bag off each shoulder that came down the plate and carried them up to the rail and went back for the next 2, and had said the same 4 words to about 30 people by the time the second rank was down, and had them wrong twice and was told so twice, and went on saying them. The woman from place 41 came down the plate with the baby against her, and the straps still in her other hand, because nobody had told her to leave them on the deck. She's 41, Wells said to the clerk, and the baby's on her, and I want them entered as 2. 2 names or 1 line? 2 names. 2 names, the clerk said, and wrote them, and asked the woman, the second one 3 times to get the end of it, and the woman gave it to him 3 times without any sign that she minded, and the third time she took the pen and did it herself. A corridor counter ran off the end of the throat walk under a glass with the schedule pasted flat inside it. The same 4 sentences in the same words that were on the board at the warden's office and at Joint Security and at the executives. And the sheet under the glass had gone up at the 40th, and the hours board beside it had gone up the same afternoon. Wells came down to it at the 12th with the window sheet and the tally board, and the clerk had the board open already. 12 on 4, first hour to last, Wells said. Chain stood down at the 11th and 40, and I want that in writing when you've a minute. You'll have it tonight. The clerk was writing before Wells had finished. Nothing across it, nothing off this counter, nothing off the work side, nothing off the checkers. All 12 on the corridor. Say that part again slowly, because I'm going to want it slowly in about a fortnight. 240 went on the schedule at the 40th, the clerk said, and turned the board round so Wells could read it the right way up. 12 are gone. 228 stand, and every hour of the 228 is corridor, and nothing's come off it for anything since the day it went up. 19 windows. There's the second one on the board under it. Ishk came down the walk with Osk behind her and Marn behind Osk, going at Marn's pace, and Ishk had 4 sheets folded once in her fist and the warden's office reference squared into the top corner of the first of them in a clerk's hand. Ishk put them down on the counter, turned the right way round for the walk and not for Wells. That's the order. 11 lines, in the order they get flown, and the mark each one comes off, and today's is at the head of it where it's already been flown, so nobody can stand up in a year and say it wasn't written down. It went in at the 7th this morning and came back with the reference on it inside the hour, the way the warden said it would. Whose names are at the foot of it? Ours. Ishk did not turn it round. 4 of them, and mine's the 3rd, and you can read them from where you're standing. Wells read them from where she was standing. Then I'll fly it as it's written. You'll fly it as it's written, and you'll come back and tell us what you found, and we'll write the next one, Ishk said. That's the arrangement, and it isn't going to get better than that. Osk had the first sheet round and off the counter before anybody offered it to him, and read the 11 out to the walk, in order, with the mark against each, and gave the settlements and not the line numbers, and said the 2 houses either side of the 4th one, because that one was easy to put on the wrong end. Osk read them steadily, and got through all 11, and put the sheet back down on the counter, and squared it with 2 fingers. Osk's brother's line was not on it. It came off past the transfer, and everything past the transfer stood off the far end of a road that stopped at 8. How many windows is 6? Osk said. 1, Wells said. A hull on the chain for the hours a hull takes. 12, and the drum out of that rack, and I'd want the whole 12 because I'm not cutting a mark with an eye on a clock. 1. Osk got his own delivery sheet out from inside his coat and turned it over and wrote a 1 on the back of it and put it away again. Nobody said anything for a moment, and then the clerk asked Wells for the far end's day count and got both numbers and wrote both. Marn had come as far as the glass and stopped there with her stick against the counter's foot and turned her head about a hand's width. The names off that plate, Marn said. Where are they now? On the counter sheet, in the hand of whoever wrote them, which was mostly their own, because my clerk kept giving the pen up. Wells put her hand flat on the board. The sheet stays at this counter. A copy of the reference goes in the warden's access book, which anybody can read, and if a person comes here and asks for the sheet who has no business with it, they get a no, and the asking goes on the book with the day and the name. And the sheet. The sheet is 120 people who came off a hull, and I'm not going to pretend to you it isn't a list." Marn looked at the glass a while longer, and did not say anything else, and did not go. Ishk had the second sheet turned round now, and her finger down the left of it. 29 are named on that register, she said. 11 of them come off the road inside 8, and the other 18 stand off the far end of it. 11 lines, 19 windows, and a hull is 120. That's it. And what's on any of the 11? I'll tell you at the apron when it's off the plate and counted, Wells said, and not before it, and not to you, and not to the executive, and not to a man from Geneva with a letter. That's the only count there's going to be, and it comes after. Then it's 19 and 11 and 120, Ishk said, and everything else is what we find out. 19 and 11 and 120, Wells said. Ishk took the pen off the counter and wrote the second window's hours across the head of her own copy, and the clerk gave her the reference number for it, and she wrote that under the hours and folded the 4 sheets once, the same fold they had come in. "First one's flown, then," she said. "First one's flown." "Right," said Osk from the glass, to nobody in particular, and said it again. Wells left them at the counter and went back up the walk and down onto the deck, where the winch hand had the straps coming up off the floor eyes, rank by rank and stacked in 4s at the head of each, and the chalk had gone off about a third of the places under the day's boots. Wells got the box down off its hook at the foot of the ladder and went along to the outboard end of the first rank and got down on her knees on the plating and started putting the numbers back. Chapter 18. Between 5 and 6. Toft had the plate down and the Hall's papers under his arm and read the card at the head of it twice in the lamp before he gave it back. "You're core south." "I'm core south." "Then I'll say the 2 things I say to everybody, and we'll have them behind us." Toft put the papers under the other arm. "Half's in front, and it's paid, and Morrow's given me the berth and the hours, and nothing under them. That's the first thing. The second is that this hull comes off aground when I say it comes off aground, and if you want that argued with, argue it now on the apron and not out there. Neither of those is going to be a difficulty. They never are on an apron," Toft said, and stood off the plate to let her up it. The berth had 2 lamps going out of the row and a fuel hand at the far end doing something slow to a hose, because it was the cheap berth, and it was cheap on account of the hour. Nothing else was moving on that side of the apron. The doors at the head of it stood open onto the walk, and the walk was lit and empty all the way down to the turn. Sell was at the head of the plate with his coat done up and nothing in his hands. "The hours are in." "Who put them in?" "I did, at the counter, off the sheet, the way anybody puts them in." Sell had his hands in his pockets and took them out. "Between the windows, because between the windows is the only place on 4 there is to put anything. They come off the 240, all of them. That's not me telling you not to go. That's what a clerk wrote in a book an hour ago with this hall's number against it, and it'll be read at the first bell by somebody who reads that book every morning. Raven doesn't read the counter's book." "No," Sell said, "the counter's clerk does." Sell went up the plate ahead of her and did not offer her a hand at the top of it, which she was obliged to him for. The hull was a boundary-rated tender with a run of 6 seats nobody had sat in for a year, and a bay aft of them with the inner port let into the bulkhead at chest height, and forward of the seats a board and 2 chairs and a chart locker with a lid you could lay a sheet flat on. Toft went forward. Sell went aft and started along the bay rack with the flat of his hand, feeling for what was on it, which was the way he went along the pin store on the plant. Cade got the folded return out of her coat and opened it on the locker lid under the lamp and turned it round. Toft came back and read it, in the way of a man who is going to have to fly a thing. That's not a position. It's a ground with a range on it. It's a ground with a range on it I could put 4 hulls into and lose all 4. Toft had one finger down on her own working, where she had pulled the item off last year's cut and off the drum recoveries and had not been able to close it any further from a table. Who ranged this? I did. Off what? Off the published findings and a survey pass and a pencil ranging somebody did by hand off a boat's own beam because she'd stopped believing her boards by the middle of that morning. Then the pencil's the only honest thing on the sheet. Toft turned it a little to get the lamp off the fold. Between 5 and 6 and outboard of both. 6 isn't cut. 6 isn't cut. 6 isn't cut, and the road's authenticated to 8, which I read on a board at the throat counter under glass on my way down here, in the warden's own words twice, because they'd written and no further after it. Toft straightened up off the locker. What am I looking for when I'm sat in it? I don't know. Toft looked at her. I have 4 items off a 5-year pass. One of them carries an hour that this station has exactly 1 closed roll against, and the other 3 carry hours with nothing against them at all. I've put that one onto the ground you're reading, myself, with a rule, and nobody's checked my working, and there's no page anywhere that says what's at it. There was a page. It's shut, and it's going to stay shut, and I've been told so by 2 people who were right. Cade did not move the sheet. That's what there is. If you want to put the half back in my hand and walk down that plate, you can do it standing where you are, and Morrow will hear nothing about it from me. I'm not putting it back. Then that's your answer. I don't know. Toft folded the return along her own crease and gave it to her, and went forward and got the boards up. They came off the berth at the hour on the chit and went out through the Boundary Docks traffic on the low side of it, past 2 laid-up holes with their crews taken out of them and their lamps still burning, and Toft flew it the way a man flies a route he has flown for pay without any of it showing. The post came up on the link a quarter of an hour out. Post. Hulls on the sheet in front of you. Hulls on the sheet in front of me, and I'll read what's on it, and you'll tell me if it's wrong. A pen at his end and the sound of a page. Concession tender, 1 member aboard, survey observation, out to the last marker on the boundary line and back inside the hours. Member for Core South. That's the form. That's the form. Nothing in it either way. On you go. The marker came up on the boards where Toft said it would and went by down the port side. A printed drum on a post with its strobe still going. 1 white flash every 4 seconds against a field that did not blink at all. And the light of it came in through the forward pane 3 times and then did not come in again. The link opened about a minute after that. Post. Post. You're past the marker. I know where I am. I'm not asking you where you are. I'm telling you what's in front of me and what I've written down, because when a person reads this book, they'll read it in my hand, and I'd rather you had it off me now. The pen again. Time at the crossing. Bearing at the crossing. Hull. Member aboard. That's the entry, and it's made. Do you want it read back? No. Then it's read back anyway, he said, and read it back, all 4 of it, at the pace of a man reading his own writing, and closed the link without asking her anything else. Sell had the bay lit and the inner port's glass wiped with his thumb, and the second lamp off the rack and down on the sill of the bay door with its lead run back along the deck so nobody would put a boot in it. Come and hold that where it is. Cade came and held it where it was, and he got the clamp on it and put his weight on the clamp and took his weight off it and got it again. You'll want to be told the rest of it now, he said, and not out there. Then tell me the rest of it. There isn't any rest of it that you can do a thing with. That's the part you won't take. Sel had the lamp seated and put the flat of his hand on the top of it and took it off. He isn't in there the way a man's in a room. There's no door on it. Nothing's got him shut in, and nothing's holding him down. It has got hold of him, and you can bring him off it, and you will not make it let go. Say it in a way I can use. There is no way you can use. A man standing on this deck has to be all in the 1 hour. All of him, the same hour, and then the next one, and then the one after that. And it goes on being every hour he's standing anywhere at all. Sel went along the deck with the line off the rack and put his boot in the loop and started running it out. Out here, that isn't free, and it isn't done once. Something's doing it the entire time, and it doesn't stop while anybody's asleep. And what does it? 4 does, and 3 while 3 lasts. Sel pulled the line through under his boot. 3's been apart and put back, and it stands, and it will hold the one thing and nothing beside it. 4 does the rest, out of the hours between the windows, because there is nowhere else on that chain to take an hour from. You've said the hours twice now. I'll say them a third time before we're home. Sel got the loop over the cleat and stood off it. It isn't him that pays. He'll stand on a deck and eat his dinner and sleep like anybody. It comes off 4, and there's one chain on this station that turns, and every household on this side is stood behind it. You won't see it go. You'll see it on a board a fortnight after, in a column with a number in it, and the number will be smaller than the number was. Nobody on your side does this. Nobody on my side does this. Why not? Because of what I've just said to you, Sel said, and I'm not going to dress it up into a better reason, because there isn't a better one, and you'd only argue with a better one. Cade let that go by and put the lamp lead back along the deck with her foot where he had run it. Then why are you on this hull? Because you're going. Sel had the second loop up and was flaking the line down beside the port. You'd have gone this morning if I'd stood in the walk and said all of it to your face. You'd have gone the day after with a man off the apron who's never had a haul past the boundary and nobody aboard who's worked that ground. A hull out there with nobody on it who knows the side sits twice as long as it needs to, and twice as long is twice the hours off 4. And when a hull like that doesn't come back, somebody goes out after it on the same chain, and that's the hours again, and it's people on top of them. The last of the line went down flat under his hand. It costs less with me stood here. That's the arithmetic, and that's the only thing I've got to say for myself. Sel. And I'll have nothing off you for it. Sel straightened up and got his glove off and put it back on. Not a berth, not a window, not an hour, and not a name written down anywhere. When somebody comes and asks me afterwards what I was paid for this, I want to answer it in one word. I hadn't offered you anything. You will. Sel got the glove seated at the rest. And I haven't said you're right, and I'm not going to say it out there either. And if any of this ever gets written down, that's the line I want in it. The boards forward started disagreeing with each other about a quarter of an hour before they had the ground, which Toft said was the ordinary behavior of boards on that side, and had been since the first time he flew it. Toft took the mean of the two he liked and flew the pencil. 5's drum came up on the port side, leaning off the road far enough that the strobe swept where the road was not, and went by. And after that, there was nothing on the boards to fly to, and nothing through the forward pane but ordinary dark and ordinary stars, no edge to it anywhere, nothing a person could put a finger on. That's it, Toft said. That's the ground on your figures, and I'll hold it. How long can she sit? Sel gave him the hours, and Toft wrote them on the board by his hand. Say them again. Same hours. And when they're up, she comes off it whether there's anything in that bay or not. Sel had come forward as far as the back of the seats and no further. That's not me being hard with anybody. A hull that sits over its hours is a hull somebody has to come out for. You'll get no argument from me, Toft said, and put the hull on station and got out of his chair once in the next hour to look at the second board and sat back down. They had the bay door open and the deck of it lit and empty, and Cade stood at the inner port with both hands on the sill of it and watched an empty deck for a long time. The lamp on the sill threw the shadow of the cleat out across the plates, and the shadow did not move, because nothing was moving. The line lay where Sel had flaked it. Somewhere forward, Toft called the hours off at the half and did not say anything else with them. "Sit down," Sel said from the rack. "I'll stand. Then stand at the other end of it and let me have the port." Cade stood at the other end of it and let him have the port. Sel had his face down at the glass and his own thumb mark still on it, the way he read a telltale, and stayed there without saying a word for the better part of a bell. Toft called the last of the hours. "Shut it," Sel said. "There's nothing in it. Shut it. That's the hours." Cade did not argue with that, and could not have said why. Sel got the door coming, and it came, and the bay took its pressure back the way a bay takes it, slowly and with the frost going off the plates in the same order it always went. Cade got to the inner door first. Sel got a hand on her arm above the elbow and held it there and then took it off. The inner door came round on its own time, which was slow because it was a working door on a hull nobody had spent money on in a year. There was a man on the far side of it. The man stood in the light with one hand up flat on the frame and his weight over on the left leg, the way a man stands at a door somebody else is opening. And when it came far enough, he put his shoulder in the gap and helped it the last of the way. "You want to get that seal looked at," he said. Cade did not say anything at all. Then he came out onto the deck and stood on it, and put his hand on the back of the nearest seat. And the hand was ordinary, and the coat was ordinary, and neither new nor spoiled, and there was nothing about him anywhere a person could have pointed at. Forward, Toft had come half out of his chair and had stopped there. "Rel. Esther. Say it again." "Say what again?" Rel had the seat back under his hand and gave it a shake, to see whether it was fixed to the deck, and it was. "It's a poor hull. Whose is it?" "Morrow's." "Then somebody's been paid twice for it, and it wasn't Morrow." Rel put his weight over onto the other leg. "What's the day?" "The 44th. "The 44th. Rel had the seat back under his hand still, and did not take it off. "Of what year?" "34. Rel put his hand flat on the seat back, and left it there. "Then I've a lease that's run out," he said. Nobody in the compartment said anything for a while after that. Sel had gone back along to the rack and got the lamp off the sill of the bay door and was coiling the lead round his forearm, elbow to hand, and did not come any further forward than the rack. "Esther," Rel said. "I heard you. You didn't answer me either time." "No," Cade said. Toft got back into his chair and put the hull off the ground and onto a heading for home without being asked to, and did it in about 4 moves, and after that he sat forward of the seats with his back to the compartment and stayed there. "What are we for hours?" "We're for home," Sel said, and went aft and squared the bay rack and got the lamp back into its clip and the clip shut over it. "What do I put in the book?" "Put the hours in it," Cade said, "and the ground. Leave the rest of the page." "I've a book because somebody reads it." "Then leave the rest of the page and let them ask me." "Right," Toft said to the pane, and wrote the hours and the ground and left the rest of the page, and did not turn round again. Rel got himself down into one of the 6 seats after a while and sat in it like a man on a ferry. "Is Yoss still doing what she does?" "She is." "Then she'll be along," he said, and did not seem to want anything further off it, and put his head back against the rest. Sel came forward to the end of the seats with the lamp lead coiled on his arm and the hull's own board off the bulkhead in his other hand, and stood there and put the board down flat on the locker lid, and got a pen out of his coat. "He's on 3 from this hour. I know. You'll have it said out loud once, and then I'm not saying it again." Sel wrote as he said it, in the hand he wrote round sheets in, which was small and went straight across the paper without a rule. 3 carries him, and 3 carries nothing else while it does. On top of 3, it takes 6 hours off 4 a day, every day. And those 6 come out of the hours between the windows, because there is nowhere else on that chain they can come from. Hours between the windows are hours off the 240. 12 of them is a window that doesn't fly, and a window that doesn't fly isn't made up afterwards. That's the warden's words. It's the warden's words because I heard her say them in a room I was standing in, and I'd rather use hers than get mine wrong. Sel put the pen back in his coat and squared the board against the edge of the locker. It starts from the hour that door came round, not from tomorrow, not from when somebody in an office writes it down, from that hour. Put the hour on it then. Sel put the hour on it. In the seat behind them, Rel had his eyes shut and his hands together in his lap, and said, without opening them, "Whoever's paying for this hull by the hour ought to know it's costing him." Neither of them answered that. The post came up on the link 12 minutes short of the boundary line, and read the inbound entry off his own sheet, time at the crossing, bearing at the crossing, hull, member aboard, and then read the outbound one again underneath it, because he had them both on the same page now. Anything to add to it? No. "Then it stands as it is," he said, and closed the link. They came on to the cheap berth at an hour when the apron had the same 2 lamps going out of the row, and the fuel hand was gone off the far end and had left the hose coiled where it went. Toft got the plate down himself and stood off it at the head and did not put his hand out to anybody. Rel went down the plate ahead of the rest of them with one hand on the rail at the pace of a man who has come off a boat, and stopped at the bottom of it on the apron plates and stood there a moment getting the feel of the deck, and then went on 4 or 5 paces and stopped again and looked up the length of the walk to where it was lit and empty all the way to the turn. "They've put a door in," he said. 4 years ago. 4 years ago, Rel said, and went on to the head of the walk and stopped there with one hand on the rail. Sel came down last with the board under his arm and the lamp lead still coiled on it, and got past them both on the apron side without stopping. "Where are you going with that?" "The counter," Sel said. "It goes in the book tonight and not in the morning." Cade came up the apron after him and took the walk on the rail side, and Rel came on after her, and Sel went ahead of the 2 of them towards the throat with the board under his arm and did not stop at the turn. Chapter 19. Came aboard. "The hour first, then what you took it off, then the figure. If you give me the figure first, I have to carry it while I wait for the rest, and I carry it badly. The 4th hour of the morning, off the clock at the head of the cot, which is mine, and which I set against the stations before I put it in there, and again at the first bell, and the 2 of them agree. Ilias had his book open along his forearm, and was not reading off it. I am saying that now because somebody will ask me at the end of the week whether my clock was any good, and I would rather have said it before I was asked than after. Ravn has it. Go on. Then before any figure at all, this, and I want it in her book in the words I use. Nothing in that man is failing. He is not ill. There is no part of him going wrong. and if anybody has come up this corridor this morning to be told he is going, they have come for something I have not got. Raven wrote it. Tuma was walking the runs down to the racks himself, because the room past the racks had the spare frames out of it since the day before yesterday, and a cot in their place, and the trolley would not go by. One of Skalbe's people had been on the outer door since the apron, and had been changed once. "Now take me through them in the order you took them," Halden said. 4 sets. Apron, then the second bell, then the small hours, then this one. Ilias turned the book over on his arm and left it turned. "I am going to be slow about it, and I am going to say it once, all through, and then you may have any part of it again. Say it once, all through. A man of about 50. I would not put a year on that tighter than about, and I would not have anybody write down a year that came off me. Fed, not starved, not marked, no bruise on him anywhere but the shin, which is a shin somebody has put into a frame in the dark, like every shin on this station. Muscle where a working man has it. His teeth have been seen to by somebody who knew the trade. That is the outside of him, and there is nothing on the outside of him that would make me look twice at a man in a queue." Now the counts. I took a temperature at every set. A body runs coolest towards the end of the night and warmest in the middle of the afternoon, and it does that whether you are interested or not, and I have never met one that did not. His ran coolest an hour before the first bell, and it was still coming down when I put the sleeve on him, so I do not have the bottom of it. He ate at the second bell, and his gut took it up 4 hours after it should have, and took it up properly. He slept. Put a mark on that. He slept, and he slept the way a man sleeps who has been up a long time and is not frightened. And while he was asleep, everything else in him carried on as though he were sitting up in a chair, and did not do one of the things it does when a man is asleep. The eye is at another hour again. I put a light across it at every set and wrote down what it did, and what it did at the 4th hour of the morning is what it should have done in the afternoon. And here is the part I have been at all night, and it is the part that is worth your paper. I have had people off halls since before this room was a room. Every month of my working life, somebody comes down a plate off a ship that has been running to a clock of its own, and they are wrong in the head, and wrong in the gut, and wrong in the hour, and they are wrong together. Everything in them is at the same wrong hour, and it comes back. I can watch it come back, a bit on the first day, more on the second, and by the third you have a man on station time who is only tired. I have written that up so many times I could write it in the dark, and I can tell a person on the second day of it from a person on the third by the look of them. This is not that. Nothing in him is at the same hour as anything else in him. Nothing in him keeps time with anything else in him. And between the apron and this morning, they have not come one step nearer each other by any amount I can measure, and they have not gone one step further apart either. 4 sets, and I could lay them one on top of the other. Ilias stopped there. "Is that the end of it?" Halden said. "That is the end of the findings. There are 2 more things, and neither is a finding." Ilias closed the book on his arm and held it shut. "The first is that I have not seen this, not on this station, not before it, not in anything I have ever read. I am telling you so in front of your clerk, because if I say nothing, you will take my quiet for confidence and go and build on it. The second is that you are going to ask me what it means, and I am not going to say. Not this morning and not at the end of the week. Whatever gets said first about a thing like this is the thing that gets said afterwards, by everybody, and I have been inside a record that went that way once already. I wasn't going to ask you. You were not. Somebody will. Then they'll get it from you and not from me." Halden had both hands flat on the counter. "What do you want off this office?" 2 things, and they are both paper. Ilias put the book down on the counter at last and squared it without thinking about it. My notes have a head on them, and the head has a name in it, because there is nowhere else for a name to go, and the sheet is no use without one. And at the moment it is the name a woman said on the apron. I want it off. And there is a block on the same sheet for who agreed to the treatment, and there is nothing I can put in it. You'll have a reference off Raven before you leave the building, date and hour on it, and it'll still be good in 10 years. Put it at the head of your notes and put it in the block. When there's an answer, the answer goes on top and the reference stays underneath where a person can find it. That will do me. The second block isn't mine, and I'm not going to pretend it is. It's the counter's, and it'll take the counter what it takes. Halden did not move her hands. Don't write in it, and don't let anybody write in it for you. I had got that far by myself. Ilias got his coat off the end of the counter. I have the fourth set at the third bell, and then I have a ward at the top of the growth hall stair with the Cascades people in it, breathing worse air than they were on the 28th, and they are not less interesting to me than he is. Ilias went through into the room past the racks, and the door came to behind him. And after a moment, the chair in there went back on the deck, and somebody in there said something short that did not carry. And Ilias said something back, and Tuma took another run off the press. Halden turned the finding round on the counter. Read me what you've got so far, and stop at every verb. Raven read it off her own pen. This office finds that the man now held in this building was returned to the hull named in the annex at the position and hour given in the annex. Stop. Take returned out. It's the word everybody in this building has been using since the apron. It is, and it says he came back, and coming back says where he was, and I don't know where he was. Neither does anybody who's used it. Halden put a finger on the sheet. What else have you got in the drawer for it? Recovered. No. Recovered is what you do when a party goes out to a place a thing is known to be and comes home with it, and nobody went out to a place anything was known to be. Next. Taken off. Brought in. Survivor of. Survivor says there was a thing to survive, and I haven't found one. Brought in says somebody carried him, and both accounts have him on his feet. Halden took her finger off. What did the pilot write? Raven went to the second sheet. Came aboard. Then it's came aboard. Everywhere it appears. If the executive's office writes back wanting it in plainer language, send them the same sheet with nothing altered on it. Halden squared the finding against the edge of the counter. Now read me the two accounts on the hatch. Ravna had them side by side already. The pilot sheet off the apron and the throat side sheet off cell, both in Ravna's own hand. Toft cycled it twice. Seal did not take the first time. It has not taken the first time since the 12th, and I have a paper in about it. Ravna moved her thumb down to the second sheet. Cell, the hatch went twice. I put my hand on the ring the second time because I thought the boards were going to argue about it, and they did not. And the hours. Within the quarter of an hour on both, and the boat's own record is between the two of them. And the boat's record has the interval opened and closed and nothing across it. And the boundary post has the hull outbound and inbound off Ray's desk with the hours on both. Who walked the hull? Two of Skalbay's people, at the apron, before anything came off it, and the names and the hour are annexed, and one of them wrote it out in his own hand because he did not trust me to say it the way he meant it. Good. Leave his words in. Halden stood at the counter for a while with the finding in front of her and did not write anything on it. There's a hole in it, and it's going in the finding, she said. Nobody counted them off the apron on the way out. The berth was booked at an hour nobody wants, and there's no sheet anywhere on this station that says 3 went out. What I've got is 3 accounts that say 3 went out, and the 3 of them are the 3 people who went. Anybody who wants to take this finding apart is going to start there, and they should, and they will find I got there first. Do you want it in the body or at the foot? In the body, in the sentence before the finding, so a person reading one line of it reads that line too. Halden turned the sheet a quarter round. And then this, in my words, and don't tidy them. Against that, the hall was walked before anything came off it, and there is no volume in it a man could have been carried out in. The 2 accounts agree on particulars neither man could have arranged with the other, and neither of them thought the particulars worth remarking on. And the boat's own record sits between them. On that material, this office finds that the man came aboard from outside the hull at the position and hour given in the annex. Ravna wrote it and read it back, and Halden had her change nothing. Now the second half, and it's the half that matters. From the hour he came aboard to the hour at the foot of this finding, somebody has had eyes on that man without a break, and I want the names and the hours annexed and the joins shown. The pilot and cell and the member on the boat. The checker at the plate. Scalby's 2 at the apron and Scalby's man on that door since. Changed once, both names and the minute. The physician from the apron to now out of the room 4 times, and every one of the 4 has somebody else's name against it. There's no hour in it that belongs to nobody. Nothing was put down and picked up again. It's the only thing in this building I'm certain of this morning. And the finding says it how. The same body continuously from that hour to this on the observation annexed. Halden said it once and did not repeat it. Then the negatives, and they go in the body and again at the foot, because the first half of this sheet is going to be read out in rooms I won't be in. This office does not find who he is. This office does not find where he was before the hour at which he came aboard. This office does not find that anything at all happened before that hour. Rav put the pen down. You could put a name at the head of it, she said. I could. It's in the physician's notes, in Scalby's man's book on that door, on the movement log, because a woman gave it at the desk on the way in, and in the mouth of everybody in this building, including you, and including me when I'm not being careful. I still haven't got it. Everybody using it isn't me having it. Halden had not raised her voice at any part of that. Who he is belongs to 2 other offices, and they're not getting the answer put in their hands before they start. Then where does it go? The same sheet, the same words, at the same hour, to the counter, to joint security, to the executive's office, and to the medical section. Nobody gets it early, and nobody gets a summary. If they want it explained, they can have my hour. Rav turned the access book round for the entry and went back through it for the last one of the class and went back through the quarter and back through the year and then went back further with the flat of her hand under the pages and did not stop. There is not one, she said. No. Not in this book and not in the one before it. There's continuity of route. There's custody of an article, and there's a finding on a body where a body is what came home. And that's a finding on a person who's dead. Rav put her hand flat on the open page. There's no head in this book for a body that came aboard alive with a closed roll under the name everybody's using. Read the roll out, off the public register and not off anybody's mouth. Rav had the register slip out of the tray and read it flat. Ring 6, Trunk Gallery, Frame 19, Naught 340, Roll closed. Rel. The 51st day of 22. Body recovered, identified off the register, and formally by two people who had known him since before the rings. Then that's a closed roll on this station, and nothing in my finding goes anywhere near it. The roll stands. Whatever the man had went where it went, and none of it is getting reopened by a sheet about a hatch. Halden turned the finding face down. Put that in as well, at the foot, under the negatives. Nothing in this finding disturbs any entry in the civil register. The throat counter sheet came over at the half, with the day's bookings on it, for information, the way it came over every day. Rav went through it standing at the gangway. The degraded one is on him and stays on him. 6 hours have come off 4 since the apron, booked between windows. Rav turned the sheet round. And the clerk had nothing to book them against, because there's no matter open on this and no reference until you sign that. So he's booked them against the room. Against the room. Against the room. He's written far room, warden's offices in the column and initialed it. Then enter it under the day as it stands, and don't correct his column. Give him the reference this afternoon, and he can carry it forward himself. Halden put 2 fingers on the foot of the page and took them off. The list. 6 today. 1 is the presses, which is still 2 presses. 2 is the sector offices and the certification dates, and they have had them twice now. 3 is the runoff my reader. Same answer. Same answer. 4 is the works office, who have put the thing in. Rav ruled her line. And the member for Core South is on the bench in the outer room and has been there since before the first bell, and has not asked me anything, and has not asked Scalby's man anything either, which he mentioned. She may sit on it. She will want to be told something. Then she gets what anybody at that counter gets. At the hour everybody gets it, and not an hour before. The reference, the date, what was found and what wasn't, in the same words as the counter and joint security and the executive. Halden did not look at the outer door. Write her slip last and put it on the pile with the rest. Rav wrote the slips out at her own pace and squared them, and Siren came off the racks with the daybook open at the machine's column and stood at the end of the counter with it, because the daybook had a column for the matter and a column for the name, and both of them wanted something in them. There's nothing for either, Siren said. There's nothing for either. A blank gets filled in. Somebody comes past this book in a fortnight being helpful and puts in what everybody's been saying, and after that, it's what the book says. Then put the reference in both of them, in your own hand, and rule the column off so there's no room left in it. Halden turned the finding face up and read it once more from the top. Anything that goes in on top of that goes in over a line and over a hand, and whoever does it will have to mean it. Siren wrote the reference into the matter column and then into the name column, and ruled the rest of the column off and blotted it with the side of her thumb, and took the book back down to the machine. Down the room the press stopped, and Tuma put the guard up and went along to the other one. And in the room past the racks a chair went back on the deck, and Ilyas said something to somebody in the flat, carrying voice of a man reading a figure out loud to be written down. Chapter 20. Written first. Is it him? I haven't got that. You've had him in this building since the 3rd bell. I've had him since the 3rd bell, and I've got what I had at the 3rd bell, which is a man in the front room and a sheet off the warden that says who he isn't. Yoss had the Day 45 bundle out flat on the desk, with the string beside it. Ask me at the end of the day. You'll get what's written down by then off the sheet and not off me. Scalby had his cap under his arm and the door rota in his other hand, and did not put either down. I've 4 of my people on that corridor, and every one of them is using the name. They're not being loose with it. The one who took the night said it to me in the passage this morning without noticing he'd said it." "That's my point." Yoss squared the bundle. "It came off an apron on the 44th out of one woman's mouth, and it's been walking round ever since, and there isn't a line under it anywhere. Everybody's had the answer since before anybody did the work. My name would be the one at the foot of it." "Then what are you doing?" 3 things, off 3 different sources. Yoss got her own book out and put it on the bundle. Each one gets written before it happens, and read after by somebody who isn't me. If I can't write it first, I don't use it. Scalby put the rota on the desk at last. "And if it comes back yes?" "Then it comes back yes with the holes shown." Yoss turned the warden's sheet round and put her finger on the foot of it. "Read those." Scalby read them where they lay, out loud, in the flat voice of a man reading somebody else's writing. "This office does not find who he is. This office does not find where he was before the hour at which he came aboard. This office does not find that anything at all happened before that hour. She's left the rest of it to you. She's left me the part that's mine, and she said so, at the counter to 4 offices at the same hour." Yoss took the sheet back. "There's one more thing, and it goes at the head of my file before I do anything else. I had a matter open on that man for 4 years, and I never closed it, and there's a question in it I never got an answer to. That's mine to declare, so I'm declaring it. And the second name in the same paragraph is Amrit Sahai, who I live with, and who I'm going to use as a witness this afternoon because I need somebody in a room who's never laid eyes on the man, and there's about 4 of those left on this station. You could use one of mine. Yours have been on his door for 2 days. Yoss put the book in her coat. Where's the member for Core South? On the bench at the end of the corridor since the 2nd bell. She's asked twice. She can go on asking. Cade was on the bench with her coat done up and nothing in her hands, and got up when Yoss came down the corridor. And Yoss stopped short of the bench and did not sit down on it. I'm not going in. You're not going in. Then say the hour I am. I'll say it when I've got it, and it will be an hour today." Yoss stood with the bundle under her arm. "You said his name on an apron in front of a pilot and a member of the Nyal community, and neither of them had ever seen him before. That's the least evidence there is, and you know it. It's the first line anybody would pull. I haven't asked you to put it in anything. No, and when you do go in, you'll go in when I say, and you'll be told nothing before you go. And there'll be 2 people in the room besides me." Yoss went past her. "Sit down. It'll be a while." The front room at Joint Security had the property shelving down one wall, and the table with a lamp over it, and a hatch through to the desk that had been shut since the 25th. Blank lead tags in a tin, a spool of seal wire, a tray of oddments off the night searches. Teng was on the door with his book on his knee and wrote her in at the hour. Yoss came in and shut the door behind her and did not say anything. The man at the table had his coat over the back of the chair and had been given tea by somebody and had not drunk it, and looked up when the door came to. 11 years. Yoss stayed at the door. 12, she said. 11 sounds better for both of us. 12. 12 then. He put his hand flat on the table and left it there. You'll want to sit at the other end of it. Everybody has. Yoss went out again without asking him anything, and stood in the corridor and put her book against the wall, and wrote the hour first, and then the 4 things that had been said in the order they were said, in the words that were used. Under it, she wrote that she had gone into the room with nothing written down beforehand, and that on that account the exchange was worth nothing to anybody, and she would not be putting it in a finding, and she put the hour under that as well. You'll read this out before I go in, and you'll read it out again after, and you'll put your name at the foot of it both times. Val took the slip and did not open it. What is it? It's what I think he's going to do. If I told you now, you'd watch for it, and you'd find it, because people do. Read it after. Sahi had come off the apron at the change, and had his coat over his arm, and had been in the building about 10 minutes, and had already asked her twice whether he was allowed to say no, and she had said yes both times, and he had come anyway. What am I for? You're for standing at the end of the table and saying afterwards what you saw a man's hands do. I've a crane ticket. Then you can watch a pair of hands. Yas had the tin of tags in her own hand. Don't talk to him. If he talks to you, answer him like anybody, and don't tell him what you do or where you work. The three of them went in. Tang wrote them all in at the hour. Yas put the tin down on the table in front of the man and sat at the far end and got her book open on her forearm. That's not for me. It's not for anybody. It lives on that shelf. He said, and took a tag out of it, and turned it over, and read the blank face of it, and put it down, and picked it up again. Yas asked him where the tin had come from, and he told her, and was right, and told her which yard cut that thread, and what the trade side paid for a spool of that wire, and what it had been worth in the founding year, and his hands stayed where they were on the table. Yas asked him who had kept his counter after. The tag went across the backs of his fingers, right hand, over and back, without any part of him going near it, and came up between the first two. And he said, "Somebody will have." Yas wrote the hour, then the question, then the movement, then the answer in his own words. Yas asked him 3 more of the cheap sort, and got 3 long answers. And one of them had a price in it, and one of them had 2 names, and the tag lay on the table through all of it. Then she asked him who on this station had ever owed him something he had not collected. The tag went over and back. That's a long list, and it's not mine to read out. Yas asked him to put the tag across his knuckles on purpose. The tag went across on purpose at about half the speed, started at the other end, and he looked at his hand all the way. That's not the same. You asked me for the trick. I've given you the trick. Do it again. The second one came out the same as the first, watched all the way, and Sahi at the end of the table said without being asked that it was a different thing altogether, and that he would put his hand up in front of anybody and say so, and then apologized for speaking. You've nothing to apologize for. Try it yourself. Sahi tried it, and dropped the tag twice on the table and once on the deck, and picked it up and said he would want a fortnight. You'd want longer than that, the man said. Don't let them put you on a counter. Yas took the tin off the table altogether and put it back on the shelf and sat down again and asked him who he would go to tonight if he wanted a berth off this station and did not want it written down. His right hand went to the edge of the table and the fingers of it went over and back on the lip of it, nothing in them at all. Somebody'd take me. That isn't an answer. No, he agreed. Yas wrote the hour and the words, and drew her line, and called Val in off the door. Val read the slip out standing. Right hand. Whatever is small and to hand goes over the backs of the fingers and back, twice, and he does not look at it, and what he says after it is the least he can say. If there is nothing in his hand, he will use the edge of what is in front of him. He can be asked to do it on purpose, and it will not be the same movement. That's all of it, and it was in my coat before I came down this corridor. Yas held her hand out for it. Sign it, and put the hour on it and the hour you read it, and both of you initial where I've written what happened." Sahi signed it and read what she had written twice before he did. "What does that get you?" "On its own, nothing that would stand up," Yas said. "A man could watch another man for a year and learn it. He couldn't learn when to do it. That comes off somebody who knew it well enough to teach it, and I haven't found anybody on this station who'd say they knew it at all." "You've written it down." "I wrote it down 12 years ago on a different matter, and it's in a book with a case number on it, and I haven't shown it to him, and I'm not going to." Yas shut her own book. That's one. Cade came in at the hour Yas gave her and was told nothing on the way down the corridor, and Val had the second slip in his hand before she reached the door. Val read it out to Sahi and to Teng in the corridor, and then folded it and held it, and Teng wrote them all in. The man at the table got up when she came in, which he had not done for anybody else. 10 minutes. "An hour," Cade said. 10 minutes sounds better for both of us." "An hour. It's gone the 4th. "An hour, then." He sat back down. "You'll have had the bench at the end. There's a member's arse print in that bench with your name on it by now, and somebody will price it." Cade sat where Yas pointed and put her hands on the table and asked him nothing at all, because she had been told at the door that she was to ask him nothing, and he talked for about 4 minutes without either of them saying a word to him. The tea, the hatch that had been shut since the 25th, the state of the shelving, who on the trade side would be short this month with the walks shut, and what that was worth to the man who wasn't. Twice inside it he said, "The hour you were stood outside," and did not use 10 minutes again. Yas got Val in and had the slip read. "He will open by putting a figure on how long it has been. The figure will be short of the true one. When she gives him the true one, he will offer his own again once, and then take hers, and use hers and not his for the rest of the hour." Cade looked at the slip and then at Yas, and did not say anything at all, and her hands stayed where they were on the table. "Is that all I came in for?" "That's what you came in for. You can go out again." Cade went out. Yas put Val on the chair Cade had been in and told him to say to the man whatever he would say to anybody after 2 days on a door. And Val did, and said it badly, and got a civil answer about the state of the corridor, and no figure of any kind. Then Sahi, who had been in the room an hour and a half by then, was asked how long he had been in the building, and got told nothing back but a question about the shed. Yas wrote both of those down under the first, with the hours, and wrote at the foot that the pattern did not appear with either man, and had appeared with 2 people out of 2, and that one of the 2 was herself, which she was recording because it would be found otherwise. "That's 2, she said. "It's the weakest of the 3, and I'll head it that way, because the member for Core South has had 2 days of him and could have put every word of it in his mouth." "She wouldn't do that," Sahi said. "I've no way of knowing what she'd do, and neither have you." The registry was in the press at the far end of the corridor, and the founding year's seal break notices were in it because a broken bond was an offense before it was paperwork, and nobody had had the book out in 12 years, and the string on it came away in her hand. Yas took it to the desk and went down it herself for the better part of an hour, with nobody in the room, and pulled one notice and copied nothing off it. A bonded crate landed off a hull consigned to the administrator's office, seal broken and rewired the same day. Contents: 1 geological sample mill survey office pattern. Signed at the foot by Esther Cade, in her own hand, 12 years old, and better than her hand was now. The notice did not say who broke the seal. It did not say why. It did not say what passed between anybody over it, because there is no box on the form for what passes between people. Yas wrote the question out twice, the same words both times, and had Val carry one down the corridor to the bench and the other into the front room, and had them both written in front of a man on a door, in the writer's own hands, and brought back folded and unopened. What is on the notice attached, and what is not on it? Everything you have on it. Do not ask what this is for. Val opened them in the room in front of Yas and Sahi and Tang, and Yas read Cade's first, out loud, and then the other one. Cade said the seal was broken by Rel, in her office, because he wanted to see what an office had gone to the trouble of bonding, and that he was not sorry, and that it cost him a jar, and that he had asked for 2 and been given 1, and told the 1 was charity. The other one said the seal was broken by him, to see what was in it, because a man on the trade side wants to know what an office buys, that it cost him a jar, and that he had asked for 2 and had not got 2, and that she had made a point of the word charity, and he had been careful not to give her the pleasure of an answer. It also said the crate was one of 3 off that hull under the same mark, and that the office had had the third of them. Yas went back to the press with the book and put it flat under the lamp and found the mark in the margin of the notice and went up the page and down it. The same mark stood at the head of 2 other entries in the same book, in the same quarter, both bonded, both landed off the same hull, neither of them to any office. 3, Yas said, and hers is the third. He could have had that off her, Val said. He could. She'd have had to know it first, and she signed for 1 crate and never saw a manifest in her life, and it isn't in what she's written, and I asked her for everything she had. Yas squared the 2 sheets together with the notice under them. It's a mark in a margin in a book that's been in a press since the founding years, and I took it out of the press myself this afternoon, and nobody was in the room. Write that down and put your name to it. You've got him writing, Val said. Put his hand against something he wrote before. That's a morning's work, and it's done. It was the first thing I went for, and it was the first thing I went for 12 years ago, on a different matter, and there's nothing to put it against. Yas got the 2 sheets square. He kept a counter on the trade side from before this station had rings on it, and there isn't one document in any registry in this building with his name on it in his own hand. Everything he ever did for anybody went in under somebody else's. He never took a bond out, so he never signed for one. The only place his name is written down at all is a closed roll, and a clerk wrote that. Tang, at the door, said that was 3 then. That's 3. Yas did not look up from the sheets. And I'll say what 3 is worth before anybody else says it for me. A man could learn the first by watching. A woman with 2 days of him could have given him the second. The third is a mark in a margin and a jar. And if somebody wants to say she fed him all of it, then she fed him a thing that makes him look small and rehearsed him on a question I hadn't thought of at breakfast. And what do you put in the finding? Val said. What's in front of me and what isn't, in that order. And the holes in the body and not at the foot where nobody reads them. Yas got the string off the desk and put it round the book. Tell the commander I'll have it written by the second bell of the night, and he'll get it at the same hour as the counter and the warden and the registrar, and not before. Tang wrote the 2 of them in at the hour, and shut the door, and stayed on the other side of it. Yas sat down at the far end of the table, with the book open, and the hours down the left of it, and did not put a pen in her hand. The inspection slot, she said, on the redundancy certificate, the one that went in as a scheduling amendment off a terminal in the maintenance voids. That's not a question. It wasn't. Here's the question. Did you broker it? Across the table, he turned his cup a quarter round and did not drink out of it. You've come a long way round to a thing you could have put to me at the door. I've come the way I've come, so that when I put it to you, there's a sheet says who you are, and you won't get out of it by being nobody. Jos did not move. Did you broker it? Ask me about the tin. I like the tin. Did you broker it? The man at the table sat with that for a moment. I did, he said. Nothing in the room changed, and nothing in him changed. The rest of it came at the pace of a man reading a figure out to be written down. A man wanted a slot he'd no business having, and there was one going, and I put the two of them together, and it went in as an amendment because that's the column it fits in, and nobody reads that column. I raised it off a terminal in the voids because that terminal doesn't ask you who you are. And it was paid for, and it wasn't paid for in money, and there's no sheet on this station where that would read as a fee. That's what I did, and I did all of it knowing what it was. What I didn't know was what it was going to be 4 years later, and I want that put down as well. And I want it put down that it isn't worth anything. I'd stopped thinking about it inside a fortnight. 11 people. I've heard the number said by people who'd no idea they were saying it to me. Jos wrote the hour. Then she wrote the words he used and not what she took them to mean. And it took a while, and he waited while she did it, and did not fill the room up. Say the consideration. No. Say who took the slot. You had that 4 years after, and it was on a charge sheet with somebody else's name on it, and you'd not thank me for it now. He put 2 fingers on the rim of the cup and took them off. Ask me the other one. You've had it in your coat since you came through that door, and it's been going off in there all afternoon. Frame 19. Frame 19. There are 3 things on this station that put you at frame 19 at that hour, Jos said. The 2 blocks came out through that run, and some of them said afterwards a man in the dark put them the right way at the branch and went back the other. The terminal at the ring end had its amendment history taken off clean that night by somebody who knew the command. And there was a reclamation shift working the voids 20 meters off it. There's no paper joins any of the 3. Any one of them puts you there. All 3 of them put you there. Which one did you go in for? His right hand went to the edge of the table, and the fingers of it went over and back on the lip of it. I did all 3. That's not what I asked. It's what there is. There was no charm on it, and there had been charm on everything else since the 3rd bell. I put the blocks the right way at the branch, and I took my own trace off that terminal, and there was somebody in the voids I'd have told you to your face I'd never met, and I went in after them, and they came out with the rest. All of that happened, and I did all of it, and I do the order again the same. You want to know which one I went down there for. I've turned that over a good deal more than you'd credit, and my answer is that I don't believe there's one in there to be had. And if there is, it isn't yours, and the name that goes with it isn't going any further than this table. Give me the name. No. Give me the name and it stops with me. Nothing stops with anybody, he said. You'd have it in a book by the 2nd bell with the hour on it, because that's what you're for, and I've never once wanted you to be anything else. Jos put the pen down flat on the page and did not pick it up again for a while. You'd have had all of that 12 years ago, she said. I had you in a room, and I didn't spend it because I thought I was keeping it for something bigger. And then you went and died on the 51st with it still in my coat. And I've carried that for 12 years, and now you're sat at a table telling me all of it for nothing. And there's a closed roll on this station in your name and a certificate and an inheritance that's gone where it went, and nobody in this building can tell me tonight what you are. So I'll have the answer, and I'll write it down, and I'll not be able to do one thing with it. No, he agreed, that's about the size of it. That isn't an apology. It isn't. You'd not have taken one, and I'd have enjoyed giving it. He turned the cup back the quarter he had turned it. Is it me, then, on your paper? On my paper, it's you. Yoss took her book up off the table and squared it, and wrote the last of it, the hour, the words he used, the 3 findings in the order she had taken them, and what each of them would not carry, and ruled a line under all of it, and under the line wrote the name, and put the hour under that. Then she went out past Teng, who wrote her out at the hour, and said it out loud, and she said it back to him, and went up the corridor to the desk to have the finding copied for 4 offices at the same hour. Chapter 21. The Second Line. The matter had a reference before it had a name in it, which was the warden's office doing its work in the right order, and it was the only reason the thing could be booked against anything at all. Sesk took it off the pending shelf at the first bell and opened it flat and squared it to the counter's edge and went through it the way he went through a file he had already been through twice. 3 sheets and a gap where a 4th would go. Halden's, off the 45th, in Ravn's hand and countersigned. The body continuous from an hour on the 44th, then the negatives, in the body and again at the foot, because whoever had drafted it had known where it was going to be read. Under them 1 line more. Nothing in this finding disturbs any entry in the civil register. Yoss's, off the 46th, longer and worse to read. Every source in it named with the day and the hour it was taken, and the finding at the foot in 1 sentence with her name under it. Then the throat side annex and the boundary posts page for the position and the hour, which nobody was going to argue about. The 4th sheet was not there because the man who would write it had not written it yet. Bekele came in through the flap at the quarter with the board and put it down and turned it round. 19 on it. 4 of them won't take 5 minutes, and one of them's the same man about the same berth for the 4th time. She had her stylus behind her ear and did not take it down. And you've had that open since the bell, and you haven't keyed a thing into it. There is nothing to key yet. Then key the 4 short ones and have them off the deck. I will not, because I am taking this one out of the order, and the order is the only thing at this counter that is fair to everybody. And if I am going to break it, I am going to break it once and in one place and enter why. Sesk got the day's list up. Put on the entry that the matter was taken out of order on the 47th at the counter's own motion, and that the reason was the physician's sheet and not the identity of the applicant, and that 19 people stood behind it. If somebody comes up that stair angry about a fortnight, I would rather they were angry at a true reason than a polite one. They'll be angry either way. Then they will be angry accurately. Bekele wrote it and went back out to the line. The day was falling level. His own reckoning had come up alongside the stations sometime in the night and would ride there until the middle of the afternoon, so that the bells were arriving where his hands expected them. And his hands were still gray to the knuckle at the 2nd bell, which was not how most of his mornings went, and he had all of the good part of the day to spend on 1 file. Ilyas came up the counter's length at the 2nd bell with his coat over his arm and his book under it, and stood at the shutter until Bekele waved him past the 4 in front, which he argued about, briefly, and lost. I have a ward at the top of the growth hall stair, and I have that man at the 3rd, so you have me until the half, and then you do not. Ilyas got the book onto the counter and squared it, without appearing to notice that he had. And I would like to know what you want off me before I open it, because I have been asked 4 different things this week by 4 people who all thought they were asking the same one. Then I will ask it twice, badly first and then properly, and you can answer the second. Sesk turned the file a quarter to him. Badly. Can that man make up his own mind? That is not a question. No. Now properly. Sesk went along the shelf behind him and got the counter's copy of the Act out of the press, and opened it at the section and left it open where they could both see it, and read the words off the page and not out of his head. This counter needs a finding on present decision-making capacity, whether he can take in what is put to him, whether it stays with him, whether he can weigh one thing against another and come out somewhere, and whether he can say which. As at today, not last week and not next week, today, and by somebody who has been in the room. That I can do. Ilyas opened the book along his forearm and did not read off it. And I am going to say the part you did not ask for first, because you will get asked about it in a fortnight by somebody who has heard half of it. Nothing in that man keeps time with anything else in him, and it has not moved since the apron. That is a body. It is the clock and the gut and the eye, and it is nothing at all to do with the faculty. I have had men in that room with everything in them at the same right hour who could not tell me what day it was. And I have had men off a hull who were wrong in every count I could take and sharp as a blade. The two things are not one thing, and a person who has only read my first sheet will put them together, and they will be wrong. Say the finding. The finding is that he has it, and I am not going to hedge it, and I have taken it 4 separate ways and written each of them down with the hour. Ilyas put one hand flat beside the book. I have put things to him that he had no way of knowing, and watched him take them in and give them back to me the next day with the parts he did not believe marked. I have given him a choice with a cost on both sides of it, and made him tell me why. And he told me, and the why was a reason and not a noise. He asks what a thing is for before he agrees to it, which is more than most of them do. He changed his mind once, in front of me, and told me he had changed it, and told me what had changed it. That is the test, all of it, and he passes it 4 times out of 4. And what will you not say? I will not say it holds. Nothing about that man's body has moved in 3 days, and I am not going to build a week on 3 days. And if you write me down as having said he will still have it next week, I will come up this stair and take it off your sheet myself. Ilyas turned a page over and left it turned. So put a review on it. Give me an interval, and I will do it again and sign it again. And if it goes, I will say so at this counter and not on a landing. 7 days, and sooner if you ask. 7 days, and I will ask. Sesk keyed the finding into the file with the physician's own words in the block, and the hour of each of the 4 takings under it, and read it back at the speed he read a manifest. And Ilyas stopped him twice and made him change understands to takes in and decides to comes out somewhere, on the grounds that a lawyer would do more with the first pair than he had meant. There is one thing I will do for you, and it is not a finding. Ilyas got his coat off the counter. You have been in a room with him. So have 4 other people. If you wanted to put down what you saw with your own eyes and have it stand next to mine, nobody would stop you, and it would read well. No, it would read well. It would read well, and it would be nothing, and in 11 years somebody will lift it out of this file and hold it up and say a counter found a man competent by looking at him. Sesk did not go round it a second time. I cannot make that finding. There is no part of this office that makes it. If I write what I think in that block, I have made an instrument up at a counter on a Tuesday, and then the next man I do not like the look of gets one made up about him as well, and by then it is what this office does. Ilyas got the book off the counter and put it under his arm. There is a block at the head of my notes for who agreed to the treatment, and there has been nothing in it since the apron. It is on the sheet every time I turn the sheet over. I know what block it is. The warden told me about it on the 45th. Then that is all I want off this counter, and I have said it once. Ilias went back down the counter's length and out past the bench and stopped at the corner to say something to a woman in the line who had put her hand up at him, and answered her standing, and took longer over it than he had over his own turn. Rel came up at the 4th bell with Tang behind him, and Tang put his chair half in and half out of the outer door, and got his book onto his knee, and wrote the hour and said out loud what he was doing, while he did it, the way a man says a thing he has said at every door of his working life. "Sit down if you want to sit down," Sesk said. "It is going to be an hour, and some of it is going to be dull." "I'll stand a bit and sit when it gets dull." Rel put both hands on the counter's edge and looked along it at the racks and the press and the vault door, and at the shutter card, and read the card. "2 offices in 1 man. Who did that to you?" "The chamber. In 1 sitting, 4 years ago, and they wrote the reason for it on the card so that nobody would think it had been done to me on purpose." "That's the first straight answer I've had off anybody in this building." "Then hear the rest of them, because they are all going to be straight, and you are not going to like every one." Sesk brought the file's face up and turned the screen a quarter to the public side. "Your application came in on the 45th, in your own hand, and I want you to know what I did with it, because it is the first line of the entry. To make an application under this Act, you have to be a person, and whether you are one is the question the application asks. So the counter takes it in without answering it. Received, without prejudice to the matter it raises. It reads like a dodge in a copy, and I would rather you had me saying it out loud in front of you." "And if you'd said no at the door?" "Then nobody could ever apply, and the section would be a section about nobody." Sesk squared the sheet. "It is a good section. Whoever drafted that part of it had stood at a counter." "You sound pleased about it." "I am pleased about it." "There's a first." Sesk took the 5 parts one at a time and out loud, in the order the section had them, and said what he had against each of them and what he had not, and did not go faster over the ones that came out clean. "Evidence available. The warden's finding of the 45th, the finding of the 46th off joint security, the physician's of this morning, the throat annex, the boundary post's page. Weighed as strong on the body and the hour and the person, and weighed as nothing at all on the interval, because there was nothing in the file about the interval, and he was not going to weigh an absence as though it were a sheet. Continuity of the life as lived." And here Sesk stopped and put it plainly, because the applicant was standing in front of him and had a right to hear it in the room and not read it in a copy. 12 years with nothing in them. No account, none asked for at this counter, none taken. What he had was a body continuous from an hour on the 44th, a person identified on the 46th, a closed roll on the 51st day of 22, and a hole between them that was going into the determination in the body of it and not at the foot. You're writing down that you don't know where I was. I am writing down that this counter does not know where you were, that nobody has told it, and that did not ask. Sesk kept his hand flat on the sheet. 3 things, and they go in as 3, because a person who reads them as 1 will make the wrong thing out of them. I have had files come back at me for less than that. You could put in that I wouldn't say. You have not been asked. There is a difference, and it is going in as well. Welfare of any person affected, in particular a child. Sesk went at that one slowly. The estate off the 51st of 22 had gone where it went, under an instrument nobody was reopening. The back room off the second landing had been a fitter's store 3 years, with men working out of it, and the household amendment carried in the year 30 said that no household standing at the date of an application was to be disturbed by a determination under this act, and it meant exactly what it said. Then he went through the register for any person under age standing on anything that had come out of that estate and found none, and went through it again from the head and found none the second time, and sat with the column up in front of him for a while longer than the answer needed. Down the counter, Bekele took a bond renewal off a man and did not look up the room once. "Nothing under that limb," Sesk said at last, and keyed it. The search is entered, and the fact that it came up empty is entered, because an empty search is a weighing and a blank is not. Testimony and its sources, whose, taken by whom, on what day, and which of it came off the applicant and which did not. Weighed, and the sources named, and one line entered saying that no account of the interval had been sought from the applicant, and none given, and that the counter drew nothing from that in either direction. Prospective legal effect. Sesk got the year 30's instrument out of the press and put it on the counter beside the file. Anons, 2 lines, neither amending the other, each carrying the other's reference, and looked at it for a while, and then went along the counter and got the second one out too, the displacement line he had opened off 7C on the 38th, which was the same tool with a smaller job in it. "This office has used it before," he said, to nobody in particular, and squared the two of them next to each other. "It is a good instrument. The register will not hold 2 dates against one name, and it will hold 2 lines. And the man who worked that out did it at this counter with a pencil." Sesk had walked up to Anand's on the 45th with the 2 lines drawn out on a sheet, and Anand had looked at it a long time and said the register would hold it and made him something to drink that was too hot, and had asked after Neshk before he asked after the file. Now hear this part twice, because it is the part everybody gets wrong. Sesk turned Anand's instrument face up. The words in the year 30 read civil effect revived, none. They were right for the man they were written about. If I copy them onto your sheet this afternoon, they say that nothing you sign binds anybody, and that is not the answer this office has arrived at, and it would be false. And there is a physician at the top of the Growth Hall stair with a block on a sheet that has had nothing in it for 3 days. What block? Who agreed to the treatment? Ilyas will not write a name in it, and he is right not to. Sesk keyed the head of the determination. From today he has one to write. What discounter is about to make is a determination that you are a person able to give a consent that binds. That is what it does, and it does nothing else, and I am not going to dress it up as more. Rel put his hand flat on the counter's edge and took it off again. Say the words then. Sesk said them, and Bekele wrote them, and the press took them. The entry of the 51st day of 22 is not disturbed. Nothing goes on it, and nothing goes under it. A second line opens from the 44th day of 34. Being the day continuity is found to begin. Date of record, the 47th day of 34. Each line carries the other's reference. Neither amends the other. No retroactive civil effect. Prospective personhood and rights from the determination. So which of them am I on? Both, and neither says anything about the other. Sesk turned the screen so that Rel could see the 2 lines standing one above the other with the references in them. The second line opens on the 44th, because that is the day the warden found the body continuous from. It is not the day your rights start. Your rights start today, and they run forward. Nothing runs back. The roll of the 51st stands, and so does the certificate under it. The grave stands. What went to whoever it went to stays with them, and there is nothing in this sheet that gives you a claim on any of it, and nothing in it that takes anything off anybody. The room off the second landing is a fitter's store and has been 3 years. Who's got the key? That is not a question for this counter. It never is, Rel said, and sat down after all, back against the chair with his legs out into the gangway, and looked along the counter at the racks. The node came up at the half, and Halden was on it without any preliminary, because a determination wanted a date off her office, and the date was a fortnight and had been a fortnight all year. Read me the 2 lines and the operative words and nothing else. Sesk read them. Then it has today's date, and I'll sign it today, and Rav's going to enter on my side that I took it out of the order, on your asking, at that hour. The findings behind it go a day later than they went this morning, and there's a person attached to every one of them. Halden did not lower her voice at any part of it. They're entitled to a name for that, and the name is mine. Rav will put it that way round. You could put both. Then you explain it at a counter 20 times, and I explain it once, and the counter is where they'll come. The node stayed open a moment. Send the sheet to the medical section at the same hour as everybody else, and not an hour before. Sesk read the entry back to Rel from the head to the foot, every field, stopping after each one, and Rel listened to all of it with his hands on his knees and made him go back to the third limb once and read it again. Is any part of that wrong? No. Rel got up off the chair. Is there a fee? There is no fee on a determination. It is in the act. There's a fee on everything else in this building. There is. Sesk marked it for the press and ran the copies. The applicants went across the counter without a fee. The rest went into Bekele's hands squared, and she checked the heads of them against her own board before she took them off the counter. The physician's on the top because the man was on a ward and would not come down for it. 19 this morning, Bekele said, at the flap. 14 of them still on it. Then bring the first one down. Chapter 22. 14 and 14. The fold of paper came out of a wallet with a string round it and went onto the table flat, and Jos put a finger on the corner of it and left the finger there. The commander wanted this said by whoever did the work. That's me. Then I'm away. There's 2 things behind it that won't keep. Say it then. 3 parts. They don't weigh the same, so they go in my order. Jos had her own book open on her forearm with the hours down the left of it. 1. Off the 4 taken at the heart on the 33rd, there was that in a coat. It's the throat plant's 3 round hours, written out by hand, and nobody's matched the hand. I don't expect anybody will. Under the hours, there's a line against the 3rd bay door that says it stands on local operation, and the panel at the stairhead shows it's shut, whatever it is. Corrigan came round to the end of the table and read it without picking it up. 2. The hours are on a board at the stairhead, and any hand on that side can read them. The line about the 3rd door is not on the board. It's on the plant's own round sheet at the desk, in 3 places, in the hand of the man who kept the sheet before Ishq, and it's on a copy taken off the face of that sheet and on nothing else on this station. The chair's room off the members' passage had the cases along the wall and a table that was 2 tables, and the copies for the 5th were already down the near end of it in their order. 3. The works office makes a copy off the face of that sheet when somebody books work against the rounds, and it writes down who it made it for. There are 4 of them in the book since the winter. I've stood 3 of them up. A workside foreman on the trolley bays, the checkers post, and the warden's office party that went in on the 25th. And every one of those is where it should be, and the paper's still where it should be. And the 4th. The 4th went out on the 9th of the quarter to the member for 6C, and the reason written beside it in the clerk's hand is fitter's hours. Barack had the case open on his knee and did not move it. "That's a member asking a works office for a works paper," he said. "There'll be 100 of those in that book." "There will. That one's the lightest of the 3. Yoss turned a leaf in her own book. So here's the hour, and I'll give it you the way I've written it. The copy the works office made on the 9th has the 3rd round out by an hour, because the clerk took it off the stairhead board, and the stairhead board was wrong that week and got put right on the Thursday after. One copy on this station carries that hour. The fold of paper out of the coat carries it." Nobody in the room said anything for a moment, and down the passage 2 of the clerks went past the door with a trestle between them and had to turn it to get it round the corner. "What does that make it?" Corrigan said. "It makes it a piece of paper that was in a room. It doesn't put a hand on anything, and I'm not having it written up as though it does. Whose hand carried it out of that room is somebody's afternoon, and it isn't mine. And you're not getting an opinion off me. Then what's the file? The file's the plant, and the chains, and what came off them." Yoss shut her book. "One thing on the count, while I'm in a room where it'll get quoted. The 7C sheet closed on the 44th. 23. That one's finished, and it's the only one that is. Nobody quote the others. They're not sheets yet. They're what's on a counter." Corrigan stood with the fold of paper under 2 fingers and did not pick it up. Colonel Espinosa had come as far as the 2nd table and no further, with her cap on the table and her hands where they had been since she came in. "May I have one thing on this? And it is not an objection. Colonel, whatever is done with that, my people are not to be the ones who do it." Espinosa did not come off the table. 4 of your block frames are held by mine this afternoon at the commander's asking, and I am content with that arrangement and would like to go on being content with it. A soldier of a signatory power laying hands on a sitting member of your assembly is a thing that gets read in Geneva in the morning and gets read on this station for 20 years. And it will not matter in the least that the soldier was polite or that your paper was good. "That's not proposed," Barack said. "It is not proposed. It is the sort of thing that gets proposed at the 4th bell by a tired man who means well, and I would rather have said it now at no cost than at the 4th bell at some." Espinosa put 2 fingers on her cap and did not lift it. "The second half is smaller. I will have to write to Geneva tonight. I would like to be writing to them about your process and not about your accusation, and the difference is about an hour of somebody's work. If the paper exists before I write the first one." "You'll have it before the 5th, Barack said. "Then I have nothing else." Corrigan went along the near end of the table where the copies for the 5th were laid out and squared the near stack against the edge without reading any of it. "Where is she?" "She's in the building," Barack said. "She's been in the building since the 3rd bell. She comes early on a sitting day, and she's come early on every sitting day for 4 years, and half this chamber has walked past her doing it. Then somebody had better go and say it to her. Somebody had better, and it isn't me. I chair this room. If I put a thing like that to a member in a passage, by the morning every member in that hall has worked out the chair's got a second job." Barack shut the case. "And it isn't her either," with his chin at Yoss, "because she's a witness, and I'm not having her in a room alone with the woman before a tribunal's had a look at her." Yoss got her book into her coat and was at the door before the end of it. "I'll be at the throat post," she said. "The hour I gave you is the hour I got it, and it's written down. Ask me in a fortnight and you'll get the same words. Minute that as well. Corrigan picked the fold of paper up off the table at last and did not look at it again. The room at the short end of the members' passage had been a store's press and had a bench along one wall and a window frame with no window in it into the passage, and members used it on sitting days because the passage was cold and the hall was not open until the 4th. Achterberg had her bag on the bench and the copies for the 5th out on top of it, buttoned to the throat, going down the 3rd sheet with the flat of her thumb the way she went down everything. Your clerks put my plant down as a morning again. I'll have it corrected. You said that on the 8th, and your clerk wrote to the works office about it that night, and I've seen the letter. Achterberg did not look up. It's the same office, and it's the same word, and I've stopped believing it's a man. I think it's a form with a box on it that only takes one word. Corrigan put the fold of paper down on the bench beside the bag, open, with the hours showing. Achterberg finished the line she was on and put her thumb at the head of the next one, and then took her hand off the sheet and turned the paper round with one finger and read it where it lay. The 3rd round's wrong on that. I know it's wrong. It's wrong on mine as well. It was wrong when they gave it me, and I told the counter it was wrong, and the counter told me the board was right. And I told the counter to go and stand at the board and read it, and somebody did, on the Thursday, and put it right. Achterberg straightened up off the bench. So that's the 9th of the quarter, and that's the copy that went to me. There's no sense in either of us spending the afternoon getting to that. Out in the passage, somebody came through the near member's door with an armful of copies and dropped 2 of them and stopped for them. Say the rest of it then, Corrigan said. The rest of it isn't yours. I'll answer it to whoever's entitled to hear it, and that isn't you, and it isn't the man with the case, and it isn't the woman off joint security who did the work. She did it properly, and I'd say so if anybody asked. Achterberg got the copies squared and put them back into the bag one at a time. I'll give you the one thing you'd get anyway inside a week because you'll have it off a counter clerk otherwise, and she'll have it wrong. It went out of my hands. Nobody took it off me. Who to? No. Then why? You've had 4 years of me saying why in a room with a rail down the side of it and a clerk writing. If I say it again in a store's press, it'll be the same sentences, heard privately, and that's worth something to you and nothing to me. Achterberg put the strap of the bag over her shoulder. Every road this station has ever opened has been used until it cost somebody, and this station has never once shut one. Not the 4 rings, not the shallow line, not anything. That was true on the 85th of 30, and it's true this afternoon, and nobody in that hall has ever answered it, and they've had 4 years. That isn't the question I asked. It's the answer to the one you'll ask next. Corrigan stood with his back to the frame where the window was not. The hours you gave were hours with nobody in that walk. They were. Between the 2nd round and the 3rd, there's an hour and a half, and there's nobody in the plant in it, and there hasn't been since the plant went in. And it's on a board at a stairhead. Achterberg said it in the flat way, without any weight on it, at the speed of somebody reading a meter. I'm not putting a better face on that either. I knew what the hours were for. And 2 chains. 2 chains and a 3rd off a wall. Achterberg had the bag on her shoulder and did not go. I've read what that did at the far end. There's a paper up at the registry off the warden's office that says what one chain reaches and what it doesn't. And I went and read it on a wall, like anybody else. Twice, because I did not believe the first reading. I did not know that. I want that said in a room where somebody heard it. And I'm not asking you to believe it, and I won't say it again anywhere. And I am not taking the other thing back. Those are 2 sentences, and they've got a full stop between them, and I'm not having them run together for the convenience of a minute book. Somebody went past in the passage at a pace and did not look in. You could have brought it to me, Corrigan said. Achterberg took longer over that than she had taken over any of the rest of it. Are you opening ring 11? Corrigan did not answer it. Achterberg said, and got the strap square on her shoulder. I want 10 minutes with the chair before the 4th, in his room, not a passage. Tell him or don't. I'll find him myself. Barack had the case shut on the table and a clean sheet on top of it, and the clerk standing at the end of the table with the book on her arm, because Achterberg had asked for the clerk to be in the room and had asked for it first before she sat down. Corrigan came in behind her and stayed at the door end of the room and did not put anything on the table. You'll write it yourself. I'll write it myself. If a clerk writes it, then in a year it's a clerk's words with my name at the foot, and somebody will make an argument out of a comma. Then write it, and I'll read it as it comes, and I'll read it to the hall as it comes, and I'll not read a syllable of it out of order. Achterberg wrote it, standing at the end of the table, with the sheet flat, and her bag still on her shoulder, and it took about the time it takes to write 4 lines, and she read it through once and did not change anything. Barack read it where it lay. That's a resignation. It's a resignation. Then I'll say what it is before anybody in that hall gets it wrong, and I'll say it to you first because you're the one it's happening to. Barack had not picked it up and did not now. There is nothing in the act that would have moved you out of that chair this afternoon. An allegation vacates nothing. This chamber may discipline a member for what a member does in it, and there is not a line anywhere that lets 28 people sit down and decide whether a woman did a thing outside this hall. If there were, I wouldn't sit under it. So this is yours. Nobody has taken the seat off you. You're putting it down. I know what I'm doing with it. I'll want the hour on it. Put the hour on it, Achterberg said, and the clerk came round and wrote the hour under the name in her own hand and turned the sheet for Barack, and Barack marked the foot of it and gave it back, and the clerk stood it against the case on its long edge and left it there until the ink went off it. The returning officer gets written to tonight, Barack said. 6 C's vacant from the hour on that sheet, and it stays vacant until there's a poll, and how long that takes isn't mine and isn't the executive's, and I wouldn't guess at it in front of a clerk. Achterberg had the bag off her shoulder and was going down the inside of it for something. There's a 4th line on that sheet, and it's the only one I care about, so I'll say it out loud as well as write it. The households in the gallery over the growth hall came in on my word after the 34th. There's no paper under any of them. There's a list at the sector office, and it's in one hand and it's mine, and it wants somebody by the end of the week. And the plant boundary runs along the back of that gallery, and the air in it comes off the face. And if a fitter turns up and finds families the wrong side of a plant boundary with nothing on paper, he'll do exactly what he's supposed to do. She got the thing out of the bag, which was a sheet folded to a line, and put it into Barack's hand rather than showing it to him. That's the list. It's not a record, and I'll not have it made into one, and I'd like that in the book. It'll be in the book. Corrigan had not come off the door end, and did not say anything at all. Achterberg put the bag on her shoulder and went out by the passage door and not by the members' door, which was the longer way round to the ramp stair, and did not stop for anybody in the passage. And 2 members she went past turned and watched her the length of it, and then went on into the hall. The public rail at the 5th was 3 deep from the members' door to the short end, and there were people at the near end of it who had come up off the 7A landing with their cards and had been coming up with their cards every sitting day for a fortnight. Barack took it first, before the sheet, which he did about twice a year. One thing before the schedule, and it isn't on the schedule. The chair has received the resignation of the member for 6C, in her own hand with the hour on it. It's effective from the hour on it, the seat is vacant from the hour on it, and the returning officer is written to tonight. Barack read it out as it came. I resign the seat for 6C from the hour under my name. There is an allegation against me. I will answer it to whoever is entitled to hear it, and that is not this chamber. And I would ask members not to help me and not to hinder me, because they cannot do either. I am not withdrawing anything I have said in this room. The households in the gallery over the 6C growth hall came in on my word after the 34th, and there is nothing on paper under them. The sector office has the list. They will want somebody before the end of the week. That's all of it, and there's no more of it, Barack said, and put it down. Now the part members will ask me about, so I'll put it first, and then I'll not take it again. A charge has been laid. It goes to a preliminary process before an independent tribunal, and that tribunal is not this chamber, and never was, and cannot be. Nothing said at this rail or in these chairs this evening will help that process or hurt it. And I'll have this said and minuted as I say it. An accusation vacates nothing on this station. The member for 6C sat in that chair this afternoon by the same right she sat in it on the 8th, and she is not in it tonight because she stood up and put it down. Anybody moving? Nobody moved. Then it's minuted and we'll have the schedule. The member for 10A got up and asked whether the executive proposed to say anything to the chamber about the security of works office papers. Corrigan did not answer it. Barack waited about the length of a breath and went down his sheet, and the first head was births again, and the clerk started reading it at the pace she read everything. Down the near side, two members had one copy between them and their heads together over it, and one of them said, not loudly and not quietly either, that he had said in the year 30 that it wanted asking what she was, and that he had been told at the time that it was not a thing a person asked. The other one turned the copy over and found the birth head on the back of it. Nobody at the rail moved, and nobody along the near side moved. It went along about 4 chairs and stopped, and the clerk read on. Corrigan sat with the schedule in front of him, and the fold of paper still in his coat, and the birth head went past, and the clerk came to the end of it and started the next. Nassar came along the front of the chairs at the break in the heads, with her page on top of her bag, and stopped at the end of the row, and did not sit. 14 and 14. I know what it is. You've had 15 for 4 years, and you've not once put a thing to this room that wanted it. Nassar had the page flat under her hand. So there's nothing you can't do this evening that you could do this morning, and everybody in that hall is going to spend a month telling you the opposite, and you'll let them because it's cheaper than the other conversation. Count it yourself every week and in your own hand. Don't have a clerk do it. I sat 4 years beside a man who took his number off a clerk every quarter and was wrong for 3 of them. That's the arithmetic. That's the arithmetic, Nassar said, and went back down the far side to the 9B chair with the page still on the bag. The sitting broke at the 6th. The clerk came along the rows with the book on her forearm, taking cards for the next head, and got as far as the 6C chair and stopped at it, and then went round it, and took the 2 behind it, and came back. Corrigan got his own book out at the end of the row, standing, with the hall going out behind him, and went down it to the page with the man's name on it off the 7A landing, and the frame, and the door number, corrected once. Underneath it, he wrote what the housing counter had sent up that morning, which was that there was a form and that it wanted the applicant's own hand on it, and that the applicant had not been at 7A for 9 days, and the counter did not know where he was. Then he put the book back in his coat and went up the near side to find somebody who would know which sector office held the list for a gallery over a growth hall. Chapter 23. The Short Deck. Who's been at this deck? It came off the apron. Then somebody's been at it because there's 51 in it and there wants to be 52. Rel had them face down and was running them under his thumb a second time, slower, the way a man counts money he already knows the amount of. And it's not the low one gone, which is what goes. It's a picture. Take one out of the other end and play with 50, Sahi said. That's what we do at the shed. You do not play with 50 at the shed. You play with 51, and you all know which one's out, and none of you say. Sahi put his head back against the wall and laughed at that, and went on laughing at it in a way that made Yas look at him, and then he got up and went and did something to the kettle that did not need doing. The room was a stores room off the growth hall stair, with the shelving out of one wall of it, and a bench along the other, and a cot at the far end under the shuttered hatch through to the mess, and a plant socket at knee height, with a kettle on it that was not a socket for a kettle. Tang had the door open onto the stair, with his chair half in and half out of it, and his book on his knee, and had written the 4 of them in at the hour, and would write them out at the hour, and had said so at the door as a man says a thing he has said 40 times. Cade got a crate up on its end and sat on it, and did not take her coat off. Deal it and stop grieving over it. I'll deal it. I'd like it minuted that I deal it under protest. Rel got them squared and started putting them out. Who taught him to say shed? The shed did, Sahi said from the kettle. There's men on that apron who have called it a shed for 30 years, and it's never once been a shed. It's a bay with a roof on the wrong half of it, and a lean-to at the throat end. And the reason they call it a shed is that a man pricing the roof in the founding year called it one on a sheet, and nobody after him was going to go back through a book and change it. Was that you? I've no memory of it. Cade took her hand up off the crate without looking down at it, and turned the top card of what he had dealt her over and put it back face down. Deal it again. There's nothing wrong with that deal. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Deal it again. That's a hard room, Rel said, and gathered them in and dealt it again. And Sahi came back with the kettle going behind him and sat down on the end of the bench and asked what had just happened. And Cade said nothing had happened. And Sahi said he would like it in writing. And Rel said he would put it in writing for a consideration. They played 3 hands, and Sahi lost all 3 of them and was cheerful about it, and lost the 4th as well. You're not looking at what's gone. I'm looking at what's in my hand. That's the trouble with the pair of you at that shed, Rel said. You look at the load. Yas had her book out on her knee by then, with the hours down the left of it, because she had come off the throat post at the 8th and had not been anywhere in between, and had written the hour when she came in the way she wrote the hour when she came in anywhere. Sahi reached across and took it off her knee and closed it and put it on the shelf behind him at the height he could reach and she could not. That's an evening, he said. It's an evening, Yas said, and let it stay on the shelf. Cade laughed at that a beat after everybody else, and then again properly, and put 2 of her cards down. The kettle went, and Sahi did the cups, and there were 3 cups and a jar with the label soaked off it, and Rel asked what was in the jar, and Sahi told him, and Rel said he would take the water on its own. Somebody has to be paying for that socket. It's a plant socket. Everything's a plant socket. Somebody's paying. Rel had his cards down flat under his palm and was looking at the wall where the shelving had come out of it, at the 8 bright holes in the paint. There was a run of shelves in here, and they've come out inside a week because there's no dust in the holes and the paint's not gone at the edges. Whose store was this? The Mess's, Yas said. Then the Mess is a store short, and somebody's been round it and nobody's written it up. And in about a month, a man with a clipboard is going to stand in that doorway and want to know where his shelves are. And everybody in this building is going to look at the ceiling. Rel picked his cards up again. Whose was it? Not who kept it, who has the key? None of the three of them knew. 6 hours a day off the one chain, Sahi said, booked against a room. Is that what they've got? That's what the counter reads out at the 9th to whoever stood at the glass, and there's half the apron can say it back to you, and not one of them can tell you what's in the room. There's a man on my lines who has it that it's a plant matter, and there's another one who has it that it's an office being warmed. Sahi turned his cup round on the bench. I haven't told either of them anything. You could have got a week's drink out of that. I could have got a fortnight. Then you're worse at this than you look, Rel said, and you look bad at it. Sahi laughed again. Cade put a card down and took one up, and Yas watched Rel's hands rather than the cards. And Rel dealt the next hand with 2 off the bottom of it, and did not trouble to hide either. Esther. I saw it. You always see it. I've never once got one past you, and I've been trying since the founding year. Rel put the 2 back and dealt them off the top. That's not a boast about you, that's a complaint. They played it out. Sahi lost it. There's a thing I'd ask you, Sahi said, and it's nothing to do with any of this. Ask it. There's a lad on my taglines. He's 7C on the roll, and he's been on a landing floor since the 28th, and he's been moved twice off it. And the housing counter wants a form with his own hand on it, and every time he goes there, he's not where the last sheet says he is, so they send him back to be somewhere first. Sahi had his elbows on his knees. He's 19, and he's stopped going. Don't take him to the counter. That's what I've been doing. That's why you're still doing it. Rel put the cards down. Somebody at that sector office is copying a floor list by hand, and she's doing it at an hour. And it's the same hour every day because it's the only hour she's left alone. Find out the hour off anybody on that landing. Take him there at it, and stand there while she writes him in. Don't hand her a form. Let her write the door number, and then get the form off her afterwards with the number already on it. That's it? That's all of it. And don't you go. Send somebody she's seen before. Sahi sat with that a moment, and then nodded at it once and picked his cup up. Right. And it'll cost you. I haven't got anything. You've got a crane ticket and a shed with a roof on the wrong half of it, Rel said. I'll take it in kind, and I'll tell you when. Yas got up and went to the shelf and did not take the book down, and squared the cups instead, and came back and sat. How long were you on that ground before the door came round? Long enough to notice the seal. That's not an answer. It's the answer I've got, and it's a better one than most of what I've been asked this week. Rel shuffled. Ask me something I'd enjoy. Who had the back room off the second landing? Now that, Rel said, is a question. Cade had her hand flat on the crate beside her. I don't know, she said. You don't know. I haven't been down that end in 4 years. There was a lease on it, and the lease came off you. And what happens to a lease after? Cade stopped and started again. I don't know who's got it. I'll find out. You'll find out. I'll find out by tomorrow. Then I'll have it tomorrow, Rel said, and dealt. Rel asked after 7 people over the next hour, and got answers to 4 of them. 2 were gone off the station, and one of those had gone with money that was not entirely hers, which Rel took better than Cade had expected, and said so about, at length, with figures. The concession, he wanted to know, was it still pricing berths off the same board, and was told it was. Then, who had the tender contract for the growth halls now? And Sahi told him a name off the apron. And Rel said that man had a brother, and that the brother was the one to talk to. And Sahi wrote the brother down on the back of his own hand, because there was nothing else. Tang put his head round the door at the half and went back to his chair. "That's me," Sahi said. "I'm on at the second." "You're on at the second, and you'll be at the shed at the first," Yos said. "I'll be at the shed at the first." Sahi got his coat off the hook that was a nail. "Cards Thursday?" "Cards Thursday," Rel said. "With a full deck?" "With that deck," Rel said, "and I'll have the picture back off whoever's got it by then." Sahi laughed the whole way out onto the stair, and Tang wrote him out and said something to him about the hour, and Sahi said something back, and the two of them went on for a moment at the door about a man they both knew, and then the boots went down the stair. Cade stayed another quarter and lost twice and won once, and said the once was the deck's doing. The stair went down cold from the mess landing, and there was nobody on it, and the two of them went down it side by side with Cade on the rail. "I can't get the hall." "Which hall?" "The one they read it in, when they closed the roll." Cade had her hands in her pockets and did not take them out. "I've got the cold off the bulkhead, and I've got what I was holding, which was a folder with nothing in it, and I've got the order the names went in, because I stood there and counted them down to his, and I can't put the room together. I don't know who was on my left." "There'll be a sheet." "I know there'll be a sheet. I'm not asking for the sheet." They came down a flight, and Cade took the turn on the rail. And I went and looked at him first, on the morning. They had him on the plates with a cover on him to about here, and there was one boot off him and one on, and I've had that for 12 years and could have drawn it. And I have not got his face. Yas did not say anything for 4 or 5 steps. They had two who identified him formally. Two people who'd known him since before the rings. I know what it says. I read it at the time. Cade stopped on the half landing. "Who were the two?" "I don't know off the top of my head." "No." Cade went on down and did not say anything else about it, and at the bottom of the stair she went left along the works passage towards the throat counter, and Yos went right. The post at that hour was Val on the desk, and the day's paper in 3 piles, and the node open on the wall with nothing in it. Yos got the annex out of the Day 45 bundle and put it flat, and put her own book beside it and did not open the book. "I want the changeover on the door said out loud by both of you, and I don't want either of you looking at that." Tang's on the stair. Tang's coming off the stair at the third, and he'll come here first. Val said it standing, in about 11 words, the way a man says a thing he has said at every changeover of his working life. Tang came in at the third with his coat still done up, and said it too, and said it the other way round. Neither of them shifted when the other one had finished. Val said Tang had it wrong, without heat. Tang said Val had it wrong the same way. They went at it for about a minute, the way two men argue about a shift they both worked, and then Yos turned the annex round and read them their own handwriting off it, both hands, one under the other, with the minute between them, from the 45th. Tang read it twice. "Then I've written it wrong." "You haven't written it wrong. I've got you saying it on the 45th to Scalbe, and it's the same as what's on that page, and it's in your hand." "Then I've said it wrong tonight." "You've said it the same way twice tonight, and you said it that way to me on the 46th as well, and I wrote that down too, and it doesn't agree with your own page either." Yos put her finger on the sheet and left it there. "Neither of you is in any trouble, and I'm not going to ask you a third time. Go and do the door." Val said the sheet must have been written up by whoever was doing the writing, and not by them, which was not true and which he had already had answered, and went out. Tang stood a moment longer with his hand on the back of the chair. "It's a small thing to be at. It's a small thing." "Right," Tang said, and went. The link came up at the quarter, and it was the boundary post. "I've done it 3 times. Say the 3. I've taken the crossing off my own beam record for the 44th, outbound, the way you asked, and I've got a figure, and it is not the figure on my page. I've done it again with the second man reading it back to me and got the same wrong figure. I've done it a 3rd time off the copy at the far end of the desk, which is the copy nobody touches." Ray's pen at his end, and the sound of a page. "My page has not been written on since the 44th. There's no scrape on it, there's no rub on it, and the hour under it is in my hand and where I put it. I'll read it out. It's the same as when I read it to you on the 46th. Ray read it out. It was the same as it was. "And the beam record? The beam record hasn't moved. Nobody's near it, and there's nothing to be near. A chair going back. Do you want me to write down that I did it 3 times? Write down that you did it 3 times, and the hour of each, and that you had a second man on the second one, and give me his name, and put down what came out each time in the words you'd use to somebody who wasn't going to argue with you. And which figure goes in the book. The one on the page goes in the book. The one on the page has been in the book since the 44th. Then what do I do with the other 3? Put them underneath it." Ray was quiet for a moment. "Underneath it. Underneath it, with the hour and your name at the foot, and don't touch a line above where you start writing." "Right," Ray said. Ilyas's slip came over at the half with the evening's returns, 4 lines in his own hand and not about a patient. The clock at the head of the cot was set against the stations before it went in the room, and again at the first bell, and Ilyas had said in front of the warden's clerk on the 45th that the 2 of them agreed. They did not agree tonight. He had not touched either of them, and wanted that written down as well, and wanted it noted that he was not offering an opinion about it, and was not going to be drawn into one at the end of the week. Yas put the slip flat and squared it against the annex. The warden's evening sheet had come down at the 6th to joint security in the ordinary way, and there was a second copy of it in the 3rd pile because the counters had come across as well when the counter sent up its own bundle. 2 copies, same run, same words all the way down the body. The same hour written in the body in Rav's hand in the sentence where the hour lived. The heads on them did not agree. Yas put the 2 of them side by side under the lamp and went down them line for line with the flat of her thumb and got to the foot of both without finding a hand's mark anywhere on either. Vol came back in off the door and stood and looked at what she was doing and worked out what it was before she had to tell him, which was quick. "That'll be the presses. They've had 2 going all week, and the second one's been trouble since the heart." "It might be." "Do you want me to send the pair of them back up and get a clean one?" "No." Yas turned the second copy square with the first. Nothing gets corrected. "There's a wrong one there." "There's 2 that don't agree, and I don't know which is wrong, and neither do you, and neither does the man at that press." Yas got her book down off her knee and opened it at the day. "Anything that disagrees goes underneath, with the hour and the name of whoever found it. Nothing above it gets touched, and nobody sends anything back to be done again. Tell the 2 at the first bell, in those words, and tell them I said it and not the commander. They'll want to know why. Then they can want." Vol went back out to the door. Yas wrote the hour first, and then what Tang had said and what Vol had said, in the words they had used, and Ray's 3 figures with his name at the foot of them, and Ilyas's 4 lines copied out entire, and drew her line under it, and put the hour under the line, and then took the 2 copies of the evening sheet and clipped them together at the corner, both of them with nothing written on either. Chapter 24. 114. 240 went on the schedule at the 40th. 96 are flown. 30 have gone off 4 between the windows against the warden's reference. 114 stand. The counter clerk read it off his own board at the 9th the way he read it at the 9th every morning to whoever happened to be at the glass, and then turned the board round on the counter so the walk could have it the right way up without asking him for it. Cade had been at the glass long enough to hear it twice, and had come down the walk from the wrong end, because she had been at Yoss's since before the first bell, and had gone the long way round afterwards to a berth clerk on the trade side who owed nobody anything, and had been very pleased to be asked. The answer was on the back of a delivery sheet, folded twice in her inside pocket. The back room off the second landing was a fitter's store now, and had been 3 years. There was a stove in it against every rule anybody had ever written, and the man with the key ran a card school in it on the second night of the quarter, and had never once been caught at it. She was due back at the 7th, and she was going to give Rel all of it then. "Say the 30 again," Osk said from the end of the glass. 30 off 4, booked between the windows, 6 a day since the 44th. Against what? Against the warden's reference. The clerk had it in the column and put his pen on the column so it could be read from where Osk was standing. It came down on the 45th. Before that it was in my hand as the far room, and it went in the day's entry that way for 1 day. And the entry stands as I wrote it, because I'm not going back through a book to tidy myself up. Osk read the column and did not ask what was in the far room. Sel came down the walk from the plant end at the quarter with the round sheet under the one clip and his glove off, and put the sheet down on the counter turned round for the clerk and not for himself, and got the glove back on while the clerk read it. Tomorrow 6. Tomorrow 6. The clerk was writing before Sel had finished. Same shape? Same shape. 3 on it from the first hour, and 3 carries nothing else while it's on it, and 6 off 4 out of the hours between, and I'd like them in 1 block and not in 2, because 2 blocks is 2 starts, and 2 starts on that chain cost more than the 6 hours do. They've been in 1 block since the 46th. I know they have. I'd like them to go on being in 1 block when somebody who isn't you is at this counter. Then it's written down twice now, the clerk said, and wrote it the second time. The node behind the counter had been open since the 8th and had the aprons noise in it, plate and boots, and somebody calling names off a sheet a long way from the frame. And Wells came onto it at the half without any preliminary at all. Counter. Counter. Off the plate and counted. 120 down. 120 entered. 2 of them entered as a name and a second name, because a man came down with his mother on his back, and I'm not having a person carried go in as luggage. That's the count, and there isn't another one, and I'll say it to anybody who comes at me about the straps. A page going over at her end. Now give me the standing figure, because Ish will be at me for it before I'm out of this coat. 114. Say it in windows. 9, and 6 hours over. Wells did not say anything for a moment, and at her end somebody put something heavy down on plating and apologized to somebody else for it. Then I'll give you what the order wants, and you can put it beside that. 11 lines were on the sheet at the 40th. 4 are off it and counted at the apron, and the 4th of the 4 came down to the plate on foot, because the head of that track wouldn't take a hall's width. The 7 that stand want 12 windows to clear at 120 a hull, and that is my figure and not Ishk's, and I've had it wrong before by 1. 12 windows is 144 hours, the clerk said. It is. 114 stand. Yes. Then it's 30 short, the clerk said, and wrote the 3 figures one under the other on his own sheet with a rule under them, because that was the shape a sum went in on his sheet, and put the pen down beside it. Nobody at the glass said anything. "Read me the 30 out of the column," Wells said. 30 off 4 between the windows. 6 a day since the 44th against the warden's reference. That's what I thought it was. A pen at her end, and then nothing off her for a while, and then send it up to Ishk in your hand with the 3 figures in the order you've got them, and don't put a word round them. She'll have it off somebody by tonight, and I'd rather she had it off a counter. It'll go up at the 6th. Send it at the 5th. She sits at the 6th. Wells came off the node and came back on it. And the day count off the far end today was the 30th. Ours has it at 42. Put both down, same as last time. Both down. Osk had his own delivery sheet out from inside his coat before the node was shut, and turned it over on the counter's edge, and wrote on the back of it, and stood there a moment with the pen not quite off the paper, and then folded it along the fold it already had, and put it away inside the coat. "How many's 12 windows?" he said. "A hull's 120. I know what a hull is. I'm asking you to say the other one out loud." "Then you'd better have it off me and not off a board." The clerk had both hands flat on the board. 12 is what the 7 lines want. 9 and 6 hours over is what stands. I can't do the third sum for you at this counter. I'd have to make a number up to do it with, and a number I made up standing here would be on a board by tomorrow with my hand under it. "Marn said you'd say that." "Marn's had it off me before." Osk put his hand flat on the glass over the schedule, the 4 sentences underneath it in the warden's words, and took it off again, and went off up the walk towards the ramp without saying anything to anybody. And Sel watched him the length of it, and then took his copy of the booking off the counter and went the other way. Tuma had both presses going now, which he had been apologizing to the room about for a week and had stopped apologizing about. "Then I'll put all 3, and you can refuse them together," Cade said. "Put the far room on 3 alone." "No. Say the reason and not the word. The reason is that it is not a finding I have got, and it is not a finding I could make. Halden had the day's second sheet turned round where she could read it upside down, and left it where it was. What 3 will carry is for the people whose hands are in 3, and the man whose hands are in 3 set it to your face on a hull on the 44th. If you want 3 to be a different thing this morning, you want it off me, because I have a counter and he has not, and I am not going to put out a paper that says a chain is what it is not. Then the hours somewhere that isn't the corridor. Every hour on 4 is either on the corridor or between the windows, and the hours between the windows have the work side and the checkers and 2 sector offices and the growth hall standing in them. You are not asking me to find hours. You are asking me which of them to take the 6 out of, and that is the counters and the executives, and it is not mine. Go and ask them, and you will get an answer. I do not want it. Certify a second chain? There is 1 chain on the shore that turns, and the rest of that plant is a bay with a chain lying in it, and 2 faces cut square. Halden did not move her hands. And the paper that would let anybody certify anything on that side went into the heart on the 32nd, and came out burned down one edge, and is being copied back by hand by 2 clerks and a man off the work side. And they are not a third of the way through it. And when they have finished it, will be wrong in places nobody will find for years. That is not me refusing you. That is a fact about a room you have stood in." Raven came along the counter with the access book turned round for the entry and put it down, and did not look up out of it. Cade took her hands off the edge of the counter and put them back. "Then say what you've been sitting on since I came up the corridor." "I have not been sitting on anything. Nobody has asked me for it, and I do not put figures across this counter at people who have not asked. It is 1 schedule, and it is 1 chain. The hours that hold that man out of the basin and the hours that fly that corridor are the same hours, off the same chain, out of the same 240, and there is no arrangement of them in which they are two different things. Say it as a finding, and I'll take it as one. No, it is a figure. Findings are what was walked and the day it was walked, and whether the body in a room this hour is the one that was in it an hour ago. And the day I start certifying arithmetic is the day somebody quotes me on a subtraction in a room I am not in. You've an opinion. I have several. Then have one out loud. No, Halden said, you are not entitled to it, and neither is the executive, and neither are the 11 names on Ishk's sheet. If I hand it across this counter to you this morning because I think you can carry it, then in a fortnight I hand it to somebody I think can't. I have told you what the figures are. What is to be done about them is not mine. The larger press stopped at the far wall, and Tuma put the guard up and went along to the racks, and Siren came past him the other way with a tray held flat. Is there anything else this office can do for you? Halden said. No. Then come back at the 5th. There is a second thing, and it is not this one, and I would rather have it said at a counter in front of my clerk than sent after you in a slip. Cade did not ask what it was, and Halden did not offer it, and Ravnin ruled her line and turned the access book back round. At the 5th, the outer door had been standing open for the checkers going past to the stores, and the room ran colder than it had at the 9th, and Rav had the day's unclosed list at the top of a clean page with the pen already in her hand when Cade came in off the walk. 6 today, Rav said, and I'll take them in the order they came. 1 is the presses, which is still 2 presses, and now wants a 3rd bench. 2 is the sector offices, and the certification dates, which they have had 3 times and have written for again. 3 is the runoff my reader. Say it in full this afternoon. The 36th, 4 sheets, 1 item to a sheet, off the 29 pass, run at the reader in this building, by a person in this building, and it is in the daybook with the hour on it and a name against it, and there is no matter open in this office that it belongs to. Rav read it at the pace she read the other 5. It went into the book on the 36th, and I read it to you on the 37th. It has stood 13 days. Then it stopped standing today. Halden put 2 fingers on the foot of the page. Open it as a matter, its own reference, its own head, and today's date, and the date I was told on it in the same line as the date it happened, because the second one is going to be asked about, and I would rather it were already there. And what goes under it? Everything that is already under it, and nothing that is not. The reader's count. The daybook at the machines column with the hour and the name in the hand they were written in. Your own entries for the 4 days you read it to me, and I left it standing. My note of what I did about it, which was nothing, and the reason. Halden held the page down against the draft off the open outer door. Nothing comes off it. Nothing is written over. If a person wants to take this office apart over the 13 days, the material they need is in the bundle, and it is in there because I put it in there. Rav wrote that. Cade had not come off the middle of the floor. And you've written to the executive, she said. At the first bell. What was run, off whose reader, in whose name, at what hour, and what this office did and did not do about it for 13 days. Joint Security have the same sheet for information and have written back that they will not key anything on it without a direction, which is correct of them. Halden turned from the counter and faced her. Now the part that is yours, and I am going to say it once and in front of my clerk. There is no line in that bundle with your name in it. What this office has is a count off a reader and a name in a daybook. I know what came off that reader on the 36th and what I refused at this counter that morning, and what ground a hull sat at on the 44th, because I have read the boundary post's page, and so has everybody entitled to. Putting those three things next to each other is a thing any person could do standing where you are standing. It is not evidence, and what I have worked out in my own head does not go into a file. So I am not going to ask you, and you are not going to tell me, and neither of those is a kindness to anybody. I hadn't asked you for one. No, Haldon said, you had not. A runner came up from the chamber while Ravna was still writing, and Ravna took the fold at the gangway and went through it standing, and then came back along the counter with the one sheet held out flat in both hands rather than folded over her finger, which was how she carried a thing she had already read. The executive's answer, off this morning's letter. It's in his own hand and not a clerk's, and it has the hour on it. Read it out. To the room? To the room. That is where the letter went from. Ravna read it off the sheet at the pace she read everything, without putting anything into it. The executive has the warden's letter of this morning and does not dispute a line of it. The executive will not direct a referral while the sector seal and movement instrument is in force. Nothing in that sentence is a finding that no offense was committed, and nobody is to read it as one, and I will say so again to anybody who tries. The reason is not a reason of law. There is no want of jurisdiction here, and I am not going to invent one to be comfortable in. This government is 14 and 14. It is running a station on one chain that turns, and it cannot lay a charge against Esther Cade this month and go on being a government. That is all it is. I would rather that sentence stood in the warden's file in my own hand than got said about me in somebody else's in a year. I will take it up on the 90th day of this year, or on the first day the instrument is not in force, whichever falls the earlier. And I will take it up whether or not anybody reminds me. This minute goes on the file with the rest of the material and is not to be kept apart from it. Ravna stopped and squared the sheet on the counter. Enter it under the day and put it in the bundle where he says, Haldon said. In the body of it, and not clipped to the outside. It is not a covering letter, and it does not go in as one. In 10 years, somebody is going to read that file, and when they get to the reason, they are going to read it in the words the man used on the day he used them, and they will not have to take it off me. Do you want anything under it from this office? No, he has not asked me for anything, and there is nothing I would put. Haldon took the sheet and read it herself once and put it face down. And the date goes on the front of the bundle in a hand and not in a stamp, so that a person coming to it in a hurry has to look at it. Ravin wrote the reference at the head and the date and the second date, and ruled the line under both, and turned the book round to blot it. There's the name in the daybook, she said. There is. She'll ask me, not today. She hasn't asked me for 13 days, and she'll ask me the day after the file goes. Then tell her what is on the sheet, which is what is on the sheet, and do not put a word round it. Haldon had not looked down the room once. She is at her bench, and her name is in a book, and I am not moving either of them this afternoon. If somebody comes to this counter with a direction, I will do what the direction says, and I will not do it a day early to be seen doing it. And nobody in this building is to speak to her about it in the meantime, including me, and that is not for her benefit. It isn't much of an answer. No, Haldon said. Down the room, Siren got the afternoon's last tray into the rack and squared the run of them and got the strap through the buckle and pulled it and did not look up the room at any part of it, and the daybook stayed open on the bench beside her at the machine's column. Ravin tore the slip and put the hour under the reference and put it across the counter. What was asked this morning, what was refused, the hour, and that it was refused on the warden's own judgment, she said, and a second line under it with today's reference on it. Cade took it and read it standing. Item 4, Halden said. 4 is the works office, Robin said, who have put the thing in, and it wants a bench, and there isn't one. Cade put the slip in the inside pocket where the folded delivery sheet was, and got the pocket buttoned, and went down the middle room past the racks and out through the door onto the walk, and took the corridor towards the 4th stair. Chapter 25. Under the Rule. The counter sheet had come up to Ishq at the 5th the night before, with the 3 figures one under the other, and a rule under the 3, and no words anywhere round them. And she had it flat on the rhodoboard at the 4th, with the corner turned back where she had folded it into her coat. 144, 114, 30. Say the middle one on its own, the man off the Growth Halls said from his chair. 114 hours stand on 4. That's 9 windows and 6 hours over, and 6 hours is not a window. And the top one. The top one is what the 7 lines want, off the surveyor, at a hull to 120 places, 12 windows. Wells has had it wrong before by 1, and says so on the sheet. The long room behind the throat-side stores had the same rhodoboard down the wall and the same 40 chairs that belonged to the Checkers, and the card in the clip by the door said the 4th to the 5th in a Checkers hand. There were more people in it than there had been on the 30th, and still not 40. Osk had the count at the door on the back of a delivery sheet, because Osk had put himself at the door again, and he wrote it and did not say it out loud this time. Marn had a chair against the wall, with her stick against her knee and her coat over her arm, and had not put the coat down. Sel came in at the stair end and went up the middle of the floor to the rhodoboard, and Ishq moved along it a foot to give him the left of it, and he put the marks up in his own hand, the head of the shallow line, and 3, 5, 7, 8, and the hours against each of them, and the 7 lines under the marks they came off. 6, Osk said. 6 is first, Ishq said. It's first because I put it first at the 40th and said it would be, and it can be out before anybody's tired. Then have it out. The node had been open on the counter set since the half, and had the apron in it, plate, and a winch running somewhere off the frame, and Wells came onto it without being asked for. Room. Room. Same as I said it at the 40th, and you can hold me to it. 6 isn't cut because there's no drum to cut it with, and the drums are behind a block line I can't get a trolley through. Cutting it is 12 hours, and it comes off the 114 and off nothing else. A page going over at her end. And the second part, because nobody else has been out there. 6 cut opens the road past 8. It doesn't put anybody on a hull. What stands past 8 wants windows of its own after it, and there are 9 windows in that room and 7 lines already asking for 12. How many pass the transfer? 18 lines are named on the register past 8, and the register is what it is. Then how many people? I'll not, Wells said. I'll give you what comes down a plate and gets counted at the apron by name, and you'll have it the same day. That's the only count I've got, and I'm not going to make you a better one. Osk had the delivery sheet folded in his hand and came off the door with it. Then I'll say mine, and I'll say it once. There's a house of my brother's on the 4th off the shallows, and it's past the transfer, and there's the 2 little ones, and I've had nothing off him since the winter that wasn't a sheet with somebody else's mark on it. It costs 1. That's off her, in her own words, at the 40th, and I wrote it on a sheet, and it was said in this room that it would come up first. It has come up first, Ishq said. Then let it be spent. Nobody came straight back at him. A woman at the front turned round in her chair and started to say something about the 7 and stopped herself and turned back. "Say the hours again," Ishk said to the board. "One window is 12 hours. Sel had the pen still against the board where he had left it. There are 9. Take 1, and there are 8, and the 7 lines on that board want 12. That isn't what I asked you. It's what I've got." Osk came another 2 steps into the room. "You've a sister out there." "I have." "Then say something in this room that isn't ours." "I've nothing else to say in this room," Sel said. Osk stood where he was with the sheet in his fist for long enough that the man at the stairhead looked down into the room and looked away again, and then went back to the door and put his shoulder against the frame of it and did not sit down. "Right," he said. "Then that's the answer, and nobody's saying afterwards that nobody asked. Nobody's going to say that." Ishk took the counter sheet off the board and turned it face down on the rotaboard's ledge. "It goes under the rule, same as the 3, with the cost against it in her words and not in mine, and the date." "Under the rule isn't on the order." "No, it isn't." "Then say it again and say it slow." "Under the rule is not on the order," Ishk said. They did the 7 after that, and it took the rest of the bell. Ishk did the lines and the names, and Sel did the marks and the hours, and it went line by line which head of track would take a hall's width and which would not, which had a shed, and which had people coming down 4 hours on foot to a plate, which had been heard from and which had not. The woman at the front had a settlement on the 3rd line and gave way on it herself, out loud, before anybody asked her to, and then sat down and did not speak again for 20 minutes. The man off the growth halls wanted the 2 on the 5th line split, and was talked out of it by a man behind him on the grounds that 2 starts on that chain cost more than the hours did, which he had off the counter and said so. 9 went above the rule in the order they would be flown. 3 went under it. "Say why they're written," the man off the growth halls said. "Because in a year somebody is going to stand up and say we never asked for them." Ishk ruled the line herself and put the 3 under it and the marks against them. "They're wanted, they're not there, and the paper says both." And 6. 6 under it, with the rest, with the 12 hours against it, and her name on the 12. Osk came up the middle for that part and stood at Ishk's elbow while she wrote it and read it as it went down, and did not touch the sheet. At the foot she turned it round. The names went on in their own hands, in the order the people came up to it, and there were more of them than there had been on the first one. Osk put his under the second one. Sel signed after the man off the growth halls and went back along the rotaboard to the marks column and squared the sheets there that did not need squaring. Marn had not moved off her chair. "Those are names," she said. "They're the names of who wrote it. I know whose names they are. I'm asking where the paper goes with them on it. Where the reference sends it, and it says the list in words at the foot, and the warden reads it out at the counter before it leaves. Ishk had the sheet up on both hands, and I'm not putting yours on, and I haven't asked you for it." "No," Marn said, "you haven't," and put the stick over from one knee to the other and let it go at that. Osk read the order out before it went, because Osk had read the first one out at the counter, and nobody said he shouldn't. The 9 came first, with the settlement against each and not the line number, and he did the 2 houses either side of the 4th one out of habit, and got told it wasn't needed on this sheet, and did it anyway, and then the 3 under the rule, and then 6 under those with the 12 hours against it. Osk got through all of it steadily, and put the sheet down on the ledge with the head of it facing the room, and went back to the door. The card and the clip came round at the 5th, and the checkers came for the chairs. and Ishk got the order off the ledge and held it out without saying anything about who was taking it, and Sel took it and went down the walk with it. The corridor counter had the schedule under the glass with the same 4 sentences on it that had been there since the 40th, and the hours board beside it, and the clerk had the day's column open and a fresh page under it. Sel put the order down, turned round for the clerk and not for himself. "That's tonight's." "That's tonight's," the clerk was reading before it was flat. 9 above and 3 under and 1 more under those. Whose hand's the rule? Ishk. Then I'm not redrawing it. The clerk got the reference book across and put the number at the head and the hour under it, and turned the order back round. "Read the foot to me. I'll write what you say, and if I get one wrong, you'll stop me at it." Sel read the foot. The clerk got 2 of them wrong and was stopped at both, and wrote them the way he was given them, and came to the last one and asked for it again for the spelling of it. And Sel said his own name again, and the clerk wrote it and put the pen down. "That's the reference, and it's on it inside the hour, the way she said it would be. It's on the office's book tonight, and anybody can read that." Where does it go? Copies where the foot says. Throat counter under this glass, corridor counter, which is me, joint security, the executive's office, the sector offices, and every one of them gets it in the same words. The clerk turned the book round and put his pen on the line so it could be read from the walk. And the ring boards after that, which isn't mine and isn't the warden's. Sector offices put those up. When? When they get to it. 2 days. They've had a fortnight of paper and 1 clerk apiece. "Right," Sel said. Sel took his copy off the counter and read the 3 under the rule again standing at the glass, in the order they were written, and then put it away and went up the walk to the plant end. The stair door took a man with a board, and the man read every name off the board every time, and read Cade's off it at the 9:15, and said it back to her twice because the board had her down with the office she had not held for 4 years. Sel had 4's dressing off and the length of the new one out of the tin and laid along the walk with a boot on either end of it to take the curl out. "Put your hand there and keep it there." Cade put her hand there and kept it there, and he got the first turn on and got it seated with the flat of his thumb and came back over it. Haldon says 3 is for the people whose hands are in 3. She said that to me as well. Then I'm asking you and not her. Cade had her hand where he had put it and did not move it. 3 on its own, not 3 and 6 off 4. 3 carrying it and 4 left alone. No. Say it as a thing I can go and put to somebody. 3's been apart and put back, and it stands, and it will carry the one thing and nothing beside it, and it will not carry the one thing on its own. No. Say it as a thing I can go and put to somebody. 3's been apart and put back, and it stands, and it will carry the one thing and nothing beside it, and it will not carry the one thing on its own. Sel had the second turn coming and did not look up off it. I've had my hands in 3 since the winter, and I've have them in it this week, and I'll have them in it tomorrow. That's not a board, and it's not a finding. It's a man telling you what's in a bay. And if somebody put it to the warden as a finding, then she'd want the party that walked it, and the party that walked it is me, and I'd say to her what I've said to you. Cade let that go and stood where she was with the dressing under her hand while he came round the fair lead the second time. The order's written. It went in at the 5th. How is it? It's got a reference on it, and it's at the counter, and it'll be on the boards in 2 days, and you'll read it there the same as anybody. Sel got the end round and put his weight on it. Take your hand off. Cade took her hand off. Sel got the clamp on and ran it down until the dressing stopped moving under his thumb, and it sat where it was put. 6 tomorrow? 6 tomorrow, in 1 block and not in 2, and say it at the counter before the 9th, because the counter takes it off whoever's at the glass, and 2 starts on that chain cost more than the 6 hours do. Sel got the tin lid on with his thumb and pushed it home. It doesn't matter whose hand it goes in, it goes in off the sheet. I'd rather it were mine. Then make it yours. It's the same 6 hours. Cade did not go. Down the walk, the man at the stairhead shifted on the board, and the grit went under his boot and came back down. "There's a thing I owe you off the 44th, she said. "I'd rather pay it than carry it. Name it." Sel put the tin back under the cradle. "There's nothing I want off you. You haven't thought about it. I've had 6 days. "Then think about it in front of me," Cade said, "because I'm good at this, and I've a berth clerk and a pilot and a hull I can have on an apron inside a day, and there's nobody on this station in a better position to ask me for something than you are this morning. I know what you've got. Then name it." Sel got the glove off and put it in his coat pocket and took it back out and put it on and got it down at the wrist. "Before the 9th, he said. 1 block, that's the lot." Sel went along the walk to the desk and got the round hours off the board and read them, and Cade stood at 4 a moment longer with the light of the telltales on the side of her face, and then went back up the walk and up the stair. And the man with the board read her name off it again on the way out and put a line through it. Sel came up off the works passage with the tin still in his coat and the grit off the walk still in the tread of his boots, and got the glove off on the landing. Tell was in with the coat off and on the hook and a sheet squared on the board by the pot. It came. "Which?" "Mine, the second counter." Tell put 2 fingers on it and turned it round without picking it up. "It's got a person's initials on it and not a stamp. You were right about that part." Sel read it standing at the board with his coat still on. It said the far-end equipment on the shallow line had been on the route office's service list since a date it gave, and that the office could not attend it, and that the office could not say when the office could attend it, and that the previous form on the matter, which it gave the reference of, had been closed at the quarter for want of a route. It said the applicant would be written to if the position changed. It was 4 sentences, and it was signed. Read the third one again. "Closed at the quarter for want of a route," Tell said. "It's my form that's the new matter, and it's your form that's closed. They did both in the same 4 lines. They did. A person read it once. A person read it once. 37 days, Tell said, to the board and not to him, and squared the sheet against the edge of it, and went to get the pot off before it caught, because he had walked away from it, which he did. They ate. Tell had eaten already, and ate again for the shape of it, and had a thing to say about the bench, and said it. A fitter 3 years signed had taken a meter apart that morning in front of 4 people and put it back together with a part left over, and had put the part in his pocket, and everybody had watched him do it, and nobody had said a word. What was the part? That's what I've been on about all day. Nobody knows. It's in his pocket. It'll be a shim. It'll be a shim, Tell said. I said it was a shim. Afterwards, Sel got the lamp down off the wall bracket and put it on the board on its side, and got the pivot bolt out, and got the washer out of the tin, and then put the washer back in the tin, and took the right one off the shelf, where it had been sitting in its paper since the week she brought it up, and went back to the pivot with it. Tell came and held the head. You did that on the 12th. I did it with the wrong washer on the 12th. You did it with the tin you had. I've the other one now. It came apart further than it needed to, and he took it further, the sleeve and the collar and the spring off the arm and all of it out on the board in the order it came off, and cleaned the seat of the collar with the corner of a rag, and did it a second time, and Tell held the head through the whole job with her elbow on the board, and said nothing about the hour, and moved her grip once when her arm went. "You're not sitting down," she said, somewhere in the middle of it, in the voice she said it in, "before I'm signed." "No," Sel said, and set the collar and put his hand out for the spring. It went back together, and the arm stood where it was put. Tell moved it twice to be sure of it, and left it out over the board where she would want it in the morning, and went along to get the plates in. Sel took the answer off the board, and wrote the day on the corner of it, and put it in the press with the others, and squared the stack with 2 hands, and then took it out again, and squared it again, and shut the press. Chapter 26. The rest of the page. Who's short for it? That's not on my sheet. Toft had the Hull's papers under his arm and the plate still down behind him. Morrow's got it on her book, and the half's in front, and it's paid, and I wouldn't read you the rest of it if it were written there, which it isn't. Then that's 3 of you. Rel had the corner of the locker lid under his palm and was leaning on it the way a man leans on a counter he has leaned on before. I've told you what I've got. You have. You're the only one who said it in one go and didn't ask me why I wanted it. I'm paid to fly a Hull, Toft said, and went forward. Cade had the clearance out of her coat and open on the lid, with the corner weighted under the chart locker's catch, and it had been open there since before the 9th, and nobody had asked her for it. It was a good one. It had the ground on it and not a marker, and the hours, and 4 aboard by name, and it had come off Ray's desk at the counter in the ordinary way with 2 other clearances underneath it. And the clerk who wrote it had asked her nothing except how the 4th name went in. Sel came forward from the bay end with his coat done up and the outer door's keyring on 2 fingers. It's on local, and I've had it round twice. If anybody wants it worked, it goes off that panel and not off the board forward. And it goes off it slow, and there's nothing on this Hull that will hurry it. Nobody's going to hurry it. Then, that said, Sel put the ring in his coat pocket. The hours are the hours on the sheet. They come off the 6 that were booked against him this morning, and there's nothing extra on this run, and I wouldn't have booked it if there were. Rel had his head over the papers on the locker. That's twice you've said booked against him with me standing at your elbow. It's what it says in the book. I know what it says in the book. I've read the book. Rel straightened up off the lid. I'm saying you could have gone round it, and you didn't, and I'm obliged to you for it. Sel did not answer that, and went aft, and got the line off the rack, and put his boot in the loop, and started running it out along the deck the way he had run it out on the 44th. They came off the berth 11 minutes after the hour on the chit, and nobody wrote the 11 anywhere. The apron had 4 lamps going instead of 2, and a works trolley standing at the head of the row with its wheels chalked. And the doors at the head of the walk were shut for the movement order and had a man on them with a board. Toft put the Hull out through the boundary docks traffic without any of it showing. And the 2 laid-up hulls that had been on the far side on the 44th were 1 laid-up hull now, and a space with the marks of it on the plating. The post came up on the link earlier than it had the first time, and she took it standing. Post. Hulls on the sheet in front of you. It is. A pen at his end, and a page turning. Concession tender. Observation at a stated ground, out and back inside the hours, 4 aboard. Pilot. Member for Core South. 1 off the throat side. And the 4th. The 4th. I've got a name and a reference in the same line, and I haven't had that arrangement across this desk before, so I'll read it as it's written and you can stop me. The pen again. Say it yourself if you're aboard. Rel came up as far as the back of the seats and stood there with one hand on the seat back. Rel. And the reference? Off the registrar's counter. The 47th. Rel had the seat back under his hand and did not take it off. He gave me the number twice, and the second time he spelled it, and I'd not like to spoil his work. Then I'll have it the way he wrote it, the post said, and took it, and read the whole entry back without being asked. The hour, the ground, the hull, and the 4 aboard with the reference under the last of them, and did it at the pace of a man reading his own writing, and closed the link. Cade had not said anything on the link at all. The compartment was the same 6 seats, and the same board, and the same locker with the lid you could lay a sheet flat on, and Rel got himself down into one of the seats and sat in it with his ankles crossed. Everybody aboard had been up since before the first bell, and of the 4 of them, he was the only one not sitting like it, and nobody said anything about that, and nobody had said anything about it for 6 days. Tuft put his hand flat on the second board and took it off. "I'll put the thing to you I put to her on the apron," he said, "seeing as it's you that wanted the hull off morrow and not her. Put it. What am I sat in it for?" "You're sat in it for the hours on your own chit," Rel said, "and a half in front that's paid, and I'd say you had the better end of that arrangement, because I've seen what Morrow charges out a berth at when she's got the only berths." "That's not an answer." "No," Rel said. Toft went back to flying it. Cade came off the locker lid and sat on the arm of the seat 2 along from him and did not sit in the seat. "Where have you been all week?" "Out." "Out where?" "Down the trade side twice. The second landing. The long room behind the stores, which is a card school with 40 chairs in it now, and was a card school with none." Rel had his head back against the rest. "There's a woman on the throat counter's night shift who has it that I owe her an apology from before the rings and won't say what for, which is the correct way to hold a thing like that. And I stood at the glass at the corridor counter the best part of a morning and read what's under it and asked the clerk 4 questions, and he answered all 4. That isn't where you've been." "It's where I've been," Rel said. "It's not what you asked me." Cade did not put a second one after that. "Give me the order," he said. "It's under glass at 2 counters." "It's under glass at 2 counters, and I can't take a counter and sit down with it." Rel put his hand out. "You've a copy inside your coat. You've had a copy inside your coat since the 5th yesterday, because I watched you fold it once and not twice." "Don't," Cade said. Sel took the order out of his coat and unfolded it once and gave it to him. "It'll be in a frame on every ring inside 2 days," Sel said. "There's 1 clerk to a sector and a bag of glass, and that's the only reason it isn't in one this morning." Cade put both hands on the seat back in front of her and left them there. Rel read the order the way he had read the Hulls papers, without hurrying, going down it with 1 finger and stopping where the finger stopped. The head of it had the reference, and the hour, and the date. Under that were 9 settlements, 1 to a line, in the order they would be flown, with the mark against each. Under those was a rule in a hand that was not the clerk's, and under the rule were 3 more, and under those was a line about a mark on the road with 12 hours against it and a surveyor's name on the 12. Whose rule? Ishk's. "And what's it for?" "Above it flies," Sel said. "Under it's wanted, and it isn't there." "That's a difference somebody argued about." "It's a difference somebody argued about for a bell and a half, and then wrote down so it couldn't be argued about again." "And the 3 under it?" "3 that want flying and haven't be ours. 12 was the figure that came down off the surveyor, and there are 9, and the 3 are what's between the 2. Sel had the line up off the deck and put it down again. They went on the paper because Ishk would have them on it." "Why?" "You'd have to have her say it. It's hers, and I'd get it wrong." Rel went back up to the top of the sheet. 9 lines. 9 what? 9 windows, 1 to a line. And a window's 12 hours off 4. 12 hours off 4, uninterrupted, and nothing else on the chain while it runs. And how many hours are there? 114 stood on the counter's board yesterday morning, and the same figure came up to the room on a sheet last night. Sel had the line flaked down and stood off it. That's the figure everybody's working to, and there isn't a better one. Rel put his finger on the rule and left it there. Then that's 9 and 6 over. That's 9 and 6 over. And 6 over isn't a window. 6 over isn't a window, Sel said. It's 6 hours with nothing you can fly at them. Forward, Toft took the mean of the two boards he liked and did not look round. Now the other one, Rel said. What's booked against me? Cade said, don't, again, and it came out of her flatter than the first time and did not go anywhere. 6 a day. Sel had come as far as the end of the seats and no further, which was where he had stood on the 44th. Off 4, in one block, out of the hours between the windows, because there is nowhere else on that chain to take an hour from. It's been 6 a day since the 44th. And a window's 12. Rel did not move his finger off the rule. So I'm every second day. You're every second day. And a hull's how many? 120. Nobody in the compartment said anything after that. Cade had her hand inside her coat on the fold of the slip Rov had written out for her at the 5th on the 49th, and had had her hand on since, and took it as far as the buttons, and put it back, and what came out of her was, "How long are we out, Toft?" "Inside the hours," Toft said, and did not turn round. Somewhere aft, the bay's outer ring came round a quarter turn on its own weight, the way it did when the hull changed attitude, and stopped where the pawl held it, and the sound of it went along the deck and came back. "Right," Rel said. Rel went back down the sheet to the 3 under the rule, and read them again, and the mark, and the 12 hours under those, and folded the order along Sel's own crease and held it out. And Sel took it and put it back inside his coat flat. "And if the 6 stopped," Rel said, "then the 9 stand. And if they don't stop? Then in 2 days it's 8, Sel said, and Ishk rules a line under a different one and puts her hand to it, and she'll do it as many times as it wants doing in front of 40 people in a room with the card on the door. You've said all that at a counter. I've said it at a counter and in a room and on this deck, and I'm not going to say it in a better way for being asked twice." Sel got his glove off and put it back on and got it down at the wrist. Cade came off the arm of the seat. "There are hours on this station that aren't on that chain," she said. "The work side has a schedule, and 2 sector offices have one, and the growth halls have one, and every one of those was written by a person. And I know 4 of the people who wrote them. Morrow can put a hull on an apron in a day. The executive has an instrument in force that lets him move anything on this station between one block and the next without asking anybody. And he would take a letter off me at the 4th bell and read it standing up." Nobody answered that. "I'm not finished. There is a bay on that shore with a chain lying in it and 2 faces cut square. And the reason nobody can certify it is a book that went into a fire on the 32nd, and that book is being copied back by hand by 3 people, and I could put people beside them by tomorrow, as many as there are benches for." Toft said something to the boards that was not to anybody in the compartment. "And it would be wrong in places nobody would find for years," Cade said. "And I know that because it was said to me at a counter yesterday morning by somebody who was right." Cade stopped there. Rel had his head back against the rest and his hands together in his lap. "I went and had a look at the room," he said. "Which room?" "Mine, off the 2nd landing." Rel brought his head forward off the rest. "There's a stove in it." "There's been a stove in it 3 years." There's a stove in it and a flue that goes up through a bulkhead that isn't anybody's, and a man with a key who has it that the flue was there before he was, which it was not, because I stood in that room the year they put the bulkhead in and there was no hole in it. Rel had the seat back under his hand again. And they play cards in it on the second night of the quarter, and they've been playing them there long enough that they think it's their idea. It is their idea now. It is, and that's the correct answer, and I'd have said the same thing about somebody else's room. Rel put his weight over onto the other leg the way a man does who has been sitting. They've a slate on the wall behind the door, same nail. There'd be a slate. There'd be a slate, Rel said. Is there anything on it against you? There's a slate in every room on this station, and a name on every slate, and I've never met a man who kept one who'd read it out in front of company. Rel put his head back against the rest again. He's got a good hand for a man who does it with a wet thumb. The boards forward went out of agreement with each other again, earlier this time, which Toft had said on the 44th was the ordinary behavior of boards on that side, and he said nothing about it this time and flew the pencil. Five's drum came up on the port side, leaning further off the road than it had leaned, and its strobe was not going, and it went by down the port side as a shape with no light on it and nothing to say when it had stopped. That's out, Toft said. Since when? Since between the 44th and this morning, and I've a paper in about that as well. Toft put the hull on the pencil and held it. That's the ground, on your figures, same ground. Sel gave him the hours, and Toft wrote them on the board by his hand and read them back off his own writing. And she comes off it when they're up, Sel said. She comes off it when they're up. Sel went aft. Cade went aft after him, and Rel came last, at the pace of a man on a walk with nowhere in particular to be, and stopped at the end of the seats with his hand flat on the last of them. The bay had the lamp on the sill of the inner door, and the lead run back along the deck under the cleat, and the line flaked down where it had been flaked, and Sel had the inner door standing open, and the outer ring on local with the panels cover up. Hold that where it is, Sel said, and put the lamp in Cade's hand. Cade held it where it was. Sel got the clamp on and put his weight on the clamp, and took his weight off it and got it again, and then went along the deck with his thumb on the lead where it crossed the cleat and put a turn in it so a boot could not take it out. You asked me a thing on the way out, Rel said. Cade had the lamp in both hands and did not put it down. Say it, and I'll do it. You won't want to do it standing there. I'll do it standing here. Then you'll get it wrong, and you'll go up that walk in the morning and have to go back. Rel had his hand on the frame of the inner door now, flat on it, at the height a man puts his hand on a frame. There's a figure on that slate against me. Go and pay it. Don't argue the figure with him. He'll have it down wrong in his own favor, and he'll know he has, and if you argue it, he'll take it off and put it on right, and then he'll have nothing to be pleased about for a quarter. The man with the key. That's him. Second landing, Cade said. The fitter's store. That's the one, Rel said. Sel came back along the deck and stood off the panel with the cover up and his hand not on it. Ours, he said. You'll want to get that seal looked at, Rel said, before you take money off anybody else for this hull. It's still whistling. I've a paper in, Toft said, from forward, without turning round. Rel put his shoulder in the gap and went through into the bay, and turned round in it once to get out of the way of the door, and put his hand up flat on the frame on the inside of it while it came. The inner door came round at the speed it had come round on the 44th, which was slow, and she stood through the whole of it a second time. Keep that off my head, Sel said, and put her hand up under the panel's cover where the stay had gone and had not been put back. Cade kept it off his head. Sel did the outer door off the panel, and it went off slow, the way he had said it would, and there was nothing to hear through the plate but the ring coming round a tooth at a time and the pawl dropping into each of them. Toft called the hours off at the half from forward and did not say anything else with them, and then called them again, and nobody at the bay end of the hall said one word between the two of them. Cade stood where she had been put, with one arm up under the cover and her back to the port, and nothing on that deck moved in the time between the two calls except her arm, once, when it went. Sel took the panel's cover down at the end of it. The bay took its pressure back slowly, and the frost came off the plates from the cleat out in the order it came off them every time. The inner door came round the other way at the same speed it had come the first way, and stood open on a deck that was lit and empty. The lamp was still on the sill where Sel had clamped it. The line lay where he had flaked it. Sel went in and got the lamp off the sill and coiled the lead round his forearm, elbow to hand, and got it into its clip, and shut the clip over it, and squared the rack, and came out and put the panel's cover down flat, and put the key-ring back in his coat. Forward, Toft had the hull off the ground and onto a heading in about 4 moves, and did not ask anybody about it. Then he got the page up on the board by his hand and wrote on it for a good while, longer than he had taken over any entry Cade had watched him make. And he was not asked for it, and he did not read it out. And when he had finished, he squared it under the clip and left it there. "It's in the book," he said. Cade came forward as far as the back of the seats and stopped there. "6 tomorrow?" she said. "No," Sel said. Sel got the hull's own board off the bulkhead and put it down flat on the locker lid, and got the pen out of his coat and put a line through the standing booking, one line, so the writing under it could still be read, in the small hand that went straight across the paper without a rule. "Put the hour on it," Cade said. Sel put the hour on it. Chapter 27. The Ring Boards. The sector office had one counter, and the queue for it started inside the door and went out along the wall as far as the ward store, and Cray got in behind a man with a folded blanket over his arm who had been in front of her on the 40th as well. The wall side of the passage had been households since the 28th. 6C had taken what 6C could take, and the rest of it was here, on the deck along the wall, with the sector office's blankets and their own bags, in the arrangement people make when they have been told it is one night. Somebody's child came along the queue at knee height with a cup of water and offered it to 4 people in a row and got 4 refusals and was not put off by any of them. The queue moved at the pace of one clerk. "Ring 6, gang, Renkos." "I know whose you are." The clerk had the ledger turned round and a pen going and did not look up. "You're the frames." "I'm the frames." "Then it's 2 glasses, a clip, and the roll. And it's the roll that's the argument, because there's 9 notices in it and there's 7 frames on that walk." The clerk got the bundle up onto the counter with both hands and put a strip of paper along the top of it. "So you'll double 2 of them, and you'll double the 2 nobody reads, and I'll tell you now that when a man comes up here on the 9th and says he couldn't read the hours because there was a fire notice over the top of them, I am putting his name and yours in this book and sending it down to your ganger. Which 2 nobody reads? The ones you're going to double." Cray got the bundle under her arm. The glass came separately, in a wrap, and the clip was in a twist of paper on the top with the screws inside it, which was how the office sent screws and had been how the office sent screws since before Cray was born. "And there's the corridor one," the clerk said. "That goes up on its own, and it goes at the work's end, and it wants the whole frame." The sheet was longer than the others, and it was folded once, and it had been on the counter long enough for the corner to have gone up. "Which is it?" It's the order off the throat side, the allocation. The clerk turned the ledger over to the next column. It came down on the 50th with the reference on it, and it has sat on this counter since the 50th. And I have had a fortnight of paper standing where you're standing and one pair of hands, and if anybody wants to say anything about that, they can say it to me and not to you. Nobody said anything to me. They will. The clerk put the pen down. Take it down and put it up. Clear the frames first. There's paper in every one of them going back to the 26th, and none of it's been out. And I want the old sheets back up here in the back and not left on the deck, because half of them are the only copy on this ring. Cray took the bag. The walk had the light on at the second landing, and the mats out along the doors, and a barrow at the narrow part waiting for two women with a pole to get through it first, which they did, single file, without breaking whatever they were saying to each other. Renko was at the works end with the ladder up and the trolley across the walk, and one of the other hands holding the foot of it. 9 notices, 7 frames. Then double 2. That's what she said. Then she's right, and you'll do it. Renko came off the second tread and put his hand out for the wrap and looked at the glass through the paper without taking it out. That's the wrong cut. It's the cut they gave me. It's the wrong cut, and it's what there is, and it'll want the bed easing on the long side, and you'll do that with the file and not with your thumb. He gave it back. You've got the 4 this end. I'm at the landing with the closers till the 6th. Don't come and get me for the glass. I wasn't going to. No, Renko said, you weren't, and went off up the walk with the tin. The ring board on 6 was 4 frames in a row at the works passage end, where the walk widened for the doorway, and where everybody stood anyway, and the paper in them went back further than the clerk had said. Cray got the first one open and took out what was in it. There was the movement card off the 26th with the executive's office at the head of it, and behind that the sector office's own about the landing, and behind that a sheet about the store's hours that had been superseded twice, and behind that a fire notice from a quarter that was 2 quarters gone. The frames on this ring had been the only place notices went for a fortnight, and every office on the station had sent theirs to every other one, and none of it had come out since. 2 of the 9 notices in the roll were the same notice in 2 sizes, which nobody at the office had said anything about, and that left 8 for 7 frames, and the double still to find. Cray put the hours in the first one on their own, because the hours were the only paper on that walk anybody stood still for, and doubled the fire notice with the store's hours in the second, because the store's hours had been wrong since the 26th, and another notice over half of them was not going to make them wronger. A woman going past with a basin stopped for that. That wants to be on its own. It's 9 notices and 7 frames. It's a fire notice. It's a fire notice that's been in that frame 2 quarters with a store sheet over the top of it already, Cray said, and I've taken the store sheet off it and put it beside instead of over, and now you can read both, which is more than you could do this morning. The woman had a look at it and did not say whether that was an answer, and went on with the basin. The glass for the second frame was the wrong cut, the way Renko had said it would be, and it wanted the file along the long side of the bed before it would drop, and Cray did it with the file, and did it 3 times and tried it between each, and it went in on the 3rd and sat flat. The 3rd frame had the lists in it. They were the sector office copies, 4 of them, run off in the first week and sent round every ring where anybody from 7C was sleeping, and they ran down the page by door and not by name, because the roll was kept by door. Cray had the stack half out of the frame with her thumb along the edge of it and stopped, and read one line of it. Tuazon, when? Block door warden, 7B line, 7C on the roll. The line above it was a woman off the plant face. The line under it was a household of 2, 4 doors along. Cray put the stack in the bag with the rest and got the frame shut, and moved on to the fourth one. The corridor sheet took the whole frame and then some, and she had to take the clip off the backboard and put it lower, which meant the 2 screws, which meant the twist of paper, and one of the screws went on the deck and under the trolley wheel and had to be got out with the file. It took her a good part of the half. By the time the glass was down and the catches were over, there were 5 people at her elbow, and 2 of them had been reading it over her arm while she worked. The head of it had the reference and the hour and the date was the 50th. Under that were 9 settlements, 1 to a line, in the order they would be flown, with the mark against each of them. Under the 9th was a rule, drawn by hand, straight, with a straight edge. Under the rule were 3 more settlements, with nothing against them but the marks. Under those was 1 line on its own that said a mark and said 12 hours. At the foot it said where the copies went, in words, and then the names, all of them in the one hand, because a clerk had written them out off the original and had asked for 2 of them twice. "What's the line for?" "Above it's the ones going," a man said. He had a bag of tools himself and had come along from the landing end and had read the sheet the way people read a sheet they already know the shape of. "Under it, it's the ones not." "Not this week." "Not." "There'll be another sheet." "There'll be sheets," the man said. "Not another one of these. They'll fly the 9 and that's the hours gone." A woman with the Ward Store's keys on her wrist had come up close to the glass and was going down the sheet with her finger not quite touching it. "It doesn't say anything's happened to anybody." Nobody answered her, and after a moment she went down the sheet again from the top. The bell went at the works passage and the bay let out, and they came through the doorway in a lot the way they always did. And Vesh came out first with her sleeves rolled and stopped at the back of the group and read what she could see over the top of it. 2 days, Vesh said. "It's been on the counter since the 50th. "I know it's been on the counter, that's what I'm saying. It's been true for 2 days, and this is the day the ring gets to find out, because there's 1 clerk and a bag of glass." Vesh got her hands in her pockets. Tell came through the doorway behind Bell and did not go past with him. Tell got to the front of the glass without pushing anybody and read it standing, with her coat buttoned, the way she read anything, and Cray stood where she was with the file still in her hand and the bag against her boot. Tell read it once through. Then she read it again from the head, slower, and got to the rule and stopped there, and put 1 finger flat on the glass on the 2nd line under it, and left it there. "That's your aunt's." Tell did not answer that. The man with the tools said something to the woman with the keys about the mark on the last line and the 12 hours, and the woman said she did not know what a mark was, and the man said neither did he, and the 2 of them went on with it a step to the left. Tell took her finger off the glass and went down to the foot of the sheet. "It's dated the 50th. "It came down on the 50th. It's the reference at the top. That's the day it went on the office's book." "Right," Tell said. The names at the foot were written out in the clerk's hand, one under the other, with a comma between each of them, and there was no arrangement to them that Cray could see, and Sell was the 4th from the end. Tell read the foot twice as well. "He came in on the 50th and did the lamp," she said. Cray had nothing to put after that. "He had it apart on the board," Tell said. "The sleeve and the collar and the spring, all of it out in the order it came off. It took him the bell and a half. I held the head." Tell said it to the glass and not to anybody, and then stopped saying it and stood there a moment longer with her hands down, and then turned round and went off along the walk towards the 2nd landing, not fast, past the barrow and past the narrow part, and sat down on the deck at the foot of the landing stair with her back against the plating. Vesh watched her go and did not say anything about it. "Is that hers on it?" "Yes." "Right," Vesh said, and picked the bag up off the deck and put it on the trolley, which was not her trolley and was not her bag. The plating at the foot of the landing stair was cold through a coat and had a rib in it that came about halfway up your back, and everybody on that stretch had sat on it at some point, and everybody knew about the rib. Cray came along and sat down on it. Tell had her knees up and her arms round them and her hands inside her sleeves and did not move over, and there was room without her moving over. Up at the work's end, the group at the frame had got bigger rather than smaller. People coming off the bay and off the second shift stopped at it because it was new paper, and there had not been new paper for a week, and read it, and asked somebody standing there what the line was for, and got told. And some of them stayed, and some of them went on. "There'll be a copy at the corridor counter," Cray said, "with the full foot on it. The office one's only got the names. It hasn't got what was said. If there's a note against a settlement, it'll be on the counter one and not on ours. I could go down and get the reference off it." Tell did not answer. "It's 2 ramps. I'd be back before the 6th. "Right," Tell said. Cray sat. After a while, she got the file out of her pocket, because it was in her pocket, and put it back. Vesh came down after a while with 2 of the enamel cups off the bay, and put one on the deck by Tell's boot and one by Cray's, and sat herself on the far side of Tell on the rib, with her own knees up. "They do the boards off a run," Vesh said, when she had been there long enough for the cup to have stopped steaming. "One clerk does the counter and the queue and the ward store and the frames are last because the frames are the thing nobody stood in front of her about. So it's always the same number of days, and it's the same number every time, and there's no sheet anywhere with the number on it." Nobody said anything to that. "I'm only saying it's the same number every time." Tell did not answer, and Vesh let it go and sat, and stayed about a quarter of a bell, and then got up and drank her own standing, and went off towards the works passage without saying where she was going. The cup by Tell's boot stayed where it was put. 2 men came down the walk arguing, one of them a step behind the other the whole way, and the one in front was saying that if they had the hours, they should have gone to the far ones first, because the near ones could wait. And the one behind was saying you could not fly what you could not get a hull down onto, and the one in front said that was what they always said, and the one behind said it was what it was. And they went past the landing stair without either of them looking down, and the argument went off round the turn and stopped being words. Tell put her head back against the plating. Lote came along from the landing end with the week's dry stores in the net, and stopped at the foot of the stair and stood there holding it. "Have you eaten?" "No," Tell said. "No," Lote said, and did not do anything about it. She stood with the net against her leg and looked up the walk towards the frames, where the group was, for about as long as it takes to read a line, and then looked back down. "The mat's out. It's out all evening, and it's out tomorrow, and I'm not going to ask you again after this, so you'll have to keep it in your head yourself." "Right. Right," Lote said, and went on up towards the doors. A woman from up near the doors came past with a pot held against her front and stopped when she got as far as them, because she had known Tell since Tell was small and had the habit of stopping. "Is that the one off the throat up there?" "It's the allocation," Tell said. "I'll have my look at it going back." The woman got the pot onto her hip. "Your father'll have had all that before any of us, mind. They read it out down there on the night. You won't get anything off a frame he hasn't had already." "Right," Tell said. The woman went on up towards the doors with the pot. Renko came down at some point with the ladder over his shoulder and the tin in his other hand, and took the bag off the trolley on the way past, and looked at the 2 of them on the deck for the length of a step and a half, and said nothing to Cray about the hours, and went on to the works passage with it. The light on the second landing was on above them the way it had been on since the plant side did it in an afternoon. Tell's father was at the frames. The group was still round the fourth one, and he was at the back of it with his coat on and his hands down, and he was not reading it. His head did not go down the page, and it did not come back up. Cray did not say anything about that either. The group at the frame thinned out and filled up again twice. A woman came and had her look at it and went. The man with the tools came back with somebody else and pointed at the last line and the 12 hours and said the thing about the mark again. The next time Cray looked up the walk, there were 4 people at the frame, and none of them was him. Bell's joint's gone, Tell said. Which one? The fish tank. It went on the 50th, and he's had a jar under it since, and he's telling people the jar's a repair. Tell had not taken her head off the plating. He's got the school bay saying it's a repair. It's not a repair. It's a jar. I'll do it, Cray said. You'll do it in 5. I'll do it in 5. 5's all right on a fish tank, Tell said. The 6th went. Neither of them got up off the deck, and up at the works end somebody was reading the foot of the sheet out loud to somebody else, and a man came along the walk with a barrow and went round the 2 of them without asking them to move. Chapter 28. The 17th. The last hull came down onto the throat-side apron at the 3rd bell with the lamps still up from the one before it, because nobody had been along to take them down in between. Sel had the hours off the hull's board before the plate was flat. 12 from the hour the chain came up to the hour it stood down, and nothing across it anywhere between. And the clerk at the borrow desk wanted both hours written into the entry and would not take the one without the other. They came down by name. The clerk read each one off the far end sheet and had about 2 in 3 of them right, and was corrected on the rest and wrote them the way he was given them, and took longer over it than the officer at the rail wanted, and the officer had stopped saying so a good many windows ago. Osk took the bags. Osk had been taking the bags off the plate since the first window and had the same 4 words for everybody who came down, and still had 2 of them wrong, and was told so twice that morning by people who had 4 hours of walking behind them and the breath to spare for it. A woman came down with a stovepipe over her shoulder in 3 strapped lengths and would not put it on the barrow, and carried it to the rail herself and stood it against the plating, and then stood in front of it. Wells came down last with the tally board under her arm, and gave the deck to the winch hand and came along the rail. 120. 120, the clerk said, and ruled it, and turned the sheet round for her without being asked. The corridor counter ran off the end of the throat walk 4 minutes up from the apron rail, and had the schedule under the glass with the 4 sentences on it that had been there since the 40th, and the hours board on its nail beside it, and a printed return propped against the reference book, with the executive's office at the head of it, and a number in the corner. Ishk had come down the walk with Osk behind her, and Marn behind Osk at Marn's pace, and had the return turned round on the counter before Wells was out of her coat. That came at the 2nd, the clerk said. Every counter on the station has one. It's 2 boxes and a schedule, and it wants them in by the 90th. Read the boxes. 1 is persons removed from settlements within the corridor. 2 is persons remaining in settlements not reached. Then do 1, Wells said. I'd rather have it off you than off my own column. 17 windows flew at 120 places a hull, and every one of them came off full, and there are 2,040 names on the apron sheets in the hands of the people who wrote them, and they came off 11 of the 29 lines that register has. Wells put the tally board down flat. That's box 1, and I'll put my name under it this afternoon." The clerk wrote it in figures and then in words after the figures, because the return had both and he was not going to leave a box half done. And 2. 2 you'll leave. I'm not allowed to leave it, it comes back. Then write across it, Ishk said. The clerk got the pen over into the second box and wrote, "No figure held at this counter and none obtainable," and then went on underneath it in the space the printer had left for a note, out loud as he went, because there were 4 people at the glass and one of them was Marn. "The last settlement register at this counter is older than my posting, and it is the only one there is. It gives 29 lines. It does not give a population for any of them, and never did." "Put the rest of it in," Ishk said. "Say the rest of it then, and say it slow, because it goes in the way you give it me." Ishk had her own folded sheets out and flat with her hand along them. 17 plates. Every one of them wrote its own list at the head of its own track before we were down, and I have been over all 17 against that register with a rule. The register has 2 settlements on the 3rd line, and there is one, and has been since the merge, and the merge is not on it anywhere. It has one on the 5th, and there are 3, and 2 of the 3 are not named on it at all. The 6th line's people came down to that plate from a settlement that is not on that register in any form, and they had a name for it and gave it to the clerk on the plate, and he wrote it, and it is the first time it has been written down by anybody on this station. She turned the second sheet over. That is 4 errors out of 11 lines. The 11 are the ones we got to. And the 18. Nobody has been on any of the 18. There is no list off them because there was no plate for anybody to stand on and write one. The clerk wrote that. It took him a while, and he read it back twice and had one word off Ishk again for the spelling of the settlement that had never been written down. Marn had come as far as the glass with her stick against the counter's foot. Where does that go? Same as everything. The executive's office, and copies where the foot says, and the warden's access book gets the reference. The clerk turned the return round so the walk could have it the right way up. It does not go anywhere with a figure in that box, and if one turns up in it later, it will not have come off this counter, and my name is going under the box that says so. Can it be got back? No. No, Marn said, and let it go at that, and did not move off the glass. The schedule at the foot of the return had ruled lines on it for names of persons known to have been in settlements not reached, and the clerk got the reference book across for it. Ishk put the rota sheet down. It had been folded once and folded again since the 30th, and had gone soft along both folds. And the 11 names were on the back of it in her hand, with the line and the settlement against each, and the last date anybody had heard. And Osk's brother third from the top, with the 2 little ones under him on their own line. That's 11, Ishk said. 11 is what people brought into a room on the 30th, and it is not a count of anything. Head it so nobody can read it as 1. Give me the words. Names given by persons on this station, not a count. The clerk headed it that way and copied the 11, and asked Osk for the settlement twice, and got the 2 houses either side of it as well, and wrote those in the margin, because Osk gave them to him, and would have gone on giving them. Anything else for the schedule, the clerk said, to the counter and to the walk behind it. It stays open till the 90th. Nobody said anything. Osk had his own delivery sheet out of his coat and turned over and was reading his own writing on the back of it. Sell came along the counter from the walk end with the hall's board sheet under the one clip and put it down turned round for the clerk and not for himself. 12 on 4, first hour to last. Wells will want it in writing, and I said she'd have it tonight. She'll have it tonight. And the day counts. The far end had it as the 35th today. Ours has it at the 47th. Both down, the clerk said, and wrote both, one under the other, with the hour against each, the way the counter had written them since the 40th, and put the pen down and did not say anything about the difference between them, and neither did anybody else at the glass. And the return went back against the reference book with the 2 boxes and the schedule in it. A runner came up the walk at the quarter with a fold from the warden's office, and the clerk took it standing and read it standing, and got the glass up off the schedule. That's off Raven's hand with the warden's reference on it. The authentication on the road below Mark 8 is withdrawn as of the 3rd bell today, on the surveyor's report of this morning, and no route below 8 stands authenticated after that hour. Say the surveyor's report, Ishk said. Wells had her hands on the counter's edge and left them there. Going out, I had 3 and 5 and 7 and 8 where the pencil puts them, same as every window since the 40th, and the head of that line where it has been under them every time I've gone down it. Coming home, I put the hull round to pick the head of it up again, and there was nothing there to range on. I sat on the beam the best part of an hour and got nothing back that would close. Wells did not take her hands off the counter. 8 reads, 7 reads. What comes away under them does not, and I would not put a hull's width on it, and I would not send anybody else to. I wrote it that way, and I put no words round it, and I'm not putting any round it here. And tomorrow. There is nothing to fly tomorrow. 8 stands, and there is nothing under it that reads, and every line on that register comes away under it. Then it's 6 mark that's finished as well, Osk said. 6 was finished on the 50th, Wells said. 6 was 1 window, and there were never 12 windows to have it out of. The clerk had the schedule out from under the glass by then, and the fold from the warden's office in its place, and squared it under the glass with 2 fingers so it sat where the schedule had sat. The schedule went face up on the counter while he put the reference at the head of the day's page and the hour under it. Ishk had her hand flat on her own sheets and had not taken it off them. 9 went above the rule on the 50th, and 9 flew. 9 flew, the clerk said. There were 6 a day coming off that chain the week I wrote them. There have not been since the 50th. No, the clerk said, and did not write it anywhere because it was in the book already against a reference, and had been ruled and dated on the day it came off. Then the hours, and I'll read them the way they go in the book and not the way anybody would say them. 240 went on the schedule at the 40th. 204 flew, and that's the 17. 36 went off 4 against the warden's reference, 6 a day, and the last 6 of those went on the 50th. Nothing stands. Say the last one again. Nothing stands, the clerk said. It came out to the hour. I'll rule it and put both references against the rule, so that a person coming to this book in a year has the 2 figures next to each other and doesn't have to go looking for the second one. Rule it, Wells said. The clerk ruled it. Then he took the hours board off its nail and put it face down on the shelf under the counter and left the nail empty, and Osk stood at the glass while he did it, and then took the ramp without a word to anybody at the glass. The 3 that had gone under the rule on the 50th stayed under it, and nobody at the counter said so because it was on the order, and the order was on the office's book with a reference on it, and up in a frame on every ring. Sell took his copy of the day's entry off the counter and folded it once and put it inside his coat flat, without folding it again, and went up the walk to the plant end. The trolley came in through the works passage at the 5th with 4 printed drums on it in a cradle and a checkers boy at the handle, and Cade walking beside it with her coat open. Sell got the door of the works end back with his shoulder and put his boot against it and let them through, and had the drums out of the cradle 2 at a time and up onto the rack under the desk before the boy had the trolley turned. There were 4 in that store. There are 4 here. The line's been open since the 2nd bell. Anything else that's in there you can have today, and you can have it in the morning as well." Cade had her hands in her pockets. "It'll shut again at the end of the quarter, and after that it's a paper." "Right." Sel got the last drum on end and put his hand flat on the top of it and rocked it once, and got the strap round the 4 of them and through the rack and pulled it and put his weight on the buckle and pulled it again. Then he got the transfer off the desk and turned it round on the desktop and put the pen on it. "Sign it." "Your clerk can sign that." "It's not a clerk's. It came in off a trolley and somebody brought it in." Sel put a finger on the line. "Your name and the day, in your own hand. There's a box for what authority the line was opened on, and I'll leave it as it is, but the name goes on." Cade took the pen and wrote her name and the day and gave it back. Sel read it and put it in the desk drawer with the round sheets and got the drawer shut with his hip because the drawer had never shut with anything else. Ish came along the walk with the round sheet and stopped at the desk and wrote "Day off load" against 4 in the column that was for it, and did not say anything about the column, and went along to the bay. Cade stood where she was. "4's coming off then. 4 comes off tomorrow at the 1st bell and stays off. Ishk's had a cold job on that cradle wanted since the winter, and she's got the day for it now." Sel got the tin of dressing down off the shelf and put it on the desk and took the lid off it and looked in it and put the lid back on. "It'll take her 2 days and it'll be a proper one." "And after that?" "After that, it's a plant with 1 chain in it, and there's the work side, the checkers, and 2 sector offices, and the growth halls standing in the hours, and they've been standing in them since the 40th. Sel put the tin back on the shelf. "They'll have them off me from tomorrow, and they'll have to queue for them like everybody else." Cade started to say something and stopped, and asked whether the rack took the drums on end or flat. "On end." "They'll want turning." "They'll get turned. Everything on that rack gets turned on the 2nd round, and it's on the sheet." Cade had a look at the rack from where she was and did not go over to it. "There's a hull on the trade side I could have on an apron before the 9th tomorrow," she said. "Crew and all. I'd rather you turned that down than never had it put to you." "Then it's turned down." "That's not an answer." "No," Sel said. "There's nothing to fly it at. Well said it at the counter at the 1/4 in front of 4 people, and the wardens had it in writing since the 3rd bell." Cade did not go for a moment. Down the walk, Ishk had the bay door of 4 open, and the key in her hand, and was reading the telltales with her nose a hand off the glass. And further along, the man at the stairhead turned a page on his board and put his back against the frame. "Right," Cade said. Sel got the round hours off the board on their nail and turned the board round so the hours faced the walk, and went down to 4 to hold the door while Ishk out the cradle chalked, and Cade went back out through the works passage with the boy and the trolley, and the checkers boy took the door because Sel's hands were on the door of the bay. Tell had the pot's lead in bits on the board when Sel came in, the plug body open and the 3 ends stripped back and the old sleeve off and lying in a curl by the tin, and the iron up on its stand with the tip going. "That's not the tip you had." "That's not the tip I had because the tip I had went soft in a fortnight, and it was a new tip." Tell had the plug body between 2 fingers and turned it over. "And the man on the stores counter says they're all off the same run, and he says it like it's an answer. It isn't an answer. It's a thing to say." Sel got his coat off and put it on the hook. "Hold that." Sel held it. Tell put the body into his left hand with the flat of it against his palm, and the pin end up, and put the lead into his right where she wanted the strain kept off it, and moved his thumb twice before she was satisfied, and then got the iron. "Don't let it come round." I'm not letting it come round. Tell did the first end. It went the way it went with her, which was fast, and the joint sat bright and small, and she blew on it and had a look at it, and went to the second. The road's shut, Sel said. The warden took the authentication off below 8 at the third bell. There'll be no more runs. I know. It was on the walk at the fourth, and Vesh had it at the bay before that. Tell did not look up off the second end. The frames get it in 2 days. Sel kept his thumb where it had been put. I knew on the 30th, he said. I know that as well. The second end went in, and she did the same thing to it, and did not blow on this one, and set the iron back in its stand, and turned the body round in his hand with one finger, so the third end came up. I hadn't anything I could put a date on, Sel said. There was nothing in it that was any use to you. When there's nothing in a thing but a gauge and a booking board, there isn't anything to bring up a stair. 24 days. Tell. 24 days, Tell said, to the work, and you came in here on the 50th, and you got the lamp down off that bracket, and you had it apart on this board, the sleeve and the collar and the spring, all of it out in the order it came off, and it took you the bell and a half. Tell stopped on it. The iron was in the stand, and her hand was still out where the iron had been, and she got it back and put it flat on the board, and neither of them said anything. And along at the wall the pot sat where it had been sitting since she took the lead off it. Sel had his thumb where she had put it and did not move it. You'd have said that at the glass, Tell said, quieter. That thing about the gauge. You'd have said it to a clerk in those words. I would. Then don't say it to me. No. Tell had a look at the third end and did not pick the iron up. You could have said the 30th on the 30th, she said. I stood at the head of that stair, and I gave you the number, and I waited for you, and there was a trolley came up, and you let it go past. I did. That's all I've got to say about it. Right. I'm not going to say it again either. I'm not going to be somebody who says it every time. Sel did not answer that. Tell took the iron out of the stand and wiped the tip on the sponge and held it up and had a look at the color of it and put it back in the stand. Hold it where it was, she said. Sel held it where it was. Tell did the third end, and it went in as small as the other two, and took the body off him, and got the sleeve back over, and the cord grip down onto the sleeve, and the screws in, and did the screws up in the order she did them in, and not in the order they came, and turned it over, and put it down on the board, and pushed it a hand's width away from her with 2 fingers. It wants 20 minutes before it goes near a socket. It does. Then there's no pot till the 7th, and that's the end of that. Tell got the iron off at the wall and left it standing on its rest to go cold. There's bread, and there's the rest of the fish. They ate the rest of the fish. Tell went at the ganger over it. A man had been signed off that afternoon for a job she had watched him get wrong twice on the bench, and the ganger had been standing there for the second one, and had put his name to it anyway because the sheet was in his hand and the bell had gone. Then he'll do it wrong on a walk, Sel said. He'll do it wrong on a walk, and the ganger will come and get me to go and put it right, and I'll go because I'm bench work and nothing else, and going is how you stop being it. That's what it is. I know what it is. I'm allowed to say it in here. Afterwards, Sel got the day's copy out of his coat and wrote the day on the corner of it, and Tell put her hand out for it and read it standing at the board with her sleeve still rolled, all of it, the entry and the hours and the reference at the head. There's a rule at the foot and nothing under it. There's nothing under it. Then why's it ruled? Because it's spent, Sel said. 204 flew, and 36 went off it against a reference, and that's the 240, and the clerk rules it so the next person doesn't have to add it up again. Tell read the foot again and gave it back, and Sel put it in the press with the others and shut the press, and Tell went along the board and put 2 fingers on the plug and turned it over and left it where it was, and then took the pot down off the shelf and stood it beside the plug ready for the morning. Chapter 29. The Hour on the Face. The card in the clip on Adisa's doorframe had been written out fresh in one hand, Adisa at the top of it, and a stand-in under, and the old card was in the drawer of the sector office desk along with the pens, because nobody in that office had been willing to be the one who put it in a bin. Corrigan came down the landing at the second bell with the works office's man a pace behind him and stopped at the door. There were fewer bags along the wall by the store than there had been 3 weeks ago, and more of them were in stacks rather than open, and the door numbers chalked along the wall from the height of a hand to the height of a head had names against about half of them now instead of a third. "Say it in front of me and not in a paper," Corrigan said. "I'll say it and I won't enjoy it." The works office's man had the drawing under his arm, rolled, and did not open it. "That's a landing door. It's a good door, and it's on a good frame, and it was drawn to shut a walk. What you're asking it to be from this afternoon is the outboard face of a sector, and that's a different thing with a plate on it. Then say what makes it the second one. The frame off and made good both faces. A hold on both sides while it's off, which means a plant down on this ring for a shift and a half. Plating on the deck and the deck head where the walk carries services that were never crossing a boundary before, and every one of them wants a stop putting in it. And then the test on the sector, and the second test because it's a new envelope and the engineer will want it twice." The works office's man took the drawing out from under his arm and put it back. A gang for a run of shifts, and then a fortnight of nothing while the test sits. And the other end. The other end's where it was on the 28th. The leaf's off its seat, and it's wound 2/3 into a pocket that was cut for 2/3 of it. And it comes back when there's a hold on both faces, and a gang stood at it, and somebody's name on the test. And there isn't a gang, and there's been a paper in about it since the 30th. So it's here. It's here or it's nowhere. You can hold the seal at this door, or you can hold it 40 paces further in at a door that isn't a door anymore. Down at the ramp end, 2 of the sector office's clerks were getting a trestle up against the wall, and the second list by name was already out on it in 3 sections, because the counter inside had not been big enough for it since the Thursday. Adisa came off the wall by the frame and did not stand any straighter for the executive. "There's a woman comes at the second every day," Adisa said. "She's not here yet. She'll be here." "About what?" "Same as everybody. About what's behind it." Adisa put a hand flat on the leaf and took it off again, which was a thing that man did about twice an hour, and had been doing for 4 weeks. "I'll tell you what I've been telling them, so you and I are saying the one thing. I've been telling them the door's shut, and I don't know when it opens, and there's a counter that'll take their name. That's 3 sentences, and 2 of them are true. Which one isn't?" "The one in the middle," Adisa said. The woman came up the landing at the quarter with a docket in her hand and her coat buttoned, and wanted to know whether there was going to be a day when a person could go in with a bag and an hour, and if there was, whether she put her name down now or then. Corrigan got his own book out and took her name and the frame and the door number and read it back to her. "There's no day I can give you. I'd rather that than the other thing. The list at the counter is the one they're building by name. Put it on today, and it's on the paper the offices will work off. Put it on in the spring, and it's on a second paper somebody has to marry up to the first." Corrigan wrote what he had said under her name. So put it on today. The woman went along to the trestle. Behind her, the works office's man got down on his heels at the doorframe at about knee height, where the services ran through and the plating would have to go. The sector office's clerk came out with the day's sheet folded back on itself and stood in the doorway rather than coming out onto the landing. They'll want to know off me whether the boards go up tonight. They'll go up tonight. Then I need the reference before the 6th and the words with it because the words go on the board and not the reference. The clerk had the sheet against her chest. And there's the other one, and I'll ask you here rather than in a hall where somebody writes it down. Are they going up the ring or aren't they? I'll be asked 20 times before the 4th, and I'd like to be able to say I asked you. Corrigan put his book back in his coat. Down at the trestle, one of the clerks had found the woman's name already on the first section and was crossing it off there to write it into the third, and reading the frame number back twice while she did it. I'll have the reference sent down with a runner, Corrigan said, not on a node, in a hand. The clerk read the instrument from the head at the pace she read everything. It ran to 11 lines. The sector, the boundary as it would stand from the hour, the door and the frame number, the plant boundary at the far face and the 2 doors on it and the name of the man who had shut them, the works program by reference, and the persons displaced by reference and not by name, because the list by name was not finished and the clerk would not have it cited as though it were. And it's here and not in his office, Barak said, because there's nothing in his office this morning to make it under. So it's made the way any single one of them would be made, by this chamber and by one other, executive. Corrigan gave the figures standing. The roll for 7C at the 28th was 1,680. The sheet for the sector closed on the 44th at 23. That leaves 1,657, and every one of them is on a landing or a hall or a floor in somebody else's sector this morning, and there is no volume behind that door that a person is going to sleep in again. The hall took that the way it took a figure it had already had off a counter. Then I'll say the constitutional part before a member asks it, because 2 have asked me in a passage since yesterday, and neither of them liked being told to wait. Barak had the case shut and his hand flat on it. A sector sealed is not a sector abolished. 7C has a member and it has a constituency, and the constituency is the people on that roll wherever they are standing. She sits, she votes, and she speaks for them until this chamber is reapportioned after the census. And that is not a courtesy I am extending, and it is not mine to extend. There is 1 vacancy in this hall, and it is 6 Cs, and there is not going to be a second one this afternoon. The member for 7C came up out of her chair with the copy in her hand. Then I want one thing on the face of it and not in the minute. Where the offices have a name, they write to the name, not to the door, not to the frame, not to the sector office. My people are on 11 landings, and 4 of them are being written to as though they still live behind that door. And I have had 3 of those letters brought to me by hand by people who wanted to know if it meant something. The clerk can put that in the instrument, Barak said. Then that's what I wanted. The clerk put it in and read the added line back, and the member for 7C sat down. The second head was the return, and Corrigan gave it, because the return came off his office. Confirmed dead, residents and personnel of this station, to the 54th. 7C, 23. The relay heart and the containment that followed it, 9. Pressure, movement, and emergency incidents since the 25th, 4. Corrigan put the sheet down. 36. That figure is confirmed. It is not a total of everything that has happened on this station since the 25th, and no member should read it out as though it were. And the 3 off the plant, a member said from the far side. The 3 operators are on a separate sheet with their own reference and they stay on it, Barak said. They are not in that figure and they are not going into it, and I will stop any member who runs the 2 together in this hall, because the first family that reads a number of 39 in a minute book will spend a week working out which of their own is in it. Anything else on the return? "The corridors box," the clerk said. "It came in from the throat counter on the 54th. The second box is written across in the clerk's hand, 'No figure held at this counter and none obtainable,' and there is a note under it about the settlement register. Then it stands as the counter wrote it, and it goes into the minute in the counter's words, and no member is to supply one from the floor. Next." The next head was accommodation, and it had been the fourth head on the sheet every sitting day for a month, and it went the way it went until the member for 7A got up. "I'll be short, and I'll be asking the same thing, and I'd like it noted that I know that. There are 1,657 people who, as of this afternoon, are not going home. Not this quarter, not in the spring. Not. There are 2,400 fitted places behind doors with tags through the handles, 2 walks and a ramp from where I'm standing, and it would take them all with room over. And the difference between those 2 numbers is the only good news anybody has read out in this chamber since the 25th. "That's accurate," Barack said. "Is it going anywhere?" "It's going to him, because there's nothing to move, and I've stopped asking the chair for a form. The member for 7A did not turn round. It's a sheet a man pinned on a board 4 years ago in his own hand, and it is his to take down this afternoon. So I'm not arguing about a standard. I'm telling him what it is holding shut this week and asking him to answer for it in a room." Milik did not get up and did not put her hand up. "I asked on the 8th. I asked on the 34th. I asked on the 48th and got 2 lines of it back off a clerk. I'm asking on the 55th. She had the copy on her knee and her gloves squared on the chair beside her. And I'd like all 4 written the same way, because one day somebody is going to lay them alongside one another, and I want them to be able to." Corrigan got up. "The standard holds, and I'm not taking it down." "Say the reason," the member for 7A said, "and say it as a reason and not as the thing itself. The second path behind that lining has not been walked, and I am not going to put a warden at a door on a drawing." Corrigan had the schedule squared against the edge of the arm and did not pick it up. "And the walk wants a gang, and there is one gang, and from the first bell tomorrow the gang is on the boundary at the 7A landing door. Until that frame is off and made good and tested, the seal this chamber voted 20 minutes ago is a door somebody is standing next to. I know what it is. Then you know what taking them off it costs. I know exactly what it costs, and I'll ask for them anyway." The member for 7A had the copy folded the wrong way in his hand. "That's my own landing and my own boundary, and I'd have it wait, and I'd stand at the ramp head and say so to whoever came out. And I'd be wrong about it maybe once in 5. You're not answering me. You've given me a reason that's true, and it isn't an answer. And everybody in this hall can tell the difference, and so can you." Corrigan sat down. Barack waited about the length of a breath and went down his sheet. "Minuted as asked, and take the member for the voids 4 dates in one place so the next clerk can find them. Anybody moving?" Nobody moved. Morrow was at the short end of the member's passage with her bag on the bench and her coat still on, because she had come up from the apron in the time it takes and had not sat down since. You'll have heard it. I heard it from a doorway, and I asked for it an hour before, which is what I asked for in my own rooms on the 34th, and I won't make a thing of it because you were in a hall. Morrow got the strap of the bag onto her shoulder. The ring's shut, then. It's shut. Then I'll write to my houses this afternoon and tell them so, and they'll be pleased about it, and I'd rather they weren't. Morrow got a chit book out of the bag and put it back. The sublets stay where they are, and there'll be 40 more by the quarter at the rate people pay when there's nowhere else. That's money my houses did not work for and will take, and I've said that to you plainly twice now. And the walk's still paid for. That offer doesn't come off the table because it's inconvenient this week, and I'd like it minuted again this afternoon that it stands, and I know exactly what it buys, which is nothing, because it never was money. It's on the sheet. Then it's on the sheet, Morrow said, and went off down the passage towards the ramp stair with her coat still buttoned. The chair's room had the cases along the wall and the copies for the fifth already down the near end in their order, and Barack's clerk standing at the table with the book on her arm and a clean sheet under her hand. Espinosa was at the second table with her cap on it. Marne had come up from the corridor counter with two of the throat-side people and had the one chair, with her stick against her knee and her coat over her arm. "Read what you've got," Corrigan said. The clerk read it. "For the duration of the declared emergency, no office, officer, or authority of this station shall issue, book, authorize, or knowingly assist a hull, a berth, chain hours, movement clearance, or route authority for the purpose of removing from a wound any person whose death is entered on the register of this station, and no person on this station shall attempt it." "That's narrow," Barack said. "It's meant to be narrow. It's the thing that was done and nothing else, and the day this chamber writes a wider one, it can write it in daylight with an item on a sheet." Corrigan put two fingers on the edge of the table. "And it operates from the hour and not backwards. I want that on the face of it. It is not a comfort to anybody, and I am putting it there because it would get asked at the fifth by somebody who thinks he is being clever." The clerk wrote that. Espinosa came off the second table one step and no further. "There is a question in that which I would rather put here than have answered at a frame by a corporal. Suppose somebody comes to one of my four tomorrow with a booking in his hand and says out loud what he is going out to do. What is the sergeant standing there to do about it? Turn him, hold him, or pass him and write it down? Those are three different acts, and two of them are my people putting a hand on a civilian of yours, and I will not have a sergeant inventing the answer at the third bell with a cue behind her. Say what you'd have." "I would have it say that the frames turn and do not hold, and that the name goes to joint security inside the hour, and that a hold is a thing your own officers do under your own paper and not mine." Espinosa put her hand back on the cap. "It costs an hour of the clerk's afternoon, and it saves the letter I would otherwise be writing to Geneva in a year." "That's an hour," Barack said. "It's an hour." "Then take the hour," Corrigan said. Marne had not moved off the chair and set it to the table rather than to any of them. "Does that paper say us?" The clerk stopped writing. "Say the question again," Barack said, "and take your time over it, because I'd rather have it whole." "There has never been a paper about it." Marne had the stick across from one knee to the other and left it there. "Our people do not go into a wound after a person who has died in one. There is no rule written down anywhere about that in any hand, and there never has been, because in all the time there has been anybody standing on the edge of one, there has not been a person who needed telling. Now there is a paper, and it will be the first thing this station has written down about what we do and do not do, and I would rather it were not that." Nobody in the room said anything for a moment. Out in the passage, two clerks went past with an arm of copies each. "It binds every person on this station and every office in it, and it names nobody," the clerk said. "It doesn't say your people, and it doesn't say anybody's people. It's written to the offices and to the means, because the means are what this station has got." "Then say that on the face of it, and not in a minute," Marne said, "in those words, and put it where a person coming to it in 10 years reads it before they read the rest. Barak had the case open on his knee. "Put it at the head," he said, "not at the foot, and take her words for it and not mine." The clerk took them and read the head back, and Marn did not say anything else about it and did not get up when the rest of them went out. Nassar had counted it twice on her page during the accommodation head, and once more while the clerk was reading, and she came down the near side at the break with the page still in her hand, and the figure on the top of it where she had put it. "You'll have it, not close." "How not close?" "It carries on the voices, and there'll be 3 against, and the 3 will be the 3 you'd name if I made you." Nassar had the page flat under her hand. "And it's the voids moving it, and not you, which you didn't ask for and didn't arrange, and there'll be 4 people in that hall by Thursday saying you did. Say nothing to them." Barak took the prescription first, after the schedule. It went out in the order it was written, the head of it in Marn's words, then the measure, then the frames provision, then the line about the hour, and Barak did not put anything of his own on any of it. The member for 10A got up and asked whether the executive proposed to bring anything wider before the chamber when the emergency was discharged, and sat down again. And Barak said that was a fair question, and that it was not this afternoon's, and that he would hold the member to asking it again. The measure went on the voices, and it was not close. The joint security concurrence came up from the office while the clerk was still writing, in the commander's hand, 1 word, and the hour, and his name, and the warden's office had written separately that the measure added nothing to, and took nothing from, that office's own refusals, that it would go on the access book under the day, and that the warden would not be putting a hand to it either way. 2 branches, and it's made, Barak said. Clerk, next is the instrument. The chair's clerk came round the end of the table with the book on her forearm. Then I'll give the hours, because they want giving once and properly, and then they can be left alone. The instrument of the 26th ran 14 days to midnight, which is on the face of it, and not in the minute, and it was renewed on the 40th on the same words and for the same term. So it fell at midnight on the 54th, which was last night. This chamber did not sit yesterday. It sits today. That is every hour since midnight in which the executive has held no standing authority, and I'd rather this room had it off me now than off somebody in a fortnight. 2 things were made in it. A movement card for the reclamation shift that came on after midnight, and a hold at the 7A landing door this morning while the surveyor was in. Both were made the long way, 2 hands on each, with the hour on each separately, because I would not have written either of them under an instrument that wasn't there, and the commander's office had the same view and said so before I asked. There is nothing outstanding and nothing to make good. Whose arithmetic put it on today's sheet and not yesterday's? Barak said. Mine. The term fell on the 54th, and I had the 54th down as a sitting day, and it wasn't one. The clerk did not change her pace for any of it. I'll be counting the roster next time, and not only the term. Then it's minuted as you've given it, in your own words, and the 2 acts by their references. Barak marked his sheet. Now the renewal. The member for the voids asked me for it on the 53rd, and asked me again this morning, so she'll have it. Milek got the copy up off the deck by her boot and stayed sitting. I'll move it, and I'll say why in 4 lines and not in 6. The people this chamber voted about at the second head are living this morning in sectors they are not on the roll for, and they go to work, and not one of them can get to it without crossing a line. Under a card that crosses the lines, that's 1 piece of paper each. Under a fresh authorization for every act, it's a queue at a counter with 1 clerk in it, and the counter is at 7A. and the queue is the same people who are sleeping on the floor outside it. Second, my sump runs under 3 sectors, and from tomorrow there's a gang on a new boundary at that landing door. And my hands are the ones who come up out of the deck on the wrong side of it 4 times a shift. There is going to be a frame there that was not there last week, and nobody has ever stood at it before. Third, and this is the one I want in the book. I'm not asking for it because anything is going to happen. Nothing is going to happen. I'm asking for it because when there's 1 paper, my people carry 1, and when there's a paper for every line, my people are the ones who get sent back for the rest of them. Same words, same term. A fortnight. And I'd like it in the book that it was me who moved it, because there'll be somebody in a sector office by Thursday telling my people the voids voted against their own cards. Nobody spoke against it. The member for 7B asked whether the renewal could carry a line requiring a member to be told before their own sector was sealed, and Barack said the instrument could carry anything the chamber put in it, that the 2 of 3 was not in it and could not be put in it by any hand in that hall, and that if the member wanted the first thing, he should move it in a form, and the clerk would put it in words for him. The member for 7B did not move it. It went on the voices. It took less time than the head before it, and rather less than the same head had taken on the 26th, and nobody asked for the names to be taken, and the 3 against were the 3 Nassar had said. Corrigan signed it at the table with the sitting still going behind him, and the clerk got the hour onto the face of it in her own hand before the blotter went across, and then turned it and had the notice sheet under it with the words and where they went and by when. "That's the 3rd one this afternoon," she said. "Seal, measure, renewal, and they all want the hour and 2 of them want the reference sending down before the 6th. Send the seal down first." I was going to send the seal down first. The works office's man had been standing inside the members' door since the break with the roll under his arm. Corrigan wrote the direction for him, standing at the end of the table, in his own hand, the boundary at the 7A landing door by its reference, and the program by its reference, and the gang on it from the first bell, and the clerk put the hour under it and initialed the hour. The works office's man read it where he stood and put it inside his coat and went out by the passage door, which was the longer way round to the ramp stair, to go and find a ganger who had not been home since the 52nd. Chapter 30. The Off-Wall. The long apron had 2 berths going at the ramp end and a barrow line down the middle of it, and the hull, booked off the wall at the 2nd bell, was still against the wall at the 3rd, with a fitter's staging tower bolted to her after face. Cade came down the apron stair on the rail side and stopped at the rail 30 paces up from the berth, which was as near as anybody could stand and be out of the barrow line, and kept her hand on the rail a while longer than she wanted to. Kestrel had been against that wall a dozen times over the years, and Cade had never once asked her name. A survey hull off the boundary work, long and low and plain, with a bay aft and a run of drum cradles down her port side, and a paint line along the flank touched up in 3 different quarters that did not match itself anywhere. Somebody had cut a new hatch into her afterquarter and framed it and not painted the frame. Cable ran along the deckhead inside the open port in a taped bundle a hand thick and went in through a hole that had been made for it that month. Morrow had the berth order flat on the rail ledge, with a finger halfway down it, and did not move the finger when Cade came up beside her. They found it in a fortnight. So I heard. It was in for 4 years, and there was no line for it and no gang for it, and then the money came off a board inside a fortnight, and the gang came off Ring 4's washdown main, and that main goes back to the quarter after next, and I've had 2 of my own people at me about it already this week. Morrow ran the finger back up the order and stopped it. The berth is mine. The plate is the works office's. The fitting out went through 2 offices, and neither of them will own the overrun. I've got a sheet with 3 figures on it, and not one of them is finished. Will she be? She'll be off the wall today, which is a different question, and it's the one everybody's answering. Morrow turned the order over. She's the first of them, and she'll not be the last, and there's still one gang. Through the open port, the passage went straight aft to where the survey bay had been, and the bay was not a bay anymore. A bulkhead had gone across it a third of the way in, and there was a door in the bulkhead with a card taped to the door in a clerk's hand instead of a plate on it. And behind the door, somebody was putting shelving up and had been at it long enough to be doing it badly. Down at the berth, the fitter's ganger had his people off the staging and his hands in his coat and was making an argument to a man in a plain coat at the foot of the plate. I haven't got the bolt holes signed. You haven't got them signed because there's nobody to sign them, and there won't be one this side of the quarter. The man at the foot of the plate had a slate under his arm and did not take it out. Off in 10. I'll take the holes as they are, and I'll sign for them myself, and my name goes on the sheet and not yours, and you can have that in writing off the clerk before you're up the ramp. It's a 20-minute job to do it right. Then do the 10 I need and leave the rest of it on the wall. The ganger went back under the after face and got his people onto the top platform, and the tower came apart in sections from the head down and went onto the apron plates with a noise that stopped a barrow crew for about as long as it takes to look up. Master Rahimi's had the hour off me twice this morning, the berth clerk said, from the table he had set up on the apron 3 paces inside the rail, and he'll have it again before he's done. Wells came down the plate with a board under her arm and went along the after face under the staging, looking up at the frame of the new hatch, and came back and stood at the foot of the plate. I want the after bay lit before we're off the wall. You'll have it when the fitters are off her. The man with the slate had not moved. And they're off her when I say. Then say. 10 minutes, Rahimi said, and went up the plate past her without anything else. Wells stood where she was a moment with the board against her hip, and then went up after him, and at the head of the plate said something to a hand about the port lamps that Cade did not get the end of. Cade stayed at the rail while the last 2 sections came down and did not go any nearer than she had come. A woman off the stalls came along the rail and asked her whether the bond papers went to the ramp desk now or whether that was still the vault. Vault, second window and not the first, and go before the 4th or you'll be behind the growth halls. Right, the woman said, and went. The berth clerk had a table on the apron with a stores rack behind it, and the articles book open on the table, and the manifest under a weight beside the book, and had been there since before the first bell, and had a queue of nobody. Ravin came down the walk with a barrow and 3 boxes on it, and a reader in a case on top of the boxes, and had the case in her own hands before the barrow was properly stopped. Tuma came down after her, with the day's unclosed list on a board, and stood at the barrow rather than at the table. 7, Ravin said. I've read them to you twice, and I'll read them again at the head of that plate if you want them again. 1 is the presses. It has been the presses since before the 25th, and it is still 2 presses, and it still wants a 3rd bench, and there still isn't one. There isn't one. 2 is the sector offices and the certification dates, which they have had 4 times and have written for again, and the 4th letter is in the tray and is not answered. Robin read it at the pace she read everything, and did not rank one of them above another. 3, 4, and 5 are the old holdings, and they are where they were. 6 is the throat counter's book, which is closed and ruled and does not want anybody. 7 is the copy list off the heart, which is not a third of the way through and will not be for a year. That's the 7. That's the 7. Robin put the list into Tuma's hand and got the case up under her arm and put her free hand flat on the top box. The reader on this barrow is the office's, and it's going on that hall, and the office knows it's going, and there's a note in the access book about it, with the date on it in my hand. Who rules the line at the foot of the day's page? Tuma said. She does, until she has somebody, and she won't have somebody this quarter. Robin got the case straight. It's an hour a day off her, and she's worked out which hour it comes out of, because I asked her and she told me. Tuma took the 2 lower boxes off the barrow himself and carried them up the plate, and Robin went up behind him with the case, and neither of them came back down. Den was at the table by then, with his coat over his arm and the tally board flat under it. The clerk read the entry back the way clerks on that apron read entries back, off the page, every field, at a pace that annoyed people in a hurry. Checker, signed to the berth and not to the hull, which means that if she pays off anywhere, you come home on the articles and not on anybody's goodwill. Checker's rate at the class the works office set on the conversion, and I have written the class in as well as the rate, because the rate on its own means nothing in a year. No other name against the berth. Is any part of it wrong? No. Then the dependent. Sina. How is it spelled? The clerk wrote it as it was given him. Age. 11. Off what? Off the date of record. The 110th day of the year 30. Den said it the way a man says a thing he has said at counters. There's no birth date, and there's never going to be one, and if your book wants one, it can want. My book wants a date of record, and that is a date of record. The clerk wrote it and turned the manifest round. Mark at the foot, and the day beside it, and the day's the 64th. The copy is yours, and there's no fee on it. Sina was up at the notice frame at the head of the dock walk with a canvas bag over her shoulder on a strap let out as far as it would go, and had refused the barrow twice already by the look of the barrow boy. The frame had the movement instrument in it, as every frame on the station had carried it since the 26th. And beside the instrument, a printed sheet off the executive's office, with a reference in the corner, giving the hull's name and calling her the Mobile Wound and Route Authority, and saying where applications would be received while she was off the station. Somebody had written and "Who answers here" along the foot of it in pencil. Nobody had written anything under that. Yoss had the frame with a clerk beside her, and the day's card book open on the ledge, and read Sina's card the same as she read the 2 ahead of her, and wrote the sector and gave it back. Member. Investigator. Walk shuts at the 5th for the tender, Yoss said, to Cod and to the 2 behind her equally, and went back to the book. Sina came down off the frame and along to the rail with the bag hitched up under her arm. "That's the 2nd time this morning," she said. "There's a man at the head of our own stair with a book, and now there's one here with a book, and it's the same writing in both of them." "It isn't the same book. It's the same writing. It's 2 people who were taught to write at a counter," Cade said. "There'll be a 3rd at the head of that plate, and his will be worse." Sina did not give that back, and got the strap over her other shoulder, and went off along the apron to the foot of the plate where her father was. Den came off the table with the article slip folded once and put it inside his coat, and got the tally board out from under his arm and had a look at what was still on the apron to go up. "You've a berth." "I've a berth." Den had the board against his chest. "Checker. Somebody has to count what goes off a plate in places where nobody has ever written anything down, and count it back on again after, and put a name to it. That's the work, and I can do it, and there's nobody else signed to it. I'd have got you a better rate. I know you would." The barrow line came past them both and went round rather than through, 4 barrows and a hand trolley, down towards the ramp end. "The trolley book on this apron is a fortnight behind," Den said, "and the man who keeps it has 2 of them down as 1, and it has been that way since before the 25th. Somebody should tell him." "I'll tell him." Den put the board under his arm and went up the plate with Sina ahead of him and started on the last of the load at the head of it, and did not come back down. Corrigan came along the apron at the quarter with 1 clerk and no paper at all, which was not how he came anywhere, and spent 4 minutes of it at the stall row with 2 women off the counters who had not asked him for anything, and got to the rail after that. "Ring 11's still shut," he said. "I know ring 11's still shut. I read the same board you do." "You do?" Corrigan put his hands on the rail. "9B's second gallery has had 2 washhouses working since the 58th, and one of them is the one that never did. And I am told a man went down there with a rule and a fitter, and neither of them was booked to anybody." "Then it's fixed." "It's fixed." Corrigan left that where it was. "The 90th stands. So does the other limb of it, which is the day the instrument goes, if that day falls first. I put it in my own hand, and I have not moved a word of it, and I am not going to be reminded into moving one either." "I never asked you to." "No," Corrigan said, "you never did." Down at the berth, the last of the staging went on to a trolley, and the gangers people started walking it up the apron the other way. Corrigan stood with that for a moment, and then went off along the rail towards the ramp end with the clerk behind him, and stopped twice on the way. The last pallet came off the hoist at the half, and the plate went up at the quarter to the 4th. Rahimi came to the open port at the head of it with the slate under his arm, and went down the length of his own afterface once with his eye, along the frame of the new hatch and the line of bolt holes under it, and then along the apron at the row. "Clerk, master, write the hour I come off, not the one on the booking. I write both. That is what the column is for. Then write both." Rahimi put the slate under the other arm. "Plate up." The plate came up and swung in, and the port hands got the rail across it, and at the head of it, Den had the tally board flat, and was writing on it, and stepped back inboard as it came. Wells was at the after rail with a board of her own, going down what had come aboard for her own side of it, and had 2 items she could not find, and was saying so to somebody inboard. "Aft cleats," Rahimi said, down to the apron. "Nothing on the forward pair till the aft are clear." The apron hands took the aft cleats off in the order they were on, and dropped the eyes onto the plating and stood clear of them, and the forward pair stayed where they were until the man at the aft end put his arm up and then went. The tender came in off the far cleats at the 4th bell with her own lamp going, and put a line up onto the bow. "Take her off by the bow and give me the width," Rahimi said. "There's staging holes down that side, and I'll not have a fender put in one." The tender took her off by the bow. Kestrel came off the wall slowly and squarely, with the apron hands bringing the fenders in along the row one at a time behind her as she cleared them, and the berth lamps going out from the ramp end down as the hands came off each set, and she went out past the far cleats with her port still open, and the taped bundle of cable showing along the deckhead inside it, and the after bay unlit. 2 men on the next berth were arguing about a pallet when she came off the wall, and were still arguing about it when she was past the far cleats. The barrow line was back up the middle of the apron before she was properly clear. The gangers people went past the rail the other way with the staging tower on the trolley between them, and one section of it riding badly, and one of them said something about the quarter after next, and the other one laughed at it. Morrow had the berth order up off the ledge and was down it with her finger again. There's a factor's tender wants that wall at the 5th, and she won't get it till the 6th, she said, and I'll be told about that all afternoon. Morrow went up the walk and did not say anything else about anything. Up at the frame, Yas had the card book turned round for a man off the stalls and was writing the sector down. The berth clerk wrote the 4th in the column and the 2nd beside it, the way the column had both, and ruled it, and turned the book round on the table so it faced the apron, and nobody on the apron came and asked him for it. Cade went up the apron to the barrow desk at the ramp end and got the trolley book turned round on the ledge, and asked the man who kept it which 2 he had down as 1. Chapter 31. The Store's Stair. The deckhead outside the Ward store had been dripping since the 6th, and the pan under it got emptied by whoever went past, and Cray had the cover down and her arm up into the void to the shoulder before Renko came round the turn with the ladder. Out. It isn't the union. I didn't ask what it isn't. It's the collar. The union's been pulled onto a bad seat twice, and the second time took the thread, and somebody's put a smear of dressing round the outside of it and gone home. Cray came down off the box with the wet on her sleeve to the elbow and the cover in her other hand. And there isn't a collar of that pattern on the trolley. I looked in the trolley before I put my arm in it. Renko stood the ladder against the plating and did not go up it yet. Is it wet? It's wet. Then it's mine, and you know it's mine. I know it's yours. Renko went up and had his own hand in the void for about as long as it takes to find a thing that has already been described to you, and came down and wiped his fingers on the back of his coat. That's the collar. That's what I said. That's what you said. He got the pan straight under the drip with his boot. There's one of that pattern in the work stores, and there'll be none in the sector office, so it's the stores and it's you going, because I've 4 closers on this walk booked to the 4th, and I can do them without you, and you can't do them without me stood there. I could do the collar. You could, Renko said, and went to get the roll of tags off the trolley. The book was in her coat with the closers down one side of the leaf, and the unions started on the other, and there were not 9 on the unions, and he had never asked to see the page, and she had never offered it. A man came up the walk with a barrow, and went round the ladder without being asked, the way everybody on that walk went round the ladder, and said something about the pan on his way past, and the woman with the mop told him from her own door that it had been 4 days. Lote came down from the doors with the bag over her shoulder for the long side of the week, and stopped where the pan was and looked at it. 4 days. It's a collar. It's 4 days and a pan and a woman coming out of that store with a mop twice a shift. Lote put the bag on her other shoulder. Are you going down? I'm going down for it. Then get the bread at the ramp foot off the man on the near trestle and not the far one. And don't let the far one tell you they're the same bread. They're the same bread. They are not the same bread, Lote said, and went off up towards the landing. The light at the second landing was on, and the mats were out along the doors, and a man on a stool at the narrow part had a chair upside down across his knees, and had had it there since the first bell without doing anything to it that anybody could see. Somebody's child came along at knee height with a dish and stood at the foot of the ladder to watch, and got moved on by the woman with the mop and came back the long way round. The ramp came out on the heart floor at the shrine end, and the floor had pitches standing on it again, not all of them, and the ones that were standing had gone back onto their own numbers, which had taken a fortnight of argument and 2 sittings of the traffic counter and was still being argued at the far end by a man with a folding stool. The core stood where it had always stood, plated to about the height of 2 men and bare above that, and it was black from the plating up. Somebody had been at the black from the gallery with a brush and a bucket and had got it clean as far as a person can reach over a rail, and had stopped there, and the line of it went round the core as far as the stores hatch and no further. Where the brush had been over the plate twice, it had come up gray and streaked and looked worse than the part nobody had touched. There was a barrow of brushes standing at the stair foot with a card on it, and the card had a name on it, and an hour, and the hour was 2/4 gone. Along the near rows, the pitches that were back had their stock up and their prices chalked, and the ones that were not back were numbers on the deck with nothing standing on them, and people crossing the floor went over the empty numbers and not round them. The root office had its trestles along the ledger face, where they had been since the seal, 3 of them end to end, with the chalkboard over them wiped and re-ruled, and nothing on it but the day. Cray came past the near end of it because that was the way through. The clerk had 4 copies of the same page out flat with a weight on each corner, and was going along them with a rule, and a boy off the traffic counter was copying at the second trestle with his tongue between his teeth, and a man in a works coat was standing at the end waiting to be told something he was not going to like. That one's the work sides, and it's the only one with the endorsement on it, and it's the only one that gives the date as the 9th. Then it's the 9th. Then it's the 9th on 3 books and the 11th on the one that was made off the original. And the one that was made off the original is in a hand I can read, and this is in a hand where the 7s come at you like 1s. The clerk put her letters in the margin, and did the same in the margin of the fair copy. So I take the 9th, and my letters go in the margin against the taking, and if it's wrong in 10 years, there'll be a name on it, and it'll be mine. And if you're not here? They've still got the letters, the clerk said, and moved the weight down the page. The store's stair went up the 4th side of the core and came out on the gallery, and the gallery ran round above the floor with a rail on it, and at the rail the bare part of the core was near enough at arm's length. The clean went past at chest height, and the black started above it and did not stop. Cray put the collar's number in at the hatch and waited while a man went and found it, and he came back with 2 and put them both on the sill. That's the pattern, and that's what's come in since. They're the same to look at, and the seats cut different. And if you take the wrong one, you'll be up here again on Thursday telling me the stores gave you the wrong one. Cray turned them both over and put her thumb in the seats. That one. That one, he agreed, and wrote it in the book, and turned the book round for her, and she signed it, Ring 6 Gang, Renko's, and put her own name after it because the book had a column for it. The stair came down facing the floor, so she had the trestles all the way, and the boy copying, and the woman with the pan, who had never moved back off the shrine end because the shrine end was where the trade was. Cray got the bread at the ramp foot off the man on the near trestle. It was the same bread. Renko had 2 of the 4 closers done by the time she came up the walk and took the collar out of her hand and looked at the seat and did not say anything about the seat and went up the ladder, and Cray stood at the foot of it and held the pan and passed him what he put his hand back for. It took the rest of the hour. The dressing came off in a lump and went in the pan, and the collar went on dry and then came off again and went on with the compound. And the last of it was a quarter turn that Renko did with the short bar and his weight behind it, and then he stayed up there with his hand round the joint for a while and said nothing at all. Dry? Dry. Cray took the pan down to the ward store and gave it back to the woman with the keys, who said it was about time, and came back up the walk to the fourth door in from the turn. The fourth door in from the turn was on nobody's sheet. It had a bad arm on it and had had one since before the winter, and the household on it had never once said so at the office, and Cray had it written on the back leaf of the book with 3 others. There was a quarter of the hour left. Cray got the ladder round and the arm off. The bay had both benches going and the door propped because the hour fell on the same bell as the plant sides, and everybody came in at once. Vesh had the drawer end with a folded sheet in front of her and her boots up. They've given us a form. For the trays? For the trays. There's a box. The box says turned, and it's initialed at the end of the shift by the hand that turned them. Vesh got the sheet open with one finger, and the hand that turns them is us, and the hand that signs the box is the one up the line who never turned a tray in his life, because the box is on the shift return, and the shift return goes in off his desk. So now there's a paper that says he turns them. Then don't turn them. Then it's a haul of dead trays and 30 of us on a hearing, Vesh said. It's better than it was. It's just better in his direction. Bell said the sector office ought to be told, and Vesh said the sector office had drawn the box, and Bell said then somebody above the sector office, and Vesh said that was who the box was for, and Bell went off down the bench with it to somebody who had not had it yet. The reach teacher came in at the drawer end with his coat still on and a pump in a cloth under his arm, and stood inside the door until somebody moved a tray off the corner of the bench for him. That stopped. It stopped. It stopped in the night, and there's a bay of 30 in the morning. He got the cloth open. The pump was off the school bay's tank, and the 2 leads had been pulled out of it at the body. One clean and one with the sleeve dragged half off. The tank's been right since the feed was done. This is the pump, and it isn't the feed, and I've said so 4 times already this morning. It's the same fault, Bell said from down the bench. It's the other end of the tank, Bell. It's the same fault. It's the joint. It's a pump, Vesh said. It's got a motor in it. Your joint hasn't got a motor in it. Everything's a joint somewhere. There was no getting at that, and the bench went back to what it had been doing, and Bell sat down on the drawers and let it stand. How long's a thing like that? The teacher said. 4 seconds, Vesh said, without coming off the sheet. 5. 4. It's 4 when she does it. Then have her do it, the teacher said, and I'll have it tonight and not tomorrow, because if it's on that bench in the morning, there'll be 30 of them come down here at the hour to look at it. Tell had the far end with the lamp pulled over on its arm, and had already had the body open and the 2 ends stripped back while the rest of it was going on. Give me the clean one. Cray gave her the clean one. Tell had the iron out of the stand and the wire in her left hand and the end in before the tip had properly gone off color, and the joint sat where it was meant to sit and went dull, and that was that. 4, Vesh said from the drawers. You weren't looking. I don't have to look. Cray took the dragged one. The sleeve had to come back and be cut off square, and a new one gone over the lead before anything else could happen. And that part was hers, and was quick, and then it was the wire, and the wire was 5. 5, Vesh said. I know it's 5. I'm only saying what it was. Cray put the iron back in the stand and had a look at the joint, which was a joint, and would hold, and was 5. Your tip wants the sponge, Tell said. It's not the tip. No, Tell said. The teacher got the body back together with Tell's hands doing the screws and his own hand holding the lead where she put it, and had the cloth round it, and told Bell on the way out that he could bring the jar in the morning and say in front of the bay what it had been for. Vesh got off the drawers and went back up to the growth hall with the form folded into her sleeve, 10 minutes before she had to, and by the long way round, which was through the second hall and past the trays. Cray got the offcut of wire out of the tin and a tag end of scrap into the clamp, and Tell took her elbow off the bench, and Cray brought the lamp across and put the iron on. And there it is. The end. Thank you for listening. Truly. If these hours stayed with you, I'd love to know what you made of it. So jump down into the comments and tell me what you thought. It's the best part of doing this. And this is only one thread of a much larger story. The Fracture Cosmology continues, an entire universe being brought to life on this channel, book by book. Subscribe and you won't miss what comes next. If you'd rather not wait for the next reading, every book is on Amazon, and the link is in the description below, so you can always read ahead. And if you want to go deeper, ship schematics, blueprints, star charts, and companion material for the whole universe, it's all waiting at the website, fracturedcosmology.xyz, linked below. Until the next chapter of the story, thank you for listening, and safe travels out there.